Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to talk about an adventure myself, an adventure in good eating. It ends with a good wine, Petrie California Sauterne. You just serve that Petrie Sauterne the next time you have fried chicken. You like fried chicken? Cooked so it's crispy and a beautiful reddish gold color on the outside and just as tender as all get out on the inside. Ah, that's chicken. But wait till you try it with Petrie Sauterne. That's a wine. That Petrie Sauterne is a pale, delicate golden color. You can just look at it and you know it's going to be one of the most, if not the most delicious. Petrie Sauterne is not only wonderful with chicken, it's great with fish or any kind of seafood, too. Get a bottle of Petrie Sauterne. When it's a Petrie wine, it's a good wine. And now I'm sure Dr. Watson's expecting us, so let's go in and join him.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. Draw up your chair by the fire. That's it. The tobacco's in the jar beside you over there.
Thanks. Well, Doctor, all ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Though on this occasion I'm going to tell the story. You see, I didn't take part in it myself, so I shall act as a narrator and recount the adventure as it was told me some years after it actually took place.
Told you by Sherlock Holmes, I suppose.
Yes. At the time the story happened, the whole world, including myself, believed that my old friend had been dead for 3 years.
What did he do with himself during those 3 years, Doctor?
Wandered about the world, Persia, Egypt, the south of France, and 2 years of his time was spent in Tibet, where he disguised himself as a Norwegian explorer by the name of Sergerson, his object being to visit the forbidden city of Lhasa. The story began as Holmes stood on the outskirts of a tiny encampment, high in the Tibetan snows, disguised as a Norwegian Sergerson. Surrounding him was an excited group of native guides, their fur-capped faces and shaggy sheepskin coats making them appear like strange, wild animals, gesticulating wildly. The freezing wind whirled great clouds of snow away from the mountaintop that loomed above them. And Holmes told me that he felt a premonition of impending disaster.
Sir, my men will go no further. They say the goddess of the mountain is angry. If we climb further, she will swallow us up. She will bury us.
But we cannot go back now. We have come so far, 1,000 feet, 800 feet higher. We shall reach the pass. We shall be safe.
I will not go. We can stay back there in the tents until the goddess of the mountain tells us we may go further.
He is right. We can't go. We don't want to go anymore. It's too...
Fools! If you stay here in the wilderness, in the village, and the avalanche comes, you will all be buried. You will be swept away. The only road lies upward.
Back to the tent! The wind is rising!
Then I shall go on alone.
Holmes was the only one who survived. He struggled up the pass that led to safety, the icy gale whipping round him in a frenzy. A few moments after he reached the top, the avalanche occurred. The tents, the guides, and all their equipment were buried beneath hundreds of feet of hurtling, thundering snow. The way behind him was closed. He could only forge ahead. Alone, unaided, he descended the path that led to the plateau beyond. But the goddess of the mountain was still angry. Through the knifing wind and snow he battled on, without food and without, as he told me later, much hope. Even Holmes was helpless in that battle of man against the elements. What happened in that 36 hours he never really knew, except that the wind howled and the driving snow slashed at him without mercy. Finally, his mind began to wander, and he became delirious.
Watson, dear boy, hand me my violin, will you? Moriarty, I want to introduce to you the goddess of the mountain. I think you will have a lot in common. 221B Baker Street, cabby. For heaven's sake, get me as fast as you can. I think I've caught a chill.
His mind, great strength combined with instinctive urge for self-preservation must have kept on his feet. But finally he returned to normal consciousness to find himself jogging along a rough road in a primitive cart, the sun shining on him and a white girl feeding him warm broth from a cup. For a moment the girl looked at him with a comforting smile, and then she spoke.
No wonder you look puzzled, poor man. You can't make up your mind whether you're in this world or the next.
Who are you? And how did I get here, please?
My name is Eileen Farley. I'm a medical missionary. I found you wandering out of your mind 2 days ago, and I've taken you under my wing. We're going to the monastery of Panchapushpa.
I'm most grateful to you, Miss Farley. You have saved my life. Permit me to introduce myself. My name is Sigerson, Olaf Sigerson. I'm a Norwegian explorer.
Oh, no. No, your name is Sherlock Holmes, and you're a famous English detective.
Please, I don't understand.
Mr. Holmes, you've been delirious for the last 2 days. In your ravings, I was delighted to learn you did not die 2 years ago at the Reichenbach Falls.
Simulation is useless, my dear young lady. However, I must implore you to keep my secret. It's essential that for a while longer, the world continues to think me dead.
You don't need to worry, Mr. Holmes. I'm a great admirer of yours, and I promise that no one will ever learn your secret from my lips. Try drinking a little more broth. You're dreadfully weak.
Thank you so much.
Help me, please. Please, to give me help.
Another white man travels the road to Panchapushpa. Stop the cart! You need help?
My own cart has broken the wheel. You're going perhaps to the monastery of Panchapushpa?
We are.
Good. Pyotr Dmitrievich Borodin, Imperial Russian envoy, will travel with you. Please to make room. Спасибо.
Well, really?
Remember my secret.
The cart may proceed. Понимаешь? Your name, please, young lady.
Eileen Farley. I'm an American medical missionary.
I do not approve of missionaries, but you are very beautiful. So Borodin will forgive you. Who is this mujik lying on the floor? He looks half dead.
I am half dead, Господин Borodin. My name is Sigerson. I am Norwegian.
What is a Norwegian doing in Tibet?
I have been exploring the mountains. And what, may I ask, is a Russian doing in Tibet, Господин Borodin?
What is a Russian doing? You shall see, my friend. To Holy Mother Russia shall belong Tibet. But now let us be gay. We have some hours ahead of us. You like vodka, Miss Farley?
I'm afraid I don't drink.
Borodin will teach you to drink. Then he will sing you songs of his native Russia. We shall be happy. Ay, chiki, 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 gor, vashni, more,
Singing. Holmes told me that every note jarred his aching, weary head. After a few hours, the strangely assorted trio arrived at the gates of the monastery. An edifice, as Holmes told me, of great antiquity and of breathtaking beauty, and built in the shadow of a giant mountain. He was fed and bathed, and shortly afterwards he found himself together with his two companions in the presence of the head abbot himself, a man of great age and infinite wisdom. The faint chanting of religious music could be heard coming from another part of the monastery. As the old man spoke,
My dear Miss Farley, my dear gentlemen, I have welcomed you to the monastery, and yet each one of you has come to me separately and asked that he be given permission to go to the sacred city of Lhasa. I cannot give that permission, my children.
Borodin has traveled a long way. Russia will be most unhappy if he does not get the permission.
I am an explorer, Reverend Sir. Will not that fact entitle me to some consideration?
I, too, have traveled a great way, sir.
My children, I realize your claims, but the permission is not in my power to grant. Tibet is ruled by our Chinese overlords. In any case, I will ask you to turn your heads. The gentleman approaching us has preceded you in residence here. He also wishes to tread the road to Lhasa.
You have new visitors, I see.
Yes, my son. Permit me to introduce you. Sir Harvey Forrester, and this is Miss Eileen Farley.
How do you do?
How do you do, Sir Harvey?
Gospodin Borodin from Russia.
How do you do?
One cannot travel the world without meeting an Englishman. God we push it, Watsi.
And Mr. Olaf Sigerson from Norway.
God dag, Sir Harvey.
How do you do?
Please be seated. My children, the Chinese ruler in this province has heard of your presence here. He has announced his intention of visiting you. Before he arrives, I should like to ask you each a question. 4 of you, all from different countries, have traveled here to the mountains of Tibet. At this monastery, I can offer you refreshment, the opportunity of acquiring wisdom and peace. What more do you seek in life? I shall ask you each that question in turn. You, Miss Farley, what do you seek?
I seek the opportunity to bring both God and health to your Tibetan people.
And you, Mr. Sigerson?
I seek to chart the true course of your mountains, and so to bring knowledge to the world.
And you, Gospodin Borodin?
I seek to bring about complete understanding between the great peoples of Tibet and Russia. If I succeed, Tsar and his family may consider turning to Buddhism.
Indeed. And you, Sir Harvey, as representative of the British government, what do you seek?
I shall not join in this con. I merely remind you, sir, that your government has signed a treaty with mine.
And was not that treaty forced upon us by our Chinese overlords? No. You have advanced brave reasons, but I cannot help remembering that the streams of Tibet bear gold nuggets the size of hazelnuts. You foreigners, in your pitiful ignorance, esteem gold. That signals the arrival of Watson, the Chinese emissary. Your problems will soon be settled, my children. I will acquaint him with your request.
Why are you smiling, Mr. Holmes?
At the name of the Chinese overlord, Watson. Must avoid falling into old habits and saying, elementary, my dear Watson.
Shh. He's going to speak.
Silence! Silence! The abbot has told me your wishes. I will hold conference. American lady and Norwegian will not be allowed. Only Great Britain and Russia have treaties with my country.
I insist that I have prior right over the Russian representative.
Short was me. I represent the Tsar, and Russia is your neighbor. I demand my diplomatic privilege.
Follow me. I will decide these things, not you.
I shall inform the British consul in Peking if proceedings...
This is an insult to the Tsar. Holy Mother Russia will never...
Well, Mr. Holmes, it looks as if you and I, at any rate, don't get to Lhasa.
No.
You look worried. Does the journey to Lhasa mean so much to you?
It isn't that. I'm worried about the potential danger that hangs over this monastery. Violent forces are at work.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
As you know, Miss Farley, I have some specialized acquaintance with these matters, and I tell you that I have rarely seen more clearly exemplified that emotional tension which leads to one thing, murder. That is what I'm afraid of, young lady. Murder.
That was what Holmes was afraid of. Later that day, as the sun was setting over the mountain top, the old abbot walked slowly in the monastery gardens as he talked to the man who he thought would be Sigerson.
Mr. Sigerson, what can I do to help you? Our conversation has pleased me. You are a man of rare perception and knowledge. I grant you one worthy to enter Lhasa, but I can offer no hope. Mr. Wa has already rejected the applications of both the Englishman and the Russian.
He did that?
He did, my son. He told me they were both very angry and threatened him.
If anything were to happen to the Chinese emissary, would you have the right to grant permission for the journey to Lhasa?
Yes, until the new envoy arrived from Peking. But what are you suggesting, my son? This monastery is a haven of peace, a backwater far from the troubled stream of life. No violence has ever occurred here.
I hope it never will. Yet, the Chinese envoy was threatened, you say, Reverend Sir?
Yes, my son.
He has left the monastery, of course.
No, those who come here, even for a short visit, must break bread with us and sleep at least one night. Mr. Wa is quartered in the cell you see before us.
Then do you mind if we call on him, Reverend Sir?
Of course not, my son, though you will waste your breath in talking to him. He will not give you permission to take the road to Lhasa. He sleeps, son. Let us not disturb him.
If you don't mind, Reverend Sir, I must waken him, if he can be wakened.
What can be wrong?
I think I know. I'm going in. There is your answer, Reverend Sir.
He is dead.
Yes, sir. Strangled with his own cue.
Oh, the poor misguided man has taken his own life, my son.
No, sir. Look at those marks on his shoulder. He has been murdered.
But what are we to do?
As it happens, Reverend Sir, I've had a certain amount of experience with these matters in my own country. If I were to produce the murderer for you with certain proof of his guilt, would you authorize my going to Lhasa?
Yes, since for a few days that mission is mine to give, I will grant it. You fill me with a strange confidence, but how will you find this taker of life?
I can't tell you now, sir, but I shall find him. All that I require is a little assistance from you, sir.
Of course. What is it?
Let us both leave the cell, post a guard here, and give him strict orders that no one is to enter unless accompanied by me.
Very well. But, my son, where are you going?
Before very long, sir. I hope to be on my way to Lhasa.
Dr. Watson will tell us the rest of his story immediately, so I'll just take a second to remind you that hamburgers, hamburgers, are practically an all-American food. We all love a good hamburger, but wait till you taste a juicy hamburger together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. Boy, that Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine that's just the best friend a hamburger or steak or any kind of meat dish ever had. So remember, if you want a red wine for dinner, you want Petri Burgundy. If you prefer a white wine, you want Petri Sauterne. And if you can't make up your mind which you want, it's simple. Don't buy one, buy two. But always buy Petri. 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 Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that Sherlock Holmes was in a tough spot. There he was, thousands of miles from England. A murderer was running loose. Holmes was in disguise. And he hadn't got you to help him on the case.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bartell. I must say I think that I always was useful to my old friend, but I wasn't there. So this time he enlisted the services of Eileen Farley, the American girl. Immediately after he'd left the cell of the murdered man, he'd gone to Miss Farley and told her of the tragedy. As they returned to the scene of the crime, he found that his instructions had been carried out and that a guard was barring the entrance to the dead man's cell.
There's a guard in front of the cell.
My instructions.
The abbot gave you your orders.
Yes, you may go in.
Please close the door behind us. I'm sure your nerves are up for this, Miss Farley. It's not a pretty sight.
I've seen sudden death before, Mr. Holmes. In any case, I wouldn't dare appear frightened. I'm so flattered that you asked me to help you.
You were the only one who knew my true identity. That's why I suggested you take my old friend's place. I needed, what shall I say? I needed a sounding board for my deductions. Wait a minute, here. I'll light a match. There we are. Now, here's a candle.
Oh!
I warned you it wasn't a pretty sight. Hold the candle, will you please, Miss Farley? Thank you. This isn't hard to reconstruct. Killer stood behind his victim, held him by the left shoulder. So, wound his cue around his neck and pulled back. Yes. The marks are self-evident. Hello? What's this on the floor at his feet?
A cigarette. Dropped as it was burning, I should think. And now it's nothing but ash.
Exactly, ash. Now, which of the visitors at the monastery smoke cigarettes?
Yourself, the Russian, and the Englishman.
I think we may justifiably omit myself from the list of suspects. So that narrows us down to two. Look, Miss Farley.
What is it?
There are clear traces here to the naked eye, not only of tobacco ash and paper, but of cardboard.
But what does that signify, Mr. Holmes?
The case is nearly solved. Come on, young lady. We must pay a visit to Borodin's cell at once.
Arguments. Always, Sir Harvey Forrester, you give me the argument.
But, my dear Borodin...
I am not your dear Borodin. Ambassador of Holy Mother Russia. I'm no friend of yours. Come in. The missionary girl and the sick Norwegian. Come in. We will drink vodka. And I will sing Russian songs for you.
We haven't come here to listen to songs. The Chinese envoy was murdered tonight.
So we have been told, my dear. Sir Harvey and I are very happy because of his death, are we not?
Well, I won't pretend I'm heartbroken.
Rasputin Borodin,
What is it, Norwegian?
you were in the cell tonight at the time of the murder.
Huh? That's a lie.
I can prove it. In that cell, I just found ashes of totally burned cigarette ashes that included fragments of cardboard. Only a Russian cigarette has a cardboard mouthpiece.
What you can or cannot prove is of no interest to me, Sigerson.
He's very obstinate tonight, Sigerson. We've just been having a political argument. No point, except on the danger of the common man. He was telling me of the most extraordinary revolution in his estates. Off one of his hands.
Dreadful.
Your hand, Borodin. Which one?
As God was merciful, my left hand.
The one beneath your glove?
Is made of wax, my Norwegian. Is made of wax. Well, see for yourself. Extraordinary.
It's more than that. It is conclusive proof.
What do you mean, Mr. Sigerson?
I cannot tell you now. I must leave you here. Let me warn you, the three of you will be well advised to keep an eye on each other. Meanwhile, I must see the abbot.
Why, Mr. Sigerson?
Because now I know who murdered Vatsun.
Pink fingers of dawn are stealing across the mountaintop, my son. Soon you will be on your way to Lhasa.
Yes, Reverend Sir. You have kept your promise.
You kept yours, Mr. Sigerson. The Chinese soldiers have arrived, and the taker of life has been given into their custody. Before you leave, my son, I want you to do something for me.
Anything, Reverend Sir. What is it?
The hood figure in the corner is that of the monastery scribe. He keeps our annals. I want you to explain for our records how you knew which one of the three was the taker of life.
It was not difficult, sir. The killer had gripped Vatsun's shoulder with the left hand, while the right was used to strangle him. Therefore, the Russian Borodin could not be the killer, since his left hand was off.
Made of wax, then...
But the clue of the cigarette pointed directly to the Russian. Therefore, it had obviously been planted there deliberately to incriminate him. Now, there is no trained police force in Tibet.
We need no police. There is no crime here, my son. But continue.
Why should the cigarette be planted to incriminate the Russian? Unless there was someone capable of making the deduction from a handful of cigarette ash. Therefore, the murderer was the one person who knew my true identity. Miss Eileen Farley, a supposed missionary.
No missionary, as it transpired when she confessed, and no American.
No, a Secret Service agent of German origin, seeking to reach Lhasa before the Russians, and infuriated by Vatsun's denial of passage. Any Secret Service is better off without such employee.
She will pay for her mortal sins. May she redeem herself in her next place on the wheel. My son.
Yes, Reverend Sir.
You are about to leave me, and I shall never see you again. Though evil and death came to Panchapushpa and to my monastery in the caravan that brought you, I miss you, my son. I shall miss you greatly.
And I you, Reverend Sir.
Would you consider staying here? I can only offer you peace, a shelter from the outer world, and quiet companionship.
But I cannot take them. My work is not done. I must go on.
Of course, my son. It was an old man's dream. One last question.
What is it, sir?
You spoke of your true identity just now. Who are you, my son?
Reverend Sir, I cannot tell even you the answer to that question. One day, perhaps, but not now. Let us just say that I have wandered through a world of trouble, just as you have remained tranquil in a world of peace. I hope, sir, that we shall meet again.
I hope so, too. Goodbye, my son.
Goodbye, Reverend Sir. Goodbye.
Doctor, that was really an unusual story. You told it so well, I felt you were actually a part of it.
No, my boy, as I said, the story was told me by Holmes. I've never been to Tibet. Been to India, of course. I never really wanted to go to Tibet. Horrible mountains, terrible weather, lots of bandits on the roads. Sort of dangerous place.
Doctor, you're not afraid of danger, are you?
10 years ago, Mr. Bartell, a question like that had been insult. Today I realize that all of us, unless we're stupid, have some fear of danger. I would say that I'm definitely not a coward, nor am I a thrill seeker, but I've done with searching for something new.
Me too, Doctor. I'm through searching for something new also. Now that I've found Petri wine, I'm going to stick to it.
Mr. Bartell, no matter what we talk about, when you say it, it always sounds like Petri wine.
Well, why not? I can't think of a more delicious wine. And no wonder. The Petri family has been making the fine Petri wine for generations. Ever since the 1800s, they've handed on down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can rest assured that the Petri family takes pride in doing a good job. They won't put that name Petri on any wine that isn't up to the high Petri standards. Yes, if it's Petri wine, you know it's good wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you plan to tell us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell started off in a very light-hearted way and ended on the same note. And yet it involved Sherlock Holmes and myself in serious danger and caused us intense humiliation. I call it The Adventure of the Pigeon Feathers.
Sounds swell, Doctor.
Oh, thank you very much. And before you go, I want to remind the families of our returned veterans that their sons are more than heroes. They not only fought bravely, but in the armed forces they acquired new skills, learned or bettered themselves in some trade or furthered their education. Our men have returned with a new maturity and a new wisdom. They'll be more valuable to past or to future employers and more valuable to their country. The greatest assets America has at this moment are her veterans. Remember that. Good night.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Hunt in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday night on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
That's 860 out of 10, Miss Cronin.
That's right.
Here's your change, Miss Cronin.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Cronin. I hope your dad likes the ties you bought.
Oh, he will. Oh, he's there again.
Miss Cronin, what's the matter?
Oh, for weeks and weeks there's been a man staring at me everywhere I've been. He's everywhere I go, and he's standing out there now across the street, staring at this door.
Having a nice time, Eva?
Don't you remember me, Bob? I'm Eva Cronin, the girl who always has a nice time. But this is special because you're here.
Oh, well, thank you. By the way, you seem to have another admirer sitting at that table in the corner there. He's been staring at you for the last...
Bob, let's get out of here.
What?
It's that man I've been telling you about. Everywhere I go, he goes and stares at me. There he is again.
Eva?
Yes, Dad.
You're home early this evening.
You're up late, Dad. Composing?
No, just killing time. Have a nice time tonight?
Yes, till that man showed up again.
Now, Eva, you know it's only
My
your...
imagination. Oh, no, it's real. He's real. Some night I expect to find him staring at me through the window here.
18 stories above the street. Now you're being a little ridiculous.
I'm nervous. I can't help it. I look out of the window expecting to find... Oh, Dad!
What's the matter, Eva?
It's that same man again in one of the windows across the street, staring at me.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good morning, Inspector Faraday.
Goodbye, Blackie. This is police headquarters, not a day nursery.
That's right, but who told you?
Have your mother put a tag on you and somebody will take you to school nice and safe. So long.
After so short a visit? Faraday, if you'll answer a few questions, I'll be out of here in a few minutes.
Well, that's the best news I've heard since you came in. What do you want, besides to make a nuisance of yourself?
I want to make a good cop of you. Is there any trace yet of the stalking killer?
No. And a guy has to be more than a good cop to catch that guy. He's got to be a wizard, a genius. He's got to know something.
Well, that lets you out. Well, where was he last seen?
Over on the north side. That was about a week ago. Since then, he's disappeared. But we're still looking for him, and we're going to catch him. Why do you want to know about him?
Because he hasn't disappeared. Eva Cronin, a friend of Mary's, saw him just last night staring at her from a window across the street from her apartment on Elm Street.
He's stalking a new victim, huh?
Miss Cronin says he's been watching her for 2 weeks now.
For 2 weeks? Why didn't she come to us?
Why? You know what happens when the victim is given a police escort. The stalker just fails to show up.
I know. Then after we drop the escort, the stalker comes back. And a few days later, the victim's dead. What I don't understand is why does this guy stalk his victims?
It's a psychological effect, Faraday. That constant leer of his doesn't only annoy, it drives people half crazy. They'll do anything if he'll just disappear. That's when he asks for money, and he gets it.
And if his victims pay off, he has no reason to murder them. But he does. He's no shakedown artist. He's a killer.
He's a killer so he can continue his shakedowns. With his victims dead, if he's ever caught, he can deny he's the stalker. None of his previous victims is around to identify him. Faraday, I want in on this case. Maybe I can grab the stalker.
Go ahead. See what you can do. At least you won't be bothering me.
Thanks, pal. You know, I'm always willing to go out of my way to keep out of yours.
You know the way I feel, Eddie? I feel like I want to meet up with that stalker right this minute. I feel like I want to bend my nightstick over his skull.
You're getting nerves, Marty. Trying to find a guy we never saw is making you jumpy.
You're not kidding, I'm jumpy. Watch the Cronin dame's house, Faraday tells us. She's next on the stalker's list. Okay, so we watch. So the stalker don't show.
And the dame ain't been hurt either, Marty. Remember that. Whoever the guy is, he's smart enough to lay off when we're around. Now, the chances are, if we'd been tipped off to the others, he'd never have knocked off the 3 dames he's conked already.
All I know is I got a gun, I got a nightstick, and I got a great big yen to use either one or both on that character. Now, there's the call box. Report in, will you?
Yeah.
Anybody asks for me, say I'm sitting on the curb waiting for the stalker to show up.
Okay.
I'll light up a smoke. Maybe that'll help.
You don't need help. You need action. I'll see what headquarters wants us to do. I'm in favor of giving up this job, right?
Headquarters, Hogan?
Hogan, this is Clancy. Give me Faraday in homicide.
Hold it. Faraday.
Clancy, Inspector.
Yeah?
No news on the stalker. Miller and I have walked ourselves weary patrolling Elm Street where that Cronin dame lives. He ain't going to show, Inspector.
How do you know what he's going to do? How does anybody know? If I pull you off the Elm Street assignment where he was supposed to have been spotted, he'll knock off somebody there, sure as anything.
We're supposed to stay here?
Where do you want to go? Home?
Well...
Now, look, Clancy, I'm on a spot. You and Miller are 2 of the best cops I've got. Come on back here. We've got to get a break on this case. The stalker's got to open up soon. Maybe you guys ought to be here when he does.
Okay, Inspector. If that's the way you want it. So long.
So long.
Well?
Let's go, Marty. No more walking around waiting for the stalker. This time we sit around waiting for him.
Blackie.
Oh?
What are you doing with that sheet of paper?
I'm studying the past performances of the stalker, Mary. I might figure out a way to catch her.
Oh, I'm getting sorry I told you about Eva Cronin. We were supposed to go out this evening. Remember?
I know. You want to go to the movies, don't you?
Well, at least when we go to the movies, you don't have to solve the mystery.
The greatest mystery about some mystery movies is why they were made.
Well, there's the phone. Are you in?
Oh, I don't know. I'll look. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, do you want me to take you?
I'm nearer. Thanks, anyhow. Hello.
Boston Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, this is Eva Cronin.
Oh, hello, Eva. It's your friend Eva, Mary. Yes, Eva. What can I do for you?
Blackie, he's here. I mean, he's across the street watching me.
The same fellow?
Yes, I'd know him anywhere. He's across the street watching this house, waiting for me. I just know.
Just a minute. We're in luck, Mary. The stalker's watching Eva now.
Oh, golly, I don't know whether I'm glad or scared.
Eva, where are you?
At 3232 Easton Road.
3232 Easton Road.
I'm at a party here, Blackie. I was about to leave when I saw him.
Stay right where you are. I'm coming up there. The fact that the stalker is waiting for you is just what I've been waiting for.
Eva, where in the world have you been?
Missed me, Bob?
Now, Eva, please don't be cute. Where were you? You disappeared 10 minutes ago, and nobody knew where you went.
I had to make a phone call.
Who'd you call?
Bob, stop asking me questions.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. It's just that I was worried.
I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. I went to make a phone call. Is that such a crime?
I know, but this is a party, Eva. Besides, you don't have to get so excited. I wasn't trying to pry.
Then don't. Oh, Bob, can't you see? I'm nervous. I'm upset. I don't know what's happening to me, and I don't want to guess.
The man who stared at you in the restaurant last night?
Yes. I just called Boston Blackie to tell him that the same man was across the street staring at me when I went to the window a few minutes ago. Oh, Bob, what am I going to do?
Call the police. They'll know what to do.
Oh, it's no use. I'm going to wait right here until Boston Blackie comes to pick me up. We're in the 3200 block on Easton Road, Blackie. You better slow down.
All right. 3232 will be on your side of the street, Mary. Watch out for it, will you?
Uh-huh. I don't see anyone standing on the sidewalk in this block. I'm afraid we're too late to catch the stalker. I'm glad to say.
I'm afraid you're right. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, here's 3232 right here.
Thanks.
Blackie, that house is almost dark. Doesn't seem to be a party going on in there.
Well, it's late, Mary. Maybe most of the guests have gone home, but I'm sure your friend Eva waited for us. She sounded scared to death on the phone.
And she certainly had good reason.
No doubt about that. Well, let's go up to the house.
Okay.
Come on.
Blackie, maybe the stalker's hiding around here somewhere.
Maybe. If I thought it'd do any good to search for him, I would. But our best bet is to get Miss Cronin and stick to her till the stalker shows up again.
Well, you stick with her, Blackie, and I'll go home. On second thought, though, maybe I'd better not go home. Eva is a little too good-looking.
How can a girl be too good-looking?
I hope you never find out. There's only one light on in this house, Blackie.
Yeah, obviously the party is over and the other guests have gone home.
Yeah.
Eva's there, though. I'll bet on that. Mary, maybe we'd better take Miss Cronin to your apartment tonight.
Okay.
She certainly can't be stared at there. You're 22 stories up, and there isn't another building that high for 8 or 9 blocks. Oh, there's someone's coming at the door.
I was beginning to think there was no one home.
What do you want?
Is Miss Eva Cronin here?
Who? I never heard of no Eva Cronin.
Well, she was at a party here tonight.
A party here? There ain't been a party here in 30 years.
Well, this is 3232 Easton Road, isn't it?
Look, if you can read signs and numbers, you'd know that without asking, mister.
Well, I can read, but I can't understand why a Miss Cronin isn't or wasn't here. She phoned me from here about an hour ago.
Not from here, she didn't, mister. There ain't no phone in this house. There ain't been no party here, and I ain't heard of no Eva Cronin. And I ain't in the mood for talking to you or anybody else this time of night. So beat it, mister, beat it.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Young, beautiful, and wealthy Eva Cronin is being constantly followed by a man Boston Blackie and the police believe is the notorious stalking killer, who already has extorted money from 3 victims and then murdered them. Eva phones Blackie to say the stalker is watching her at the moment. And Blackie and his friend, Mary Wesley, rush to the address to find that Eva has never been there. The house has no phone. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Eva's apartment with the father of the still missing girl.
I don't understand how you can sit there and play the piano, Mr. Cronin, when your daughter's missing.
Playing the piano helps me think, Blackie. And besides, I don't think Eva's missing. What's more, she's not really my daughter. I adopted her some years ago.
You're not trying to say that you don't care if she's in trouble, are you?
Of course not. When her father died, I promised I'd take care of her, and I've taken good care of her. There's her father there, that center picture on the piano.
Look, Mr. Cronin, I didn't come here because I thought you could help me track the stalker. You couldn't know anything about him, I know. But I'm going to stay here until your daughter shows up.
Well, you may have a long wait. I still don't understand what brought you here.
Mr. Cronin, your daughter phoned me from 3232 Easton Road that she was being watched by the same man who's been watching her for 2 weeks.
My daughter has a fantastic imagination. And if she keeps using it, she'll imagine herself into insanity.
I don't get you, Mr. Cronin. The stalker's real, too real. He's killed 3 people already. Eva may be the 4th. She isn't in trouble right now. Why wasn't she at that Easton Road address?
I don't know. I didn't even know she'd gone out this evening until you came here looking for her. She must have slipped out with Bob.
Bob? Who's he?
Her fiancé. He's the fellow in the picture to the right of her dad, right here on the piano. He's a fine boy, but I'm afraid he wants to marry Eva for her money.
Your daughter is wealthy?
Very. She inherited several $1 million from her father. She was a dad's pet. She has 2 other sisters and a brother somewhere, but, well, they got nothing.
They got nothing, and I'm getting nowhere.
It might help a little if you knew where you wanted to get.
Look, Mr. Cronin, doesn't it mean anything to you that your daughter might be dead?
It means nothing to me that you think she might be, no.
You're taking this awfully easy. She's been threatened by a murderer. We know he's a dangerous killer. Your daughter called me and said she was being watched by him tonight, an hour or so ago. When I got to the address she gave me, she wasn't there. Doesn't that add up to you?
All it means is that there's a combination of circumstances which it isn't my business to explain. Eva will show up, Blackie. I'm sure she will.
No, you are. Well, I'm sure she won't. I'm more sure now than ever. She's the latest victim of the stalker, Mr. Cronin. Your daughter is dead.
Am I?
What?
Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
Hello, Eva. Eva, where'd you come from?
My room. I came home while Daddy was playing. Didn't want to disturb him and went right to my room. What happened to you, Blackie, after I phoned you?
What happened to me? What happened to you? I went to that address you gave me. There was no party going on there.
There most certainly was. A dozen people can tell you that. When you didn't show up, I got Bob to take me home. Well, good night to you both. I'm going out.
Where do you think you're going at this hour?
It is rather late, Eva. Perhaps you ought to take Blackie with you.
It's impossible. Please, Blackie, stay here. Don't try to follow me. It'll only mean something we'll both regret if you do.
Okay, hold it, Miss Cronin. Recognize me?
I should, don't you think?
Uh-huh. Nice of you to meet me out here in the country like this.
Oh.
When I wrote you that note, I wasn't sure you would.
Why not?
You're a brave girl. You know, I've killed 3 people.
I know.
But they paid me well before I killed them. You're going to pay me, too. Only more than they did, because you have more. I'll take $50,000 from you.
Then will you leave me alone?
Pay me the $50,000 first.
I'll have it for you by tomorrow. How will I get it to you?
I'll let you know. Tomorrow. You'll see me sometime tomorrow. You know that, don't you?
If I pay you, you'll leave me alone, won't you? Please, when I pay you the money, go away. Go far away and leave me alone.
You know, I may do that. I have another young lady to call on, a lady on Brewster Road.
Oh.
After she pays me, maybe I'll leave town. Maybe I'll kill her. Maybe I'll kill you.
Oh, no.
I don't know why I'd kill him.
I can tell you why, pal.
Blackie. So, I've been tricked, eh? Well, it doesn't matter. I can handle 2 like him. Like this.
No.
I'll see you later.
Get to the nearest police box, Miss Cronin. I'm going after this.
Blackie, don't chase him yet.
Cronin, let go of it. Oh, I'll never catch him now. Oh, why did I have to walk into that right hook?
That was better than going after him and running into a bullet.
I wouldn't have given him time to shoot.
Oh, Blackie, if he'd hit you, I could never have forgiven myself. Please, I'm shaking. Take me home. Please take me home, Blackie.
All right. But you should have stayed there.
I couldn't. I had to meet this man. He sent me a note. Only you shouldn't have followed me. I begged you not to. The note warned me not to tell anybody. Blackie, I'm going to pay him what he wants. I've got to. Please don't interfere.
I can't promise that. Maybe you're going to pay him what he wants, but I'm going to see that he gets what he deserves.
Scott, take this report Blackie gave me.
Yeah?
It's got a description of the stalker in it, a good one. Flash it to all radio cars.
Sure, Inspector Faraday. I'll do it right away.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, my name's Hester Jones, and I live at 19 Brewster Road.
Yes?
The stalker just ran into 18 Brewster Road, right across the street from here. He was staring at me.
He's at 18 Brewster Road, huh?
Yeah.
We'll be right there. Scott.
Yes, Inspector?
Get me a squad car and flash all radio cars. We're going to grab the stalker.
Yes, sir. Don't try to call Blackie. Let him know.
Definitely not. I can handle this alone. Now get me a squad car and a dozen men. All right, men, quiet. This is the place. And stay just as quiet as you can. Quieter, even.
We'll catch this guy here, Inspector Faraday. The city ought to make a monument out of 18 Brewster Road.
Yes, Scott, and bury the stalker under it.
Yeah, we've got the street roped off. There's a high wall back of the house. It's too high to climb.
Okay, then we've got him trapped. Everybody in position?
Yes, Inspector. What position am I assigned, Faraday?
Oh, no, Blackie. What are you doing here?
The same thing you're doing here, closing in on the stalker.
But you had no way of knowing he was holed up here.
Oh, yes, I did. The woman who called you called me first, and I told her to phone you.
Oh, you did. What's the matter? Is the stalker too tough for you? That's right. He did clip you, didn't he?
Sure, but don't forget, he was the one who ran away.
You guys out there, get away from here.
What was that?
It was the stalker's voice, as I remember it.
Came from inside the house, Inspector
I
Faraday.
know it, Scott.
Beat it, all of you. I'll start shooting. I'll kill the first one that moves toward this door.
Hear that? We've nailed the stalker, all right.
You heard me. Get away, I told you. I'll kill you all.
Uh-oh, this guy's going to shoot his way out, huh?
And where's Saps if we try to break in? We'll get him, but he'll get a couple of cops before we do.
Don't you think I know that? Beat it, Blackie.
And let the stalker get away? Oh, no. I almost had him earlier tonight. This time, I'm going to get him.
This is my job, Blackie. I'll do it.
And you'll lose men doing it, Faraday. I've got an idea.
Whatever it is, forget it.
Listen. Let me borrow your squad car. I'll ram it through the door. If the stalker fires at it, the bullets will just bounce off. Then once I'm inside, I'll grab him.
That doesn't sound bad. Only you're not going to do it. Scott. Yes, sir. You heard what Blackie said. Now go on. Get in that squad car.
Oh, no, he doesn't, Faraday. It's my idea, and I'm going to carry it out.
Blackie, you crazy fool. Come back here.
Sure, but I'll have company when I do.
Think you'll make it, Inspector?
I don't know. I wouldn't bet against Blackie. There he goes.
Heading right for that door, full speed.
Come on, you guys. Let's get moving in case Blackie needs help.
Where were you, Inspector?
I don't hear any shots. That's a good sign.
Come on through the door. You'll see how good a sign it is. There, Inspector. There's Blackie, struggling with that guy.
Let's grab the stalker first. Good guy, Blackie. Okay, stalker, cut it out. Hold him, Blackie.
I got him. Let go. I got him. Good boy. Come here. Stalker, meet my friends. The police.
The police? Oh, wait a minute. What's this all about?
This is about the last time you'll see the outside of a prison cell. You're wanted for 3 murders and for planning a 4th.
Are you crazy?
No. We're not crazy. But that better be your plea when you come to trial. Only a whack would stalk his victims the way you have.
You think I'm the stalking killer? You're crazy.
If you aren't the stalker, why did you fire at us just now?
Because I didn't know you were the police. I just heard the whispers, and I saw people snooping around outside.
Yeah? Then why did you run in here after staring at that woman across the street?
I didn't stare at any woman. I went in here because this is where I live.
Those are pretty fair alibis, except that I saw you with Eva Cronin earlier tonight, and you were demanding money from her.
Why shouldn't I ask her for money? Eva Cronin's my sister.
Your sister?
Yes. Now, why can't I ask her for money? I'm broke. My father never left me anything. But Eva's still rich.
Blackie, what's going on here? This guy isn't the stalker. He's just a dumb, frightened guy.
He's not dumb, Faraday. He's smart. Maybe he's the smartest killer we've ever run across.
We can't prove he's a killer. The stalker's victims are all dead. And if this fellow is Eva Cronin's brother, she'll admit it. And that'll mean he isn't the stalker.
Come to think of it, Eva Cronin never said this guy was the stalker. But what are you going to do, let him go?
Of course not. I can hold him on suspicion for a while.
Do that. I have something on the fire that may cook this guy's goose. Hang on that extension phone, Faraday, and don't don't say anything.
I want to say something right now, Blackie. You're wasting my time.
You're wasting your breath. Shh.
Hello?
Miss Cronin, this is Blackie.
Oh, yes, Blackie. What is it?
The police have caught a man they think is the stalker. He's the same guy who slugged me when I followed you last night, only he says he's your brother.
Well, he is my brother, Blackie. He's not the man who kept staring at me. He's my brother, and all he wanted was the money. That's why I didn't want you to follow me. This was strictly between him and me, don't you see?
What did he want the money for?
Well, he had none, and I have plenty. Why shouldn't I give him money? He's my brother, isn't he?
He's your brother, but he isn't broke. The police found thousands of dollars in his house, money he took from his victims. He's the stalker, Miss Cronin. We know that, and so do you.
Yes. Yes, Blackie, I knew it all the time. I tried to help him, but I guess it didn't work. Only you can't hate a girl for trying, can you, Blackie?
To protect a killer, you most certainly can. That's all, Miss Cronin. I'll see you in the morning in jail.
Miss Cronin's in cell 3, Blackie.
Thanks, guard. Any time limit on my visit?
For most people, it's 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not most people. I may take a little longer than that.
Suit yourself. Yell for me when you're leaving so I can lock up.
Okay. Hello, Miss Cronin.
Oh, it's you. What do you want here, Blackie? You caught my brother. You had them put me here. Isn't that enough reason for you to leave me alone?
Perhaps, but there are some things I don't know, and I want to clear them up.
What, for instance?
Where did you fit into all this?
I knew my brother was a stalker. I wanted to help him, so I pretended I was being stalked. Then if the police arrested my brother, I could deny he was the man who was following me. Girl's own brother wouldn't be stalking her, would he?
In this case, yes. Incidentally, what you told me was exactly what I'd imagined. When you gave me that phony address on Easton Road, I figured you were in on this somehow.
That address wasn't phony. I told you where I was, 32 Easton Road.
You said 3232. That was very clever of you, now that I think of it. Later, you could have said all you were doing was repeating the number.
If the police hadn't found that money in my brother's house, that's what I would have said. I wanted you to be under the impression someone else was the stalker. I had to protect my brother, don't you see, Blackie?
No. He was trying to get $50,000 from you, as I remember it.
I would have been glad to give him that money. I would have done anything to get him out of town. I knew he was a stalker. I knew he must have had some money. But I thought the money I gave him would be enough to make him quit killing.
I honestly don't know how much money he did have, Miss Cronin.
But you said the police...
That the police found it? Yes, I said that. But I did it only so that you would talk. And you did.
Oh,
You're in jail, Miss Cronin, but you shouldn't be too unhappy. After all, you're practically the only living member of the Stalk Club.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And the desperate pursuit of money and a career can be the most terrifying chase of all.
You sent for me, Lieutenant? My name's Hicks, Eddie Hicks, the publicity agent. Where's the body? I've never been inside a morgue before, Lieutenant. Is she under that sheet? Yeah, that's Gloria Hastings, all right. Even a murderer's bullet couldn't change that beautiful face. She was hard to top when it came to looks, Lieutenant. But she was only good to look at on the outside. On the inside, well, that was something else again. Suspects? Why, I can give you a list of suspects as long as you're armed, Lieutenant. When you're out to hit the top and you don't give a hoot who you step on as you travel up the line, you make enemies. Ever chase a buck, Lieutenant? Well, Gloria did. A fast buck and a big career. She chased them both like a bloodhound follows a scent. Yeah, I remember the first time she walked into my Broadway office. She was fresh from Milwaukee, and her name wasn't Gloria Hastings then. It was Anna Crow. But when I changed her moniker, I didn't know I was putting a label on a walking powerhouse. Yeah, sure, I'll handle the publicity for you, Mr. Regan. I'll give it the works. Maybe I can get a spread in one of the big picture magazines to start with, and we'll go on from there. Yeah, well, you just leave it to me, Mr. Regan. You've just hired yourself the biggest press agent in the business. Bye.
Hi there.
Well, who'll let you in?
I just walked in.
Well, you can walk right out. There's a sign marked private on the door.
Don't be difficult. One day you'll thank your lucky stars that I strolled by.
Oh, and who are you?
My name's Anna Crow, but you'll have to find me another one. It's a little too plain for a girl who's going to wind up famous.
Got it all figured out, have you?
To the last dollar, Eddie.
The name is Mr. Hicks, and furthermore...
Please don't be difficult, darling. I'm going to make you $1 million. And you're going to make me the talk of the country. They said you're the best publicity man in the business, and nothing but the best is good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you want to be a movie star.
It's not a bad beginning.
Beginning? Oh, and then what?
I want to be the greatest thing since Cleopatra. I want to be everything, Eddie. The most beautiful, the most talented, and the richest girl in town. I want a career, a big career. And I don't care how I get it. I want my name in lights, not only on Broadway, but on Park Avenue and Palm Beach. I want to be toasted by men from New York to Rio. And I'll get what I want, Eddie. If I have to chase it from here to Kingdom Come. I'll get what I want if it's the last thing I do.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? She had a cash register where her heart should be and a one-track mind. The career was everything, and she did everything to get it. Well, I got her a job as a model first, and then I changed her name. I never took anyone on that fast before, and no one ever tried to work me so hard. But I did it because... Well, because she fascinated me like a cobra fascinates a bird. Whatever she said, I did it, and whatever she asked for, I got. Oh, hi, beautiful. How's the big career girl?
Ready to move on.
What?
Modeling's all right for a country bumpkin, sweetheart, but $90 a week won't pay for my stockings the way I want to live.
Hey, take it easy, baby. I'm breaking you in for bigger things. You'll get to know a lot of people around town while you're posing for those advertisements, and we'll go on from there.
I'm ready to go on right now, Eddie. I want you to enter me in the Miss Venus contest.
Miss Venus? Wait a minute, honey. That's way out of your line.
Is it?
Well, sure. First of all, it's not open to amateurs. They're using Miss America and Miss Universe entries only. Why, even movie stars are entered in that shindig. They're only going to hold it once.
And they're going to advertise the winner as the most beautiful woman who ever lived.
Sure. It's a press agent's pipe dream.
There's $20,000 in it. And the winner can practically write her own contract for movies or the stage.
Yeah, but there's a catch, baby.
What?
The entry fee. It's 1,000 clams.
You'll put up the money for me, Eddie.
I'll what?
Eddie, darling, don't make me unhappy.
Oh, baby, look, I don't even own $1,000 right now.
If I don't have this, Eddie, I'll kill myself.
Gloria.
I swear I will. I swear it.
Now, put that letter opener down, you little idiot. Put it down. Holy jumping Jupiter, you meant it. How do you know you nicked your throat with that knife?
I don't want to live if I can't get what I want, Eddie. And if you ever refuse me anything again, you'll have my blood on your hands for the rest of your life.
All right, take it easy, honey. Just take it easy, huh? I'll hawk my car and dig up the dough. And then I'll put your name on the Miss Venus list. Well, don't think she was kidding, Lieutenant. She meant every word. She was chasing that career right down the line for everything it was worth. And she'd have cut off an arm if she thought it could push her 1 inch forward. Well, I entered her in the Miss Venus contest, but I didn't think she had a chance. She was bucking the pros in that one, gals who'd won contests before by the bushels. Gals who were already signed up to fat contracts by movie outfits. It was the biggest publicity stunt in 40 years, and $1 won it would be on her way to the top. No, I thought Gloria was reaching too high for that one, but if I knew what was under that mop of flaming red hair of hers, I might have changed my mind. Well, there were 3 judges in the contest, but the big boy who pushed all the weight was Old Man Winters, a retired widower with a grown child. Gloria found out he lived in a midtown hotel suite all by himself, and one afternoon she moseyed up there and knocked on his door.
Yes?
Does Mr. Hammond live here?
I'm afraid you have the wrong apartment, young lady.
I'm looking for...
Are you ill, miss?
I feel faint.
Oh, my dear, here. Take my arm. Come in, my dear, come in. I better call for a doctor.
No, please don't. It isn't necessary. I'll be all right after I rest a while.
Well, sit down over here.
Thank you. That's better. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I inconvenienced you, Mr.
Winters, and it's quite all right.
It was just a fainting spell. Guess I haven't been eating as regularly as I should lately. My money's run out.
Well, you poor child. Let me get you something from the restaurant.
Oh, no, please
Now,
don't.
I insist. I'll call down immediately. Now, you just stay right where you are and relax. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. You know, you remind me of my father.
Do I?
He was just as kind as you are, and, well, if I'd taken his advice, I wouldn't be in the fix I'm in now.
Well, perhaps I can help you.
Help me?
To find a job or something.
Oh, but you're doing so much for me.
Oh, nonsense. We've only known each other for a few minutes. But still, I feel I've known you longer. You said I reminded you of your father. Well, you remind me of a daughter I had years ago, Evangeline. She died at the age of 19.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I have another daughter. She's 21, a wonderful girl. Unselfish, unspoiled, and she worships me. Here I am talking too much. Let me order some dinner for you, child, and then I want you to tell me all about yourself. I think we're going to be friends. Good friends.
I'm sure of it, Mr. Winters.
Fast work, Lieutenant? Oh, you didn't know Gloria. Why, in no time at all, she was calling him Daddy, and she had him jumping through hoops. Oh, it was all legitimate on his side. He actually thought he saw his dead child in Gloria's face, and for a while, she made him happy. And then one day, she sprung the contest on him, and that was that.
Well, Gloria, my dear.
Hello, Dad.
Well, I'm so glad you dropped in. I have wonderful news.
Oh?
My daughter Mary arrives home today from school in Europe. You'll meet her for the first time. I know you'll be crazy about her. I've already written her a great deal about you.
Won't she be jealous?
Jealous, Mary? Bless your heart. There isn't a jealous bone in her body. I've told her how I virtually adopted you, how close we are now, and she's thrilled. You see, she's always known how miserable I've been since I lost Evangeline.
I'd love to meet her, Dad, after the contest.
After what contest?
The Miss Venus beauty contest.
What's the contest got to do with it?
I'm entered,
You're entered?
and I'm going to win.
Well, you never told me you'd entered that contest.
I'm telling you now.
Did you know I was going to be chief judge?
Do I know when Christmas comes around, Daddy boy?
I don't quite follow you.
I want to win that contest, and you can help me do it.
Well, you'll have as fair a chance as any other contestant.
I'll have a better chance, Daddy boy, because that contest is going to be rigged.
What do you mean?
You're not only going to vote for me, but you're also going to influence the other two judges to make it unanimous.
Well, you must be joking.
I was never more serious in my life. Both those judges are friends of yours. You can talk them into anything, and you know
But
it.
I have no intention of talking them into anything, Gloria.
No.
All my life, I've been a man of honor. I don't intend to change that now.
You'll do as I say and like it. You understand? I mean business, Daddy boy.
It's amazing. In the space of 2 minutes, you've changed from a sweet, lovable child to a predatory, vicious woman. I can hardly believe it.
I don't care what you think of me, as long as you vote for yours truly. I want that contest title, and I'm going to have it.
On the contrary, you're going to get out of here right now.
You asked for it, you old fool. Now you're getting it. If I don't win that contest, I'll give your daughter an earful that'll make her hair stand on end. I'll tell her about her darling father, her lovable dad, and me.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
No? Well, you hear my version. How do you think your daughter will feel when I tell her that her father's chased after a girl her own age, and... I'll even take that, Daddy boy, and let you get away with it. But if you and your pals don't vote my way, I'll spill enough to your daughter to drive her away from you for good. And if you don't think I'm a fancy liar, try me. Well,
You're an evil woman, Gloria.
don't make me laugh.
I can see now. It was just a trick. A ruse.
It's dog eat dog in this world, Daddy boy, and I'm having you for lunch.
A woman like you has no right to live. You should be eliminated. Stamped out. Like some evil disease.
Do I get first prize? Or do I take that finishing school daughter away from you for keeps?
You'll get first prize.
And she did, Lieutenant. But old man Winters never forgave her. Well, you asked for a suspect, and there he is. But he's not the only one. Now, take Paul Bixby, for instance. 6 weeks after Gloria won her contest, she was on the move again. A movie contract came with first prize, but was that enough for Gloria? Not on your life. She didn't want to make one movie. She wanted to take over the studio. And when she outlined her plans in a Hollywood hotel, I knew she was chasing that buck again and that big career right into the ground.
How much longer must I sit around in this stuffy hotel room, Eddie, waiting for those idiots to call me from the studio?
All right, take your time, kid. We'll be hearing from them. They've got to find the right picture. Meanwhile, you're sitting around for $500 a week under contract.
$500 a week. What do I care about peanuts? They ought to pay me $5,000.
Hey, hold on, baby. Only the big stars get that kind of lettuce.
Then make me a star.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Who's head of the studio?
Arthur Summers is vice president in charge of production.
But who's his boss?
Paul Bixby, he runs the works.
He married?
Yeah.
Any children?
Well, he's got a 22-year-old son in his last year at college. Oh, now, look, Gloria, you've got no more chance of meeting Bixby than a snowball on the Sahara.
It isn't Bixby I want to meet, darling. Much more interested in his son.
I don't get it.
It's just a joke. Forget it, Eddie. I suppose I'll just have to be patient until that phone rings and I've got myself a job.
She was lying, and I knew it. But there was nothing I could do. Oh, she was cooking something up in that brain of hers, and whoever she'd set her sights on this trip didn't have a chance. Well, first she did a little research, and she learned that Bixby's kid was taking a pre-med course at UCLA. And then she got a good idea of his regular habits. And one sunny day, she parked herself in front of the college library where young Johnny Bixby spent his afternoons.
See you later, Frank. I'm on my way home. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming. There was quite a collision.
My ankle.
Oh, did I hurt you?
I'm afraid it's sprained.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What can I do?
Well, it's just an accident. If you'll call me a taxi.
Well, I've got my car right here. Let me drive you home, please.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I insist, Miss...
Gloria Hastings.
My name's Bixby, Johnny Bixby. Here, let me help you to the car. Huh?
Oh.
Does it hurt that bad?
I'd better put my arm around your neck.
Yeah.
Like this. You put yours over here. Now, I'll try to walk. Very, very kind of you to do this, Mr. Bixby.
Kind? Gosh, after I bumped into you like an overgrown hippo, it's all my fault.
But I'm not sorry it happened. Are you?
Not on your life, Gloria. I mean, Miss...
Please call me Gloria. Johnny. Your car's so nice and comfortable. This is one ride I think I'm going to enjoy.
Oh, it didn't take her long to have him eating right out of her hand. And inside of a week, the kid was hopelessly in love. He'd never met a dame like Gloria before. A woman who knew all the answers even before you asked her the questions. And when she wanted to put on the siren act, but she was second to none.
You're a sweet boy, Johnny.
I love you, Gloria. I love you more than anyone or anything on earth. You're beautiful, Gloria. You're breathtaking.
Don't say any more, dearest. Just kiss me. Hard.
And after she'd hooked him solid, Lieutenant, she used the gaff. He begged her to marry him, and she laughed right in his face. And then she started to get him crazy jealous, and he began to drink. Why, he changed from a clean-cut kid to a drunken slob. And he was still sliding downhill when his father paid Gloria a visit.
Yes?
Are you Miss Gloria Hastings?
I am.
I'm Paul Bixby, Johnny's father.
Oh, please come in, Mr. Bixby. Johnny's talked so much about you, I've always wanted to meet you.
I've been told you're under contract to my studio.
Yes. I've been sitting around now for the past 3 months, just twiddling my thumbs and waiting for a call. Oh, my goodness, don't tell me you've come in person just to say they found a part.
That could be. But first, I've come to talk about my son, Miss Hastings.
Oh? I'm sure he'll make a wonderful doctor.
He would have, perhaps, if he hadn't been expelled from school.
Expelled?
Don't pretend you don't know anything about it, Miss Hastings. John's been doing nothing but seeing you for the past 6 weeks. He's neglected his studies. He's become a heavy drinker. I understand that it's all due to your encouragement.
Now, please,
Let me
Mr.
finish, please. John's madly in love with you. You seem to be driving him out of his mind. I don't know what kind of a hold you've got over him, but I want it broken immediately.
Are you giving me orders, Mr. Bixby, or asking for a favor?
I've had a private detective look into your past, young lady. It's not a very savory record. If you have any ideas about getting John to marry you...
Just what do you think you could do about it?
I could see that you'd never get a job in pictures as long as you live.
But you won't.
No?
Because you know I can break your son in two. The way I snap my fingers. You think he's drinking now? Wait till you see him in a couple of weeks. I can make a tramp out of that son of yours in no time at all, Mr. Bixby. So handle me with kid gloves.
You must be some kind of monster to want to do a thing like this. What do you want from the boy? What do you want from me?
I'll let you know when I'm good and ready. And when I think you're good and ripe. Meanwhile, let me show you what I can really do with your beloved son.
Cute, Lieutenant? Well, that was Gloria. She was chasing that buck real hard, Lieutenant, and her conscience was frozen solid in a hunk of dry ice. Well, 2 weeks later, Johnny Bixby was pulled out of his car on Sunset Boulevard where he tried to make it climb a tree. He was drunk when they grabbed him, and he got off lucky with just a busted arm, but it was enough to bring his father back to Gloria on his hands and knees.
You've got to give him up, Miss Hastings. That boy is killing himself because of you.
Are you willing to pay for it?
What do you want?
I want to be starred in pictures. I want $1 million worth of publicity and a nice new fat contract to go along with it. I want to be the biggest name in show business. And you can turn the trick.
If I notify my production chief to star you in our next film, will you break off with my son and promise never to see him again?
I'll tell him I'm married, Mr. Bixby, and I'll handle him carefully. Don't worry about that.
If you fail to keep your word, Miss Hastings, I warn you, don't try it.
Is that a threat?
I'll make it even clearer. You're not a human being. You're more like an animal. And I'll treat you like one. I'll give you your new contract. But if you dare to see my son once more, it may be your last act on Earth. And I mean every word I say.
Well, there's suspect number 2, Lieutenant. You want some more? Well, I've got another one to hand you, and this one is a dilly. You'd think Gloria would have been satisfied with a juicy contract, her name and lights, but, well, you don't know my girl. The sky was her limit, and she wouldn't settle for second best. I suppose the psychiatrists have a word for what was wrong with Gloria, what made her run like a doped-up filly in a phony race. The chase was never over as far as she was concerned. The faster she ran, the more she wanted. Well, it was 3 or 4 months after the Bixby episode. I was waiting in a dressing room on the lot until she finished a scene. The minute she walked in, I knew that something was up, because she had that crazy light in her eyes. A light that reminded me of the glint on a $20 gold piece.
Eddie,
Hello, Gloria.
I didn't know you were going to meet me here.
Oh, I thought I'd give you a little surprise. All right, what's up, Gloria?
Nothing.
Oh, come on now, you look excited.
Do I? Must be this picture we're doing. It's got me all in a dither. I'm going to be the biggest thing since Garbo, Eddie.
Mm-hmm. And then, will you be satisfied?
Satisfied?
You know what I mean.
Eddie. Who's there?
It's Herbert. Herbert Fondley.
Give me 20 minutes to change, huh?
I'll be waiting for you, Miss Hastings.
And who is Herbert Fondley?
You don't read the papers, Eddie. He's here on a trip with his wife.
I see.
He's real nobility, Eddie. His family dates back 1,000 years. He's not one of these nouveau riche American millionaires you can get for a dime a dozen.
Well, you seem pretty impressed.
Don't get any ideas in that silly head of yours. He simply invited me out to dinner.
Well, he was supposed to go out with me.
Oh, be a darling, Eddie. Let me out of it. It isn't often that I get to meet a British title. And besides, it's good for my career. Think of the publicity I'll get when I'm seen in his company.
Yeah. I'm thinking of everything, baby.
Oh, let me have my fun and don't be a meanie. He's perfectly harmless. Now run along, be a good boy. Gotta be dressed by best tonight. Never know where a thing like this can lead.
No, you never know, do you, Lieutenant? But I knew. Little Gloria was wrapped up in the chase again, and this time she was out for a title as well as a man. Lord Farnley was happily married when he met Baby, and he had 2 wonderful children to keep him that way. Oh, but that meant nothing to Gloria. Broken homes were her specialty, and she also left a few broken people on the side of the track. Well, her romance was a fast one, and she thought she kept it under wraps from everyone, including me. But I wasn't the only one who knew exactly what was going on. Lady Farnley had a pretty good notion, too.
Are you Miss Hastings?
Yes.
I'm Lady Farnley, Herbert's wife.
I see.
May I come in?
I suppose so.
Oh, you have a very attractive place, Miss Hastings.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes, the setting's quite right for someone like you.
Come to the point, Lady Farnley. You didn't pay me a visit just to admire my furniture.
No, you're right. I came to discuss a very personal matter. It's taken me a long time to make up my mind to do it. But I find the situation's getting beyond my control, and I want to do something about it before it's too late.
What's on your mind?
My husband. And you.
As if I didn't know.
He's fallen in love with you, hasn't he?
Ask him.
I did.
And what did he say?
He seemed to feel that our marriage was coming to an end.
That's too bad.
It doesn't seem to matter to you that I happen to love him very much and that I have 2 small children who depend on him.
You're beginning to sound like a Class B picture.
I'm trying to be sincere, even though I realize that honesty is something you'll never understand.
I understand men, Lady Farnley, a lot better than you do.
Yes, you're very clever. And extraordinarily lovely. I can't compete with you on that score.
I'm glad you know it.
What do you want with my husband?
What do I want with him?
You have your career. Thousands of men would be happy to throw themselves at your feet. Why do you want to take the one man I love away from me?
Maybe you've had him long enough.
It's his title you want. It's his background that intrigues you.
What difference does it make?
None to you. You'd ruin a man's life if only for an afternoon's entertainment.
You've spoken your piece. Now you can leave.
I haven't quite finished.
You're like all the rest. You can't hold on to a man yourself, and you expect someone else to hand him back to you on a silver platter. Anyway, it's none of your business.
My husband's happiness is my business, Miss Hastings, and my children's, too. If I give Herbert his divorce, you'll make him miserable. You don't even know the meaning of love and respect. You'll take what you want from him and then discard him like an old toy.
That's his lookout.
I'll ask you once more, Miss Hastings, to leave my husband alone.
And if I refuse?
You'll regret it.
How?
Perhaps this will give you an indication.
What are you doing with that gun?
I want you to see it as a warning.
Keep away from me.
I want you to know just what I'm prepared to do to keep my home intact.
You must be crazy.
Yes, perhaps, but it's an insanity born of desperation, Miss Hastings, and I mean every word I say.
You wouldn't dare use that gun on me.
Wouldn't I? Don't put me to the test, Miss Hastings, I warn you. I'm leaving now, but if you make one more move in my husband's direction, I'll put a bullet through your predatory head. Goodbye, Miss Hastings.
Well, there you have it, Lieutenant. Suspects number 1, 2, and 3. Any one of them could have put that slug in Gloria's body just as easy as spearing herring in a barrel. Which one, Lieutenant? That's the $64 question, but maybe I can answer it. None of those suspects is guilty, Lieutenant, and I guess I ought to know. How do I know? Why, because I killed her myself, Lieutenant. I put that bullet in her pretty head. You see, I left out one minor item in the story of Gloria Hastings. She was my wife.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Elaine Rost, Wendell Holmes, John Sylvester, Sarah Burton, and Stotts Cotsworth. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a ghost falls in love with a living man and pursues him relentlessly in The Chase.
The Chase came to you from our studios in NBC Radio City.
The Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, presents card number 16 from the crime files of Lamont.
A new file card, Miss Lake. Popular nightclub comedian suspects someone of trying to ruin his act. Case more serious than it seems.
Flamand, the most unusual detective in criminal history. Flamand, famous psychologist and character analyst. Flamand, who looks beyond laughter and tears, jealousy and greed, to discover their basic origins. In just a moment, you will hear card number 16 from his amazing crime file. But first, here's a message from our sponsor. You folks have shown your appreciation of a good beverage by the way you've been buying Meisterbrau. So here's a toast. A Meisterbrau toast to taste pleasure. Yes, a Meisterbrau record has been made in and around this area. Why, every place you go, you hear folks ordering Meisterbrau. Because when people go to their favorite place for a few minutes relaxation, they know a glass of tingling, sparkling Meisterbrau draft beer will hit their thirsty spot. There's an added zest, a mellow smoothness in Meisterbrau's old-time flavor that comes from percolating the finest, delicate flavors of expensive hops right through the brew. So taste the distinguished, satisfying goodness of this beer with old-time flavor. Just walk into your favorite spot and say, Meisterbrau. It's sure enough the beer. And to be sure that Meisterbrau will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. And now, card number 16 from the crime files of Flamand. Tonight's story opens in Flamand's office with Danny Dole, a nightclub comedian, pouring out his trouble.
My name's Danny Dole, Flamand. I guess I don't have to tell you any more, do I?
No, not unless you want to, I suppose.
Oh, you're the nightclub comedian.
Yeah, nightclub, musical comedy, movies, radio. I guess they know me just about any place.
Well, I don't go in for nightlife much.
That's right, Mr. Dole. Doggone it. Honestly, though, Flamand, Danny Dole really is a nightclub celebrity.
Yeah, I suppose I am. You know, I always think the celebrities come to watch my act, but I guess I'm a celebrity too, huh?
Why, certainly.
But people don't ordinarily come to see me unless they have problems, Mr. Dole.
Well, my problem, Mr. Anthony, is, nuts. I guess I better be serious. Well, Flamand, somebody's trying to ruin me.
Ruin you?
Yeah. There's a deliberate attempt to crab my act, to keep my material from going over, from getting laughs.
Who in the world would want to do that?
Well, I got ideas, but I don't get all the angles. That's what bothers me.
Mr. Dole, why would anyone, by the wildest stretch of the imagination, want to spoil your act?
You know what I'm drawing down at the Club Lazetta, huh?
No, I wouldn't have the faintest idea.
$1,500 a week, and that ain't newspaper story dough. It's cash.
But who would be interested in getting you fired?
Well, for one, that crack-voiced sister that drools songs into a microphone, Sheila Ray. If it wasn't for her face and figure, her voice wouldn't get her a job calling trains in Winnipesaukee, North Dakota.
You think she's jealous?
Well, she had the top spot till I came in. She had her choice of leaving or taking a cut and staying on. Well, she stayed.
Well, theatrical jealousies are a bit out of my line. Unless they get to the point of physical violence.
There'll be physical violence if I get my hands on the louse that's trying to kill my stuff.
Fine. When there is, come around and see me.
One of the best gags in my whole act killed deader than a stiff on a morgue slab last night.
What was it, Mr. Dole?
I'm telling a story about duck hunting, see? Oh, it's a wow the way I do it. Never fails to get solid laughs. Usually stops the show cold. Why, the critics say
Let's forget the critics.
Yeah, okay. They ain't so hot anyways.
You're hunting ducks.
Yeah, and I go through all the imaginary movements of getting ready to shoot. I'm crouched down in the duck blind, shotgun up to my shoulder. All make-believe, you see. And then I make with the trigger.
When does the laugh come?
When I make with the trigger, a dead duck drops down from the ceiling over the heads of the customers.
Oh, how cute. Flamand, wouldn't it be a scream to get a dead duck in your soup?
That's the laugh. Nobody gets the duck. It's suspended by a thin wire. You can't see what's holding it, but it quits falling about 10 feet above the folks' heads.
Yes, I can see how that might get a laugh. The discomfiture motive.
Yeah, it's sacco. But last night, it was strictly from hunger. I pull the trigger, nothing happens. There I am with my pants caught in the sprocket and my new departure coaster brake not working.
And did you look over the mechanical contrivance that releases the duck?
Sure. Somebody put in a new spring and release lever that was too strong to let the duck fall.
Any idea who did it?
I know who'd have liked to have done it. That singer, Sheila Ray.
But do you have any proof?
Not a iota.
Mr. Dole, I think this is serious. Extremely serious.
Flamand, you're joking.
No, indeed, Sandra.
When somebody tries to kill your laughs, it's always serious, miss.
And, Mr. Dole, I think whoever's responsible for your trouble is interested in killing more than laughs.
Well, Dole, you gonna be funny tonight?
I ain't had any complaints till I hit this beanery, Gus.
At these other places, they must have been giving away dishes. But there's not more than 50 people out there for the supper show.
The word gets around when you clip the customers.
When I pay a comedian $1,500 a week, I expect to have an attraction.
I only been here 2 weeks. Folks will get wise.
About the way you miff your stuff?
I got nothing to do with the things that's been happening.
You're not liable to take care of yourself very well, are you?
I got a contract for 10 weeks. An airtight contract. That ain't doing so bad.
Suppose I throw you out and refuse to pay off.
Why, your joint would be closed in 2 hours. You couldn't get a band or an act.
Suppose you leave. Suppose you jump your contract.
That's not the way the number's written in my script, Mr. Clum.
There are ways of making people change their minds. I have some friends.
What about them?
They don't like people who get in my way. Sometimes they get mad about it.
You don't say.
Yeah. And when they get mad, they do funny things. A lot funnier things than you do in your act.
Like trying to kill a comedian's laughs?
Like maybe trying to kill a comedian. Period.
Come in.
Danny, Joe said to tell you that you go on 5 minutes early tonight. Oh, hello, Gus.
Evening, baby. How's the voice tonight, Sheila?
Good as ever.
No improvement? Oh, that's a pity.
It's good enough to get an encore in 5 bows, you ham.
Sheila, how come you bring Danny his messages about going on early?
Why, Joe asked me to.
You're doing what the head waiter says now?
Well, I was coming backstage anyway.
To Dole's dressing room?
No, to my own. What's eating you anyway?
How long were you standing outside that door before you came in? Answer me.
Hey, let go of my wrist.
What did you hear?
Nothing.
I'd remember that if I was you, kid. Exactly that. Nothing.
Flamand, I wish we'd get a client like Danny Dole at least once a week.
Why?
Well, it'd mean getting out in the evening with you once in a while. You know, you're really quite gallant when you relax and forget about being a character analyst and psychiatrist.
Oh, but darn it, Sandra, I'm not relaxing. This is a job.
You mean you took that egocentric little comedian seriously?
I'm afraid so.
You have a reservation with you?
Why, I don't know. Danny Dole told us to tell Joseph our names. I'm Flamand.
Oh, but certainement, monsieur. Right this way.
Well, Mr. Dole certainly got us a good table.
His vanity wouldn't permit anything else.
You're a fine one, talking about vanity.
Oh, but I'm not vain, Sandra. Really, I'm just sure that I know what I know, that's all.
Gee, this is fun.
Say, that's a gorgeous evening gown, Sandra.
You see? A night out even brings you to life.
The show's going to start.
Darn it, just when I thought I was getting somewhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Club Lucetta. The Club Lucetta, where you pay plenty for what you get. Ha ha, such happy faces. You know, for a bunch of 4Fs, you're the healthiest looking gang I ever saw. Oh, say, waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Bring that young couple over there a bottle of champagne.
Yes, monsieur.
Put it on this man's bill over here. Well, tonight, folks, I'm going to open the festivities with my impression of The Hunt. Yerks! This is the Brooklyn Hunt Club. Imagine them bums chasing a little fox. I'm not a fox man myself. I'm a duck man. Oh, one day I'm blind, see? Out in the blind. Waiting for the ducks to fly over. From the north, I see a flock of 50 ducks heading south for a ducky little place on 71st Street. These are southern ducks. I hear them quacking as they get closer. Quack, quack, you all. Quack, quack, you all. Well, I pull my shotgun out of my pocket. I can carry it there because the pocket has a hole in it. I get down on one knee, just like Jolson. I put the gun to my shoulder. Then I wait. You know why I wait? Because I remember the old adage, never shoot into a flock of ducks till you can see the whites of their eyes. I wait. The ducks get closer. The time is right. I pull the trigger.
Sandra, look out! Sandra, darling.
Is she hurt?
No, just fainted. I shoved her off a chair just in time.
That's a swell gag, that is. Switching my duck on a wire for a lead duck. Why, this thing must weigh 25 pounds.
And it was not on the wire, Monsieur Dole.
Joseph, isn't there somewhere we can take her?
Yes, monsieur. Down to Monsieur Clum's office.
Okay. But whoever tried to murder Sandra is going to pay. And pay plenty. Sandra, dear, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here.
Monsieur, her eyelids, they are flicker.
Oh, I've been all right for a couple of minutes. But I didn't want to stop that pretty speech.
Deceitful wretch.
Well, I know one thing. After this, when you tell me that interfering with the comedian's laughs is serious business, I'll believe you.
I don't get it.
I think maybe I do. Joseph, why did you seat us at that particular table we occupied?
Why, Miss Ray, the singer, she came to me.
Came to you and what?
She say, Monsieur Clum, the manager, he have ordered this table for the guest of Monsieur Dole.
I heard that, Joseph.
You're getting the habit of listening in on other people's conversations, ain't you?
It looks like a healthy thing to do around here.
She's the one. She told me.
How about that, Miss Ray?
Well, you're not pinning this onto me.
Do not you dare to deny it. You have told me.
You hated me, Sheila, because I kept you from getting top billing and top dough.
I'm not denying that I told Joseph about the table.
Oh, you admit it. But what could you possibly have against me? You don't even know me.
You're forgetting one thing. One awfully important thing.
What's that?
I told Joseph that Gus Clum told me to tell him. And Gus told me it was very important.
It is funny, that. Very funny.
What's so funny?
That Monsieur Clum is not around with all this excitement.
Say, I haven't seen him at that.
The last time I saw him was across the room when we were bringing Miss Lake down here.
But he must still be upstairs. He wouldn't dare try getting away. Come on.
Monsieur, do you have a revolver?
Never carry one. Don't worry.
Oh, but Monsieur Clum is dangerous person.
The frog ain't kidding, Flamand.
Say, somebody tapping on that window.
Your nerves are getting the best of you, Sandra.
Just the same, I'm going to pull up that shade and see.
Gus Clum with a rope around his neck.
Oh, gas.
We'll have to get him in here.
The rope's tied to a little exit balcony upstairs.
Here, I'll cut the rope. You two fellows pull him in.
I have him.
So he committed suicide when he saw he was going to get caught.
Suicide? Oh, no, Miss Ray. There's the impression of a knife point against his stiff shirt, right over his heart. Gus Clum was forced out the window. He was murdered.
Folks, first time you try Meister Brown, the famous dated half-gallon, you'll find real beer-drinking pleasure because Meister Brown is brewed to give you an all-grain flavor and distinguished character. It's brewed the old-time way by the same methods as more than 50 years ago when it was first made. And now, thanks to a revolutionary method, there's added zest in Meister Brown because delicate hop flavors are actually percolated through the brew. This keeps the beer smooth. And besides all this, in Meister Brown there's natural sparkle and life that's a joy to behold. For this old-time brew is bottled with only natural draft beer carbonation. So, you can easily see, friends, there's a difference in Meister Brown. Stop at the place you buy beer and ask for Meister Brown in the dated half-gallon. It's tap fresh, the convenient size serves 8 to 10 people. Enjoy some tonight, tomorrow, sure. And folks, to be sure that Meister Brown will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. The second act of tonight's story opens in Gus Clum's office in the nightclub. All the patrons have left as Flamand continues his search for Clum's murderer.
So it was Gus Clum who told you to have me put the detective and the girl at table 16.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Oh, certainement.
Well, it's true.
You don't believe Miss Ray, Joseph?
I always believe a lady, mademoiselle. But it is unfortunate, is it not, that Monsieur Clum is dead?
Unfortunate or convenient? Me, I wouldn't know which.
I'd keep that funny mouth shut if I were in your big shoes, Danny boy.
Yeah, why?
I heard the row you had with Clum tonight.
I thought you wasn't listening.
I was listening, all right. It was quite a thing to listen to.
What was it, Miss Ray?
Gus Clum tried
Shut
to...
up, you. I'll make you sorry you ever opened your mouth.
Like you made Gus sorry. Go ahead, Miss Ray. What did you hear?
Gus tried to get Danny to tear up his contract because the act wasn't going over. Gus was losing money on it.
That's a lie.
He told the funny man that if he didn't quit, things would happen to him.
Sure, he threatened me. So what? I called his bluff and he tried to crab the act.
Why, you big ham. You think that lead duck took its dive to crab your act? Just how important do you think your act
I
is?
agree, mademoiselle. A man does not attempt murder to spoil a nightclub act.
All right, voice of experience. I'm getting mad. I'll give you a thing or two to think about.
You'll have to get it out of a book.
Gus Clum was standing across the dining room when the rest of us came down here. Joseph and Flamand and his secretary and me. None of us left this room.
Flamand.
You was still upstairs, Cracker Voice. And after you came down here, we found Clum had done a one-way stretch.
No, you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it. There's only... Oh,
What were you going to say, Miss Ray?
Nothing. I'm afraid maybe I've said too much already.
I see what you mean. I think I'll have a few private interviews.
You have sent for me?
Yes. Tell me, Joseph, how was the Club Lisetta doing?
Oh, very badly, monsieur.
Then I don't see why Clum hired an expensive act like Danny Dole.
Oh, that was the reason, monsieur. Monsieur Clum have been doing a little less than, break even. He reasoned that he needs a big-time act, something terrific. So, Danny Dole.
Smart business.
Unfortunately, no. Instead of losing a little, he started to lose $1,500 a week.
Where did Clum get all his money?
We had some very unsavory friends who used the Lisetta as a meeting place. It was worth something to them. And I hardly know how to say...
How to say what?
He owed me nearly $6,000.
You loaned him $6,000?
Oh, but yes.
How does a head waiter get that much money?
Oh, a good head waiter make a great deal. And I am a very good one.
With the club doing so badly, how come you risked your money?
Oh, the club was not doing well, but I was doing all right. It does not take many $5 and $10 table reservations to do well.
Maybe you're in the wrong business, Flamand.
Is there anything else you wish to know?
No, you told us a great deal, Joseph.
Thank you, monsieur. Now, if I can help, call on me. Is it all right for me to go home now?
Sure, go ahead. And tell the rest it's okay to leave.
Thank you.
Well, what next?
We're going to take a look for the knife. The knife that forced Gus Clum off the balcony. Hello there. Drafty back here, isn't it?
Yeah. No one here. Everybody's left. And I don't see what you expect to find.
That knife, with any luck. Where's Dole's dressing room?
Dole? Flamand, you surely don't think he...
I have to take every possibility. Where is it?
Right next to Sheila Ray's. Here.
Fine. Come on.
Hey, just a minute. Thought I heard something.
Oh, just your imagination.
Somebody's watching us. Following us.
Sandra, your imagination. Funny, there's no lock on the door.
Evidently, Gus Clum didn't want his performers to have any secrets.
Well, the devil's a light switch.
What was that?
Somebody threw a knife at us and missed, fortunately.
The door.
Forget it. Whoever did the knife-throwing act is gone now. Hey, maybe this is the light switch.
Danny Dole. He's dead.
No, not dead, Sandra. He's breathing. Just been hit over the head. And here's the knife. Well, that's something.
I don't get it.
But of course, Sandra, this is the same knife that was used on Gus Clum.
Well, fancy see... Danny, what's happened to him?
Oh, he'll be all right. But I thought you'd gone home.
Oh, well, I thought I'd do a little investigating of my own.
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You know where you are, all right. And you know what happened. You came here to get rid of the knife.
Knife? What knife?
The one stuck in the wall. You were going to hide it. You heard the detective come in, you threw the knife, pulled the door shut, and pretended to be knocked out.
Yeah? Somebody was in here when I came to lock up my stuff. I was hit over the head from behind. Not too hard. Not any harder than you could hit.
You arranged the whole business to keep from looking bad.
I never looked bad in my life.
You knew Gus was going to give you the bounce. The publicity would have ruined you. And so you figured you had to make him look like a murderer and get rid of him at the same time.
You tell me how I could hang Gus while I was down in his office and him upstairs, and I'll get you 52 weeks booking.
I don't know how you did it, but you figured out how to drop a lead weight on somebody's head. You're crazy anyway.
Arrest her, Flamand. She told Clum to seat you and your secretary at the table under the lead duck. She came down after Clum was hung. It had to be her.
So, you have caught them. Oh, congratulations, monsieur. Have they confessed?
They? You think Dole and Miss Ray were working together?
Certainement. These spats, they're an act. Mademoiselle Ray was mad because Clum demoted her from top billing. Dole was mad because he was about to be fired. They plan a dual revenge.
Oh, that's a new version, Flamand.
And not a very good one, Sandra.
You don't believe me? Dole had to invite you here. The woman told me to seat you at the death table.
I think we've had about enough excitement for one evening. It's time to call a halt to this foolishness.
You mean you know who's responsible?
Certainly. But you seem to be enjoying yourself so much, I hated to spoil things. I do need a little sleep, though.
Flamand, you're the most exasperating man in the world.
I suppose Joseph will feel the same way about it.
Sure, he's the guy. That's what I was going to say before, only I was afraid.
Ah, I see it all. You have gotten together. I am to be the, what you call, fall guy. I was not in the room when Clum was murdered.
Oh, but you were, Joseph.
He was still there when we carried Miss Lake to his office.
Who says so? Who saw him? Only you, Joseph.
That's right. We all been taking his word that Clum was still alive. In the excitement, we didn't pay attention to anything but the accident.
It is a frame-up, but it is one frame-up that will not work. Stick them up, all of you.
Say, that's my revolver you got.
Ah, and I will use it on you, too, if you try to get funny. Stand back, funny boy. Take one step nearer me, and I will shoot.
You ain't got the nerve, Joseph.
I have not, eh? All right.
I got him, Flamand. Here. Take the water pistol and hit him over the head with it. Just enough to cool him off a little, like he did with me.
Oh, really, Mr. Dole? I hardly think that's necessary.
Squeamish, huh? I'll do it. There.
He's guilty, all right, Flamand. But I don't get the pitch. Make with the words.
Clum always stood over by the balcony exit to watch the acts, didn't he?
Sure. But that's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, but it has. It was easy for Joseph to get out on the balcony a few minutes before and tie the loose end of a noose of rope around the railing.
Easy as feeding ham to a comedian.
And the second the lead duck started falling, Joseph slipped the noose over Clum's head and pulled him through the exit door. With his knife, he forced Clum over the edge. Then he stepped back inside.
Oh, but surely, Flamand, somebody would have seen him.
Not at all, Sandra. He was a shrewd killer. He knew that all eyes would be on what he expected to be another murder in the center of the room. He knew that the human eye can't resist following the broadest sweep of movement.
But why'd he do it, chum?
Either he wanted to get his money back from Clum's estate or wanted to get control of the club Lisetta.
He tried to buy it. I know that.
But Miss Ray said Clum gave instructions to seat us at that table.
Clum wanted to get rid of Danny Dole's act. Joseph tipped him off that Dole had hired a detective.
Okay, so far.
And Joseph said he had a way to get rid of Dole, but mustn't be suspected. Joseph had Clum send Sheila to him with instructions.
Well, that adds up, mister.
I knew it couldn't be Danny or Sheila. It had to be Joseph. Everything pointed his way.
But why did he try to murder me?
He didn't. What was supposed to be a murder at the table was purely incidental to him.
Nice guy, Joseph. Say, he was the guy that was killing all my jokes.
You can't murder the dead, Danny.
Flamand and Sandra will be back in a moment with a basic clue in tonight's story. But right now, here's some information that can help everyone. Folks, it's a fact that Meisterbrow rhymes with the scheme of good, enjoyable living. So make evenings at home more pleasant by keeping a couple of big, economical, dated half-gallons of Meisterbrau, genuine, tap-fresh draft beer in your refrigerator. Meisterbrau has a full, tingling, satisfying flavor that makes it an all-year-round drink. For Meisterbrau is a beverage of moderation, brewed the old slow way of more than 50 years ago. Next time you order beer, get Meisterbrau. And as you pour out a foaming glass of this fine, old-time brew, notice its natural sparkle and life, along with the old-time, all-grain flavor. And when you taste it, notice that added zest. For Meisterbrau has mild, tasty hop flavors percolated through the brew. Yes, the first time you try Meisterbrau, you too will say, Meisterbrau rhymes with my way of living. And to be sure that Meisterbrau will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. And now the basic clue in tonight's story.
Flamand, you said you knew neither Danny Dole nor Sheila Ray could be the murderer.
Yes, that's right.
But I don't see how.
Well, first I could eliminate Danny because the dead duck trick didn't work the night before the murder.
That doesn't make sense, Flamand.
Oh, but it does. You see, there was one person in the room who wouldn't be particularly impressed by the duck's descent. One person who might possibly see the murder.
Danny Dole?
Right. He'd seen it so many times it wouldn't impress him. So the murderer had to be sure Danny would have his eyes on the duck. He made sure by fixing things so the duck wouldn't work.
Oh, and then Danny had to watch it the next night, huh?
Of course.
But Sheila Ray, how could you be so sure she didn't do it?
Well, because she delivered the message to Joseph that he was to seat us at the dead duck table.
What does that have to do with it?
Delivering that message and admitting she delivered it made her look guilty as all get out. Had she actually been guilty, she'd have done exactly what Joseph did. Planted suspicion on someone else.
Yeah, but what made you suspicious of Joseph?
His saying that he'd seen Clum across the room when we carried you down to the office.
I don't see anything suspicious about that.
Had he really seen Clum, he'd have asked him to go down to the office with us instead of going himself. And I can't imagine the owner of a place staying away from the kind of excitement we created. Can you?
No, of course not. Well, I have the title for tonight's file card.
What is it?
The Case of the Squealing Duck.
The Case of the Squealing Duck, card number 16 from the Crime Files of Flamand, featuring William Everett as Flamand and Patricia Dunlap as Sandra. Look for card number 17 when the Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrau, brings you the Case of the 24 Bottles. Next Tuesday, same time, same station. Tune in same time Friday night for another Peter Hand dramatic show. Yes, tune to this station every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday at 9:30 for thrilling stories presented by the Peter Hand Brewery Company. You can see as well as hear two thrilling new detective programs, The Crime Files of Flamand every Tuesday night, and Mystery House every Saturday night at 9:30 to 10 o'clock in WGN Studio Theater. Plenty of tickets still available for the next broadcasts. Write WGN Chicago 11, and tickets to either or both shows will be mailed at no cost to you. This is WGN Chicago 11.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Bakshish Boy.
I guess it was along about 5 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. Quite a bunch of rivermen had wandered up from the docks at Bulak and had kept the Tambourine Bar busier than usual. But finally, things got under control, so I left Chris alone at the bar and went to replenish our supply of bourbon from the cellar. I had just opened the cellar door when I heard a noise from below. I knew somebody was there ahead of me. I got down the steps just as a ragged little figure dodged back into the shadows and tried to disappear behind a barrel. Hey, come out of there. Hurry up, come on.
No, please, Effendi.
What are you doing down here? What do you want?
I want nothing. I am not stealing. Please.
Then what's the idea? Who are you?
You do not remember me, Jordan Bey? I'm Misa. You gave me bakshish many times.
Misa? You won't find bakshish down here.
Oh, I do not ask for bakshish.
How'd you get in here?
The back door was not locked. Please, let me stay.
Nothing to it. I don't like beggar kids sneaking around my cafe. Now, go on, who's coot?
No, please, Jordan Bey. Your Frankie would not send me out.
What are you hiding from, Misa?
Why, it is just that I do not wish to beg anymore, Effendi.
Then why come here?
I wish to work for you, Effendi. That is why I came to the Tambourine.
You thought you'd find me in the cellar, huh?
Please, I could do many things, and I would not be in the way. I could sleep down here.
Nothing doing, Misa. You sleep at home.
Oh, no, I must not go back there. I would have to go on begging if I did.
Why not? You seem to get your share of piastres.
But begging is not good, Effendi. I wish to work like other people, and someday have a fine house on the Nile. You will let me stay?
The Tambourine is no place for a kid.
Oh, but I could sweep and wash the dishes. I am not strong, but...
No, not a chance. Now, come on upstairs.
Jordan Bey, if I could just lie down here for a little while. I am tired.
And that's not all. I think we'd better talk this over, Misa.
But I told you I do not wish to beg.
I'd save it till I take the stuff upstairs.
Effendi, you will tell no one that I am here?
No promises. I'll be right back.
Please, Effendi, do not tell anyone I am here. I beg you, Effendi.
I never saw a kid so scared. You need more than 10 fingers to count the kinds of trouble a bakshish boy can get into around Cairo. Well, I knocked around a certain waterfront back in the States when I was a kid, so I knew what Misa was up against. I set the bottles down under the bar and turned to go back when I saw someone moving toward me through the smoke haze of the cafe. I kept looking. Her close-fitting red dress was a perfect setting for her jet black hair and hat, black gloves and shoes. Only her purse didn't match. But the sound of her voice made me forget that.
Rocky Jordan.
You came to the right man, lady.
I am Darlene Chambrun.
Darlene Chambrun.
Calcutta, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, Calcutta. Well, let's have a drink to Calcutta, shall we?
Thank you.
Now, what'll it be?
Please, let us not waste time.
Well,
Oh, do not worry. I am not inclined to make trouble.
Neither am I, Miss Chambrun.
I will agree to a reasonable deal, if you will.
That all depends, don't you think?
Look, I am the one to handle it, not you. Not if you are smart.
Well, let's see if I'm smart after I've heard the deal.
Well, very well. We will split 70-30.
Guess I don't have to ask who gets the 70.
Naturally, I do. After all, I did all the work, didn't I?
So far, you have. Miss Chambrun, suppose you brief me a little. Just what's this all about?
Mr. Jordan, I do not understand.
That goes double, lady.
Please, there is no need to stall.
You say a lot, Miss Chambrun, but it doesn't mean anything.
Wait, Mr. Jordan, you do know who I am.
Sure. You're Darlene Chambrun, Calcutta. You have a deal.
It is possible that there has been a mistake. I am sorry.
Well, let's not let that stand between us. How about that drink, Miss Chambrun? We talk about something else.
No. Kindly forget about it, Mr. Jordan. Forget everything.
Well, sure. We all make mistakes.
I am very sorry, Mr. Jordan. If you accept my apologies, I will be going.
She didn't wait for an answer and floated toward the door. About halfway there, she hesitated, threw a quick look back at me, then she went out. But the perfume hung around for a while. I wondered how soon she'd be back. It was time I got rid of the beggar boy hiding in my cellar, so I started back through the office, and right then I saw I'd forgotten to lock the back door to the alley again. Standing there, peering in, was a shabby native with sharp black eyes and dirty fingernails.
One moment, Effendi.
Customer's entrance is out front.
Wait. You must know that I would not enter your cafe, Mr. Jordan. I would have a word with you.
What about?
It is about a beggar boy named Misa. Many times I have seen you talking with him on the streets.
Oh, I know him.
Effendi, he has been missing for many hours. I was told he was seen entering this door not long ago.
Why are you so interested?
I am his father. My name is Signac.
So that's it.
The affranchi will surely understand. I have been most worried. Never has Misa done this before.
You missed that bakshish he brings home, huh?
There are many of us who beg in Cairo, Effendi. What else can we do?
Okay, Signac, you can take him off my hands. Get him out of here, quick.
Then Misa is here.
Yeah, he's here, hiding in my basement. Come on.
Allah will reward you, Effendi.
Sure. Come on out, Misa. Signac's here. Misa, where are you?
Misa! He is not here, Jordan Bay.
Looks like he skipped out. I can't say I'm sorry.
You told me he was here. Where is he, Misa?
Your guess is as good as mine. Come on, no need to look around here any longer. Upstairs with you.
Now you know where Misa is, you tell me.
Look, Signac, I told you he's gone.
I do not believe you.
By the way, what was he hiding from?
I do not know. You cannot keep him, Jordan Bay. You are safe. I will call the police.
Go ahead, there's a payphone out front.
Enough! I will give you a little time. You'll see.
Beat it, Signac.
Then perhaps when the English feel this...
Pick up that knife and get out of here.
Salama!
Just to make sure, I looked for Misa a little more, but he was gone. I told myself good riddance, but it didn't work. His scared face stayed with me. Well, along in the evening, I finally decided to go out and scout around for my little beggar friend. Faragit, the picture card salesman a couple of corners down, told me where Misa lived, in an infested alley off the Sharia El Nus. There was no place for an Inglesi to be after dark, especially with a knife-swinging rat like Signac shadowing along. But I found Misa's address. A sallow-faced girl answered my knock.
Effendi?
Why, I'd like to speak with the head of the house.
Only I am here. There is no one else, Effendi.
Oh. Well, I'm Rocky Jordan.
Rocky Jordan, Misa has told me of you. You are his friend?
That's right. Are you...
I am Tarina, his sister. Please come inside quickly. Mr. Jordan, where is Misa? You must tell me.
I was hoping you could tell me, Tarina.
Misa has been gone for many hours. I fear he is in trouble.
Why?
The police were here. They are looking for him, too.
I see. What about?
I do not know. Oh, Mr. Jordan, Misa must beg. But he is good boy. He has been so afraid, but he would not tell me why.
How does his father feel about it?
Father Effendi, we have no father or mother.
Then who's Signac?
Signac. He is Misa's employer.
Employer?
Signac has many bakshish boys working for him. He tells them where to beg. They must turn over money to him. He let them have only small part.
Sweet little racket.
But, Effendi, I fear that recently he has forced the boys to do more than beg.
Yeah.
Mr. Jordan, you will find Misa for me. You will not let them harm him.
Well, I'll do what I can, Tarina. Here, maybe you can use this.
Oh, Mutashakir, Effendi.
I left Tarina there and got out of the native quarter fast. I halfway hoped Signac would make a play, but he didn't. It was after closing when I got back to the tambourine. I'd gotten out the key to open the front door when I saw that wasn't necessary. The lock had already been broken. I got inside and turned on the light. The place looked like a calm scene had swept through it. I hurried back to the office. That was even worse. The search had been complete, even to the safe which swung open. The sound of footsteps was from my room upstairs, so I went up two at a time. Inside, the light was on, and a flat-nosed man in a business suit stood waiting. Before I could move again, my arms were pinned from behind.
When you won't move.
Oh, did I keep you waiting?
Not too long. You can save us any further search.
For what?
He doesn't know, Mado. Maybe I can help him remember.
Give me your idea. We'll compare notes.
Enough of these, Jordan. We don't want to hurt you. Maybe we do. The beggar boy came directly to the tambourine. He was seen, So don't deny it.
Why should I?
I thought you would be smart.
Misa's not here.
We ain't looking for the kid no more. Look, you won't fool us, Jordan.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you send that dame to the tambourine this afternoon?
Maybe we did.
I'll do the talking, Mardo. Now, Jordan, turn it over and we'll get out.
Turn what over? Oh.
Where is it, Jordan?
Ask Signac. Kid took everything to him.
We're going to get rough, boss.
You just hold him, Mardo. I'll handle the rest. Don't I, Jordan?
Sure. I'll handle this. I suddenly lurched forward, and Mardo went right over my head. Landed on the guy with the flat nose, and they both piled up. Mardo was a bum, but he was fast. He caught me before I reached the door. My fist slowed him up, and his boss dived in from behind. Then they went to work on me. One went down, another came up in his place. Finally, I started going down. About then, we all throw away the rules. A chair caught the side of my head, bounced me against the floor. I was on my feet, but my knees were jelly. This time, I didn't see him swing.
You are listening to Bakshish Boy, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Here's a bulletin for mystery fans. The door creaks open tomorrow, Monday night at 9 for Inner Sanctum. And Tuesday night, Mr. and Mrs. North bring you another enjoyable clue and chuckle show at 8:30, followed by Inspector Hearthstone of the Death Squad at 9. Yes, and these are just a few of the fine mystery programs which will come to you next week over your local CBS station. So follow your papers and stand by CBS for mystery. And now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
A beggar boy named Misa picked the cellar of my tambourine to hide in. That's how it all began. He was scared, and I didn't have the heart to kick him out. A couple of minutes later, in came a dame who called herself Darlene Chambron. She had a deal, but she did a fade before she told me what it was. Next in line was a shabby native named Signac, who carried a knife he didn't use to clean his fingernails. He said he was Misa's father, so we went to get the boy. But Misa was gone. Signac made a lot of threats. Later, I learned that Signac wasn't the boy's father. He was the head of a dirty begging syndicate Misa was working for. Last came a flat-nosed fellow and his muscle boy who tore up the tambourine looking for something. They ended up by slapping me around, and I went down for the count. I was just picking myself up when I saw Misa again, standing in the doorway and looking more scared than ever.
What has happened, Effendi?
Oh, Misa, where you been?
I was close by. You are hurt, Jordan Bey. I will get water.
Now, you won't get anything, Misa.
But, Effendi, you said that perhaps I could work for you.
Not in your life. You realize you dumped me right in the middle of this trouble?
Oh, I am most sorry.
Sure you are. Look, a guy named Signac came looking for you. Where'd you go?
When I saw Signac coming, I ran away. I do not wish to work for him.
Some other fellows are looking for you, including the police. Suppose I just turn you over to them, huh?
No, do not do that.
Now, why shouldn't I?
Jordan Bey, I will tell you everything. Everything I know.
Oh, that's better. Yeah. All right, now, Misa, let's have it.
Effendi, this man Signac had many boys who begged for him. But he has been making us do more than that.
Like what?
He taught us to steal things from tourists in a crowded bazaar.
I thought so.
2 days ago, I grabbed a purse from a beautiful lady and ran. She saw me, but I got away. It was not easy.
What did you do with the purse?
I took it to Signac. He kept only the money and told me to hide the purse. Since then, Effendi, many things have happened. Things I do not understand.
Like what?
Strange people are looking for me. Always they are following me. 2 men were chasing me when I came here to hide. There was no place else to go.
Go on.
That is all I know.
Just what did you do with that woman's purse?
I hid it away with some other things.
I'd like to see that purse, Misa.
Come, Jordan Bey. I will take you to where it is.
Misa and I went out the back way. We made sure we weren't being tailed, and I followed him through the dark, winding streets. We turned up an alley that seemed to be a hangout for 500,000 cats that infest Cairo at night. He opened the door to an abandoned shed. I kept my flashlight off till we got inside.
This way, Jordan Bey. It is here somewhere.
Misa lifted a board from the floor, and I played the light inside. If it hadn't been so serious, I'd have laughed. It was the usual pile of useless junk that any young boy treasures. Misa scratched around and pulled out a red purse from underneath.
This is the one.
Oh, here. Hold the light, Misa. Have a look.
Yes, Effendi.
Are you sure everything's here?
Everything but the money, I'm sure.
Lipstick, compact, mirror, handkerchief. Nothing else but this envelope.
Do you see anything?
No. Turn the light on this envelope.
What does the writing say?
Shepherd Hotel stationery. Addressed to Darlene Chambrun.
You know her, Effendi?
Yeah. Darlene Chambrun, 46 Rue de la Marcale, Paris, France. All stamped and ready to mail.
Will you read the letter?
I don't see why not. It isn't sealed.
There is no writing, Effendi.
Just a blank sheet of paper.
But why would one wish to mail a letter with no writing?
Answer that one, Misa, and you might explain a lot of things. Put the stuff back in the purse. I'm taking it with me.
Yes, Effendi. But what shall I do?
Nothing. Not till you hear from me. Just lay low and keep away from the tambourine. I had a hunch the self-addressed envelope held the answer. I sized up the 3 possible links. Darlene, the man with the flat nose, and Signac. If I knew people, Signac was the weakest link. Misa told me where Signac lived, and I went out hunting. I found his room up over a curio shop in the Khan El Khalil Bazaar. There was no answer to my knock, so I tried the door. It opened. I found the light switch and moved in. Well, the search was still on. The room had received the same treatment as my room at the Tambourine an hour before. It was wrecked, drawers empty, clothes torn to bits. I stopped at the bed. Signac hadn't been treated as gently as I was. He was crumpled, and his face wasn't a pretty sight. That happens to a man when he's strangled. I still didn't know what Misa had grabbed with the purse, but it wasn't peanuts. So after tipping off the police, I hung up quick. I wasn't ready to tell them any more. I caught a taxi and was off to see link number 2 at the Shepherd Hotel. Darlene Chambrun was registered there, but she wasn't in her room, so I scouted the lobby and then the cocktail lounge. She was there, seated alone at a table. I invited myself over.
Your order, madam? Bring me a daiquiri, please.
Make it 2, waiter.
Why, Mr. Jordan.
Didn't expect me, Darlene?
Well, Why did you come here?
Oh, doing the town, you might say. I just dropped in on Signac.
Signac?
He didn't talk much. He was dead.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. Who is this Signac?
You don't know?
I do not.
My mistake this time.
Now we are even. Is that all?
Not quite. I'm still interested in that deal you came to the Tambourine about this afternoon.
I told you that was a mistake, so forget about it.
Okay, we'll forget about it.
Your drinks, monsieur, madame?
No. Here you are.
Thank you, monsieur.
Well, Darlene, to Calcutta.
To Calcutta.
Say, I like that red dress you're wearing.
Well, you sound almost human for a change. What else do you like?
Black hat, gloves. You know, there's just one thing lacking.
Yes?
A red patent leather purse. Zipper type.
Mr. Jordan, you do have it.
Yeah, including an envelope stamped and addressed to Darlene Chambrun of Paris. But no writing inside.
Where is it? It belongs to me, Mr. Jordan. I must have it.
Then the deal's on again?
Why did you not tell me this at the Tambourine?
I didn't have it then. Misa just gave it to me.
Misa?
Yeah, the beggar boy.
You mean the one who stole the purse from me in the bazaar?
Uh-huh. Ever since then, he's been running from you and a guy with a flat nose and Signac and the police and everyone else. Why?
He's been robbing people.
Come on, Darlene. Just what's so valuable about an envelope without a letter?
That's my business. Now give it to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left it in my other coat.
Very well. Bring it to me, and I will give you 100 pounds.
Supposing I just take it to the police.
200 pounds, Rocky.
On delivery?
I'll have it for you.
Where'll I meet you?
Meet me here, in the lobby, in front of the elevators.
I'll be there. Give me an hour.
I'll be waiting.
Darlene stayed at her table, and I moved down into the lobby. I stopped by the desk and said hello to my friend Archie, the night clerk, who was sorting some hotel stationery. Then I moved out. It was getting late, and there wasn't a taxi at the door, so I walked on down along Ibrahim Pasha Square. The theaters were just letting out, and the sidewalks were crowded. All at once, I felt a violent tug at my sleeve.
Bakshish, Effendi! Bakshish!
It was Misa, but he pretended not to recognize me, so I played along with him.
Bakshish, Effendi!
How your teeth? Talk fast, Misa. Where'd you come from?
I was watching you for Jordan. Two men are following you. One with a flat nose.
Look, want to help, Misa?
Yes, Effendi. What shall I do?
See those cops on the corner? Grab something. Make them chase you.
Yes, but
Hurry,
Effendi...
hurry. Lead them across the square to the front of the Cairo Bank. Are you game, Misa?
I will do it for you, Jordan.
Quick as you can. Imshi, now.
Yes,
I flipped him a piastre, and he disappeared. I kept walking across the square, down a side street. My two shadows were just a half block behind. I let him get closer, and then I started running. So did they. I kept them moving around a couple of side streets, then up another alley. They decided the chase had gone far enough. A bullet combed my hair, and I stepped it up. They kept coming and fired. I reached the street, ducked around the corner in front of the Cairo Bank, and waited. I stuck my foot out at the right second, and the man with the flat nose hit the sidewalk, right in front of Sergeant Greco and two burly Egyptian cops.
Stop. Both of you.
Grab him, Greco. Hang on to him.
Mr. Jordan, what is going on here?
Now, you see their guns? They were shooting at me.
Pull them, Bullock. Take their guns. Now, Mr. Jordan, what is this all about?
Oh, I'll explain everything to Sabaya. Just take them down.
I don't need instructions. Come along with them. Bring the boy, too.
Hey, wait a minute, Greco. Not the beggar kid. He didn't do anything.
You are mistaken, Mr. Jordan. I saw him grab a man's wallet with my own eyes. This boy is coming to headquarters.
You are listening to Bakshish Boy, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan, will be presented by CBS Radio Theater Monday night at 6. This exciting story broke box office records when shown on the screen. So don't miss the radio adaptation tomorrow, Monday night at 6, over your local CBS station. And following Radio Theater, you'll want to stay tuned to CBS for My Friend Irma, and another laugh-filled half hour with Irma, Jane Stacy, Professor Kropotkin, and, of course, Irma's boyfriend, Al. That's Monday night at 7. And now we take you back to Cairo and Rocky Jordan for tonight's adventure, Bakshish Boy.
I waited in front of the bank just long enough to see Sergeant Greco take my two followers and little Misa away. Then I got to a payphone and put in a call to Captain Sabaya, Cairo Police.
Sabaya speaking.
Hello, Sam. This is Rocky.
Jordan, unless you have a good reason for calling at this time of night...
Hey, listen, Sergeant Greco's on his way down there with a flat-nosed guy in his hood.
And how does this concern you?
The two guys were shooting at me.
Why?
I don't know exactly. They wrecked my tambourine a couple hours ago, too.
Why did you not report this wrecking of your cafe?
Listen, Sam, hold those guys. They may be tied up in the murder of Signac.
So, Jordan, it was you who reported Signac's murder.
Yeah, that's right, Sam.
I should have known. You had a reason for not giving your name. Tell me what this is all about, Jordan.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
You are trying to find out. Are you not aware that there are police in Cairo for that purpose?
Watch the blood pressure, Sam. I'll get down there as soon as I can.
You will come down here at once.
Oh, one more thing. Do me a favor, will you?
A favor? After the way you have cooperated?
It's important, Sam. Greco's got a little beggar boy named Misa with him. Go easy on the kid till I get there, will you?
And what will you be doing?
I'll explain everything. So long, Sam. The one thing I didn't tell him was about my date with Darlene Chambron. I taxied back to the Tambourine and got the envelope. It took me just a few minutes to get ready, and a quarter hour later, I was back in the lobby of the Shepard Hotel. I was a little early, but Darlene was waiting right by the elevator.
You are very prompt, Rocky.
I'm never too busy.
You brought the envelope?
Yeah, it's right in my pocket. What about the money?
May I see the envelope first?
Sure. There you are, Darlene. This the one?
Why, yes. Thank you, Rocky.
What are you doing?
Sealing it. And now...
Hey, wait a minute.
Now it is in the mailbox. You are too late, Rocky.
Okay, do what you like with it. Let's get to the payoff.
Sorry, the deal's off again.
What?
You want the letter back? Try and get it. I'm afraid the postal authorities wouldn't like it.
That's the way it is?
That's the way it is. Don't be a poor loser, Rocky.
Okay, Darlene. Looks like you outsmarted me.
Things worked out my way.
Yeah. Well, since the letter's gone, Suppose you let me do some guessing.
Go right ahead.
Since it was an ordinary envelope from the Shepherd Hotel, and there was nothing inside, there's only one place where anything of value could be hidden. Under the stamp.
Keep going, Rocky.
Another stamp, maybe.
Post Office, Mauritius, 1847. Worth at least $20,000.
Misa did grab something hot, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get it?
Let's just say I picked it up in Calcutta. We needn't go into that.
No, I can guess. Where does a man with a flat nose come in?
His name is Hans Walden. He was going to help me to dispose of the stamp.
And when Misa got it from you, Walden and his pal were helping you find it, right?
Yes. It turned out I didn't need them.
You need them less now. They got you into a nice little murder rap. It won't be hard to prove they killed Signac.
Walden's smart enough to keep undercover.
Think again, lady. Walden's at headquarters talking to the police right now.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Suppose he tells them the whole story about that hot stamp.
Supposing he does. Why do you think I carried it the way I did, ready to mail? If things got too hot, I planned to just drop it in the mailbox. No evidence.
Like you just did.
Certainly. The stamp is safe until I get to Paris. I doubt that anyone will follow me. Unless you'd like to, Rocky.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Darlene.
Why not?
Your stamp isn't going to Paris.
What do you mean?
You didn't take a good look at that letter I gave you. It was a phony. I comped a Shepherd Hotel envelope from the desk when I went out. That's the one you mailed.
I don't believe you.
Well, maybe if I show you the real envelope, you'll change your mind.
You're lying, Rocky.
Here. Take a look at this.
Rocky.
There's something under this stamp. A Post Office, Mauritius, 1847. Fair game, Darlene?
Give me that. Give me that.
Keep shouting. You'll bring the house detective.
What are you going to do with it, Rocky?
Take it where it belongs, the Cairo police. Got an idea somebody back in Calcutta will be glad to hear about it. If not, you can pick it up at headquarters.
But why? What good will it be to you?
Nothing. But there's a boy named Misa who needs a lot of help. I figure maybe Captain Sabai will return one favor with another.
And what about me?
Miss Chambrou, I'd guess you to be at least 26 years old. That means you've gotten along without my advice for 26 years. See no reason to change that now. I turned and made for the door, but Darlene just stood there. Sam told me she was still there when his boys walked in a short time later. Well, Walden and his playmate are out of circulation for a long time. Oh, about Misa. Sabaya got probation for him. My cafe was no place to have a young boy around, so we got him a job as a camel tender. So Misa's happy, and he won't be begging anymore. Me? Oh, I'm still at the tambourine. Only someday I'm going to learn to keep that back door locked.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Milton Charles. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And right now, I'd like to just briefly mention it tomorrow night, just before you sit down to dinner. Just pour yourself a glass of that good Petri California sherry. Petri sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. Its cheerful, glowing amber color looks festive and, well, it sort of lends an air of importance to the occasion. And as for the wine itself, it's just ordinary wine. No, sir. One sip and you know that wonderful sun-ripened grapes went into its making. Yes, and you know that Petri sherry was carefully watched over every step of the way. Incidentally, Petri makes two kinds of sherry. Regular sherry and Petri Pale Dry. If you're not sure just which kind you and your friends will like best, try them both. Don't buy one, buy two. But when it comes to sherry, or any other wine for that matter, be sure you always buy Petri. And now I'm certain our good friend Dr. Watson's waiting for us. Let's go in and join him.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell. Punctual to the minute, as always.
Well, this is one doctor's appointment I'm eager to keep.
Nice you to say so, my boy. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Well, Doctor, today's April the 1st. Did anyone try and play any jokes on you?
Yes, you did, Mr. Bartell, but I'm happy to say that nobody caught me. Not as in the story that I'm going to tell you tonight, but an April Fool's Day prank certainly scored a bullseye.
I see you have the dispatch box out again, Doctor. Been refreshing your memory?
Yes, I have, Mr. Bartell, and when I tell you the adventure took place in 1881, I think you'll agree that after such a lapse of time, a man can hardly rely on memory alone.
1881? Say, Doctor, tonight's adventure must have been one of the really early ones.
Yes, it was indeed. In fact, to be exact, it took place only a little while after Sherlock Holmes and I had first met and had taken up lodgings together.
How was the great detective in those early days?
It's a profound mystery to me, Mr. Bartell. To give you an example, my boy, I'd shared our Baker Street lodgings with him for over a month before I was even certain of his profession, the knowledge of which I learnt to my awe and astonishment when our first adventure together took place.
Oh, that was the one you called a study in scarlet, wasn't it,
That's
Doctor?
right, Mr. Bartell. What a memory you got, study in scarlet. But even after that adventure, I found myself wondering at times what I had let myself in for, sharing lodgings with such a strange companion. It was in one of those moods of doubt and confusion that my story begins. Late one March evening, I found myself in the neighborhood of Piccadilly Circus. It was cold, and a steady drizzle of rain had dampened my spirits. I thought that a glass of wine and the sound of music would put me in a better mood. And so, Mr. Bartell, I entered the Criterion restaurant. As I sat with a glass of rare vintage port at my elbow, the orchestra playing a dreamy Strauss waltz in the background, I couldn't help thinking of the last time that I'd been there. It was the night I met a young medical student by the name of Stamford. He was the man who first introduced me to Sherlock Holmes. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned, and to my amazement, once again young Stamford was standing before me.
Watson. Or should I say Dr. Watson. How are you, my dear chap?
Hello, Stamford. Come and sit down.
Thanks. I'm glad to see that you're not holding any grudge against me.
Why on earth should I do that?
For introducing you to Sherlock Holmes. I've reproached myself ever since. I think he's as mad as a hatter.
Not at all. He may be eccentric. In fact, I'll admit that he is eccentric, but he's an extraordinarily interesting fellow. He'll make a great name for himself as a private detective. You'll see if I'm not right, Stamford.
I saw something about him in the paper the other day.
Yes, I expect that was the Larston Gardens affair, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
He's a brilliant man, Stamford. Quite brilliant. So I must admit he's difficult at times. He works like a fiend as a rule, but occasionally a reaction sets in for days at a time. He'll lie on our sofa, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. It's depressing, I must say.
I think he takes himself too seriously.
Yes, perhaps you're right.
How would you like to join in a little plot?
Plot, against Holmes?
Yes, just a rag, you know. We thought it'd be rather fun.
We?
Murphy and I, we were just talking about it. I'll call him over. Murphy?
Oh, is that Murphy? I've seen him before somewhere, haven't I?
I'm sure you must have done. He's been round at the hospital, and any time you go into the British Museum, you'll find him there. Nice fellow, but dull. Definitely dull.
Yes, Stamford.
Oh, this is a friend of mine, John Watson. This is James Murphy.
How do I think I've seen you at the hospital?
And I know I've seen you, Dr. Watson.
Oh, sit down and come and join us, won't you?
Oh, thank you very much.
I was just telling Watson about our little plot.
Oh, you mean about Sherlock Holmes?
Now, look here. I'd like you fellows to realize that Holmes is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, don't worry, Watson. This is all in good fun. Don't you realize what date is tomorrow?
1st of April, isn't it?
Yes, April Fool's Day.
Oh, now I see. You're going to play an April Fool's Day joke on Holmes.
Yes, that's our plan.
Well, it's hardly ours, but it's really Lady Anne Partington's idea. You see, Holmes was very rude to her when she visited the hospital recently, and she wants to, take him down a peg or two.
Sounds innocent enough. I must say he's inclined to be rather arrogant at times. Well, what's the plan?
Well, we'll need your help, Watson. You must be careful not to give the joke away. I'll bet you a $5 that Holmes falls for the whole story, hook, line, and sinker. Now, here's exactly what we're planning to do. Lady Anne is going to call on Holmes at Baker Street in the morning.
Lady Anne, I'm very flattered that you called to see me in
my professional capacity.
Surely, my dear man, you didn't think this was a social call. You were much too rude to me at the hospital the other day for that.
That was the point I was trying to make. Sit down, won't you?
Take this chair, won't you, Lady Anne? It's by far the most comfortable chair in the room.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
And now, what can I do to help you?
You've heard of the Elphinstone Emerald.
Oh, yes, indeed. A magnificent stone of very considerable value. An heirloom in your family, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I keep it in a wall safe in my bedroom. This morning, when I had occasion to go to the safe, I discovered that the emerald had been stolen.
Stolen? Good Scott. Shocking business. Of course, you want Mr. Holmes to recover it for you.
A remarkable deduction, my dear doctor. Lady Anne, when you opened the safe, did you observe any signs of it having been tampered with?
Oh, I think it's rather stupid to sit and answer questions here in Baker Street. Why don't you come over to my house in Cavendish Square and examine the safe for yourself? You are a detective, aren't you?
Lady Anne, just now you accused me of rudeness. I assure you that mine, at least, was unintentional.
Oh, come, Holmes. Don't be so touchy.
I can promise you a substantial fee, Mr. Holmes.
I'm a struggling practitioner in a new profession, eh? My poverty, but not my will, consents.
I pay thy poverty, and not thy will. You see, I can quote my Shakespeare, too, Mr. Holmes. My carriage is waiting, gentlemen. Let's go. This is the wall safe, Mr. Holmes.
Not too difficult a safe to crack for an expert. You placed the emerald in it last night, you say?
Yes, when I went to bed. And this morning, it had gone.
Well, surely, Holmes, this is a good occasion to use that magnifying glass that you're always fitting about.
Excellent occasion, my dear doctor. That's why I brought it with me. Uh-huh. That's very interesting.
What is it?
This safe was opened by an expert. There isn't a sign of its having been forced. Hello.
What have you discovered?
There's a peculiar tarnish on the steel knob. It was obviously handled by someone whose fingers are habitually stained with chemicals.
Amazing, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear doctor. Where does that door lead to?
My boudoir.
I should like to examine it if I may.
Oh, but of course.
Thank you, Lady Anne.
Dr. Watson, this is the most beautiful April Fool's Day fraud I've ever played.
Just the same, I'm beginning to feel guilty. I can't help feeling a bit...
Yes, they're next door in my drawing room. I'm sure their ears are positively glued to the keyhole.
Well, I do hope Holmes won't be angry with me.
Here he comes.
Nothing of any interest in there. The windows haven't been tampered with. We may presume, therefore, that the thief did not enter by an upstairs window. Lady Anne.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
This room has not been touched since you discovered your loss?
Oh, no. I told the servants to leave it exactly as it was while I came to fetch you.
Splendid. Deep pile carpet, eh? Couldn't be better. The thief was a tall man with a long stride.
Oh, come, Holmes. I know your methods, but there aren't any footprints on this carpet that you can identify, even with your magnifying glass.
My dear doctor, I've studied many crimes, and I've never seen one yet that was committed by a flying creature. As long as a criminal remains on his two legs, there must be some trifling displacement can be detected by a keen observer. I assure you that the marks on this carpet indicate that the thief was a tall man with a long stride. Traces of tobacco ash. Pipe tobacco. Shag tobacco that sells at 4p an ounce.
Oh, now, really, Mr. Holmes, how can you possibly identify an individual tobacco?
Oh, it's a hobby of mine. In fact, I've even written a monograph on the subject. Now, one more look at the safe itself. Hello. What's this powdered dust here? What? It's rosin. Distinct trace of rosin. Lady Anne, I suggest that you get in touch with Scotland Yard at once.
You mean that you've solved it, Holmes?
I mean, my dear doctor, that I can give you a reasonably complete picture of the thief, and that picture is so individual that I'd be surprised if it would fit more than one man in London.
Why, this is pure magic, Mr. Holmes. Please describe him to me.
Well, he's a tall man. The width of his stride indicates.
What enables you to tell that, Holmes?
His footprints have made a remarkably light indentation on the mat of the carpet. Our thief dabbles extensively in chemicals, as indicated by the tarnishing of the knob on the safe, and the traces of rosin would suggest that he plays the violin also. He smokes shag tobacco, has a great practical knowledge of the ways of combination locks, and he's obviously in close contact with the criminal classes.
How do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Well, he wouldn't steal a famous stone unless he knew how to dispose of it through some trustworthy fence.
Yes, it's a very comprehensive picture, Holmes. I almost feel as if I knew the chap.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm sure there's only one man in London, and it shouldn't be hard to trace him.
I agree entirely, Mr. Holmes. Watson, I think the joke has gone far enough.
Joke? What do you mean?
You're quite right, Holmes, in saying there's only one such man in London. You've just given a perfect description of yourself.
April Fool. Dr. Stamford, Mr. Murphy, you can come in now.
April Fool, Holmes.
April Fool.
April Fool.
Into the drawing room, everyone. Let us drink a glass of wine to Mr. Holmes, who has so graciously forgiven us for the little trick we played on him. And also to Dr. Stamford, who thought of the whole idea.
No hard feelings, Holmes.
Oh, no, Doctor. Oh, it was a rather embarrassing experience.
Yes, and Murphy told me about the plan. I just couldn't resist joining him.
Ah, here you are, Holmes. Here's a drink.
Thank you, Stamford.
You know Murphy, don't you?
No, I don't think we've met. How do you do, sir?
How'd you do, Holmes? How did you like the little game we played on you?
It was rather a salutary experience. I suppose you gave them all the details to build up the picture of me, eh, Doctor?
As a matter of fact, I did, Holmes, and knowing some of your methods, we tried to plant every clue that you'd pick up.
Very neat job, too, and incidentally, an example of the dangers of deductions based on purely circumstantial evidence. I shall profit from this little lesson.
I must say it was worth a fortune in emeralds to see your face, Holmes, when you realized what you'd done.
Well, the joke's over now. By the way, where is Lady Anne?
I believe she said she was going to fetch the Elphinstone emerald. She thought you might be interested in seeing it.
She probably feels the sight of it will salve my wounded vanity.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What's wrong?
What's happened, Lady Anne?
The emerald. It's not where I hid it. This time it's really stolen.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds, so I've just time to remind you that there are many, many different types of wine. But if you want one wine that's fine for almost any occasion, then you want Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is fine before dinner, of course. But Petri Sherry is good after dinner, too. And it's the perfect wine for cocktail time or any time friends drop in. Everybody will love the real heart-of-the-grape flavor you get in every sip of Petri Sherry. And you can serve Petri Sherry proudly, because those letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, your April Fool Day plot kind of backfired on you, didn't it?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, it was a perfect example of the bite of bit.
Well, what happened next? I suppose Sherlock Holmes went into action once again.
That's Mr. Bartell, and it gladdened my heart to see the change in the fella. I confess I'd felt rather ashamed of my part in the prank, for I could see that Holmes's pride had been hurt. But now, with a definite crime before him, the difference was amazing. He suddenly became a dynamo, galvanized into action as he stood there, firing questions at the other members.
Lady Anne, who beside yourself knew of this fresh hiding place?
Both Murphy and I did.
Yes. After we'd left our deliberate clues on the safe, we went with Lady Anne and saw her secrete the emerald in the top drawer of her dressing table.
We thought it would be all right there. After all, as soon as the joke was over, I was going to put it back in the safe.
Now, I think our wisest plan before we question the servants would be for each one of you who were in this April Fool's Day prank to submit to being searched.
Holmes, surely you don't suggest that any one of us took the emerald?
No, Stamford, I don't. But if any one of you four are not guilty, this will be a splendid way of proving your innocence.
I say, steady, Holmes. You're not suggesting that Lady Anne stole her own emeralds, are you?
Are you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm suggesting nothing, but I may point out that the recent vogue for the insurance companies.
I resent your insinuation. It's outrageous.
Lady Anne, if I'm to recover your emerald, I must at least consider every possibility. A search is the most immediate practical action, and perhaps you'll retire into the next room while I persuade these gentlemen to submit to being searched.
Very well, but I think you're in danger of making a fool of yourself once again.
Wait, don't go, Lady Anne. A search won't be necessary.
What do you mean, Murphy?
I must throw myself on your mercy, Lady Anne. I confess that I stole the emerald.
Murphy!
After you put it in the drawer, Lady Anne, I slipped back into the room and took it out.
Murphy, that's a criminal action.
I know it, but I'm poor. I need money desperately for my mathematical research. I knew the emerald was priceless, and I couldn't resist the temptation to take advantage. Here, Lady Anne, here's the stone, and please don't prosecute me. Please don't. It'd be my ruin.
May I examine the emerald, Lady Anne? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Murphy, I won't pretend that I'm not deeply shocked. I must ask you to leave my house.
Prosecute me, will you? It was a moment's temptation.
No, I won't prosecute you.
Holmes, what are you doing with the emerald?
Well, knowing something of the deceptive ways of thieves, I came on this case fully prepared to test the emerald when I found it. Now, a drop of this acid from this vial, so...
Mr. Holmes, what are you doing? You'll enter the stone.
No, not if it's a true emerald. Uh-huh, look at that.
Good Lord, the acid's eating to the stone as if it was sugar.
Then that means...
It means, Lady Anne, that Mr. Murphy has just imperiled his honor and his freedom to steal a singularly beautiful fake.
Holmes, this joke has turned into a nightmare. Is there no way of recovering my emerald?
I hope so, Lady Anne. I've been taking steps in their logical order. The servants have all been questioned. We've searched Mr. Stamford and Mr. Murphy.
Yes, most humiliating experience. Made me feel like a criminal.
Well, personally, I was only too thankful to submit to a search this time. I knew I had nothing to worry about.
You yourself, Lady Anne, you consented to being searched by the police matron that Holmes sent for?
Only because he threatened to send for the police if I didn't. But distasteful though it was, I'd rather endure that than have this story on the front pages of the newspapers.
And in spite of all these rather unfriendly proceedings, we've got exactly nowhere as regards finding the emerald.
No, Stamford, but we have at least eliminated the possibility that the thief is secreting the jewel on his person.
Still somewhere in these 2 rooms, eh, Holmes?
I think so, though there is one remaining possibility.
And that is?
That the fake stone was substituted for the real emerald sometime before all of you engineered your April Fool's Day joke.
Oh, that's not possible. I know it was the genuine emerald I took out of the safe this morning.
How can you be sure? The substitute was an excellent imitation. Without a chemical test such as I performed, it would be hard to be certain.
I can tell you why I'm certain. Last night, Papa came to dinner and brought a Mr. Vanderleider of Amsterdam. He examined the stone. And you'll agree that a jewel expert like that couldn't be fooled.
That's true, Lady Anne. And what did you do with the emerald after Mr. Vanderleider left?
I locked it in my safe and went to bed. I didn't unlock the safe again until Dr. Stamford and Mr. Murphy came here this morning.
That settles it, then. The real emerald is still hidden somewhere in these 2 rooms.
But where? That's the question.
I must say it's completely mystifying.
Well, let's go back to what we were all doing at the exact moment you came into the room, Lady Anne, and informed us of the loss of your stone. Now, we were...
We were drinking a toast to you and...
That's it. Lady Anne, hard thinking is, well, it's thirsty work.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get you something. A glass of port, perhaps.
No, thank you. But I observe that you have a remarkably comprehensive assortment of liqueurs. I wonder if I might have a glass of creme de menthe.
Oh, of course. I'll get it for you.
Creme de menthe in the middle of the day, Holmes?
I knew you were eccentric, but this really...
This bottle, it clinged as I picked it up.
I thought it might, Lady Anne.
There's something inside it.
Allow me, madam. Thank you. I'm sure you won't mind if I waste this liqueur on the aspidestra.
No,
so... Lady Anne, allow me to restore to you the Elphinstone Emerald.
Great Scott.
Amazing. Fantastic. Ingenious. The one safe hiding place in the room. Where could a green gem be more effectively hidden than in a bottle of green liqueur?
But who stole it? Who substituted the fake stone?
Frankly, I don't care. The gem is restored. That's all that matters. I prefer not to go to court. Neither you nor I, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, would show up in the best of lights. And my father would disapprove of this whole affair, I'm afraid.
Just as you wish, Lady Anne. In either case, I shall expect your check for my services in due course.
Here we are. Won't you come in and join us for lunch?
Thanks, Watson, but I'll keep the cab and go on. I actually have a patient this afternoon. A rare and delightful experience for a young doctor, as you probably know.
As rare and delightful as a client is for a young detective, Stanford. I quite understand, and I'm correspondingly grateful to you for your profitable hopes.
I'm glad it was profitable for you. Personally, I feel pretty stupid about the whole thing. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, old fellow.
Goodbye. 39 Onslow Square, cabby.
You're remarkably quiet, Murphy.
Well, I'm afraid my conscience won't let me do much talking, Doctor. I'm heartily ashamed of myself. Well, thanks for the lift. I'll leave you chaps
Oh,
there.
nonsense. You'll join us for lunch, Murphy.
But,
No buts about it. I insist. Come on.
Come, Murphy. Any one of us can make a foolish mistake. It's just lucky that you didn't have to pay for yours.
Monsieur wishes it, David.
Yes, the 3, please.
This way, monsieur.
Does this table please you?
Excellent, thank you.
George, I'm as hungry as a hunter. How about you, Murphy?
No, I'm afraid I have very little appetite. This whole case has upset me dreadfully.
You mustn't take it so much to heart, Murphy. By the way, Doctor, I'd like to have your opinion on the case. Who do you think staged the theft of the emerald today?
Perfectly obvious to me. Lady Anne Partington did it herself to collect insurance money. If she hadn't, she'd have insisted on your finding the thief. But you needn't worry, old chap. You'll get your fee all right, I'm sure of that.
Oh, I'm not worrying about the fee. But I assure you, Lady Anne did not engineer that fraud.
Stafford?
Tell him who was responsible, my dear Murphy.
But how should I know?
Oh, come now, Murphy. Let's not fence any longer. You did an excellent job, a superlative job. I was almost sorry to spoil it for you.
I don't think I understand you, Holmes.
Oh, yes, you do, Murphy. You're a splendid actor, too. I was so deeply touched when you had apparently stolen a fake jewel, and all the time you knew in the bottle of creme de menthe to be abstracted at your leisure. You scoundrel.
Holmes, do you mind telling me what's going on here? I'm completely and absolutely in the dark.
Surely it's obvious, my dear Doctor. The imitation emerald was a brilliant copy.
What makes you so sure of that, my dear Holmes?
Because this April Fool's Day hoax was only conceived yesterday, or that is what you wish the other to believe. Such a superb paste gem could not have been made at such short notice. Therefore, it must have been prepared by someone who knew about the hoax before it was arranged. Now, my dear Doctor, when Stamford told you about the plan last night, whose idea did he say it was?
He told me that it was Lady Anne Partington's plan.
Precisely. And yet Lady Anne referred to today as Stamford's idea. Obviously, you, my dear Murphy, presented the plan to each as the notion of the other, and so only you could have arranged the real theft behind the hoax. I repeat, a splendid job.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. May I also compliment you on your cleverness in frustrating my plot?
Look here, what is all this? One of you is a criminal, the other is a detective. If you're throwing each other compliments as if you were in the same profession.
The dividing line between the criminal and the criminal investigator is thinner than you might imagine, my dear Doctor.
How very true, my dear Holmes. Would you consider coming over to my side of the line? Together we'd make an unbeatable team.
Oh, you flatter me. Nevertheless, I must decline your offer, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, pity. On your side of the line, you'll never be a rich man. By the way, for your edification, my name is not Murphy, though Stamford insists on thinking it is.
Then what is your name, you scoundrel?
Your friend says the word scoundrel so much better than you, Doctor. My name is Murtry.
Oh, indeed. Spelled M-U-R-T-R-Y?
No. Dear me, I have so much trouble with my name. People will either misspell it or mispronounce it. I'm afraid I'll have to begin calling it the way it looks. M-O-R-I-A-R-T-Y. Moriarty.
Moriarty. I shall remember that name. I have a feeling we shall meet again.
I trust that we shall. You've won the first round, Sherlock Holmes, I admit that. But I believe that a return match is indicated.
I shall look forward to it, Moriarty. And now, Doctor, I can't stand your baleful glare any longer. Let's order lunch, shall we?
Doctor, that was a pretty hectic April Fool's Day.
Yes, what? I never want to see another one exactly like it.
I don't blame you. You know, I'd sure hate to have someone come to my house and pull a trick like that on me.
Why, Mr. Bartell, do you have a precious emerald you fear may be stolen?
Are you kidding? I wouldn't know the difference between a precious emerald and a piece of green glass. But when it comes to rubies, now that's something else.
Oh, you would know a ruby when you saw it?
Sure. Because a ruby has exactly the same color as a glass of Petri California port held up to the light.
Mr. Bartell, you can find more excuses for talking about Petri wine than any man in the entire me.
Excuses, Doctor? I don't need an excuse to talk about Petri wine. Why, there's a wine that actually speaks for itself. If I may borrow a phrase from Shakespeare or somebody. Another wine quite like Petri wine because only Petri wine is made by the Petri family. And the Petri family has been making wine for generations. They've been handing down from father to son, years and years of knowledge and experience, turning luscious grapes into clear... Yes, and because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, those letters P-E-T-R-I on a bottle of wine are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. You never miss with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what's the prescription for next week's story?
Well, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a rather unusual story. A series of strange disappearances, and a murder without apparent reason, and yet it was a case that Sherlock Holmes solved without ever meeting any of the suspects. I call it the singular affair of the disappearing scientist.
Well, I'm sure we'll all want to hear that one, Doctor.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, before you go, Mr. Bartell, I want to urge our friends to do all they can to save on the use of all wheat and rice products, and also fats and oils. There are millions of families literally starving to death in Europe and Asia. We're not being asked to give them our food. They're just being asked to take it so that there will be some left for them to buy. I know there isn't one person listening to me tonight who would knowingly let anyone starve. And remember, unless you do help, thousands of little children will starve. So please, let's share a meal and save a life.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Study in Scarlet. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize it's going to involve my trying to hold Western Europe together with 2 mirrors, a book of matches, and a rusty razor blade. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to Paris. But don't get any ideas.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm afraid this dream's going to turn into a nightmare.
Oh, swell. What's the deal?
Tell me, what do you know about Aristide Reynal, Steve?
Reynal? Oh, sure. The Swiss Sherlock Holmes. A sleuth to the old school, complete with a derby hat, umbrella, and false faces. But a very right guy, even if he is left-handed. And also one of the sharpest little detectives in the world.
That's right. But I see you don't know the latest about him.
What's that?
Last night in Paris, Aristide Reynal was murdered.
What? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I really liked the little guy. Who did it?
We think it was our old friend Lupac, Steve.
Lupac? Is he still on the loose?
More than ever. Now, Steve, I don't have to tell you about Lupac. He's a hired killer and the cleverest man we've ever had in our hair. I'll tell you how clever he is. He's been operating 5 years that we know of. We're fairly sure he's implicated in at least a half dozen assassinations, and yet no one even has a description of him.
Yeah, I know that. Look, Commissioner, Aristide Reynal was a sort of a friend of mine, but I don't think you'd be sending me over to Paris to find Lupac for that reason.
No, there's a lot more to it than friendship, Steve. You see, representatives of several European nations have been trying to hold top-secret conversations in Paris for the last week.
What do you mean they've been trying?
Every time they schedule a meeting, one of the representatives meets with a fatal accident, and I don't mean accident.
I see.
We think Lupac is responsible for those murders, that he's been hired to hamstring those negotiations. Now, Steve, they're going to try to meet again next Monday. Lupac's got to be caught before then. Get over to Paris, work with Inspector Murat of the Sûreté, and find Lupac. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Say, friends, are you celebrating proper? It's National Wheaties Week, you know. National meaning everybody coast to coast. Wheaties meaning the whole wheat flakes with a wholehearted energy. And week meaning 7 big days for you and me to buy 'em, try 'em, and tell the neighbors. I'm eating 'em. My family's eating 'em. How about you and yours? Get Wheaties yourself and get with America. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
That's what I like about my job. The commissioner's always so nice to me. He gives me a whole weekend in Paris, and all I have to do is find a killer nobody's ever lived to describe. I should be so lucky. Well, it's Friday when I get to Paris. I go to the headquarters of the French Sûreté, and Inspector Murat is waiting for me.
Mitchell, all of us here at the Sûreté feel we have lost an honored colleague in Monsieur Aristide Renal.
What facts can you give me about Renal's murder, Inspector?
Unfortunately, very few. We know only that Renal's body was discovered yesterday morning in the apartment of a man named Belog.
Belog? Who's he?
We have no idea, Mitchell. This Belog has dropped completely out of sight.
Do you have any description of him?
We have managed to piece together a slight description by questioning the other tenants. Belog is a small man, dark, with a mustache and a Van Dyke beard. He customarily wears horn-rimmed glasses and a beret.
Great. That description could fit 1,000 guys in Paris.
True.
You know, there's a little idea pecking at my brain, Murat.
I should not be surprised if it were the same idea that occurred to me, Mitchell. Namely, that this mysterious Monsieur Belog might be the hired killer we seek, Lupac.
Yeah. You got a key to this Belog's apartment, Commissioner?
Yes, we have left everything untouched for the time being.
Good. Come on. I'd like to take a look at it.
As you can see, it is quite a simple apartment.
Yeah, pretty bare. You spot any items of interest here?
A rusty razor blade in the bathroom.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. And some whiskers in the wash bowl.
It is possible that Belog, after the killing, decided to shave off his mustache and beard.
So now we're looking for a little man with horn-rimmed glasses, with or without mustache and beard. You know, we're getting less to go on by the minute. Funny?
Indeed. I do not see any humor in it.
No. I mean, this guy Belog must have been a pretty vain gent.
How do you mean?
He's got 2 mirrors in here.
Oui, I noticed that.
One of them here over the wash bowl on the left side of the room in the corner, and another one in the middle of the wall.
Perhaps he needed more light.
There's as much light here as there is there.
You are right. It is strange.
Well, anything else, Inspector?
There on the table in front of you.
This matchbook?
Yes. Note that there are but 2 matches remaining on the right side.
Well, right now, I'm more interested in noting the name on the cover. Hugo's. What's that?
A small restaurant on the Boulevard de Clichy.
Well, when you don't know where to start, I guess one place is as good as any other, Inspector. Besides, I'm hungry anyway. I'll see you later. So I head for Hugo's. And, of course, every other guy I see on the way there answers Belog's general description, which gives me a good idea what a sweet job it's going to be finding him. Inside the restaurant, a mournful-looking little gent is circulating from table to table, sawing away at a fiddle for the benefit of a few moonstruck couples. Then a tall, skinny gent spots me standing in the doorway and comes up to me.
Welcome to Hugo's, monsieur.
Are you the official greeter?
I am Hugo.
Oh, good. I'd like to talk to you. Where can we sit?
Why, at this table right here. But if you are selling anything, I am not in the market. Business, it stinks.
Don't worry, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, my friend, I now have much warmer feeling toward you. In that case, I would like to sell you something. A dinner fit for royalty.
Later, but right now I'd like a little information. Did you ever hear the name Belog before?
Belog? Belog?
What are you doing, memorizing it?
Oh, but of course, Belog, a steady customer, noble. Oh, at least he was.
Was what? A noble soul or a steady customer?
In Hugo's mind, there is no difference, my friend. But to be brief, I have not seen Monsieur Belog in here for the last few days.
I don't wonder. But before that, he used to come in regularly, huh?
Now you're making me slightly uncomfortable, monsieur.
Mitchell. Why?
Mitchell. Very simple. When inquiries are made about my steady customers, sometimes makes them very nervous. Then they become unsteady customers. And then Hugo's nerves become unsteady because it means he is losing money.
I get it. You think $5 American would steady your nerves, Hugo?
Would be interesting experiment. Place the bill in my hands.
Here you are.
Uh-huh. The experiment worked? See, my fingers, they are not quivering one bit.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Now, about filling me in on this guy Balog.
Of course. He came in here regularly, usually in company of another man.
What did this other man look like?
Oh, he was small, about Balog's size. Very inconspicuous-looking man. Let me see. I believe he usually wore a derby hat and carried umbrella with him.
Derby hat, umbrella. Hey, wait a minute. Look, here, take a look at this picture. This isn't the guy by any chance, is it?
But, of course, the very man.
And you say that he and Balog were in here together all the time?
Yes. You know the man in this picture?
I knew him. His name was Aristide Renal.
Well, the two of them seem quite friendly.
I don't get it unless...
Don't get what, my friend?
I'll skip it. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo.
Oh, but there is more.
Huh?
Indeed. Let us say that you have paid only for the main course of the dinner. There remains dessert.
You know, I don't see why you bother serving food in this place. You seem to do pretty well without it.
One must live, my friend.
Okay, steady fingers. Here's another 5 spot. Now, how about the dessert?
You see, over that corner table, alone.
The girl?
Who else?
Well, you said dessert, and you weren't kidding. French pastry yet. Who is she?
Celeste. Shall we say, friend of Balog's?
That gives me 3 good reasons for talking to her.
3? What are the other 2?
Her eyes, of course. Oh, I'll see you later, Hugo. Hi.
Hello.
Mind if I join you?
Why not?
Good question.
I am drinking Pernod in case you want to buy me another drink.
Sounds like an open and shut in case. Waiter, Pernod and scotch.
Oui, monsieur.
You're a friend of Balog's, aren't you?
Why?
You seen him lately?
Why?
Your needle is stuck. I owe him some money.
Give it to me. I will give it to him.
No, thanks. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't trust you. I'd rather give it to him myself, Celeste.
Suit yourself. I have not seen him lately.
I see. Did you ever hear him use any other name beside Lebuck?
Other names?
Lupac, for instance.
For instance, no. But why do we talk about Balog? He bores me. I know something much more interesting to talk about.
What's that?
Celeste and,
Steve.
Celeste and Steve. It sounds nice.
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation at that. Where do you think it would lead us?
Maybe to 36th Rue St. Anne.
What's there?
My place.
Oh, well...
Here are your drinks, monsieur. Scotch and Pernod.
You're a little late, Buster. We're leaving. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. But the drinks, what shall I do with them?
Well, you might... No, just drink them. Come on, Celeste. We drive up and stop at her place and start in. Then I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the alley across the street. Could be Balog, alias Lupac. Celeste promises to wait, goes inside, and I walk down to the end of the block. Then I cross over and circle around that block. I came up the alley behind the guy, but when I get into the alley, there's enough light to tell me that no one else is in there. I come out across the street from Celeste's apartment, and still no one in sight. I start to turn for another look back down the alley, but just then an arm swings down out of the doorway beside me, and something awfully hard connects over my right ear. Knocks me to the ground. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but just as I do, I get it again. I grab for the legs in front of my bleary eyes, but this guy must be enjoying it. The third time is the charm. Out I go.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Hello, this is Frank Martin, the family man. Yes, sir, a family man with a wife and a son and a home like yours. Pretty much like the man around your house, I'll bet. I wake up hungry, and I do mean hungry. But my wife, bless her heart, has a cure for that. She has Wheaties ready with bananas sliced and the cream right handy. You know, that sure is a wonderful way to treat a man. So why don't you try it on yours during National Wheaties Week? If he's anything like me, he'll go for those Wheaties. Yes, and they can help keep him going, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Not bad, huh? A whole kernel. So I'm asking you to try Wheaties once during National Wheaties Week, won't you? Try 'em.
And And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell!
Oh.
Mitchell!
What? Oh, Inspector Murat.
Oh, you are not so bad off after all.
Don't take any bets on that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brother, my head. What happened anyway?
Oh, well, one of my patrolmen heard a commotion. He saw a man dragging you into this alley. The man fled. When the patrolman saw your identification papers, he called me, and here I am.
Looks like I was about to get taken for the well-known ride.
Who hit you?
I wish I knew. Could have been Baylog. Hey, that reminds me. Come on, Inspector. We should have a talk with Celeste. No answer.
She may have gone. On the other hand, she may be hiding in there.
You got a pass key?
Oui.
Let's find out.
Very well. Here it is.
Now, watch it. Baylog may be inside, too.
That possibility has also occurred to me.
I'll get the lights. Huh, empty. You know, there's something that bothers me about this whole setup.
What is it?
That's the trouble. I can't put my finger on it. It's like listening to a pretty little tune and hearing a discord every now and then. Like, for instance, Hugo told me that Baylog and Aristide Reynal were regular customers at his restaurant and that they seemed very friendly.
Monsieur Reynal was what we might call a detective of the old school. I am sure the idea of assuming another identity and befriending Baylog would have appealed to him.
Yeah, like I say, that could be it. And if that was the only discord, I wouldn't pay any attention to it.
There are others?
Just little ones, like why the two mirrors in Baylog's bathroom?
You think there is a significance there?
Right now I'm having trouble thinking at all with this lump on my head. Look, I'm going back to Hugo's and see if he can give me any more leads on Celeste. I'll check with you later at headquarters.
Good evening, Monsieur Mitchell.
Hello, Hugo. Hey, looks like you're doing quite a business.
No, these are not customers. They are would-be waiters. Waiters. Today I need a waiter. I put in paper advertisement, and they pour in a flood. Oh, but I do not think that you come back here to talk about waiters. Did you find your friend Baylog?
No, I can't even find Celeste.
No.
Hey, there's $10 in it for you if you let me know the next time she drops in here.
$10?
$10. Is it a deal?
My friend, for that I will not only let you know, I will have her here waiting for you in chains.
Mitchell, were you able to find out anything more at Hugo's?
Only that he's having employment troubles.
Tell me, are you still hearing little discords in this tune we are listening to?
Yes, I am. I'm beginning to think that the discords could add up to a whole new tune.
But anyway. Hello? Oui? What? Hello, Kiko. Very well. The trail is warming up, Mitchell.
How so?
At your suggestion, I have had one of my men watching Celeste's apartment. He reports that a man answering Baylog's general description just went inside.
Okay. Well, that sort of knocks my new tune into a cocked hat. Come on, let's go. Better stop here, Inspector. Celeste's apartment is just ahead.
Oui.
There's a small open car parked up there in front of the apartment house.
Yes, that is the car the suspect arrived in, according to the report my man gave me.
Look, here he comes out the door.
He's getting into the car. Mitchell, we must not let him escape.
Hold it. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's just sitting in the car. Huh. He's a little guy, all right. And Hugo said Baylog was a little guy.
He is not wearing glasses, however, and he is clean-shaven.
Don't forget those whiskers in Baylog's wash basin. He could have shaved his beard off.
What are you going to do?
Have a little talk with him. I'll be back in a minute.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it?
You got a match?
Why, of course. Here.
Thanks. Say, I wonder if you could help me.
Help you?
Yeah. I'm a tourist here, and I need a little information.
Oh, yeah. I'm rather in a hurry, and...
Well, this won't take a minute. Here. This is a timetable for the Underground Railway, but I can't seem to figure out where the nearest station is.
Oh, very well. Excuse me. I must put on my glasses. So, now let me see it. Oui, your nearest station is just off the Boulevard de Montparnasse.
How do I get there?
Let me see.
You go down this street 2 blocks, then over 1, and then you turn...
No, not so fast. Look, here's a piece of paper. Would you write it down for me?
Oh, certainly.
Sorry to put you to the trouble.
There. Oh, it is quite all right. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well?
I don't know. Could be Baylog, all right. He had to put on glasses to read the timetable.
In that case, perhaps we... Mitchell, look!
Yeah, Celeste just jumped into his car. Come on, Murat, get this baby started. We don't want to lose him now. So, for the next 30 minutes, we chased them down a dozen assorted side streets and alleys, but we can't seem to gain on them. Finally, we spot their car pulled up in front of a 4-story warehouse. Neither the little guy nor Celeste is in the car. We pull up behind it.
They must be somewhere in that building, Mitchell.
Yeah, but where? This is a lot of building, looks like.
One of us had better go to the rear entrance, the other take the front.
Okay, you, Murat, get back!
Mon Dieu.
Brother. Yeah. This is the guy we were chasing, all right, or what's left of him.
No identification on him, but that does not surprise me. Well, Mitchell, the case is closed. Our little friend, Baylog, realized he was cornered. He preferred to administer justice to himself.
Did he?
I know what you are thinking, that perhaps he was pushed off the building. Well, perhaps he was. It is no matter. Either way, it would appear our case is closed.
Yeah, you're right. That's just the way it would appear.
Marcel Mitchell, international cooperation is a wonderful thing, and it has been a privilege to work with you in this affair. But I must say I am becoming increasingly annoyed at your present attitude.
Sorry.
It is true we have identified the body as that of Harold Pravda, an unemployed waiter. But to me, this means nothing. If Baylog was Lupak, as we believe him to be, he was quite capable of assuming a dozen different identities.
I know all that, Inspector.
But I tell you, the whole thing fits into place. Observe. First, we know that Aristide Renal was on the trail of the notorious Lupak. Second, Renal is murdered in the apartment of a mysterious little man named Baylog. Third, we know that Celeste is a friend of Baylog's. Fourth,
we chase Celeste and a little guy to a warehouse. The little guy takes a dive or gets pushed off the roof.
Exactamo. And furthermore, this little guy, as you call him, answers Baylog's description, even to the horn-rimmed glasses which he put on to write directions for you when you approached.
Hey, hold it right there.
What?
You just said something, Inspector. I remember now. That little guy wrote out the directions for me right-handed.
Is this so unusual?
It's unusual enough to take us back to Baylog's apartment right now.
Baylog's apartment? But surely if Baylog is dead...
Baylog is dead, all right. But if my hunch is good, there's something a lot more important than Baylog in his apartment.
But what could it be?
The answer to this whole deal. Inspector, one of the things you showed me when we were here in Baylog's apartment before was this matchbook on the table.
But of course, that led us to Hugo's restaurant.
Yeah, and that's all I was paying attention to at the time. I should have paid more attention to the fact that the remaining matches were on the right-hand side of the book. That means the person who was using those matches was left-handed.
Granted, he picked off the matches with his left hand.
Aristide Renal was left-handed.
Of course he was, Mitchell. We both know that. But what does that prove? We believe that Renal was posing as a friend of Baylog's. They ate dinner together. Renal obviously visited this apartment. As a matter of fact, this is where his body was discovered, if you will remember.
Yeah, Renal was left-handed. He probably used those matches. Now, come on into the bathroom.
Very well.
Now, this is the part I couldn't figure out before, Murat, but it sure makes sense now, the two mirrors.
But I still do not see...
Look, the regular mirror is over the washbowl right here in the left-hand corner of the room.
True.
Now, pretend you're Baylog and you're going to shave, and also pretend you're left-handed.
Well, no, all right. I would simply take a razor in my left hand and then... Mitchell.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. There's not enough room between the mirror and the wall on the left side for a left-handed man to shave.
Yes.
You'd probably cut your nose off.
That is why Baylog set up the other mirror farther along the wall.
Yeah. Inspector, doesn't it strike you as a pretty big coincidence that both Renal and Baylog happen to be left-handed?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that Renal and Baylog were one and the same man.
What? But that is impossible.
Is it? Look, we know Renal liked to adopt various disguises. I think he grew a beard, rented this apartment under the name of Baylog, and went after Lupak. Then, when things got too warm, he shaved off his beard, but it was too late. Lupac killed him, and his body was correctly identified as Reynal.
Oh, Hugo himself told us he had seen Reynal and Baylog dining together frequently in his restaurant.
That's the point, Inspector. That means that...
That means that Hugo was lying.
Hello, Hugo. I figured you'd be pretty close on our trail at this point.
I had to be sure you were convinced that the little man who, shall we say, fell off the roof was Baylog. Unfortunately, you are not convinced, that's all.
Then Hugo is Lupac.
That's about the way it adds up.
I have that honor indeed. Inspector, the hand away from the pocket, please. I admit there are more artistic ways of killing than with this gun of mine, but I am a practical man. I always suit the weapon to the occasion.
You were pretty smart in this deal, weren't you, Hugo?
Up to a point.
When you found out that we believed there was a guy named Baylog and that he'd killed Reynal, you decided to keep the story alive. You even went so far as to hire a little waiter who might pass for Baylog. You made a deal with him to take us on a chase through town. Then you shoved him off the building, hoping that would close the case and take the heat off of you.
Stay where you are. So it did not work. However, you are the only two who know it did not work. And you can be easily disposed of. Mitchell, stay where you are.
Don't worry, Hugo. I'm not getting any closer to you. I'm just walking sideways.
Stop.
You know, Hugo, for the first time in your life, you're going to have to make a choice.
I said stop.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Up to this point in your illustrious career, you've always been told who to kill. Now you've got to choose, me or Murat.
I shall kill both of you.
Oh, no. We're on opposite sides of the room now, and you're right in the middle. Whichever one you shoot, the other's going to jump you, and you won't have time to get us both. So, which one of us it is going to be, Hugo? Hugo licks his lips, jerking his head first towards me and then Murat. My plan is working. I'm almost to the light switch. Hugo takes another quick look at Murat, and I grab the switch and drop to the floor. I know Murat's got his gun out by now, like I have, but I also know Hugo's too smart to stay in one spot. I listen. No sound. I've got to figure out a way to trap him. Then I think of the small shaving mirror on the bathroom wall. I'm about 2 feet from the door. I ease into the bathroom flat on my stomach and get the mirror. Then I prop it up against the inside of the door so it'll reflect from behind the door out into the living room. I get behind the door and stick my gun through the crack. Then I take my cigarette lighter, reach back behind me, and light it. He takes a shot at the reflection, and I've got his location pegged. Murat!
I am all right, Mitchell.
Okay. I got the right guy, then. Get the lights.
Oh, indeed, you did get the right man, Mitchell.
Huh. He's still alive, but I don't think for very long.
Your mirror device was most effective.
Well, I guess it was pretty fitting, Inspector. That mirror was what tipped us off to the whole deal anyway.
It would appear the old superstition about breaking a mirror is true.
No, you're wrong there, Inspector. This proves that superstition is all wet.
Hmm? How do you mean?
Well, breaking a mirror is supposed to bring 7 years bad luck, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
So it sure isn't true for Hugo anyway. He should live that long.
You have just heard the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week.
That was my wife. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. So the Wheaties people asked her if she'd come to the studio tonight and tell the truth about me and Wheaties. Our little boy would have come, but he's only 3.5, and it's about time he was in bed. My wife's name is Maud Lee Martin, and she comes from Kentucky. Maybe you can tell her when you hear her talk.
Thank you, honey. Well, I'm surely glad to have a chance to celebrate National Wheaties Week because we're really fond of Wheaties at our house. Our little boy Jeff eats them right out of the box. Your Wheaties announcer, my husband, eats Wheaties too. And I'd like to tell every wife listening, I really do think Wheaties make a great deal of difference in a man's work. I have a real nice feeling when I put Wheaties on the breakfast table because I know I'm giving my family a wonderful lot of real nourishment. If you haven't had Wheaties lately, pick up a package when you're at the store tomorrow and join the Martins at breakfast, won't you?
Sure, do that. It's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties at breakfast, the champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 weeks from tonight, the great Gildersleeve returns to NBC.
What was that address again, Mary?
2400 Wallace Street. It should be in the next block, Blackie.
Want me to wait after I drop you off?
Well, that depends on what you've got to do. If it's something that might lead you into trouble, wait for me.
Well, you know I never get into trouble, Mary. It's only the criminals I go after that get into it.
Well, that's the way it's been up till now. But every time you leave me, I start to worry.
Don't you trust me, lady?
Oh, Blackie, you know how important you are to me.
Well, I'm kind of important to me, too, Mary. Now, stop worrying. And here's that 2400 address. I'll pick you up in half an hour, if you like.
Well, I don't know how long I'll be. You better go and I'll take a cab. But, Blackie, please.
I promise not to get hit by some gangster's bullet, if only because we have a date tonight, okay?
Sure.
I'll see you tonight. My cold ought to be better by then.
Well, I certainly hope so. Bye.
Bye.
Morning. What can I do for you?
I'm Mary Wesley. I phoned you earlier this morning.
Oh, that's right. You did. Sit down.
Thank you.
Okay. What's your problem, Miss Wesley?
First, is this as good a private detective agency as you advertise?
We're modest, Miss Wesley. We're even better than that.
Well, we'll soon find out. I have a difficult job for you.
Harder they are, the better we'll like 'em. What do you want us to do?
I want you to follow someone.
Shadowing's easy, Miss Wesley. So easy we sometimes hate to take money for. Oh, but we will.
Well, I think you'll find it rather hard to follow this person. And whatever the cost, I'll pay it. Money is no object.
And what is the object in following this man?
Well, that's not important. I just want you to follow him everywhere he goes. Now, don't let him out of your sight for 1 minute. I want you to get a detailed report on everything he does. But everything.
Can do. My man will watch him every minute. Now, just one little detail. What's the name of the guy you want shadowed?
His name is Boston Blackie.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Tommy. Where you been?
Me? I've been...
No, don't tell me. I know. Gone down to the Herald building to get your newspaper off the truck again.
But I had a boss. I just had to see what Dick Dash Detective did to Peach Face, and I couldn't wait.
You'd take your sweet time about going to see your dying mother. But you can't wait for the paper to come out to see what happens to Dick Dash.
Boss, sometimes I wait for the paper to be delivered.
You wait for the paper when you don't wake up till just before it's delivered. Now, look, sit down. I want to talk to you.
You want to see Dick Dash? He's going to take the fuzz off Peach Face's kiss.
Look, sit down or I'll take the nose off yours. Now, we got this new stick-up racket going, and it's going great. But it can be greater.
Yeah, I know. We've been doing awful good lately, haven't we?
Yeah, but it's only the beginning. Now, listen, Tommy, I want...
Want me to duck, boss?
No, just sit where you are. I might need you.
Oh, I get it.
Come in.
Hello, Fredericks.
Well, Boston Blackie. What do you want down here? As if it would make any difference to me.
Any other time, Fredericks, I'd resent talk like that. Now I'm taking it.
Well, what's the Rover boy got roving around in his mind? You know Tommy, don't you?
Who'd want to?
Look, Blackie, maybe I...
Sit down, small stuff. I came here to see your boss, not to clip you.
Oh, is that so? Well, kid, let's start something right now.
Shut up, Tommy.
Okay.
Blackie may want something here, but I don't think it's trouble.
You're right, Fredericks. It's a job.
A job? I didn't think you worked, Blackie. Except on people like us.
Well, the time has come when I think I ought to work with people like you. It's all right. Laugh if you want, Fredericks, but I need money. That's not funny to me.
You broke, Blackie? I don't believe it.
I'll tell you how broke I am. You're in a good racket. The risk is high, but so is the take. I want in.
Oh, now, Blackie, please. Aren't you being just a little corny? You don't think I'd trust you within a mile of me when I'm doing a job, do you?
I didn't expect you to, no. But you could give me a chance. Find out if you can trust me. Then if you can, let me in. I could be a big help to you.
Now, that's the first thing you said that I can believe, Blackie. I'll tell you what I'll do. You can come in on a job with us tonight.
All right.
Now, wait a minute. I'm no sucker. You're in on my terms.
I'm listening.
There may be trouble. And if there is, and if I have the slightest idea that you were responsible, I'll kill you before you can move an eyelash.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, I called your apartment 10 times since I got home and you weren't there. Now, where are you?
In a phone booth on Wheaton Street. I've just come from seeing Fredericks.
Seeing him or trying to see him?
I saw him, and he didn't see through me. Well, not completely. But he's ruined our date tonight.
Well, I don't mind that too much as long as you got what you wanted. Only be careful, please, Blackie, for me.
I'll do my best. I'm going out with Fredericks tonight, sort of a trial. I'll be with him from 8 till midnight when we pull a job.
Well, then I won't see you till tomorrow?
Yeah, that's the way it looks. Oh, how did you do with your end of the deal?
Oh, don't worry. A man from the Brown Detective Agency will follow you everywhere you go. He'll see everything you do.
Good. Now all I have to do is hope that Inspector Faraday doesn't interfere. Because if I'm in the groove tonight, Fredericks and his boys will be in the bag tomorrow.
Keep moving through the bushes till you're under that first window there, Blackie.
All right, Fredericks.
And Tommy and Bill will drop the stuff down to us.
Yeah.
Hey, you did a good job on that lock, Blackie.
Thanks. That's my new business from now on.
Yeah.
Hey, Fredericks, did you have to pick a place surrounded by bushes? Ouch! Those thorns hurt.
Yeah, you'll get a worse pain than that from this gun in your back if you cross us tonight, Blackie.
Why don't you stop that talk? I'm in this because I want to get something out of it. And that's all. Oh, I'm glad we're out of those bushes, though. Which window do we stay under?
Oh, the one just above us now.
Oh.
Hey, there's Bill up there. Toss the stuff down, Bill.
Okay.
Where's Tommy?
Watching the entrance of the building so Bill can work without having to be his own lookout.
Hey, down there. Catch.
I got it. Hey, what is this stuff?
Just something that's easier to steal than earn.
One guess. Money, huh?
Good guess.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, boss? We're ready to make a break for it. You stick up there as a lookout till we get away.
Sure, boss. I'll stay up here. Hey, boss.
Yeah?
The watchman. He's coming around the back of the building. I can see him from here. I'd better let him have it.
Yeah, make it snappy.
Wait a minute. Quiet up there, Bill. He'll hear you. Fredericks.
Oh, Blackie, start talking.
I'll handle the watchman, okay with you?
Okay, but do it fast.
I'm on my way. I ought to be able to tag him just before he comes around the corner of the building.
I'll wait here, Blackie. Only don't get cute. Just don't get cute.
Something awful funny's going on here.
Good night, friend. I tagged him, Fredericks. He won't move for a while.
Better shoot him, Blackie. If he's alive, you'll know what you look like.
You're the boss. Well, Fredericks, I knocked him off. We'd better get going now.
Okay, Blackie. That was nice shooting. All right, come on. That shot will bring the cops here in no time.
Believe me, I'm not waiting around to say hello to them. Let's go.
Yeah.
For some reason or other, I don't mind the thorns on these bushes as much as I did.
Maybe it's because you don't have a gun in your pack now.
What does that mean?
It's your okay, Blackie. I can use you. Shooting that watchman will set you in solid.
Thanks. Hey, there's Tommy at the car. Where's Bill?
Probably still in the building. But he'll get away. If he doesn't, so what? I've got you to take his place.
I'm awful proud of what you did last night, Blackie. I think we ought to celebrate.
Suits me. Like to go to the Carlton tonight?
You talked me into it.
We're celebrating a little early, you know, honey. I'm in the Fredericks gang, all right, but I still have to find out where their next job is so I can have Faraday there to grab them.
What would the inspector do without you? And for that matter, what would I do?
Oh, that's what I like. An interruption when the conversation was getting good. Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Faraday, old pal. Mary and I were planning to go out to celebrate. Want to join us?
Blackie, when you and Miss Wesley go out, she's going home. And you're probably going downtown with me.
You mean there's a doubt in your mind?
Not much of a one, I'll tell you that. Blackie, you've been trying to get something on a guy named Fredericks, huh?
Don't look now, Inspector, but I've practically gotten what I want. I was on a job with him last night.
That's what I thought. You shot the watchman on that job, didn't you?
Sure, with blanks.
Blanks? Since when would a blank cartridge kill a man?
What?
That watchman was found shot to death, Blackie.
Well, listen...
Not that it should be any news to you.
Blackie.
Hold it, Mary. You know how wrong Faraday generally is. Inspector, for your information, I went on that job last night to get evidence you need, and I did shoot the watchman, just as I said. But I used a blank cartridge, and that's definite.
Maybe, only I don't believe it. Let me see your gun.
Well, sure, if you want to. But I've taken the blanks out and reloaded it with real bullets.
That's all. You never had blanks in it, Blackie. Blanks don't kill people, and that watchman you shot is dead.
Are you serious?
You're the one who makes jokes, not me.
Wait a minute, Faraday. I didn't kill anybody. This was part of a plan, and I have an alibi.
Yeah?
Mary hired a detective to follow me everywhere I went. He was there when I fired at that watchman, and he must have seen that watchman get up as soon as Fredericks and I ran away.
What?
I wanted in on the Fredericks gang so I could turn them over to you. Mary hired a private detective, so if something like this happened, I'd be in the clear.
Our private detective from the Brown Agency, Inspector Faraday. He saw what Blackie did, and he'll prove that the watchman wasn't really shot by Blackie.
Well, let's have him prove it.
Okay, I'll call the agency right away.
I hope this guy saw what happened, Blackie.
He saw everything, Faraday. He was instructed not to let me get out of his sight. And that agency has good men.
I got a good mind not to even wait to find out.
You've got a good mind. Your mind is so dull you could be arrested for carrying a blunt instrument. Now, just wait till you hear what this detective has to say.
I'll wait.
Brown Detective Agency, Brown speaking.
Mr. Brown, this is Mary Wesley.
Oh, Miss Wesley, glad you called. I've been trying to get in touch with you for hours.
Well, I haven't been home all day. Mr. Brown, I want you to speak to Inspector
Miss Wesley, I'm afraid I have to give you an unpleasant report.
Huh?
My man lost Boston Blackie's trail late this afternoon. Couldn't find a trace of him after that.
And now back to Boston Blackie. A man named Fredericks heads a stick-up gang, and in an effort to trap him, Boston Blackie joins him in a robbery. During the robbery, Blackie shoots a watchman. A private detective was supposed to be following Blackie to testify, if necessary, that the watchman got up after the shot because Blackie used blanks. It turns out, though, the watchman is found shot and killed. And when it is learned that the private detective lost Blackie's trail before the robbery, Blackie has no way of proving that he didn't kill the man. As we return to our story, Faraday prepares to take Blackie to jail for murder.
Faraday, you have to listen to me.
I'll listen to you in the lineup, Blackie. And when I get you into that light in the Detective Bureau, I want you to talk plenty.
I like the light I'm under right now. Have you ever seen a prettier chandelier?
I've never seen a prettier mess than you're in right now.
Inspector Faraday, please, now let Blackie...
Quiet, Miss Wesley,
But,
huh?
Inspector, all Blackie needs is a little time, and then he'll find the man who killed that watchman.
You've been around Blackie so much, you're beginning to think like him.
If you'd stick around, maybe you'd start thinking, period. Give me just a few hours, and I'll clear this up for you, Faraday. I promise you.
Clear enough already, Blackie.
So you're going to headquarters. And no tricks.
Why, you know I'd never pull a trick on you.
No, not much. But this time you don't get a chance. Turn around, Blackie. I want your back to me.
It's impolite.
All right, apologize to Emily Post later. Turn around, I said. This time I'm going to make sure there are no tricks.
Faraday, you're making a mistake.
Sure, I know.
All right. My back is turned.
Oh, Inspector, won't you listen?
And not to you, Miss Wesley, so be quiet. Oh. All right, Blackie. Take your gun out of your pocket, then put both hands over your head.
With my gun in one hand?
Yeah, with your gun in one hand, pointing at the ceiling. You can't shoot me with your gun in that position. I can walk over and take it.
You're clever, Inspector. All right, my gun is in my hand and my hand's from the air.
And I'm coming up behind you and...
Ah! Blackie, what's happening?
Hey, the lights. Blackie, come back here. Come back. Where are you going?
The same place the light in that chandelier just went, Inspector. Out!
This guy, Dick Dash, sure is great, boss. Sure is great.
What do you do all night, Tommy? Wait up for Dick Dash to come out in the morning?
He went down and got on the newspaper truck again this morning, boss. I think the guy's nuts.
Well, I'm glad you're not, Bill. Smart work after the stick-up last night. What made you get down to make sure that watchman was dead?
The sap looked up when you and Blackie ducked through the bushes, boss.
Oh?
I was still watching in the second-story window. I saw him.
Hey, boss. Dick Dash has Peach Face backed into a potato
Shut up
peeler.
about Dick Dash, will you, Tommy?
All right.
So, you shot the watchman yourself, huh, Bill?
Yeah, and just in time, too. He was just getting up. I let him have it, and that was all. You know, I wasn't surprised that guy was alive. Didn't trust Blackie.
Yeah, I almost did. I sure don't now.
Think we better get out of town?
No, not yet. Blackie will be here pretty soon. He knows the score. He knows what's happened to him, and he'll be here to make sure something happens to us. Tommy. Tom, will you put down those funnies and listen to me?
Oh, sure, boss.
Look, you get in this closet here.
In the closet? What for?
Insurance.
What are you talking
Blackie
about?
may be here to cause trouble. If he does, he'll be standing with his back to the closet when he starts it. I want you to come out and finish it. And him.
Oh, yeah, sure. Dick Dash did something like this once. Sure, boss. I'll listen from in here. If he gets tough, well, just leave it to me.
Leave Dick Dash out here. You can't read in the closet anyway. Bill.
Yeah?
First chance we have, let's get rid of that guy.
Yeah, that comic detective of his gets on my nerves, too. Guy goes nuts waiting to find out what's going to happen the next day.
Well, he's not the only guy who's nuts about those things. I'm just getting so, I don't like the guy anymore.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'll lay odds that's Blackie. If he starts something, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Come in.
Hello, Fredericks. Hello, Bill. Watchman was found dead, and Faraday thinks I killed him.
Well, you shot him, remember? Cozy, weren't you, Blackie?
I thought so at the time. I'm a little cozier now, though. Tommy, out of that closet.
Nobody's in the closet, Blackie.
No? Then what's the comic page of this paper lying around here for? Tommy's here, all right, and he's in there. You coming out, Tommy? Want a personal invitation? All right. Neither of you guys get cute now. You won't like what happens if you do.
There's nobody in there, Blackie.
All right, Tommy, out. No? Okay, I'll drag you out. Okay, come on, you little...
I did it, boss. Just like in Dick Dash Detective. When he yanked open the door, I let him have it. Blackie'll be out for an hour.
Good. It's the only place he knows about where he can find any of us. Now beat it, both of you. I'll get in touch with you. Maybe we're out of business in this town, but after Faraday picks him up, I guarantee you, so's Boston Blackie.
Oh.
Hello, Mary. Sorry to wake you up.
Oh, Blackie, where you been?
Most of yesterday, I was unconscious on the floor of Frederick's office.
Blackie.
I'm all right now, except that I still have my cold, and most of the night I've been hiding from the police.
Oh, well, don't come up here. My apartment's being watched, and not because the police think I'm cute.
I know, they think I'm cute.
Oh.
Well, I do have a cute bump on my jaw.
Blackie, go to see Faraday and try to explain what really happened.
No, Mary, he's got no reason to believe me yet, and I've got to be free in order to clear myself.
Well, how are you going to start?
I'm not sure yet. Of course, I know who killed that watchman.
Yeah?
It's one of Frederick's men.
Oh.
but I have no proof, and I've got to find Fredericks if I can.
Oh, Blackie, please. Now, don't do anything foolish. If you haven't found what you want by morning, give yourself up. Oh, please. I'm scared.
Think how scared Fredericks ought to be about now. Well, I've got one lead on how to get to him. A lead that has to do with the comic pages, only believe me, it isn't very funny.
Okay, number 6, you're all loaded. Get rolling. Okay. Oh, hold number 7. You got to haul a few hundred more this time.
Hey, you.
Yeah?
Sorry to bother you when you're busy.
Hey, I know who you are. You're Boston Blackie, I mean. Say, you're in an awful jam, Blackie.
I know I am, and I'm here to get out of it. Some guy comes here almost every morning to buy a paper off one of these trucks.
Yeah, he sure does. Oh, he hasn't been here this morning. Well, not yet, I mean.
Well, look, when he gets here, I want to talk to him.
Sure, Blackie. Want me to point him out to you?
No, I know what he looks like. Only it's late, and looks like he's not going to show up.
Yeah, could be. Sure would like to help you, Blackie, if I could. I'm
That's
sorry.
all right. Okay. Thanks, anyhow.
Blackie.
Yeah?
The guy you were talking about. Here he is now.
That's the guy, all right. Give me that paper and tell him to step behind this truck to get it.
Okay. Oh, but Blackie...
Give me that paper, quick.
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Now, send that guy back here, and don't tell him who he's going to meet.
Okay.
Say, mister, I'll have one of those papers this morning. I gotta see Dick Dash, detective, before I leave town.
Oh, you're leaving town?
Yeah.
Well, there's a man behind this truck with some extra papers. He'll sell you one.
Thanks a lot. Hey, you with the papers, give me one of those things. I gotta see...
You have to see me first, Tommy. And don't reach for a gun.
No.
Don't yell. And keep your back up against that truck.
I didn't do nothing, Blackie. I didn't hurt nobody.
That watchman was more than hurt at that holdup. He was killed. And I think you killed him.
No, I didn't kill him. It wasn't me.
Who was it then?
I don't know.
Lucky I didn't hear you, Tommy, or you'd get another clip. Now, who killed that watchman?
Wait, Blackie, wait. Don't clip me again. It was Bill.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, where is he?
But he left town last night. I don't know where he went.
Why,
Wait, Blackie, honest, I don't know.
I'll find out where. He killed that watchman? With his own gun?
Yeah, Blackie, yeah.
How do you know?
I heard Bill tell Fredericks.
Where's Fredericks?
I don't...
Tommy, I'm gonna knock...
He's living under the name of Colfax in the Walton Hotel.
That's different. Okay, Tommy. Here's your funny papers. Let's see how you like reading them in jail.
Blackie, this is the first time I've ever arrested a man and then let him go to a hotel. The things I let you get away with.
Faraday, you let me come here to the Walton, but you came with me, didn't you? I surrendered to you on that condition. But you let me do this.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Here's 905. This is supposed to be Frederick's room.
And this is where I take a chance on letting you run out on me again, isn't it?
No Faraday, no chandeliers.
And no more than 5 minutes, or I'm coming in there and arresting you for good.
You mean for murder, don't you?
You know what I mean.
I always do.
Very funny.
But do you? Faraday, listen at the door now. I promise you an earful.
You and your promises.
Get out of sight, Faraday.
I'm out of sight.
Well,
you just be sure to stay in that room.
Shh.
Yeah, who is it?
It's Tommy with the funny papers.
Just a minute.
Hello, Fredericks. Now, don't close the door. I'm coming in.
Keep you out.
Stop pushing, Fredericks. I'm in.
Yeah. What do you want?
To finish what I started in your office last night. Only this time, no closet gimmicks. This is going to be done my way.
It won't do you any good to kill me, Blackie. I can tell the police you didn't really kill that watchman. I'm the only one that knows that Bill did it. I'm your only alibi. Now, you got to keep me alive.
Do I? We'll see about that. I see you're packing. Going somewhere?
Yeah, you know I got to blow town.
Not taking much with you. This is sort of a small valise.
Well, I like to travel light.
I want to see how light.
Hey, what are you looking for in that suitcase?
Money? The dough you got from the stick-ups. And here it is. Well, I'll take this and you.
Maybe you know a lot, Blackie, but it's not going to do you any good. Outside that window behind you, it's a long way down. And I'm going to see that you find out personally.
Okay, Frederick.
Show you.
I've been waiting for...
Give you...
Come in, Faraday.
Okay, I heard everything. So this guy there on the floor is the guy in back of all those robberies, huh?
That's him. Name is Fredericks. That character Tommy I brought down to you works for him.
Yeah?
This guy here is the boss.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who really shot and killed the watchman is a fellow named Bill. With a little coaxing, either Fredericks or Tommy will tell you where he's hiding out.
Good. It's going to be a lot of fun coaxing them, too. You know, Blackie, maybe it takes a little longer when we work alone on a case, but we sure get results.
Want to know a way we can solve cases quicker?
Well, I sure do.
On the next case, when we work alone, I'll work alone.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the sunlight of an October morning, Broadway stands on its street corner and breathes deep of the autumn-filtered air, presses out of its lungs the taste of the night past. This is the time of day when neon is silent, spectaculars doze. The shadows have not yet found their final shapes, and the pavement is flecked with glints of sun fragments. Doorways are opened on the October day, and the night dreams are swept into the gutters. It's the time of the coffee and cakes, and break from the starting gate. And the odds, even up, you never come in. And where I was, the sunlight filtered through Italian damask, swiftly caressed Grecian fragments. A torso in black marble, a head in stone, pocked with antiquity. A glass case with golden coins hermetically sealed against corrosion and desire. And impervious to it all, the man who leaned fastidiously against a Grecian column,
then lifted his glass of champagne, silently toasted the bust of Plato, then let the realization flow over him that a policeman was there among his treasures.
You respond well, you people, and quickly. Bravo.
At headquarters, they said your call sounded urgent.
Did they say that? How perceptive of you people. The extraordinary qualities one finds in the most unimaginative of delicious.
That's right, Mr. Hanson. No imagination. That's why you'll have to tell me the reason I'm here.
It's exquisite. You'll be ravished by it. Shall we set it off with champagne?
Look,
I reject the bubbly. It's going to be such a grisly day, Mr. Clover. I promise you.
It's off to a good start. Goodbye, Mr. Hanson.
Come back, idiot man. Come back. In this room full of dead antiquity, there is so much vibrant death, pulsating death. And you turn your back on it. Idiot man.
Someone's dead?
There will be. Does the statement chafe up an emotion in you?
Who?
Nola, my wife. Once of such beauty. Such beauty that would put all these my Grecian delicacies to shame. That torso, for instance. It would blush to its tippy toes at the beauty that once was Nola's. But no more.
And she's going to die because...
There will be violence of one sort or another. Death, it is almost too much to hope for, is it not? Though Nola deserves it. How that old girl deserves it.
She's done something?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. She convinced a boy to come here all the way from Europe. An Adonis of a boy. Kurt could turn on the old girl. Young gods turn on old beauty sometimes. Destroy it because it offends their sense of the aesthetic.
Kurt?
Kurt Bauer. A young thing with a pair of skis. I fear Nola is playing with her own demise in that boy, and she's not aware of it. No more than she's aware that...
That what?
That my daughter Connie, by a former, less colorful marriage, also has no love for Nola. You must talk to Connie at her place on Sutton. Ask her why she loathes Nola so helplessly. It'll amuse you.
And you, Mr. Hanson, what about you?
Why? I, too, am a creature of violence. Delicious, isn't it? I don't know one day to the next how I'll react when something's taken away from me. I fear for Nola, Mr. Clover. Such an exquisite fear.
That's why you called us?
But exactly. Nola's a lovely old girl. I'd fret if there was so much as a scratch on her. You'll prevent that, you people, won't you? If you can. If you can.
And saying it, Mr. Hanson poured himself a drink, moved over to the slender Grecian column, faced me, and took his stance next to Plato. He fingered his mustache, cocked his head, and used a half of his mouth for a smile. That's the way I left Mr. Hanson. Then call his daughter, be told that Miss Hanson was not at home momentarily. Momentarily, she had an appointment elsewhere, at Rockefeller Plaza, the ice skating rink. So go there. Have her paged.
Miss Hanson. Miss Connie Hanson, please.
And watch the skaters briefly. The young thing who catches your eye in pirouettes. And Swifty, the rapid boy on racing blades. And the lady who gets up again, brave and intent, and skates close to the rail. And the very tall young woman who skims out of the crowd and talks to the announcer.
Hi, Miss Hanson.
That man asked for it.
Do you want to see me?
Yes, my name's Clover. Can we sit down?
Sure, if you want.
I'm from the police, Miss Hanson.
Go on. I'm not panicky.
I had a talk with your father a little while ago.
What's his current burden?
I'm not sure, Miss Hanson. He seems to be worried about your stepmother.
You should have started to worry about her 15 years ago, the day he married her. If I were he, I'd give up by now. You know, come philosophical about her. What did he say about stepmother Nola?
He said something would happen to her. Somebody...
Kurt?
He mentioned a name, Kurt Bauer.
Kurt Bauer. You know something? I've been waiting for Kurt for 2 hours, just to cross hands with him and dance a Blue Danube with him. He won't show up. Would you show up for me, Mr. Clover? For a girl who's 6 feet tall?
I want to...
My complexion's not so bad, but look at this hair. Ever see hair like this on a girl? I chuckle to myself when I put lipstick on my face.
Tell me about Kurt Bauer.
And see me gush? Don't make me do that, Mr. Clover. I'd titter and poke you with an elbow.
Just tell me who he is.
Young man. We found him in the Italian Alps.
We?
stepmother, Nola, and I. We were skiing. Something came out of the blue and plopped down beside us and made nasty little slaloms in the snow. That was Kurt.
What's he doing here?
Stepmother Nola stopped waxing his skis long enough to tell him she could get him a job come winter at Lake Placid.
Then why would he want to do anything to harm her?
My daddy tell you he would? Dad was ribbing. He's a ribber. Great sense of humor. He reads Plato and hits passers-by over the head with folded newspapers.
How about you? You don't like Mrs. Hanson, do you?
I don't like any woman who's lovely. You blame me? Now, pardon me, Mr. Clover. There's a tall man skating over there. He's alone. I never saw him before, but maybe he's looking for me. I'll give him something to look at.
And watch the girl skate away with a surprising grace, glide to the center of the rink, and begin an endless whirling, a whirling whose fuel was disappointment and frustration, the frenetic spinning, turning, cutting of numerals into ice, the magic symbols to draw beauty to her. And it doesn't happen until the awkward crash against the spectator's railing, the clumsy fall that sparked only a laugh, and no one helps her to her feet. Check now with the proper authorities for an address on Kurt Bauer, ski instructor. Be given it. Go there, to an apartment whose odors are of wax, of oiled wood, and steel. And blended with it the perfume of the woman who runs her fingers across the boy's mouth as he speaks.
Please, Nola, please.
The man frighten you, Kurt. You've met his type before. Don't be frightened, darling.
You will understand, Mr. Clover, that Mrs. Hanson...
Nola, darling, Kurt, Nola.
Please take your hand from me. In the presence of this gentleman, it is not...
You realize what you're doing to this boy, Mr. Clover? You frighten him. Because he's been harassed by men like you before.
By police?
You're all alike, whatever they call you. Police, authority, men on horseback, men in uniform. Only you're not, are you, Mr. Clover? On horseback, I mean, or in uniform. But Kurt has met you before.
What Mrs. Hanson is trying to say for me, and I would wish she did not...
Kurt, I was only trying to...
What Mrs. Hanson is trying to say is that I served with the Nazi Alpine Corps, against my will, that I deserted them, that my innocence has been proven by your occupation forces in my native Germany, that my relationship with Mrs. Hanson is only...
Only that, Mr. Clover. I'm a sort of fading employment agency for young men who fly beautifully through the air.
Your husband said he was afraid for you, Mrs. Hanson, that something was going to happen to you.
Something bad? By whose hand?
Your stepdaughters, maybe. Kurt's, maybe. Your husband's, maybe.
Shall I give you my reaction?
Mrs. Hanson,
I'll give it to you, my reaction. Connie, my stepdaughter, pathetic girl, she's so in love with Kurt. She might hurt me, even try to kill me. Yes, she might. And I could understand it, believe me, I could. And my husband, you've met him. He's vicious, no? But if he stooped to soil his hands that much, it would astonish me. And Kurt, my Kurt, could you hurt me? Why?
I want you to go away from here, Nola. Someplace where you will be safe, where you...
You're frightened for me, Kurt? You don't want anything to happen to me, your nice American friend?
That inn in Vermont. There is snow there now. You will enjoy it, Nola?
We'll talk about it, okay? When this gentleman leaves, we'll talk about it.
I wish to assure you, sir...
He's leaving now, Kurt. See? I'm helping him with his coat. And then we'll discuss it. Here. A tug on your jacket, Mr. Clover, and you're ready for the street. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
Danny?
Come on in, Muggerman. What's on your mind?
Nothing. Just going home, Danny. How about you?
Yeah, a few minutes.
You bowling tonight?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, don't do me any favors. You don't feel like bowling? Say you don't feel like bowling.
Yeah,
What's the matter with you?
I'm bewildered, Muggerman. You ever get bewildered?
That's why I bowl so much. It takes my mind off the many times I'm bewildered.
I can't figure those people. Each one of them. Dale Hanson, his wife, his daughter, that Kurt Bauer.
What about him?
I don't know. If I said they were strange, would you know what I meant? Me either. There's something shrill about all of them, like they were waiting for something to happen, like each was waiting for the other to make a move. One of them was... Danny Clover speaking.
Dale Hanson, Mr. Clover.
Yes, what is it, Mr. Hanson?
Have you been inside Kurt's apartment recently?
About 3 hours ago. Why?
I suggest a revisit. I strongly suggest it, Mr. Clover. Goodbye.
Who was it, Danny?
I'll tell you on the way. Come on.
The door's wide open, Danny.
Thank you very much for the information, Muggavan. Go on in.
Right, all right. What's supposed to be here in Kurt's apartment?
I don't know. Look in that room.
Yeah.
Danny, look.
Look, Danny.
He stood there in the doorway, Muggavan did, pointing at Kurt Bauer, lying there on the bed, arms outstretched, like the beginning of an embrace, like the end of one. And beneath the white silk scarf round his throat was the shaft of a ski pole, steel-tipped, impaling him. It was the thing that killed him, the thing that had murdered Kurt Bauer.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Robert Q. Lewis is in the Waxworks for a solid hour of pop tunes every Saturday night on CBS Radio. If you go in for Tin Pan Alley favorites, come in for Robert Q's Waxworks just a little bit later tonight on most of these same stations. Robert Q's name guests who know their music and sometimes sing it. America's discs America currently sold on. Enjoy them all on Robert Q's Waxworks later tonight on CBS Radio.
It's the time that we're saved up for, Saturday night on Broadway. The time when the great explosion flings itself out over the city, and the lights climb in columns against the wall of night like licking serpents. Crowd gathers to give it voice. The hawkers, the gawkers, the hurry-up boys, the take-it-easy girls, the laughers, the weepers, the footsteps, the sigh of silk, the whispers. And inside, a thin sheet of glass away, the cocktails on the varnished bar, and the piano, and the secret sounds from a corner table. This is it, kid. Broadway, in the blaze of the moon, Saturday night time. And the night had an hour in it to find a man murdered, to consider him, to watch the police technical department attend him, to talk to the medical examiner. The hour to officiate, then to leave. And to make a call to Dale Hanson, summon him to headquarters.
For the first time in my life, Mr. Clover, I feel, well, municipal, like a citizen. It has the shade of a sensation about it.
You knew we'd find Kurt Bauer dead, didn't you?
Of course. I called you from the phone next to his deathbed. I've been complimented before on my presence of mind, so you needn't bother.
Did you kill him, Mr. Hanson?
You are Mr. Clover's, I suppose you people would say, sidekick?
Did you kill him?
Certainly not. I went to give him his fee for making my dear ones proficient on ice.
Let's see that medical examiner's report, Muggavan. Thanks. Kurt Bauer died at about 7 o'clock, according to this.
And I called you at 9. From 6 to 8:30, I was being sweated and massaged. You may check my club, the Hermitage Club.
Well, check it, Muggavan.
Gramercy 51110.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Hanson.
Certainly.
You tried to throw us off the track, didn't you? Told me your wife was in danger while it was...
Believe me, this whole turn of events is merely a pleasant surprise.
Who killed him, Mr. Hanson?
I suppose someone whose forte is pleasant surprises. I caused you to frown. Forgive.
Did you know your daughter was in love with him?
She'll grieve.
And your wife?
My wife is a foolish woman, and harmless. Her attempts to recapture a lost youth is saddening, but I bear with it.
I just spoke to a master named Bill, Danny.
Yeah?
Yeah, he baked him and massaged him from 6 to 8. Give him a half hour to get dressed.
You're in the clear, Mr. Hanson. You can get out of here. Then the phone call to the Hanson apartment. Be plugged into the chauffeur's quarters. Be told in a crescendo of yawns that Mrs. Nola Hanson had been taken to Grand Central at about 4 o'clock for a jaunt to Vermont. that she packed 3 custom-made bags, stopped off at Brooks Brothers for an undersuit of Woolies. Then to your room to watch the October night die out of your reach. Then the morning and the quick searing coffee against the call to be made. The call on Connie Hansen, stepdaughter of Nola, hater of Nola, unloved by Kurt. Miss Hansen, please.
Who are you?
Police.
Oh, now, you mustn't trouble Miss Constance with why she tried to do away with herself.
She tried to commit suicide? When?
Last night.
Can I see her?
Well, doctor left things like you to my discretion.
Can I see her?
Well, I don't see what harm it'll do. Come along. Miss Constance?
It didn't make me any more attractive, did it? I thought maybe.
Why, Miss Hansen?
Why? Kurt's dead, haven't you heard? I ever tell you about Kurt? Beautiful Kurt, handsome Kurt. You're not a woman, so you don't know what it was when he touched you, even by mistake. He never drew his hand away from you the minute he did. I could gush like this forever.
You could have killed him, tried suicide knowing it wouldn't work to make us think.
You're a ray of sunshine, Mr. Culver. You really are. A big help. You're thinking I could kill Kurt. That makes me something, doesn't it? Really something. A girl a man could want. A man could want a girl like that.
I'm sorry, Miss Hansen.
You better leave, don't you think?
Danny?
Oh, hello, Gino.
Happy holiday.
Oh, thanks, Gino. Holiday? What holiday?
You kidding?
No, I'm not. What holiday?
Why, Danny, on this date in 1774, Samuel Adams did call together the Continental Congress.
Oh, I guess it slipped my mind.
Don't let it bother you. Last year I forgot, too. And, Danny, to celebrate this auspicious occasion, I gave my oldest, Emilio, a new Columbia bicycle. Why, what a happy, laughing lad he was upon receiving it.
I'm sure he was.
Well, Danny, let us not twaddle. To work.
If you insist.
As indeed I do. However, the news I have to give you is pause.
It's what?
Pause. Not much of it. I put in a phone call to Vermont and the inn where Mrs. Hansen is staying. She was out walking the hills, so I left a message to get down here post-haste.
What else, Gino?
Well, I already told you, Danny, that the news would... hello, Muggerman.
Hi, Gino. Danny.
Yeah?
I've been over the immigration department most of the morning checking on Kurt Bauer.
What'd you find out?
Oh, not much we don't know already. He was in the German army, deserted. You know what Kurt told you. Just one thing, though.
Yeah?
Bauer came over here with his mother. Set her up in a little house out in Flushing. Here's the address.
Oh. Thanks, Muggerman.
Kurt was something fine, Herr Clover. Something beyond your understanding.
I met him, Mrs. Bauer. Talked to him. He told me he was a deserter.
My Kurt was a man of intelligence. When promises, dreams were not what they pretended to be, Kurt fled from them, as he fled from your authorities in our country.
He said he'd been an unwilling Nazi, and that he was cleared.
He was, but it was still flight, because Mrs. Hansen beckoned.
She loved him.
Many have loved Kurt. Many Mrs. Hansens. Younger, richer, less greedy for youth. And many husbands have wished my Kurt dead for this.
Dale Hansen?
A curious man. This house, it was his gift to Kurt. Kurt's clothes, his apartment, money to spend.
You mean they were a gift through Mrs. Hansen?
No, from him personally. Because my Kurt went to him when we came to your country, explained to him his interest in Mrs. Hansen was only professional. She had talent for skiing. Explained to him his gratitude for the opportunities of your country. My Kurt was an intelligent man.
You could call it that.
Was it not intelligent of him to call to Mr. Hanson immediately when you found him with Mrs. Hanson? When you told them of her husband's fear for her?
Kurt did that?
Immediately. To ask of Mr. Hanson the favor of money for our return to our home. Kurt had no wish to be present when...
And what did Hanson do?
He promised Kurt the money. He told Kurt to come here to me. He would bring the money to us. You wish more from me, Mr. Clover?
No, nothing. And leave there, get back to Manhattan and back to headquarters. Check in and make another phone call. Call Vermont and talk to a desk clerk and be given answers. Then to a Park Avenue apartment where you'd been once before.
Mr. Clover, come in.
And watch Mr. Hanson as he took up his post again next to Plato. And then notice that to the room another treasure had been added, his wife, Nola Hanson.
This is a delight.
I'm glad you're back in town, Mrs. Hanson.
We're all glad.
You've heard about Kurt, haven't you?
I cried for him on the train, all the way to Boston.
Then she met a Harvard professor. He took a clinical interest in her.
How'd you find out about Kurt while you were in Vermont, Mrs. Hanson?
Your sergeant left word about what happened. The desk clerk at the inn gave me quite a detailed report.
I forgot to tell you something, Nola.
What?
I saw Kurt a little before the police. I went to his chambers to speak with him about you. And there he was, that tool of his trade right through his chest.
I cried. I really did.
Have either one of you heard about your daughter, about Connie?
Yes, she tried to commit suicide.
Well, she does that frequently, Mr. Clover. However, she's very careful not to succeed. By now, she knows precisely to the pill her limit. She never exceeds it.
Poor, desperate girl. I wish I could feel more fatherly about her.
Well, how could you, dear? Connie's so tall, and you know.
Let me ask you something, Mrs. Hanson.
Yes?
When I first met you, you were with Kurt Bauer. You were a different person.
Nola has that talent.
Thank you, dear.
When I first met you, Mrs. Hanson, you seemed so concerned about Kurt, so warm toward him.
Well, he was alive then.
That's your talent, huh?
Precisely alive. Kurt was something shining, vibrant. Dead? Well, he's dead.
He sure is. Well, Nola?
Mr. Hanson.
Don't be embarrassed, Mr. Clover. Nola and I will say our goodbyes right in front of you.
You planned it all, didn't you, Mr. Hanson?
Exceedingly well, don't you think?
Well, let a girl in on it, will you, boys? What are you two talking about?
About something exquisite, Nola. I had a man murdered, and Mr. Clover can't touch me.
You murdered Kurt?
I didn't say that, my dear.
What time did you catch the train for Vermont, Mrs. Hanson?
Oh, well, let me see now. The chauffeur drove me to the station a little before 4, and the train left soon after that.
The train left, but you didn't.
What do you mean?
There was a train at 4 and another one at 8. You took the one at 8. I called the inn at Vermont. You arrived too late to have taken the 4 o'clock train.
You mean I stayed around that dismal station all that time?
You don't pay attention, Nola. He didn't say that either.
That's right, I didn't. You didn't stay at the station. You used that time to murder Kurt Bauer.
Me?
This is very important, Nola. You really should make an effort to concentrate. He said you.
Your husband said he had a murder committed. And he was right. He had you commit the murder, Mrs. Hanson.
Dale, do you expect me to listen to that?
I do. Indeed, I do.
Your husband's a clever man. He understands people. He knows how people close to him will react.
Right.
He set something in motion, Mrs. Hanson, through me. He used me to frighten Kurt away from you. I told Kurt that something might happen to you. Kurt didn't want to be mixed up in it, so he ran. Like he always ran from everything, whenever there was trouble.
Kurt didn't run, I ran.
Kurt told you to go. And while you were away, he planned to leave the country. I found that out, too.
I drew a diagram about what was going to happen. It has. So, congratulate me, Nola.
Dale, help me.
That's more emotion than you've shown to me for years. Truly, Nola, I've missed it. That's why I did what I did. I grew bored about being embarrassed among my friends about you.
Dale, help me.
So you killed Kurt, Mrs. Hanson, because he was walking out on you. He told you that when you were waiting for the train, when you went to see him.
Listen to me, Dale. You've got to help me. I was foolish. I was foolish before. You stopped me before. All you had to do this time was to tell me to stop. And it was innocent, Dale. You know that. Listen, Dale. I was doing it for Connie, for your daughter. She's so unattractive. I was trying to convince Kurt to be kind to her, to love her. Don't you see? Don't you see, Dale?
And when you do have an emotion for me, my dear, it's so distasteful. Goodbye, Nola.
Nighttime blares down Broadway. The canyon streets gather it in like some passion, and the night is a backdrop for a million fragments, neon and roar and melting shapes and shock and clots of crowd. It's a fury that sweeps you up and holds you close and throws you into the gutter of your choice. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Betty Lou Gerson was heard as Nola Hansen and Ted Osborne as Dale Hansen. Featured in the cast were Mary Shipp, Irene Tedrow, and Robert Boone. When Squire Jack Benny invites the whole gang to a swank Hollywood nightclub, the natural question arises in everybody's mind, who's picking up the check? They'll find out, and so will you, tomorrow night when CBS Radio brings you Jack Benny Time. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, the Frankie Lane Show is your date with slick syncopation every Sunday afternoon on the CBS Radio Network.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Red Stands for Blood.
It gets cold in Cairo at night. Friday night was particularly cold, and the Tambourine was doing well. I had just put in a session at the till and had started over to my office when Chris called me to the phone. A man was at the other end of the line, and his voice wavered like a palm tree in a windstorm.
Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
My name is Jan Melnick. I wish to inquire about renting your Cafe Tambourine for an evening.
Oh, it can be done.
I'm expecting to have a big party, and I thought, well, if we could get together on certain details.
Well, we could certainly try.
Could you come to see me? My address is 207 Sharia Nazim, apartment 3.
Sharia Nazim?
Yes, please come. I expect you later this evening.
Mr. Melnick. Mr. Melnick. It sounded phony from the beginning. The Sharia Nazim winds through the poorest section of Cairo. Well, maybe Melnick won a lottery or something and was looking for a way to celebrate, so I decided to go out and see him. 207 Sharia Nazim turned out to be a wooden apartment building with a big lean-to. It was old and dirty, and it figured to be put together by a pile of scrap wood somebody fished out of the Nile. But I'd come a long way to see Melnick, so I wasn't going back. I went inside and started down a dark, creaking hallway looking for apartment 3. It finally showed at the end of the hall, and I rapped on the door. Nobody answered, and I tried again. Then a voice came floating back at me from inside the room.
Yes? Who is there?
Jordan, I'm looking for a Mr. Melnick.
Oh, all right. Oh, come in, Mr. Jordan. I'm most pleased to meet you.
He had thrown open the door to let me in. I got my first look at him. He was short and fat, and he wore a hearing aid, the battery kind. He was dressed in a tight-fitting double-breasted suit, and a packed valise stood at his side. It figured he was ready for traveling. A nervous look covered his face, but somehow, when I came in, he relaxed.
Yes, Mr. Jordan. Most pleasant to meet you.
Haven't I seen you around Cairo before?
Perhaps you have. I've been in your city for some time.
Street photographer, isn't that it?
That is correct.
Take pictures of tourists against some Cairo backgrounds and sell them the shots for a few piastres.
And that is the manner in which I have made my living since the last war drove me out of my homeland.
Well, business must be pretty good if you can rent the tambourine for a night.
Be so kind as to sit down, Mr. Jordan.
I can take it standing.
May I offer you a cigarette?
No, thanks, but you can turn on some more lights.
That would not be wise.
Well, all right, let's get to it, Melnick. Are you or are you not going to rent my tambourine?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Jordan...
You're not. It's just like...
Possibly could, Mr. Jordan, but it would have been most unwise for me to leave this place without you.
Look, Melnick, you may have a lot of time for games.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, but this is no game. This is very important to me. And it may be profitable to you.
How profitable?
I am sure that we can arrive at an agreeable figure.
For me doing what?
Protecting me. I'm willing to pay a reasonable sum for you to protect me on a journey to Alexandria.
Look, I'm a cafe owner, not a bodyguard.
For a price, could you not be both?
Maybe. Who are you hiding out from?
That I cannot tell you as yet.
And then I don't figure we can get together.
But, Mr. Jordan...
I want to know who you're hiding from and what you've done.
Nothing that you need to be overly concerned about.
Why not go to the police? They're in the protection business.
Because this is and must remain a private matter.
And then keep it real private, Melnick, and leave me out.
Just a moment, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
I was willing to pay £50. I can double it.
Sorry.
Mr. Jordan, this is more important to me than you can imagine. I need someone like you. I need a man who I can trust. And...
No deal, Melnick. Just isn't my racket.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Jordan. I'll be most glad to pay you for any inconvenience I've put you to.
No, forget it. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so, Mr. Jordan. Yes, I hope so.
A pathetic look came over his face as I turned from him, and he shut the door softly behind me. I took about 2 steps down the hall when things began to happen. I threw open the door and looked inside. Melnick was hugging the floor, and there was a face outside the broken window. It was big, and it was red. It was topped off with a flock of red hair and a beard to match. And its owner was packing a smoking gun and an ugly look. When he saw me, his free arm came up to cover his face. I saw his gun move, and I ducked back into the hall as he tried for me with the bullets he had left. Then it was quiet. I looked inside. The face was gone. Nothing was there. Just Melnick lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Dead. I put in a quick call to Captain Sam Sabaya, the Cairo police. After 2 cigarettes and a lot of questions by the assorted lodgers of the apartment house, Sam got there with Sergeant Greco and a couple of his boys.
Jordan, someday you must tell me why it is you always manage to be where there is trouble.
Oh, I guess it's a gift, Sam.
Yes, it must be something like that. So this is the dead man.
Now, that's real observant.
Show more respect to the captain of police, Mr. Jordan.
That is all right, Sergeant. Let him have fun while he can. Who is the dead man, Jordan?
His name is Jan Melnick. He's a street photographer.
Hard of hearing, I see. This is somewhat of a novelty for me, a corpse with a hearing aid. Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
You will examine the body and the room. Jordan and I will be in the hall.
Yes, of course, Captain.
Jordan, come outside. We have some things to talk about.
Well, go ahead, Sam. You're in charge.
What were you doing out here, Jordan?
drumming up some business.
Jordan, I must ask you to
But that's
cooperate.
it, Sam. He called me up, said he wanted to rent the tambourine for a night. When I got out here, I found out that he was a fake. He really wanted me to take a trip with him to Alexandria.
What for?
Bodyguard.
Who was after him, Jordan?
He didn't say.
Are you sure he didn't say?
Oh, ease off, Sam. You're getting a lot of information. I think I can give you the killer's name.
Well, this is, as you would say, a switch.
Yeah. Well, Melnick called out Kafka just before he was killed.
Kafka. You can supply a description of the man?
All I saw was his face. Looked like a stop signal. Red hair, red beard.
And you can identify him if you see him again?
Yeah.
Very well, Jordan. I will look through our files, and if I find a picture of a man who fits your description, you will get the opportunity to identify him.
All right, you do that.
And let us hope for your sake that there is such a man.
Well, I'll be home sleeping.
Oh, just one moment, Jordan.
What's it now?
Since you are my only witness, let us hope you manage to stay alive.
Sure, Sam. I'll work on it real hard. I made it a point to keep my promise and went home to bed over the tambourine. I slept sound, but not for long. The light in my eyes that woke me wasn't coming from the window. It was still dark outside. It was the ceiling light. I wondered how I'd fail to turn it off. About then, I decided I was dreaming. And not a bad dream. She stood at the foot of my bed looking at me with dark brown eyes. Her black hair was drawn slickly back from her slim face. Her lips were firm but full. I approved of the rest of her, too. All but the black automatic she held in her hand.
I won't trouble you but a moment, Mr. Jordan.
Manners, lady. We haven't been introduced.
Here's your robe. Get up.
Not that it matters, but just how did you get in here?
That's beside the point.
Look, I always wake up in a bad humor. Just what do you want?
A photographic negative.
You unlocked the wrong door, lady.
Doesn't this gun convince you that I'm serious? Now get it for me, and quickly.
Supposing I have it, where did I get it?
From Jan Melnick, of course.
Melnick. Let's see.
I'm quite sure he gave it to you.
I didn't kill Melnick.
I'm quite aware of that.
Suppose you try waking up a man with a red beard named Kafka.
I am interested only in you, Mr. Jordan.
Are my eyes lighting up?
I believe you understand me.
Why would Melnick give me a negative? What's this all about?
I didn't come here to answer questions. Mr. Jordan, I'm becoming very impatient. For the last time...
I haven't got it.
I think you're lying.
I'll come back in the morning. We'll have a cozy chat.
Mr. Jordan, what are you doing?
Opening the door. So long, lady.
Not yet, Mr. Jordan. Ooh.
Her pistol handle had come down over my right ear. My eyes looked at each other, and I went back to sleep for quite a while. But no more dreams. Only a loud ringing in my ears that got louder and louder. I reached out to shut off the alarm clock, and all I found was the edge of the rug. I was still on the floor. The ringing continued. I finally got up and stumbled over to the table. That's all I could do to lift the receiver from the hook. Yeah?
Did I wake you up, Mr. Jordan?
Who is this?
My name is Kafka.
I thought so. Sabaya is slowing down. I figured he'd have you by now.
In the morning newspaper, I have been reading the things you have been saying about me.
Well, if they're good, they're lies.
They say I have killed a man named Melnick.
They got it right.
They say also that a man named Rocky Jordan saw me. That is most unfortunate for this man.
Yeah, you're telling me. Means he loses a lot of sleep while a redhead yaks at him on the phone.
It means that such a man who tells such tales makes life uncomfortable for Kafka.
So, what's he going to do about it?
Kafka suggests that if suddenly this man Jordan's memory fails and he can no longer identify the man who killed Melnick, then this man Jordan may find himself somewhat richer.
That doesn't appeal. I'm getting tired of money.
I will give you a moment to reconsider.
It's a waste of time. You also took a couple of shots at me, Kafka. That doesn't make us friendly.
Jordan?
And I don't like getting pushed around because somebody's looking for some sort of negative I'm supposed to have. Or, you know what I'm talking about.
Might I suggest, Mr. Jordan, that you do not go back to sleep? I am thinking that you have such a short time to live. You should enjoy yourself.
Yeah. The whole thing was beginning to irritate. I threw on some clothes and headed down to police headquarters to do a little screaming at Sabaya. It was a little after 7 when I got there. As Sabaya rocked back and forth in his squeaky chair, he looked tired. It figured he'd spent the night there. Sergeant Greco stood by his side.
Well, Captain, look who has come to visit us.
This isn't a visit, Greco. It's business.
Yeah, we have some with you too, Jordan.
Looks like you two boys have been hatching up something.
Jordan, Sergeant Greco and I have spent the night looking through our files to find a picture of the man you said killed Jan Melnick.
Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Just a moment, Sergeant. Jordan, this is the picture we found that fits the description you gave us. Look at this.
Sure.
Is this the man?
Yeah, that's the one. Red face, red beard, and hair.
You are sure, Jordan? We do not want you to make a mistake.
Oh, I'm sure, all right, Sam. Nobody else would come that ugly.
There you are, Captain. I told you.
Just
Mr.
a
Jordan...
moment, Sergeant. Jordan, you do not wish to change your decision that this is a photograph of the man who killed Melnick?
What are you getting at?
What is it you're trying to do, Jordan?
But Sam...
Why are you lying to us?
Hey, what's going on?
This is a photograph of a man who has been dead for 2 years. Jordan, I think perhaps that we had better keep you here until you decide to tell the truth.
Let's pause for a moment. Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan right after these messages.
The 60 Greatest Old-Time Radio Show starring Frank Sinatra and Friends. Radio Spirits presents a collection of 60 rare radio episodes guest starring Frank Sinatra. Hear Sinatra on Suspense, Jack Benny, Rocky Fortune, and the Lux Radio Theater, to name only a few. You'll also receive a 64-page booklet with photographs and show histories. Order now and save $20 off the $59.98 catalog price. Pay just $39.98 during this limited-time offer. Call now, 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648, or order online at MediaBay.com.
And now, Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in Red Stands for Blood.
When you see a man with a gun throwing slugs your way, you have to remember what he looks like. I'd have bet my last piastre I could identify the red face, red hair, and beard of the man I saw kill Jan Melnick. And when Captain Sam Sabaya pulled that man's picture from the police files, I said he was the one. I was still sure of it when Sam pulled the clincher. According to police records there at headquarters, the killer I had identified had been dead for 2 years. I didn't like the way Sam and his number one boy, Sergeant Greco, were looking at me.
Now, Jordan, perhaps you will be more careful with your information. Who killed Jan Melnick?
That's his picture, Sam.
Mr. Jordan, Captain Sabaya just told you that man has been dead.
Yeah, I heard him, Grego. What's the lowdown on Kafka, Sam?
He was a native of Turkey, an international thief who would stop at nothing.
That much I'll believe. What makes you so sure he's dead?
I have the complete report here. 2 years ago, the Turkish authorities finally caught up with him. Kafka's speeding car went off a cliff into the Bosporus. It was very deep there.
They recovered the body?
It was hardly necessary.
I thought so. That's where they made the mistake.
There has been no mistake, Jordan.
Kafka doesn't think so.
Now what are you trying to tell me?
He just called me on the phone. Kafka knows I saw him kill Melnick.
Jordan, cannot I make you understand?
There's something else to think about. A black-haired dame with long eyelashes wandered up to my room last night looking for a photographic negative. She thinks Melnick gave it to me.
What was this dame, this lady's name?
I don't know. But I think the negative fits into this case.
And where do you suggest that we look for it?
That's your problem. All I want you to do is get those two people out of my hair.
You will be quite safe in one of our cells, Mr. Jordan.
Look,
we
Greco.
have no reason to keep him, Greco. So now, Jordan, if that is all you wish to say...
Well, what about Kafka, Sam?
Let me repeat. This report on him is quite clear. I am inclined to believe it.
Okay, if you don't find him, I will. I don't want him on my tail. There was a photographic negative somewhere in Cairo that was hot enough to set up a murder. Jan Melnick had died for it. I might be next. I wanted to know why. I went back to the place on Sharia Nazim where I had found him in his room. I found out two things. He had rented the room a short time before, but hadn't lived in it. And he had a wife. Their home was down on the Nile waterfront in the worst part of Cairo. So I looked it up. You could call it a home, if you like. It was worse than a shambles. Not fit for one of the starved dogs that roam the dirty streets.
Who is it?
Mrs. Melnick?
Yes.
I'm Rocky Jordan.
Oh, you are the man who saw my husband killed.
That's right. I'm sorry, but there are a few things I'd like to ask you, Mrs. Melnick.
Well, won't you come in, Mr. Jordan? Please be seated.
Thank you.
I wish I could serve you something, Mr. Jordan, but
No,
you
that
see,
isn't necessary. Mrs. Melnick.
You know Jan well.
Not before he called me yesterday. I had seen him on the streets.
On the streets, yes. Mr. Jordan, it was not always as you see here. They had a good home in Prague.
I'm sure you did.
Jan was a good husband, but they lost everything. After we came to Cairo, it was hard for him. Always he dreamed of taking me away from this.
Mrs. Melnick, have you any idea why someone would want to kill your husband?
No. Only that he said he must make a trip. He said that when he came back, there would be enough money for our old age, and there would be no more worries. And now he...
You suppose he took the room on Sharia Nazim to hide out from something?
It is possible. I do not know.
Miss Melnick, your husband worked for a photographic company, didn't he?
Yes. Tourist Pictures Incorporated, he told me.
He ever tell you about a certain negative he wanted to protect?
Negative? No.
What about a good-looking brunette girl with sleek hair, long eyelashes?
I know of no such person.
Did he ever mention a criminal named Kafka?
A criminal? No, Mr. Jordan. Jan was a good man. He worked hard.
Sure, I know. Being hard of hearing must have made it difficult, too.
What do you mean, Mr. Jordan? My husband was not deaf, not at all.
I see. Now, Mrs. Melnick, there are a few of your husband's effects down at police headquarters. I wonder if you'd like to get them.
Oh, yes, I do once.
Then suppose we go down now. I'll take them.
You're most kind, Mr. Jordan. Will you wait a moment while I get ready?
Surely, I'll be right outside. I went down a few steps and looked out across the river. I'll never know why, but in a split second I glanced back to see the flash of a knife. It clipped my ear and sailed out into the Nile. When I saw where it came from, I saw red. All red. Face, hair, and beard. And Kafka came from my throat. I was braced for him, and we rolled together across a narrow landing and into the river. I was underneath, and he held me there in the shallow water. My hand found his beard, and I drank him down with me. He couldn't take it too long. His fingers loosened, and we were up. I hung onto his beard and flailed away at his ugly face. Then he slipped loose, and his boot heel sunk in below my stomach. When I came up, Kafka was halfway up the bank and running. Get a good look at that guy, Mrs. Melnick. He's the guy who killed your husband.
I saw him. He was trying to kill you.
Yeah. All right, now, let's keep our date at headquarters. Up the hill away, we caught a taxi, and in 30 minutes, we got out at headquarters. Captain Sabaya wasn't there, but Sergeant Greco sat behind the desk.
Well, Mr. Jordan, been swimming in the Nile?
For once in your life, you're right, Greco. But never mind the small talk. We came to get Jan Melnick's effects.
Why should I give them to you?
Easy, Greco. This is Mrs. Melnick, Jan Melnick's wife.
Oh, I am at your service, madam.
Sergeant Greco, my husband had only a few things, but can I have them now?
Your identification, Mrs. Melnick.
Look, Greco, I'll identify her.
Like you identified Kafka's picture, Mr. Jordan?
Will this letter do, Sergeant Greco?
Let me see. Oh, very well. Now, will you sign here, please?
Okay, now get it, Greco. Cut the stall.
One moment. Here you are, Mrs. Melnick.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Greco. Thank you. But wait, this...
Come on, Mrs. Melnick. Let's get out of here. She put her husband's effects in a little bag she was carrying, and I hurried her out. None of the stuff looked worth bothering about, but I didn't want Greco sniffing around. I took her down the street a ways, and then we stopped. Mrs. Melnick, do you mind if I see those things now?
If you wish, Mr. Jordan.
These did belong to your husband, didn't they?
Oh, yes, the watch, and but this is not his. What is it?
It's a hearing aid. He was wearing it when I saw him last.
Jan had no need for this.
Let's have a look.
What are you doing, Mr. Jordan?
He had some reason for wearing this, Mrs. Melnick.
Maybe something inside. Yeah,
What is it?
it's a negative.
But it is so tiny.
It's microfilm. Too small to make out anything.
Could you take it to the police?
Let Greco get it. I'll find out what this is all about. Miss Melnick, suppose you go to my Cafe Tambourine.
If you wish, Mr. Jordan. But why?
Just wait for me there. When I see you again, I figure I'll be able to explain everything.
Let's take a short break. Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in a moment.
Dimension X.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now, Jack Moyles returns as Rocky Jordan in the conclusion of Red Stands for Blood.
That tiny bit of microfilm had the answers, and I had to find a photographic shop to see what they were. And why not the place where Jan Melnick had worked? Tourist Pictures Incorporated. I located the place on a side street off Solomon Pasha Square. As I went in, I saw a face start from behind the curtains and back. A slim face with dark eyes, framed by sleek black hair. She was just as pretty and just as scared as the night before. I got back there on the double. No gun this time, lady?
I don't have it now, Mr. Jordan.
I didn't get your name.
I'm Marta Helwig.
Now, let's have some more answers.
Why are you here?
Returning the visit, maybe? You left in a hurry last night.
Rocky, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you, but I had to.
Sure, they always have to.
Believe me, Rocky. I didn't shoot. Could have.
Oh, forget it. My head's clear enough now. You were looking for a photographic negative, Marta.
Yes, I must find it.
Why?
If I don't, I'll be killed.
By a redhead named Kafka?
Yes. Yes, Rocky. If you know anything about
Take a
it.
look. This the one?
Why, perhaps. I don't know. Where'd you get it?
From where Melnick hid it?
Oh, Rocky, please let me have it. I'll do anything, Rocky. Anything.
No deals till I see what's on it. You got a projector here?
Yes, over here.
Turn it on.
All right, Rocky, but we've got to hurry.
Wait a little bit of focus.
Rocky, that's the one.
Taken in front of the Grand Theater. Who's the Egyptian?
I don't know. But you see who's in back.
Sure, no surprise at all. It's Kafka. Yeah, but he looks a little surprised.
You understand now, Rocky.
Yeah, everything. Jan Melnick just happened to snap this picture, and Kafka was in it by accident, along with the date of the next picture showing at the theater. So he's located in Cairo, date and all.
That's right.
When Melnick developed the negative, he must have recognized that ugly face. So he put it on microfilm and planned to get it to Turkey, where there was a price on Kafka's head.
Only Kafka found out.
Where do you fit?
Well, Kafka came to me offering me a price if I would get the negative and return it. Seemed the easy way for him.
That bump in my head didn't pay off, Martha.
But, Rocky, that wasn't all. He said if I didn't get it for him, that I needn't plan my breakfast for this morning. You see now why I was desperate.
Did he show up?
No, not yet. But now we can give it to him.
No, nothing doing. Get your coat, Martha.
Oh, please, Rocky.
Get it. We're going to Sam Sabaya to prove that Kafka's alive.
All right, Rocky. I'll be right back.
I'll just take this film.
Just leave it there, George.
Huh?
Leave it in the projector. I will get it.
Kafka.
Now get back. I use a pistol better than a knife.
You showed up a little too late.
In time to get what I want.
Mission accomplished, huh?
No, not yet. I warned you to lay off, Jordan. You know too much.
Now what do I get?
This, Jordan.
I braced for the slug, but it didn't come. Kafka just looked at me. His gun dropped from his hand, and he went limp, like the hump on a starving camel. Marta stood in the doorway, the color gone from her dark eyes. Well, I see you found your gun again.
Yes. I found.
Who was it for? Kafka or me?
Does it make any difference?
No. Well, you're in the clear now, baby. You can relax. Suddenly, she did, but I got to her before she slid to the floor. From then on, things were more pleasant. When she was steady again, we paid Sam Sabaya a visit. He was real pleased, but Greco wasn't because he got the job of taking care of Kafka. I made a date with Marta to meet her later, and then Sam and I went to the Tambourine, where Mrs. Melnick was waiting.
So that is what Jan was trying to do. But why?
Mrs. Melnick, your husband had only the highest motives in his effort to get Kafka's photograph to the Turkish authorities.
He knew he was asking for trouble. He figured the risk was worth it. For your sake, Mrs. Melnick.
Unfortunately, he was dealing with a desperate criminal. The whole affair is most regrettable. However, there is one consolation.
Yes?
The Turkish government had a price of 1,000 pounds on Kafka's head. I am sure Jordan will agree that the money goes to you.
Of course, Sam. Kafka would never have been found if it hadn't been for Jan Melnick.
Yes, that is true. I only wish he'd realized that my own comfort was not so important to me as our life together. But Jan thought only of me. He was a good man.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role, the story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Tyrone Power in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a man who found that everything was against him. His wife distrusted him, his best friend had to give him an alibi, all because of a girl. A dead girl. Our story is called The Guilty Always Run. Our star, Mr. Tyrone Power.
$100,000. That's the huge total to be given away in cash through the Autolite family charity drawing. If you're one of 25 persons selected, you will name your favorite church, club, hospital, or other recognized charity to share a total of $100,000. And now, it's our privilege to hear what Fleet Admiral William F. Halsey, campaign chairman of the Mental Health Fund, says about this great opportunity.
Money, such as that being offered in this Autolite family charity drawing, can do much to aid the research which will not only help cure, but prevent mental illness. If you are selected, I urge you to remember the vital work of the Mental Health Fund.
You can enter this drawing by just signing your name and address on a registration form at any or all of these Autolite family car dealers. DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Help your favorite local or national charity share in $100,000. Sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Guilty Always Run, starring Mr. Tyrone Power, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
To leave me alone all evening like that. It's way after 12 and...
Listen, you told me it was all right. You told me to go.
Answer the phone, will you?
Okay.
Or do you expect me to leap across the room
Okay. Hello. Hello? 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 Anybody there?
Well,
Nobody there.
what's the matter?
I thought I heard something. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Somebody playing a joke, Jeff?
I guess so.
Karen?
Don't start anything, Janie, huh?
Was it Karen?
Janie, baby. Janie,
What?
listen.
Sure. Sure, sweetie. What do you want me to listen to?
It's not my fault you've got your hip in a cast.
It's not your fault I've got my hip in a cast, dear.
Oh, cut it out, will you?
I'm clumsy. I go along on vacations to the beach and fall off a surfboard and break my hip, and my husband meets another... Are you going to answer the phone?
No.
Bring the phone over to me, Jeff. Let me answer it.
Sure. Here.
Hello?
What's the matter?
You tell me.
I asked you a question. What's the...
Here, you take the phone.
Hello? Who is this? Hello?
Help me, Jeff.
Yes, this is...
Jeff.
This is Jeff. Who... Hello? Hello? Well, whoever it was hung up, Janie.
Who was it, Jeff?
I don't know.
Was it Karen?
Now, why don't you cut that out?
It was a girl. Was it Karen? Karen sounded like she needed help.
Loaded, probably.
What does she look like? You never told me.
Very tanned, very tall.
And very beautiful.
She really is.
Calling here after midnight. Doesn't she know you're married? Didn't you tell her?
I told her.
You better go see if she's all right.
Now, listen. Karen...
You'd better go see.
Yeah. The drive was 8 miles from Zuma Beach. Nearly 2 in the morning and a full moon and a few clouds and phosphorescence riding the lip of the surf. No one was home at Karen Lawrence's house. Her white convertible wasn't there either. I went home. Janie was sleeping, so I waited till morning to tell her. Then I went out on the beach and started to work on the surfboards with Lou, a friend of mine who'd taken the place next door.
You know how I'd raise this dent?
How?
Put a beer bottle cap on it, then set a hot iron on the cap. The dent'll pop right up.
Yeah, I might try it when...
Hi,
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
I'm Phyllis George. Which one of you is Jeff?
Not Lou, huh?
Jeff.
It's always Jeff.
Me?
What did you do with Karen?
What are you talking about?
I drove out to see her. We were going shopping today. She's not home. The inside of her house is a wreck.
Why ask me?
She told me yesterday she was going to load up her surfboard and try to trap you into some moonlight surfing. How did she make out?
She made out good.
Yeah, we went surfing.
Where's Karen, Sonny? All right, baby. I'm going to the cops.
We finished resurfacing the boards after that. Not much talk. I kept looking down the road for the cops that girl promised. No cops. After a while, I said to Lou, see ya, and went back to Janie. Carried her out to the strand of white beach we bought for the summer. Oiled her back and her shoulders and her arms and then her face. Then lay down and set the ball of sun spinning. And that's how a day got done. Around 10 that night, the moon was low but gaining altitude fast.
Jeff,
Yeah, honey?
it's a beautiful night out there. Very beautiful.
Uh-huh.
No sense you sitting around listening to the radio. Why don't you take the board, go surfing in the moonlight?
No, Janie,
Listen to me, sweetie. If I could, I'd go with you. There's nothing right now I want more to do. So you go, huh, sweetie? Don't let me ruin all of it for you.
Oh, Janie, I don't
You
mind.
go, take the board and go because I asked you to. Because I want you to.
I went. And the waves were coming in gentle and fast and moon-crested from about 150 yards offshore. I paddled the board out, easy and slow, to where the moon was shaping them. It's where I saw her, Karen. Her hair floating and woven in a web of kelp, and her face moon-white, and her lips and splotches of color on her throat where the bruises were. Karen in the wet shroud of a silk dress. Dead Karen, in the sodden jacket I'd lent her the night before. When I got back to the house, Janie was asleep. I didn't wake her. I got into some clothes, went out to the car.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that you, Jeff?
Yeah, it's me, Lou. Lou, come out here a minute, will you?
Sure. I couldn't sleep. I was reading. I heard the car, and I thought maybe
Something I want to tell you about last night, Lou. Something you don't know.
All I know about last night is that you and Karen went surfing by moonlight this morning. A girl named Phyllis rode up and yelled cop in your face because no more beautiful Karen. After that, I lose you.
Just listen to me, huh?
Well, I'm listening, Jeff.
Well, like you said, I went surfing with her. After that, she needled me into taking her to that joint down the highway for a beer.
Well, it's been done. A beautiful girl sometimes merits a beer. Ah, Janie doesn't know about it, huh? That's what you're trying to say?
And something else.
All right, something else.
It was while we were in the joint. Well, you know Karen. You'd know what she...
Yeah, if only you batted an eye. Is that what you did, Jeff?
I had to walk out on her. She followed me out. I told her off. Put her in her car and told her off for the rest of time.
Married, you said to her. Happily married.
And a couple of other things I said. She cried, and then she drove off. I walked the beach for a long time.
Jeff.
It's the last I saw her, Lou. I swear it. I swear it.
What's eating on you, kid?
A little while ago, I found her. Floating in a kelp bed. Dead. I think murdered.
Where were you going just now, Jeff?
To the police.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Police is where grief is.
What?
You told Karen off, you said, and never saw her again. You swore it when I didn't even know what you were talking about.
But don't you believe me? Don't...
Police is where grief is. Police and Karen murdered can burst wide open what you got with Janie. Hey, you forgot a thing, Jeff.
What?
You didn't walk a lonesome beach last night. You left Karen, you came to my house. We sanded the surfboards. Isn't that what you forgot?
Lou.
From me to you, an alibi. An alibi maybe you don't need, but from me to you. Because of what you and Janie mean to me.
Because of what he said. Because it was a big grief. Because it might kill what it was Janie and I had together. The summer and beach and sky and sea and a love I had for her. I waited till Lou had gone back into his house. Then I swam out to where Karen was. I took off her the jacket I'd lent her the night before. I swam back to shore and found a littered strand of beach and burned the jacket and buried the scorched rags. And I went home and slept. And it was Janie who woke me.
Jeff, there's a fellow outside.
Huh? What?
A fellow outside wants to talk to you.
Who?
A Mr. Anders, a policeman.
Look, Janie, no matter what, that phone call last night.
From Karen? That phone call?
No matter what, don't say anything about it. Nothing.
A fellow's waiting at the door for you, Jeff.
No matter what, do you hear? No matter... You want to see me?
You Jeff Marlowe?
That's right.
Swimmer found a girl out in the kelp this morning. Girl we all know around here. Karen Lawrence.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
She was murdered, Mr. Marlowe, strangled. Somebody killed her and put her out on the tide. Let's go inside and talk about it.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Tyrone Power with Kathy Lewis and William Conrad in The Guilty Always Run. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Marty, what's the rush?
Oh, hi, Harlow. I can't stop now. I'm coming from a preview of the new 54 Kaiser, and I've got to get over to the paper and write the story.
Hey, they call it the new car with the big change, don't they?
Right. There's a big change in styling, front, back, and inside. And there's more room and comfort than ever before. Man, the new Kaiser is luxurious.
How about the new Kaiser's power?
Oh, there's a big change there, too, with new superpower. The Kaiser has a revolutionary new engine that gives you power on demand. It's like having two engines in one. For normal driving, you get Kaiser's famous economy. But when you need an extra burst of power and pickup for passing, or for zooming up hills, you get it. On demand.
Wow, that sounds exciting, Marty. And tonight we are privileged to salute Kaiser as an outstanding member of our Autolite family. Autolite is proud of its long association with Kaiser and Kaiser dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Tyrone Power in Elliot Lewis's production of The Guilty Always Run, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Karen Lawrence, Mr. Marlowe. How come she's dead?
I don't know.
Jeff?
Oh, it's nothing, Janie. This gentleman just wants to know if I know Karen Lawrence.
Why does the gentleman want to know that, Jeff?
Well...
Why do you want to know that?
She's dead.
That's not the question I asked you.
She was murdered.
That's still not the question.
Asking around about her, your husband's name gets mentioned more than anybody else's.
I see.
And she was murdered, all right, in case you've got any doubt about it. Strangled. Bruise marks here and here. 2 thumbs, you know. Wearing all her clothes. Good swimmer, I understand, so we've got a tab at murder. And I've got to ask, Mr. Marlowe, if you killed her.
No, sir, I did not.
But you know her.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, look, you don't have to yes, sir, and no, sir, me.
Okay.
You were with her last night. We got that from Phyllis George, a friend of hers.
Well, look, this is what happened. One day, Karen comes up from Malibu with a board and pretty helpless about getting it from her car to the surf.
Yeah, when was this?
10 days ago.
11. The afternoon of the morning I broke my hip.
Well, I can pick it all up till yesterday, Marlowe. Talk has it she liked you.
Did Talk have it I tried to ignore her?
Yes, it did.
Did Talk have it that right off I told her I was married?
Yes, it did. I also checked next door, your friend Lou Foster. He says he was with you around the time the girl was probably killed.
Then what are you coming around here for? And
what about the bar? Bar on the Coast Highway near Topanga Canyon, Marlowe. Barkeep said that you were...
Okay. Like a fool, I took her down there for a beer night before last.
Night before last is when she was killed.
To talk it out, to tell her to stay away. Look, maybe to you it sounds...
Now, don't get yourself excited, Marlowe. That's just what I do. Dame was chasing me, didn't want her to. Take her some quiet place and talk to her. Adult, over a beer. Well, I hope your hip gets better, Mrs. Marlowe.
Thanks.
And thank you for your courtesy, both of you.
Sure.
Jeff?
Yeah?
You didn't tell me you took her for a drink.
Just for a beer.
Oh.
Now look, Janie.
To tell her not to love you anymore, Jeff? What's been going on, anyhow?
Hello?
Mr. Marlowe?
That's right. Who's this?
Norm.
Norm?
Yeah, Norm Sloan, Mr. Marlowe. I got the Topanga Eatery on the Coast Highway. You've been in here. In fact, night before last, you were in here with Karen Lawrence. I understand from the police that Karen...
What do you want?
I can't talk to you over the phone, Mr. Marlowe, but I wish you'd stop in here any time in the next half hour or so. If I were in your shoes, I would, Mr. Marlowe. Bye.
Who was it?
Nobody.
Who was it, Jeff?
Nobody. I'm going out.
You don't want to hear my troubles, Mr. Marlowe, so I'll just tell you this. I didn't tell that policeman about the argument you and that girl had in here. Since you were the only ones in here, then I'm the only one who knows about it. And what happened out front when you left. How she was carrying on and crying. And from what Mr. Anders, that policeman, said, she must have been murdered a couple hours after you left here with her. Now, look, I don't know what you told the police, but you came down when I called, Mr. Marlowe, so what am I to figure? As long as you're here, Mr. Marlowe, I'd like to know what it feels like to go out to Santa Anita with $1,000 and not care if I win or lose. With $1,000, Mr. Marlowe. Today, Mr. Marlowe.
1,000? For what, Jeff?
For what I need. To buy off a murder charge.
Are you crazy, kid?
You got it, Lou. You gonna give it to me?
You're crazy? How deep into it can you get? 1,000 now? 1,000 a week, maybe, for the rest of your life? And
You're
then
not gonna do it, huh? You're not gonna give it to me.
Who you buying from, Jeff?
Sloan. Runs the beer joint on the highway. He saw me and Karen outside his...
1,000, huh? He must have seen a lot.
You'll get it back, Lou. Every nickel.
All right, Jeff. Drive me to my bank. And, Jeff...
Thanks. Thanks.
That's not what I meant. This is what I meant. This'll do it, Jeff. It's as far as I can go. So luck and a long life, kid.
We just stared at each other for a while. Then I had to lift his hand from his side to shake it. No more talk. I drove him to his bank. Lou got the money. He gave it to me. I drove him to his house and then went to Sloan's joint. Bought a bottle of beer. Drank half of it. Paid him $1,000 for it. Sloan laughed from deep in his stomach.
Hello?
Hi, honey.
Who is this? I'm sorry. There's no one here.
Honey, baby, it's Jeff.
No. No, there's no one here by that... Jeff, listen. The police are here. They...
What are you...
That you, Marlowe? This is Anders Marlowe, Sheriff's Office. Now listen. Sloan, that beer joint fella, he called the office a little while ago, said you offered him $100 to keep his mouth shut.
100?
Now, you come in, Marlowe, because when you did that, you practically signed a confession. Marlowe, you understand what's happening to you, don't you? You understand what's going to happen if you...
I let the receiver hang and let him talk into nothing, and I ran. Off the coast highway, down the beach. A couple of miles. Farther to Santa Monica Pier. Farther to Ocean Park. Me. Wanted for murder. Because Karen, dead Karen, wanted a part of my life, and I wouldn't give it to her. Because her girlfriend stuck her face into mine and yelled, "Cop." Girlfriend, Phyllis George. I found her address in the Venice phone book. I went there. Rooming house overlooking one of the phony canals they have. Second floor rear. Phyllis. Scared. Staring. Holding it in.
You just get out, you hear? Just keep away from me.
You gotta help me, understand? Things you know about Karen. Fellas she knew. One fella maybe who wanted her dead.
You did it. Nobody wanted her dead.
Help me. What
was it you had with Karen? It makes you choke her and kill her and throw her out into the ocean like she was...
I didn't kill her.
You get out of here, huh? Because you scare me. Because you scare...
Just listen, huh? Anything you know about her that I can take to the cops.
Keep away. Keep away. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her.
Shut up. Shut up.
Like Karen, huh? That's how you choke? That's what you did to her, killer? That? Like you wanted to do to me just now?
No, I don't. Don't do...
Hello.
Lou, this is Jeff.
Where are you, kid?
Listen, how's Janie? I didn't call her because the line's probably tapped or something. How's Janie, Lou?
She's okay. Where are you?
I want you to meet me, Lou. Tell me how things are going. I gotta talk to somebody.
Sure. Where are you?
Phone booth outside a drive-in laundry in Venice. Rose and 3rd Avenue.
I'll pick you up there, kid.
Right away, Lou.
Right away. How you feeling, kid?
Scared, Lou.
Yeah, I'll bet.
How did I get into this, Lou? What happened? Why am I running away?
Jeff, let's not...
Let's not what?
Let's not kid.
Huh?
Because I'm in this, too. That alibi I gave you.
What do you mean, let's not kid, Lou?
The way you pounced on the alibi, paying blackmail. Is that any way for an innocent...
You're saying what, Lou?
Come on, Jeff.
You really think I killed her, don't you?
Listen, Jeff, Janie and I were talking.
Janie thinks I killed her.
Yeah. Yeah, she does, Jeff. You asked and I told you.
Okay. What are we stopping for?
This is where you're getting out.
What are you talking about? Hey, what is this?
Open the door, Marlowe. That's the boy. Now come on out. That's it. You can slide out too, Mr. Foster.
Sure.
Lou.
That's right. I told Mr. Anders I'd bring you here, kid.
Look, I didn't kill her. I did a lot of things wrong, but I didn't...
Just don't whimper, Jeff, huh? The old nerve, kid. Like sliding in on a big one. Like the thrill things, kid, huh? Like you and Karen.
It wasn't like that.
How was it, kid, huh? What was the formula? Flex the muscle and be polite, brown eyes looking up at you, and here, take my coat, you must be cold, and let's have a beer, and back to the beach.
Lou.
Back to the beach, and after all of it, she was only kidding all the time? What did you strangle her for?
The coat, Lou. How did you know about it?
What?
The coat. My coat I put on her.
Sure, the one she was drowned in.
There was no coat.
I went back there after she'd been murdered, took the coat from her and burned it. The same crazy reason I did everything wrong. How'd you know about the coat, Lou?
Now, look.
Nobody knew about that coat but me. And whoever killed her.
Then why did you come running to me for an alibi?
I didn't, Lou. You suggested I ought to have one. You would be my alibi. That way you'd have one, too.
What about it, Foster?
What can he say? Those phone calls. Call and hang up till Janie got on the line. Then let Janie listen to her in pain and calling out my name. Start suspicion right at home base. You really built it, didn't you?
We better go.
Hey, don't do that, Foster! Stop! Hey! Hey, don't!
Lou didn't die. He'll stand trial. Summer's fading and vacation's long over. But sometimes on weekends, Janie drives me out to Point Dume. And we sit there. And we watch the sunset ride in on the long, slow curve of surf. And we don't talk.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Tyrone Power.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. If you're one of the 25 persons selected in the huge Autolite family charity drawing, you can name any recognized charity you wish to receive a big share of $100,000 in cash. Those charities can be schools, hospitals, churches, the Mental Health Fund, or any other recognized charity. So if you're 18 years or over, visit any of the following Autolite family car dealer showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Print your name and address on the registration form and have the car dealer sign it. That's all. Nothing to buy, try, or solve. So help your favorite recognized charity share in this $100,000 total. Visit any Autolite family car dealer showroom and sign up for the Autolite family charity drawing tomorrow.
Next week, a story based on fact, the dramatic report of a murderer and how he spent 7 hours with a young lady before he killed her. It's called Somebody Help Me. Our star, Mr. Cornell Wilde. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Guilty Always Run was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Janie and William Conrad as Lou. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Frank Nelson, and Jack Crucian.
Tyrone Power may currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, King of the Khyber Rifles, in CinemaScope and Technicolor.
And remember, next week, Mr. Cornell Wilde in Somebody Help Me.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Donald, what's the matter with your appetite?
Nothing's the matter with my appetite, Mom. Ask me what's the matter with the stuff you've cooked.
If you don't like what Mom cooked, don't eat it. Don't make any remarks about it either.
Why don't you shut up?
Donald, don't talk that way to your brother. Kenneth isn't making any trouble.
He isn't making it any pleasant around here either.
Maybe you'd better leave the table, Donald.
I might as well.
Don't let him upset you, Ma. He's just in one of his moods this morning.
He's always in one of his moods.
I don't know why I put up with you two.
You don't know why you put up with us. Well, I like that. I don't know how we put up with you. You refuse to work. You won't help me around the house. You won't do a thing ever. You let your brother support you and me wait on you.
It's a good setup, isn't it, Mother? Or do you want me to move out and do things my way?
Maybe that wouldn't be as bad as I've always imagined. Maybe I ought to let you.
You won't. You'll do anything to keep me out of trouble. By the way, I need $10 for this afternoon.
I won't give it to you.
All right, then. I'll
better give it to him, Ma. He'll just go out and try and steal it if you don't.
Thanks, brother. Sometimes you're almost a good guy.
You ought to be ashamed to take money from me, Donald. It's Kenneth's money. He works for it, and all you do is spend it.
That's the way it's supposed to be. He makes it, I spend it. Where's the $10, Ma?
I'll get it for you. But believe me, this is going to stop one of these days.
When it stops, I'll start. That's simple, isn't it? Keep me happy, I keep out of trouble.
Maybe I ought to let you go. You'll end up in just one place, the electric chair, and maybe that's a good idea.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I'm leaving now, Mr. Williams. Is there anything you want me to do?
No, Kenneth. I think you've seen enough of the office for today. You put everything in the safe, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Well, then, I guess that's all.
I guess that's all, Kenneth. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. Night, Miss Holloway.
Oh, good night, Kenneth.
There's a fine boy, Miss Holloway. Hard worker. He'll go places someday.
He's all right, but have you ever met his brother?
Once. That was enough. How two brothers can be so different. Oh, it's stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yes, it stopped about a half hour ago.
That's good. I hate to go home in the rain. Well, we might as well call it a day ourselves, Miss Holloway. Say, what's Kenneth using for a head this afternoon? He didn't put everything in the safe. Look at those ledgers on the table.
Why, that's funny. Kenneth never forgets those ledgers.
Well, he's entitled to slip up once, Miss Holloway. I'll put him away. Would you hand him to me?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Say, Kenneth really must have something on his mind. He left this office supply tray out of the cabinet. Well, I'll put it back.
Never mind, I'll do it.
I've got it.
What?
Oh, Mr. Williams, I'm so
Oh, my
sorry.
fault. Always let a woman have her way, I always say. Guess I should have let you carry it.
Oh, well, I'll pick up the stuff that's spilled.
Oh, don't bother, Miss Holloway. Nothing but paper clips, thumbtacks, a couple of pencils. Leave them for the cleaning woman. And for Pete's sake, don't look so conscience-stricken. It wasn't
dear.
your fault.
Well, all right, I won't look like that anymore, but I better write a note for the woman who cleans telling her that...
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Williams, he has a gun.
Good heavens, man, no. Don't be a fool.
Yeah, who was it? It's your mother, Donald. I want to clean up your room.
Okay, come on in, clean it. Who's stopping you? Why didn't you do it today while I was out? I'd like to be alone in the evening.
I like to spend my evenings doing something besides housework, too, Donald, but there's too much to do around here.
Not for me, there isn't. But I like it that way.
Donald, your dresser's a mess. Can't you ever put anything away?
Why should I? It's too much bother.
Everything's too much bother to you, isn't it? Did you go to see Harry Brown as you promised?
I saw the bum this afternoon. I went way across town to see him. All he wanted was to give me a job at his gas station.
A job wouldn't hurt you, Donald, and Mr. Brown's company pays well.
So what?
You didn't take the job, did you?
Are you kidding, Ma?
Oh, Donald, you're impossible. Look at these dresser drawers. No wonder your clothes are always in such a mess. Suppose one is worse than the other.
Hey, keep out of that drawer, Mother.
I'm going to clean this room of yours inside.
I told you to stay out of there.
Donald, where did you get all this money?
Money? There's no money in that drawer. There's no... Wow. Hey, that must be $25,000.
You didn't know it was in here, did you?
Well, no, Ma, no. I took a shirt at Ken's. I didn't want you to see it.
A gun. There's a gun in here. So you have a gun, too.
Ma, that money isn't mine. That gun isn't mine.
The money isn't yours because you stole it. But the gun is, and you got this money by using it. It's been fired recently. I can tell by the smell of it. Put up your hands, Donald.
Put that gun away, Mom. Warning you.
I'm warning you, Donald Carver. You do as I say, or when the police get here, they'll have to take you to the morgue.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. You sound excited. What's the matter?
Well, did you hear what was on the radio a minute ago?
No, I didn't. Mine isn't on.
Well, Inspector Faraday just solved a robbery and a murder in 1 hour and 30 minutes. And guess who was arrested?
Who?
Donald Carver.
Donald Carver? Who's he?
Oh, Blackie, don't you remember the woman who came to see you about a year ago? The woman with the son who needed a talking to?
Oh, yes, of course. My talking to him didn't take, huh?
Well, it took for a year and then wore off. Apparently, there was a robbery and murder early this evening, and Carver's mother found some of the stolen money and the murder gun in her son's dresser drawer and phoned the police.
His own mother turned him in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, must have been a pretty tough thing for her to do.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered something else about Mrs. Carver.
Huh?
She said if I didn't straighten Donald out, she'd do something drastic to get rid of him.
Yes, that's right, she did.
Mary, it's not like a killer to keep a murder gun in his dresser drawer. It can be found too easily.
Well, this whole case was over in 90 minutes.
I think the case has just begun, Mary. Who was killed and where?
A man named Williams and his secretary, Miss Holloway. It happened in Mr. Williams' office where Donald's brother Kenneth works. That's 18 Oval Square.
18 Oval Square, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to Oval Square right now. And I'll bet before long I have Faraday running around in circles.
While strolling through the park one day in the merry...
Very nice voice you have there.
Back up there, young fellow. You'll get your feet wet. When I scrub floors, I scrub 'em and everything on 'em. In the merry, merry month of...
I'm sorry to bother you while you're working, but I'm Boston Blackie. A murder was committed in this room this evening, I understand.
Mighty good understanding you've got. Month of May,
How long has it been since the police left?
Oh, about an hour. Take a look around. Ever see such a mess? Must have been some fight here before the killings. Taken by surprise
Apparently. Was that stuff on the floor there when you came in?
Yep, pair of roguish eyes.
Paper clips and thumbtacks and papers and all?
Yep. Cops figured out they got knocked on the floor during the struggle. What's it to you?
I don't know yet. Well, thanks for letting me interrupt your work. I'll be seeing you in the merry, merry month of May.
Blackie, are you sure this is Mrs. Carver's house?
I'm positive. Well, let's go in.
All right, I'm with you.
Careful, Mary. It's muddy.
Oh, it was an awful rain this afternoon.
It's made an awful mess as the walk to Mrs. Carver's house.
I'll say.
And you can tell a lot of people have been here.
A lot of policemen, I know that.
I'll bet that's Faraday's print right there, the big flat one. That one there is probably Mrs. Carver's. And Mary,
Huh?
look at those prints going around to the side of the house, the path that leads to the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
There's an unusual design in one of the heels. See? A round indentation in the mud.
Yeah, I see it. But I haven't been interested in mud since I stopped making mud pies. Come on, let's go in and see Mrs. Carver.
Well, that is what we came down here to do, isn't it?
You go out there.
What?
Get away from here.
Wherever Blackie goes, there's trouble.
I said get out of here.
Blackie, he's holding a shotgun.
I know, and he's holding us up from going in, too. Hey, look, you. We want to see Mrs. Carver.
You heard me say to get off these premises, didn't you? Well, get and fast. Mom isn't seeing anybody. Now get out of here before I count 3 or I'll...
What's the trouble?
That's okay,
Put down
Mom.
that gun. Who is it out there?
It's me, Mrs. Carver, Boston Blackie, and my friend Miss Wesley.
Oh, Blackie, come in. Please come in. Kenneth didn't know you.
Well, Mom says to come in. What are you waiting for?
Never saw such a contradictory young man. Angry because we came here, and now he's angry because we won't come in.
I don't care how angry he got, as long as that shotgun kept cool. Hello, Mrs. Carver.
Hello.
Hope you don't mind a couple of visitors.
Come in, Blackie. You too, Miss Wesley. Kenneth, put away that shotgun.
Okay, Mom. Sorry about the gun, Blackie. Didn't know it was you. I guess you're here because of my brother.
Yes, we are. Mrs. Carver, it must have been very difficult for you to turn in your own son.
It was, Blackie.
But not so difficult to find some of the stolen money in the murder gun, huh?
It was in his dresser drawer. I was cleaning.
That late in the evening?
I had a lot of washing to do during the day.
You know, Mrs. Carver, I remember a remark you made about a year ago concerning Donald and his antics. You said you might not be able to stand them or him much longer.
Are you hinting that Ma killed those people and is trying to blame Donald? Wait or not,
Kenneth,
you block.
You mean you want to try? Why, I'll...
Blackie, please, now, don't hit him.
Whether or not he gets hit is up to him, Mary.
Get out of here, Blackie. Get out before I throw you
Come on,
out.
Blackie, please, now, let's not have any trouble. Please, Blackie.
Wait a minute. What time did you come home tonight, Kenneth?
At 5:45.
At exactly 5:45?
Yes. I left the office at 5:30, and when I leave then, I'm always home by 5:45.
How do you know it was exactly 5:45?
I looked at the clock just as I came in. That's one way of telling, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. If the clock was right. Where is it? I want to check the clock.
In the kitchen, right above the stove, Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
I use it to tell how long a roast has been cooking. You know, you've got to cook a roast.
Wait a minute, Mom, please.
All right.
Blackie, a little while ago, I told you to get out of here. What are you waiting for?
Nothing now, Kenneth. I just want to know all the facts, that's all. Well, good night.
Night.
Mary. Mary, where are you?
I'm out here waiting for you, Blackie.
Oh.
Well, seems to me the murder case is pretty much solved. Faraday has arrested Donald Carver, and you've found nothing to indicate that Donald didn't kill Kenneth's boss and the secretary.
You know, Mary, I like to agree with you. It makes things so much easier for the two of us. Only you've never been so completely wrong in all your life.
now, back to Boston Blackie. Mrs. Martha Carver has two sons, Donald and Kenneth. Son Donald is a ne'er-do-well, whose demand for money keeps the family broke. Shortly after son Kenneth leaves his office, his boss and boss's secretary are both shot and killed by a man who then robs the safe. Part of the stolen money is then found by Mrs. Carver in her son Donald's dresser. A recently used pistol is found there, too. So Donald is arrested. Boston Blackie, however, feels that Donald has been framed, but he can't prove it. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office seeking further facts.
Blackie, you have no more right in this case than I do in the Ladies' Aid Society.
You have no right in this case either, Faraday. No right answers.
Oh, I suppose you do.
Well, so far, I'm only guessing at things, but I've had pretty good luck with my guesses. When were Williams and his secretary killed?
None of your business. 5:30.
Well, at 5:30, where was Donald Carver?
He says he was with a man named Harry Brown.
Had you checked?
Sure, but Brown left town at 6:30.
Well, at least you tried.
I didn't have to. The gun found in Donald's dresser was the murder gun.
So what?
The money found in his dresser was part of the money stolen from the Williams Company safe.
Where's the rest of it?
How do I know? Maybe he spent it. Donald Carver has a bad reputation.
And you're going to have a worse one if you don't let him go.
I've already let him go.
What?
I had to, in spite of the evidence against him. Harry Brown called in from out of town, and he swears that Donald Carver was with him from 5 to 6. And Brown's office is 50 blocks from where the murder took place.
Well, with Donald Carver free, who are you going to get to take his place?
No one. I still think Donald Carver is guilty.
With a perfect alibi?
I'm going to prove his alibi isn't so perfect.
Don't bet. I could tell you where you'll find your killer, though.
He could tell me, he says. All right, tell me.
Well, if I were you, I'd invite me to go back to the Carver house. I think it would be a good idea if we had a good talk with Mrs. Carver.
Well, what are you sitting there looking at me for? The police let me go. They think I'm innocent. Is my own brother going to convict me?
Why don't you get out of here, Donald?
Want to try to make me?
Yeah.
You know, kid, I have an idea I was framed. And I got a very good idea who did it, too. Maybe you and Mom did this thing together.
You never were much good, Donald, but just how low can you get? I ought to
Why
knock
don't you try, Mama's boy? Scared?
Not of you, and this'll prove it.
So you do have a little blood in you, huh, kid? Well, I'm going to see just how much and what color it is.
That's what you think.
That's what I was waiting.
All right, Carver, relax. Fun's over. Come on, take it easy. Take it easy.
All right. I should have killed the rat.
Are you all right, Kenneth?
Yeah, Blackie, I'll live. But get that guy out of here or he won't. I'll take care of you, brother.
Let go me, Faraday. I'll let you all have it. Let go.
Let him go, Faraday.
Okay.
I've owed him a workout for a year. Where's your mother, tough guy?
Who knows?
Where is she, Kenneth?
I don't know. She left here right after you and Miss Wesley did. Only I don't know when she's coming back or where she went. I think maybe you had the right idea about talking to Mrs. Carver, Blackie.
I've got another idea, only this one is a question. Kenneth, I went up to your office after the murders. The cleaning woman showed me a lot of office supplies. Thumbtacks, paper clips, pencils, the usual stuff. Only they were on the floor.
Well, what am I expected to know about that?
Well, I thought maybe it was spilled during the day. An accident or something, was it?
Not while I was there. Blackie, I don't know what you're trying to prove. All I know is you haven't done it. Now, let's get out of here. I'm going to send out an alarm for Mrs. Carver. When we pick her up, this case will be over.
From the very beginning, this case has been over, Faraday. Over your head.
Stand right where you are, Blackie.
What? Well, Mrs. Carver, and a gun. What are you doing in my apartment?
You're looking for trouble, Blackie.
Looks like I found it. Why the gun, Mrs. Carver?
I don't want to hurt you, Blackie. But if you don't stay away from my boys and me, I'll kill you. I don't know who killed those people, but I don't want you to find out.
Mrs. Carver, be smart and put down that gun.
Why should I?
Because I think you trust me. After you put down the gun, you're going to do one other thing.
What is that?
Call your sons, both of them. They're at home. And you're going to tell them to meet you in Inspector Faraday's office.
Am I?
Yes. And do you know what you're going to do in Faraday's office?
What?
You're going to confess that you robbed and murdered Williams and his secretary and tried to blame it on your son, Donald.
Don't be funny, Blackie.
Mrs. Carver, your guilty son has succeeded in outsmarting the police so far. But you really want him caught. I know that. And I promise you I'll prove a case against him. So, won't you help me do it quickly and get it over with?
I shot and killed Mr. Williams and his secretary, Miss Holloway, and robbed the safe. Then I put part of the money...
A little
in...
more slowly, Mrs. Carver. This is being typed as you talk.
I'm sorry.
Are you even with her, Casey?
Yes, Inspector Faraday.
All right, Mrs. Carver, go on.
Mother, why did you let them talk you into this? You know you're not telling the truth.
I know what I'm doing, Kenneth.
And now I know what you tried to do to me.
I'm sorry, Donald.
Go on, Mrs. Carver. I know this isn't pleasant for you, so let's get it over with.
Finish your statement, Mrs. Carver. Never mind Blackie.
All right. Then I put the money and the gun I used in my son Donald's dresser drawer. I did this so he would be sent to the electric chair, and my son Kenneth and I could live in peace again. Donald made our lives miserable. I think that's all I care to say just now.
I think you've said enough, too, Mrs. Carver. Let's have it, Casey.
Here you are, Inspector.
Now you'll just sign this, Mrs. Carver, and we'll let you rest.
Thank you. Where do I sign?
There, just after the word signed. Blackie, you and Casey sign as witnesses, will you?
Yes.
With pleasure, Faraday.
No, you can't do it. Now, wait a minute, Mom. Don't sign that. I won't let you. I'll admit it. I did it.
No,
I
Donald,
knew
don't
it
try
all.
to protect me.
No, Mom, not protect you. I'm just telling the truth.
Wait a minute. What is this?
This is what I've been waiting for, Faraday. Donald, I was hoping you'd confess. You just couldn't see your mother go to the electric chair, could you?
No, not for something she didn't do. Let her go, Faraday. I'm the guy you want. Ma, tell me the truth. Tell me you're lying.
I'm sorry, Donald, but my confession stands.
No, it doesn't. It's a lie. I know you hate me, and I don't blame you, but you're not going to jail for something I did.
I killed those two people.
I'll take over from here, Mrs. Carver. Faraday, on my way back down here, I stopped and bought a large box of thumbtacks. Mind if I spill them on the floor?
Blackie, this is no time for fooling around. You've messed things up enough. What's the idea of the tax?
Well, pardon the pun, but it may tax your mentality to get the idea.
Now,
But if some people can sleep on a bed of nails and prove something, I can walk across a floor of tacks and prove something. Now, I want you to watch this, will you?
what are you trying to do, Blackie?
Trying to pick up a tack and pick out a killer.
Oh, stop wasting my time. Mrs. Carver just confessed to the crime. Now Donald Carver has confessed. I thought you had this whole thing figured out.
I do, Faraday. And I did when I came in. Now, look at the bottom of my shoe. There, what do you see?
Thumbtacks. So what?
Now look at the bottom of Kenneth Carver's shoes, and you'll see so what.
Are you nuts? He didn't walk across these tacks.
No. But there were tacks on the floor of the Williams office, weren't there?
Yeah, but what is that? Let's see one of your shoes, Carver.
What for?
Just let's see one of them.
Okay. There you are.
And there you are, Faraday, a large-headed thumbtack. Look closely, and you'll find it's the same kind you found on the floor of the murder room.
A guy can pick up a thumbtack anywhere.
Not the kind you have in the heel of that shoe of yours, Kenneth. And I have further proof you murdered your boss and tried to pin the crime on your brother, Donald.
Oh, you don't have any proof. If he didn't do it, Ma did. She wanted him sent to the chair.
If she did, she picked a very poor time to frame him. Your mother knew your brother had an appointment with Harry Brown, 50 blocks from your office. Mrs. Carver, you knew your son Donald was nowhere near the Williams office, didn't you?
Yes.
But you didn't know it, did you, Kenneth?
So I didn't know it. So what? What does that prove? Any more than the fact that I have a thumbtack in the heel of my shoe.
That proves plenty, that thumbtack, believe me. Kenneth, you didn't leave the building the night of the murders. You came back, shot your boss and his secretary, and stepped on one of the thumbtacks that were on the floor. How they got there, I don't know. Maybe there was a fight, or they were dropped accidentally.
Wait a minute, Blackie. Don't get me all mixed up. Suppose this Kenneth guy picked up the thumbtack on the street, any place at all. Just because it's in his heel doesn't mean he was in the office.
Oh, but it does. You see, it had been raining when he got home, and Kenneth, good son that he is, wouldn't go in the front door and muddy up the living room. He went in through the kitchen. Remember, Mrs. Carver? He told me he looked at the clock, and you told me it was in the kitchen.
He did come in through the kitchen that evening.
Sure. And the footprints leading to the kitchen had a small, round indentation in the heel. I noticed it when I came to the house with Mary. I could have accused Kenneth then, but I wanted the whole story first. Now I know he kept most of the money and put the rest of the money and the gun in Donald's dresser.
Tried to frame me, did he? I'll tear that guy apart.
But don't bother, Donald. I've already done that to his alibi. Faraday will take it from there.
If a buddy meet a buddy, you better pull your shoes back, young fella. You'll get 'em soaked.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt your song by telling you I was here.
I heard you come in and knew who you were without having to look at your face. I can tell by your shoes. You're the young fella, Boston Blackie, who came around asking questions the night of the murder. Coming through the right...
Well, I'm the same person, all right. I came back to thank you for your help.
Help? Oh, I didn't do nothing to help. If a buddy kiss a buddy... You did quite some helping, though. You practically made that brother Kenneth confess. I was reading about it in the papers.
Well, it was the supposed to be bad brother Donald that set up the whole thing, you know.
Should a buddy cry, every lassie has her lad... Say, one thing I never understood. Why did that woman, Mrs. Carver, come to your place with a gun?
Well, she came there because she knew it was Kenneth that did the killing. And she didn't want me to try to prove it. When I told her I could prove it, with or without her help, she agreed to my plan. She found Kenneth wasn't such a good son when he was willing to stand by and see her confess.
She sure did. None they have, say I. Say, what happened to Donald?
Well, he got a job in a gas station, and according to Mrs. Carver, he kind of likes the idea of honest work.
Never hurt nobody. And all the lads, they smile at me when
coming through the right.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to hide 3 divisions of troops behind an empty water glass.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him right in the middle of a big deal, as usual.
Oh, Steve.
Commissioner?
I hope it was a square deal.
She didn't look square to me.
What have you told him so far, Ruth?
Well, only that you wanted him to go looking for a woman. I figured that was the best bait I could use.
Well, don't tell me it isn't true.
No, it's true, all right, but I'm afraid your association with this particular woman won't be a very pleasant one.
I might have known.
I'll have your passport and credentials ready when the commissioner's through with you, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Vienna.
Vienna? Long time since I've danced the Strauss waltz.
You can leave your ballet slippers home, Steve. Here's the setup. With the situation what it is, we have to increase our armed strength on all fronts. Naturally, our consulates are kept informed as to proposed increases of strength in their respective areas.
So?
So, 2 days ago, a document containing information regarding troop movements in Europe was stolen from our consulate in Vienna. The troops have already embarked, and with these unidentified subs around, we can't take chances.
I see. Any idea who swiped the document?
Yes, a janitor named Joseph Bildner.
Well, that doesn't sound so tough. Find Bildner.
We've already found Bildner in an alley in Vienna last night, murdered.
I see. Well, that sort of puts a new light on things.
The document wasn't on his person. Just before he died, he mumbled the name Eva Loesch.
Eva Loesch? Hey, that name rings a bell.
A siren, you should say. But I haven't time to go into her background now to fill a book. Manville Olson can tell you all about her.
Who's Olson?
He's with the consulate in Vienna. You'll arrive there early tomorrow evening. Go to the Imperial Bar at 8 o'clock. Olson will be waiting for you.
Why meet in the bar? Not that I have any objection.
Well, this investigation has to be kept undercover, particularly the part about Eva Loesch. Olson will tell you why. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to Olson. Find Eva Loesch. And most important, get those documents back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Ever think of this? You wait longer for breakfast than for any other meal of the day. From the time you go to bed until you eat breakfast is the longest period there is between 2 meals. So, breakfast has to be good to do the most good for you at a time when you really need food. Which is why I say start breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. It's a pleasant way to get protein, vitamins, and minerals, and just plain whole wheat energy in a hurry without a lot of fuss. Wheaties supply energy when you need energy because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, breakfast of champions. See for yourself. Have some. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Find a girl named Eva Loesch and get a stolen document from her. Ordinarily, there's nothing I like better than to chercher la femme. But from what the commissioner has told me, I've got an uneasy feeling that this is going to be all chercher and no femme. Well, it's Friday evening when I get to Vienna. I check in at the hotel and then head for the Imperial Bar. Over at a corner table, a guy gives me the nod. I head over there.
You're Mitchell, aren't you?
Yeah. Olson?
That's right. Have a seat.
Thanks. Look, the commissioner back in the States told me that you could give me the background on this Eva Loesch.
Well, I can tell you all we know over here at the consulate, which isn't enough. Eva Loesch was a red-hot Nazi. She was killed in the Berlin Blitz.
What?
We thought. Now it looks as if she's been very much alive and in hiding all this time. And worse yet, it looks like she's up to her old tricks.
You mean a new Nazi party?
No. You know, some of these ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
I get it. Now, according to what the commissioner told me, this document concerning our troop movements was stolen from your consulate by a janitor named Bildner. He was found murdered in an alley and mumbled Eva Loesch's name just before he died.
That's right. We believe Eva killed him and has the document. But, of course, we've kept all that undercover. We don't want Eva to know we know she's alive. Here.
Hmm?
This ad I spotted in the afternoon paper. Take a look at it.
What? Huh. Will the cab driver who picked up a woman passenger at the plaza last Tuesday night at 8:30 please come to 37 Bergerstrasse? Hey, Tuesday night. That was the night that Bildner was murdered, wasn't it?
Yes, in an alley about half a block from the plaza.
Huh. This could tie in all right. 37 Bergerstrasse. Okay. I think I'll answer that ad, Olson. I'll check with you later.
Yes?
Are you the one who put that advertisement in the paper this afternoon?
Come in. Yes, I'm the one. Why?
Fräulein,
Frau Denise Manescu. Who are you?
I'm the cab driver you're looking for.
Oh? Describe this woman you picked up.
What? Oh, well, she's about medium build, dark hair.
You're lying.
Huh?
I do not know who you are, but you are not a cab driver.
Now, look.
Yes?
You are the one who put the notice in the paper.
Oh, great.
Why, yes.
I would like to talk to you, please.
Just a minute.
I am the cab driver in question. Who is this man?
This man is about to leave.
No, I do not think so.
Oh, well, come to think of it, you may be right. How come the gun, Buster?
You will stay right here, both of you.
You are not cab drivers, either of you.
In my case, you are quite right. As for this other man, I do not know who he is. I will find that out presently.
Well, as long as we're going to play guessing games, maybe you wouldn't mind if I start guessing who you are.
You do not have to guess, my friend. I will tell you. I am Lieutenant Oscar Segal of the police.
The police?
Well, that takes a load off my mind.
Does it?
Yeah, but I can't say as much for Frau Manescu here. She seems to be real upset at the news.
Frau Manescu?
The name seems to mean something to you, Lieutenant.
You are not by any chance related to Georges Manescu?
Yes, I'm his wife.
But this is completely mystifying. Why would the wife of Georges Manescu be implicated in such an unsavory affair as this?
Somebody mind telling me who George Manescu is?
What is your interest in this matter?
Maybe these credentials will answer that question, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. They have indeed answered that question, Herr Mitchell.
Now, how about filling me in on this George Manescu?
Oh, a local politician of high character who has worked in close cooperation with your government here.
I see. Well, in that case, Frau Manescu...
There is no use holding back anything more. I did not want the police brought into this. But, well, here you are.
Here I am indeed. I must strongly impress upon you the wisdom of making a full explanation at this time.
Yes, But you see, Eva Loesch is my sister.
What?
I believed, as did the rest of the world, that she was dead. I believed that until Tuesday night, when she came here to see me.
What did she want?
She said she was in trouble and wanted to hide here. I refused. And then she said I must help her.
In what way?
She said that a man was killed, but that she did not do it. That there was a cab driver who could clear her if she could only find him.
So you ran that ad in the paper?
I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't go to the police. I know what damage would be done to my husband's reputation if it were learned that the notorious Eva Loesch was his wife's sister. So I ran the advertisement, hoping it would help clear her. And then if their relationship were to be revealed later, at least it would be not quite so bad for my husband.
I see. Well, that all leads us up to the big question. Where's Eva?
I do not know.
From Manescu, it is my duty to warn you that withholding information...
I'm telling you the truth. I swear it. I've no idea where Eva's hiding. She said that she would contact me in a few days, but I've not heard from her.
Look, sisterly love is a wonderful thing. But I hope that you realize unless we locate Eva in a hurry, there's going to be a lot more damage done than just to your husband's reputation.
Sisterly love. You think that is what I feel for Eva? As far back as I can remember, we've hated each other. My only regret is that she was not killed in Berlin.
Then we have your promise that you will communicate with us at once if she contacts you again.
Yes, at once. And rest assured, gentlemen, it will be a happy day for me when I can turn my dear sister over to you.
Well, it sounds like quite a surprise party you ran into last night, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was, Olson. And, of course, the biggest surprise was finding out that Mrs. Manescu is Eva Loesch's sister. Incidentally, what information have you got on the Manescus?
Well, he seems to be our white hope in local politics around here right now. He's very pro-United States. As to their background, George and his wife Denise apparently were anti-Nazi right from the start, which must have made it a little tough on them in Germany.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I believe they were married just before the fall of Berlin and managed to get out of the country. Would you like to meet George Manescu, Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. Can you arrange it?
I'm playing golf with him in an hour. Why don't you come along?
It's a deal. Let's go. That last shot of yours was a honey, Mr. Manescu. Looks like you're only about 2 feet from the pin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. But I wish you to know that from now on I believe nothing you say.
Oh?
When the three of us started this game, you were full of apologies about your bad golf. We are now approaching the 7th green, and you are 3 strokes over par.
Yes, I'm afraid Mitchell makes most of his apologies before he makes his bets.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying to get good odds.
Indeed you cannot. Well, here we are, gentlemen. And I must say this is the part of golf I enjoy the most.
Putting?
Yes.
Well, it's the part of the game that pays off.
Perhaps it is because putting is so helpful to me.
How so, Manescu?
Well, I practice it constantly, even when I'm at home. Particularly when I'm thinking about something, putting relaxes me, helps me to think clearly. Mr. Olson, I believe you are aware. Your putt.
Oh, sorry. Downhill putt, too. Just the kind I don't like.
Well, in your case, practice sure pays off, Mr. Manescu. Your putting is very sharp.
Oh, thank you.
Too bad, Olson. Rimmed the cup on you, huh?
Yeah. That gives me a 6.
Well, looks like I'm next. Little break to the right, it looks like.
Not quite as much as it looks.
Thanks for the tip.
Nice putt.
I had good advice.
Maybe you can return it sometime.
Be glad to, except I don't think you'll need any on this putt of yours. Can't be more than 2 feet.
No, I need this for my par.
This is a lot more pleasant way to spend time than roosting behind a desk.
Yeah, but it isn't helping us find Eva Loesch. Missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Manescu. I didn't realize you were set to putt, or I would have kept still.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Mitchell. Your voice did not bother me. I don't know what went wrong.
Well, looked like you tightened up all of a sudden.
Yes. Well, it is no matter. Come, the next tee is right over there.
I'm really sorry about that, Manescu.
Oh, but I assure you I was not even aware you were talking, Mitchell. For the life of me, I can't understand why I should miss a 2-foot putt. But that is what makes the game of golf so unpredictable, I suppose.
I think they call it the human element.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, let's see. I believe you're still up, Manescu.
Oh, yes.
You know, Steve, it seems to me that you raised your voice a little when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch.
Did I? Wait, we mustn't rattle Manescu anymore. He's ready to drive.
Oh, miserable.
Yeah, quite a slice.
I must have cut across the ball. Gentlemen, I hate to say this, but I seem to have a headache. I wonder if perhaps you would excuse me from continuing with our match.
Sure, matter of fact, I've had enough. How about you, Olson?
Sure, anytime. We can cut back towards the clubhouse through this grove of trees.
Oh, please, I don't want to spoil your game. Why don't the two of you continue?
No, it seems to be getting a little too warm for comfort anyway. Olson!
Mitchell, he's been shot right through the head.
Quick, Manescu. Let's get into that grove of trees. I think it'll be a little safer there.
But where did the shot come from?
Who knows? Here, in here. It was from a rifle, which means the sniper could be behind 100 different trees and bushes on the golf course.
But I do not understand why anyone would want to kill Olson. He had no enemies.
That's what I was thinking, Manescu, and it gives rise to a few assorted, interesting thoughts.
What do you mean?
Maybe that bullet was meant for somebody else.
Somebody else? Do you mean yourself?
Yeah, maybe me. Or maybe you, Manescu.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace, anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheaties about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Thank you, Ed Prentice and Luke Appling. And as for our breakfast of champions, friends, sure, they're for men who go to bat for a living, but confidentially, they're for us, too. You and me. We need whole wheat energy, same as the champions who play ball for their paychecks. Don't forget your own breakfast of champions. Wheaties. Get yours.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, I have been expecting you.
You uncovered anything new, Lieutenant Siegel?
Indeed I have. You told me that when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch on the golf course earlier today, Manescu reacted visibly.
That's right. I dangled a little bait under his nose, and he snapped at it like an undernourished barracuda.
Huh.
Of course, to be fair to the guy, he probably knows that his wife is Eva's sister. It could have been that.
I am positive it was much more than that.
Oh?
I have done a considerable amount of investigation into Manescu's background, and I am sure it will be of interest to you to learn that in the old Nazi days in Germany, Manescu and Eva Loesch were, shall we say, extremely friendly.
Oh, yeah? Well, that kind of puts a different light on things.
Yeah, indeed it does. After Eva's death, Manescu married her sister Denise and made his escape from Germany with her.
And now Eva's popped up again. You know, that gives rise to an interesting possibility.
Yeah, the possibility that Manescu has been seeing Eva again and knows where she is.
Which means he either has those documents or knows where they are. Well, I've got to hand it to him for the big act he's been putting on about being such a friend of the United States.
If our suspicions of Manescu are correct, one cannot help feeling sorry for his wife, though.
Yeah. It must be a pretty rough spot for Denise if she has any idea what's going on.
Oh, excuse me, please. Lieutenant Segal speaking.
May I speak to Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, one moment, please. It's for you, Mitchell. The lady in question.
Oh? Hello?
This is Denise Manescu, Mr. Mitchell. Something has come up. I must see you at once.
Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Well, it could be that Denise is starting to smell a rat, Lieutenant. I'd better get over there and see if it's the same rat. I think it is. So, I head for the Manescu's house. Manescu, with a preoccupied look and a putter in his hand, lets me in the front door. Then he disappears into his study. Denise is waiting for me in the living room.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sure. You said something had come up, Denise?
Yes. First, let me ask you, did you say anything to my husband when he let you in the front door?
No, he looked like he was in another world.
Yes, he seems to be worried about something. I'm afraid I know what it is.
You think maybe he's been seeing Eva Loesch lately?
Yes, I think he has.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. When my sister died, I thought that part of his life was over. It is not a very pleasant thing to realize that you have been married on the rebound, Mr. Mitchell. I told you that...
What's the matter?
Steve, there is someone on the roof of the house next door.
What?
Wait. Whoever it was saw me watching and disappeared.
Come on.
Here, we can go out through these French doors.
Nowhere in sight. Did you recognize him?
All I could see was a trench coat, a slouched hat, and a gun.
Look, you stay here. I'll circle around this house and try to climb up and nab him. I circle around the house next door, and I spot some vines running up the wall. I start climbing, but 10 feet from the ground, I hear a sound that stops me cold. I drop to the ground, run back to Manescu's house. The study window is shattered, and in front of it stands Denise, staring inside, half hysterical. Denise, what happened? Denise!
Too late. I tried to warn him.
Warn who?
Look, in the window.
Manescu, on the floor. Tell me, what happened, Denise?
After you went around to the other side of that house, the person came back to the edge of the roof.
That the door to the study?
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Suddenly I knew what was going to happen. I started running to the study window to warn my husband, but then the shot.
Here we are.
George.
Bullet entered the top of his head. Must have come from the roof, all right. Wait a minute. What's that water glass doing on the floor?
But I don't know.
He must have knocked it over as he fell. Well, the man who shot him is probably a few blocks away by now.
Steve, I do not think it was a man.
What do you mean? You told me before the shot that he was wearing a trench coat and a slouch hat.
Yes, but just before the shot, I got a quick look at the face.
A woman?
I think it was my sister, Eva.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell. First, the janitor Joseph Bildner murdered. Second, the American Olson murdered. Third, George Manescu.
Murdered. But at least we know who's behind it all, Eva Loesch. So the big problem is finding her in those documents, Lieutenant. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Why is Eva hanging around town if she already has those documents?
Mitchell, have you considered the possibility that Manescu might have been shot by his wife, Denise?
Sure, I've considered it. She had a motive, too. She knew her husband had been seeing Eva, but there's just one little item that sort of knocks that theory into a cocked hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are right. You are referring, of course, to the angle at which the bullet entered Manescu's head.
Yeah, from the top of his head down.
Which would indicate that the bullet was fired from some distance above him. That his wife was out on the terrace at the time, slowly below him. As a matter of fact, below
All
him.
of which brings us back to our friend Eva.
Excuse me, please. Are you Lieutenant Segal of the police?
Yeah.
Then perhaps you would be good enough to tell me what this is all about.
Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me your name and what is all about.
Excuse. I'm Anton. I drive taxi cab.
So?
So today, a newspaper stands an advertisement.
Wait a minute. You mean the one about the cab driver who picked up a woman at the plaza last Tuesday night?
Yeah, you put it in?
No. Go on.
I answer the ad. I go to the address. There is policeman there. And over in one corner, a woman sitting with her head in her hands, crying.
That'd be Denise.
So I tell policeman that I picked up a woman last Tuesday night.
Probably Eva Loesch.
I did not know her name. I picked her up at the plaza, and she stayed in my cab only 2 blocks. She kept looking back over her shoulder, and then she made me pull over to the curb and got out. All this I tell policeman. He takes down my address and tells me to come over here to Imperial Bar and report to you.
Very well. Thank you for your information. You may go now.
Go, he says. And still nobody tells me what this is all about.
Well, that was a big bunch of nothing.
Mitchell, this case is giving me a headache. Murders, stolen documents, political intrigue. And every time we think we have a fresh lead, it disappears into thin air. Poof. Poof.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it would appear my gestures are a little too much. Waiter.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, Siegel, you knocked the glass off the table just now and it broke.
This is not a very profound observation, Mitchell.
But I found the glass lying on its side in Manescu's study after he got shot, and that glass wasn't broken. Yet the table there is about the same height as the table here.
What are you getting at?
Manescu's glass wasn't knocked off the table. It was placed on the floor.
So?
So we've been a couple of prize jugheads.
I still do not understand what...
The whole thing has just fallen into place, Lieutenant. There's just one big thing wrong right now.
What do you mean?
I mean we could be just about 5 minutes too late.
Mitchell, there's the cab driver's house just ahead.
Okay, let's stop here, Lieutenant. We'll circle around to the back of the house. He probably keeps his cab there.
Mitchell, I still do not understand why this taxi cab is suddenly so important to us.
Look, remember what that cab driver said? When he picked up Eva after she'd killed that janitor, she only stayed in this cab a few minutes, then got out.
Yeah, she hid the documents there. That is why she had Denise put that ad in the paper. She wanted to find that taxi cab driver.
That's right. Wait. Yeah, there's the cab in that little lean-to back of the house. Okay, let's take it as quiet as we can now.
Mitchell, a flashlight. Someone is in that cab.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Come on.
Oh?
Found those documents yet?
Denise Manescu.
No, Eva Loesch, Lieutenant. It's one and the same person.
What?
No, that's a lie.
Save it, Eva. The real Denise got killed in the Berlin Blitz, didn't she?
No.
You figured it'd be a neat scheme if people thought it was you who were killed. You posed as Denise, married Manescu, and got out of town.
Lies. All of them lies.
I guess Manescu was the right guy after all. He probably figured you'd reformed when he found out that you hadn't. You were afraid he'd expose you. You tried for him once on the golf course and got Olson instead. Then you rigged this little scheme for my benefit at your house this afternoon and killed him.
Mitchell, watch out.
Yeah, I see the gun. Your aim isn't as hot as it was, Eva. Drop it. That's better. And thanks for giving us the one piece of evidence we needed. This gun of yours. 5 will get you 10. We can prove that the slug that killed your husband came from this gun.
I will kill you.
Temper.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
This is all very nice, but there's one thing that we may have difficulty in proving.
What's that?
The angle of elevation of the bullet that killed Manescu.
That's right.
How could it have been fired by Eva here, who was standing on the ground outside the window?
That brings us back to the empty water glass, which was lying on its side on the floor in Manescu's study. I should have figured it sooner.
Figured what?
Look, when Manescu let me in the front door, he had a putter in his hand. He'd already told me that he practiced putting at home whenever he had a problem. And along about then, he had a big problem. What to do about Eva.
Putting?
Yeah. How do you go about putting a golf ball, Lieutenant?
Why, one takes the club in his hand, bends over the ball, and...
You can stop right there. That's what Manescu was doing. That's why the bullet entered the top of his head. Right, Eva?
I have nothing to say.
You don't have to. You know, you never want to underestimate anybody's golf game, Eva. You probably thought your husband's putting practice was a big joke. Well, maybe you were right. Yeah, I guess you could call it a joke. A real funny one. It'll kill you.
Well, we certainly enjoyed that assignment, Brian. Your usual sterling performance.
Thank you, Frank. I had an extra bowl full of Wheaties this morning. Maybe that helped.
Well, I'm sure it did, Brian. Seriously, you know, Wheaties can make a difference.
Oh, I agree. Less of a letdown.
Oh, more of the old up and at 'em.
That's right, but I have something to confess, Frank.
You have what?
The real reason I eat Wheaties is I like them.
Well, good for you. Best reason in the world. It's fine, the whole wheat, vitamins and minerals and proteins in Wheaties. But it's just the plain goodness you go for, huh?
That's right, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the words of an honest man. Get your Wheaties tomorrow. Work better all morning for it. But most of all, eat 'em because you like 'em. Right, Brian Donlevy?
Right, Frank. Good night.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. Steve Mitchell is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Friendly Divorce Murder Case. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and in the bustling city, most people are up and about their business. But the attractive apartment of Eric Belden is ominously quiet as Letty Stone, the daily cleaning woman, enters it. And she looks around her in surprise as she moves toward the bedroom door.
That's a funny thing. Mr. Belden's always up at this hour. He's usually finished with breakfast, too, and on his way to the studio. I don't see any breakfast dishes. Bedroom door. It's closed. And the key's on the outside. Well, that's strange. Mr. Belden? Mr. Belden? Are you in there? Mr. Belden? Guess I better open the door and see. Might be sick. Oh, Mr. Belden. Oh, dear heaven. Oh, he was shot. He's dead.
What's that? What's the matter?
Oh, Miss Katie, where'd you come from?
Well, I just came into the apartment. You left the front door open, Letty, but what's the trouble? Eric.
He's dead, Miss Katie.
Oh, poor Eric. I knew he'd been depressed lately, but what a horrible thing to do, to kill himself that way.
You think he did it himself, Miss Katie? I'd better call the police.
Well, go ahead and call them, Letty, but I tell you it's suicide.
But a little later, as Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, bends over the prostrate body of Eric Belden, he says to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
Dave, look at this. Position of the gun. It was placed here too carefully. This wasn't suicide, it was murder.
You think so, Mr. Chameleon?
There's no question of it, Dave. No powder burn at all. This gun was fired at a distance and then laid beside the body. Where are those two women?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon. Letty Stone. Miss Katie, come in here, please.
Mrs. Stone, you're the cleaning woman here?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you found the murdered man.
Murdered? Did you say murdered, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, he couldn't have been murdered.
He was, Miss Katie. Martha Katie, is it?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Tell me something about this man.
Why, Eric ran the Belden Fashion Studios. He supplied fashion photographs of models for the magazines.
And you are one of his models, I take it?
Yes, that's right.
And you, Letty Stone, when you came in here this morning to clean, was the apartment empty? I mean empty except for the murdered man.
Why, I thought it was, Mr. Chameleon.
But you could have been mistaken. Now, the murderer could have been hiding somewhere. Tell me, what is this key doing on the outside of the bedroom door?
Oh, so you noticed that.
My job to notice things, Letty. When you came in, did you find the bedroom locked?
Oh, well, no, Mr. Chameleon. That's the strange part. It was unlocked, and the key was on the outside. Mr. Belden always locked his bedroom door at night.
You say Eric Belden always locked his bedroom door when he went to bed? From the inside, of course.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Why did he do that, Letty? What was he afraid of?
He said he was afraid of burglars.
You sound as if you didn't believe it. Well, neither do I believe it, Letty. If Eric Belden was afraid of anything, he was afraid of being murdered. And for very good reason. Someone has murdered him, tried to make it look like suicide, but forgot to lock the bedroom door when leaving and take the key along. Miss Katie, what were you doing here at the apartment so early?
Beg your pardon?
I believe you heard me. What were you doing here in Eric Belden's apartment at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I had an appointment with Eric, a business appointment. We were going to Park Avenue, where Eric intended to take pictures of me modeling fall clothes.
And you stopped here first? To meet him, Miss Katie, or to take the key from the lock where the murderer had forgotten it in all the excitement?
Mr. Chameleon, you can't think that I killed poor Eric. Well, why should I? We were simply business acquaintances.
How about that, Letty?
Well, she was here an awful lot. She and Mr. Belden were thick as thieves.
Be quiet, you wretched old woman.
And as for keys, you have an extra key to the apartment. You could have let yourself in, Letty, and robbed him and murdered him.
That's a lie, Mr. Chameleon. That's a wicked lie.
Did you have an extra key to the apartment, Letty?
Why, yes. Yes, sure.
Well, let me have it, please.
But I didn't kill Mr. Belden.
I haven't said you did yet. And as for Miss Katie's statement...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave, what is it? What's the matter?
Martha Katie. I just remembered.
Huh?
She was known as the Glory Girl. She's the model who was mixed up in that murder and blackmail case 3 years ago.
Of course, Dave. How stupid of me not to have remembered. Of course, Martha Katie is the same one.
Well, so what? That doesn't mean I killed Eric Belden. Why don't you go after Cherry? If anyone had a reason for killing him, she did.
Who was Cherry?
Eric's ex-wife. She was one of his models, too. He'd reneged on his alimony, and Cherry was threatening him. She and her old battle axe of a mother were both threatening him.
What about it, Letty? Did you know about this?
Well...
Did you?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Cherry was here only last night. She and Mr. Belden had an awful row. She said he was a heel, and he was. He's the kind that should have been killed. But I had nothing against him.
Except that you hated him, apparently. Where does Cherry, Belden's former wife, live, Letty?
With her mother, Mrs. Holt. They have another apartment in this building.
What is the phone number, please?
Here it is. On this pad on Mr. Belden's desk.
Thank you.
Now you're using some sense, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh? Why, Miss Katie? Because I'm calling Cherry Belden and you think suspicion is diverted from you? Only it isn't.
Hello?
Hello. I would like to speak to Cherry Belden, please.
Who's calling?
Is this her mother, Mrs. Holt?
Who is calling?
The police. This is Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Eric Belden has been murdered, and I want to speak to his ex-wife.
Well, Cherry's not here, and I don't know where she is.
Oh, really, Mrs. Holt? Is that all you have to say?
What else can I say? My daughter isn't here.
Oh, so you are Mrs. Holt. I was afraid that you might pretend that you were the maid. You don't seem disturbed by the news of your son-in-law's murder. Or didn't it come as a surprise?
See here, you can't speak to me like that. You can't insult me.
I am not trying to insult you, Mrs. Holt. But I want to know where your daughter Cherry is or when you expect her back.
I have no idea. I can't help you.
And we shall have to help ourselves.
Who are you calling now, Mr. Chameleon?
Central Police Headquarters, Miss Katie. The direct line to the police commissioner's office. Any other questions you'd like to ask?
Yes. You talked to Cherry's mother. Couldn't you tell from just talking to her she was a terrible woman?
Miss Katie, in a murder case, it's never smart for one suspect to run down another. It's often...
Hello, Commissioner speaking.
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon. Eric Belden was murdered, and it was made to look like suicide. I want a general alarm sent out for his ex-wife, Cherry Belden.
Good. What's the description?
Letty, you describe her, please?
Well, she's very tiny and blonde and has blue eyes, Mr. Chameleon. She's in her 20s.
Her 20s? She's 30 if she's a day.
She's between 25 and 30, Commissioner. Blonde, blue-eyed, very small, lives with her mother, Mrs. Holt, here in this apartment building.
You think she murdered Belden, Chameleon?
Well, there's a chance of it, Commissioner. But she's not the only one who might have done it. Far from it. This chap Belden was a fashion photographer, and his life, I gather, was full of women. And I think Dave Arnold and I will pay a visit to his office, to the Belden Fashion Studio, which must have been a clearinghouse for some of the most beautiful girls in New York.
And a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon and Dave walking down the corridor which leads to Eric Belden's fashion studio. And Dave is saying...
You really think we'll turn up any leads here, Mr. Chameleon?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Dave, I decided to come down here, but...
Arguing with you,
Dave,
Mrs.
listen.
Belden. I don't care what
There's someone in the
taking
studio.
those silly letters with me. So get out of my way. I'm not moving, Mrs. Belden, till you put those letters back.
Mrs. Belden. That must be Cherry Belden. Come along, Dave. Good morning, ladies. I'm sorry to interrupt a private quarrel, but I am Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Are you Cherry Belden?
Why, yes.
And you, young lady?
I'm Beryl Carrington, Mr. Belden's secretary, and Mr. Belden isn't in.
I am well aware of that fact, Miss Carrington. I just left his apartment where he was found murdered.
Oh.
Shot through the head.
Murdered? Oh, no. Eric dead. I can't believe it. Poor Eric.
You really sound sorry, Mrs. Belden.
I am, Mr. Chameleon. If you're a detective, I suppose you've already learned that Eric and I were divorced, but it was a friendly divorce. We were incompatible, that's all.
Oh, really? And what are those letters that you've got there? I heard Miss Carrington forbid you to take them from the office.
They're nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
I shall be the judge of that. Let me see them, please. No. Well, I see they're written by your mother, threatening Eric Belden. I'd say they're very nasty letters.
Poor Mother was upset. She didn't mean half she said. Eric promised to pay me $250 a month alimony, and he didn't. I haven't been working lately, and Mother got excited.
So did you, Cherry Belden. Excited enough to try and get those letters that your mother wrote and destroy them.
Because I thought they put my mother in a false light. Good heavens, I didn't know that poor Eric was dead.
Cherry, oh, thank heavens you're still
Mother,
here. A detective named Chameleon is looking for you.
And he found her, Mrs. Holt. I'm Chameleon. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Well, so you found my daughter. Isn't that nice?
Yes, indeed. You lied to me, Mrs. Holt. You said that you didn't know where Cherry was. Why'd you lie?
Well, I wasn't sure she was here in Eric's studio.
I think you were. You knew that she'd come to get those letters. The letters that you wrote Eric Belden threatening him.
Threats were the only thing that Eric understood. Oh, not that he wasn't a fine man in many ways. It was a friendly divorce, you know, Mr. Chameleon. Just incompatibility.
In this case, Mrs. Holt, the word incompatibility may simply be another word for mother-in-law.
How dare you say that? Do you think I killed Eric? Why, Eric was our source of income. Killing him would be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg.
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Miss Carrington.
I'd like to speak to you alone. Do you mind stepping into Mr. Belden's private office?
What for, Miss Carrington?
Yes, what for? Anything you have to say, you can say in front of us.
Miss Carrington apparently feels otherwise. Dave, you keep an eye on Mrs. Holt and her daughter, Cherry Belden. I shall be right back.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Carrington, what's on your mind?
Mr. Chameleon, I happen to know that in addition to the alimony Mr. Belden was paying Cherry, he also took out a life insurance policy in her favor.
A life insurance policy? Mm-hmm. For how much?
$50,000.
Tidy little sum. Thank you for the valuable information, Miss Carrington.
I tell you, I am going in there. I want to know what that Carrington girl is saying to Mr. Chameleon.
Well, I take it that Mrs. Holt would consider it valuable information, too.
Now then, Miss Carrington, what are you saying?
Mother, dear, please, you mustn't be so excited.
Mr. Chameleon, what has this girl been telling you?
Mrs. Holt, I want to ask you about a key. A key that was found on the outside of Eric Belden's bedroom door. The door to the room where he was murdered.
Is that what the two of you were talking about? Keys?
Mrs. Holt, Eric's murderer forgot that key. Now, who was it? Who was in his apartment last night? Your daughter, Cherry, for one.
That's not so. Cherry was with me all afternoon and evening.
Oh, that's very strange. The cleaning woman said that she was at Eric's apartment.
Yes, I was, Mr. Chameleon, just for an hour. Mother, you've forgotten. I went out for an hour around dinner time.
What? Oh, yes, that's right, Cherry. I did forget. I've been suffering a great deal lately from loss of memory.
You sound to me like a woman with an excellent memory. Mrs. Holt, do you or your daughter have a key to Eric Belden's apartment?
No. Mr. Chameleon, that's not so. Mr. Belden told me that Cherry had a key she wouldn't return to him after their divorce. In fact, he was going to have the lock changed. Meanwhile, he always slept with his bedroom door locked.
Thank you again, Miss Carrington. Where is your purse, Cherry Belden? And on the table. Dave, will you search it, please?
Yes, sir.
This is an outrage.
Mother, you're only making matters worse. And you, Miss Carrington, I don't understand what you think you're doing.
Don't you, Cherry? I understand her perfectly.
Here, Mr. Chameleon. Here's the key. It's even marked. Eric Belden, 507.
Handle it very carefully, Dave. I want to send it in to be checked for fingerprints. Who knows? It might have Mrs. Holt's fingerprints.
That does it. Now I'm going to tell the truth. Mr. Chameleon, I said I understood Miss Carrington, and I do. But I've been too decent to say anything. This girl, Mr. Chameleon, this Beryl Carrington, was Eric Belden's secretary, and she was more than that. She was the cause of my daughter's divorce. She was the woman in the case.
Mr. Chameleon and the Friendly Divorce Murder Case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Friendly Divorce Murder Case. It is a few minutes later, and in the Belden Fashion Studios, Mr. Chameleon stands facing three women who played such a vital part in the life of Eric Belden before he was mysteriously murdered. And he says to Beryl Carrington, Belden's secretary,
"So you were the woman in the case, Miss Carrington. You are the real reason why Eric Belden divorced his wife, Cherry."
No. There was nothing between Eric and me, Mr. Chameleon. Nothing except a business relationship.
That's not true, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Carrington was in love with Eric.
Then why tell me that yours was a friendly divorce, Cherry Belden? Your whole story sounds pretty fishy to me. And besides, you've lied consistently. You've lied consistently. You even told me that you didn't have a key to your ex-husband's apartment. And it was right there in your purse.
I didn't have a key. I don't know how that got into my purse. Isn't that so, Mother? I had no key.
Absolutely, Cherry. You should be ashamed, Mr. Chameleon, to accuse my daughter of murder.
Mrs. Holt, I have a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. To prove that your daughter or anyone else is innocent, I must first prove who is guilty.
Mr. Chameleon, I didn't quite tell the truth. I know I first said it was a friendly divorce, but that was because I didn't want any scandal. Is that wrong?
It's wrong to accuse Miss Carrington falsely, Cherry Belden.
And that's exactly what she's doing. Cherry and her mother are trying to frame me to get themselves in the clear.
That's a lie, a vicious lie.
Please, that's all for now. You and your daughter may go, Mrs. Holt, but don't try to leave town, either of you. Dave, you show the ladies out, please?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, you'll hear more of this.
I fully expect to, Mrs. Holt.
Well, this is a dirty business, Mr. Chameleon.
It certainly is, Dave. That attempts to frame Miss Carrington here certainly backfired. But I want the best men we have to tail them constantly. Have Davis and McCarthy go over to their apartment.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
And as for me, I shall be looking for just one little thing, one small detail that I know will trap the killer.
What's that, Mr. Chameleon?
Fingerprints, Miss Carrington. I noticed some on the door of Eric Belden's bedroom. You see, I'm sure the murderer is an amateur. Being an amateur, they wouldn't stop to think of erasing evidence like fingerprints.
But my gosh, Mr. Chameleon, everybody, including old ladies in wheelchairs, knows that killers shouldn't leave fingerprints around.
I know, Dave, but an amateur killer is very often emotional. They think of those things too late, like the key in the bedroom door. They forgot that, didn't they? Anyway, tomorrow morning, I'm going to search Eric's apartment. Search it thoroughly for any and all fingerprints.
But why tomorrow? Why not now?
Because first, Dave, I want to check on the past life of Cherry Belden and her mother, Mrs. Holt. So tomorrow is soon enough to look for fingerprints. Miss Carrington, goodbye. And thank you very much for your invaluable help.
If there's anything else I can do, please call on me, Mr. Chameleon.
I will. Oh, in fact, you might go through Mr. Belden's files and see whether there are any more threatening letters from Cherry's mother.
I'll do that immediately, Mr. Chameleon.
Good. Oh, one more thing. Did you know a model named Martha Cady?
Martha Cady?
Yes, I have a hunch that Eric Belden was quite crazy about her.
Yes, I remember her. I had very little to do with her, though.
Mm-hmm. And Letty Stone, the cleaning woman at Belden's apartment. Do you know her?
Yes, I saw her once or twice.
You're frowning. Why? Didn't you like Letty Stone?
She's not young, Mr. Chameleon, and she's a hard-working woman.
Who might welcome a few $1,000s. Well, that's what I figured. And I also figured that she knows Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law. Must have known her.
She does, Mr. Chameleon. One of the few times I ever went to Mr. Belden's apartment, I found the two of them in the living room talking away like mad. They stopped the minute I arrived.
All ties in. It's quite possible that Letty, the cleaning woman, could have admitted Cherry's mother to Belden's apartment the night that he was murdered. Well, we'll soon see. Those fingerprints will tell the story. Goodbye, Miss Carrington.
Goodbye, Mr. Chameleon.
You're going to pick up Letty Stone and question her now, Mr. Chameleon?
No, not exactly, Dave.
What the heck? I don't get it. It's not like you to move cautiously. Why not grab her quick and question her?
I intend to, Dave, but not as Chameleon. Going to make an appointment with Letty Stone, that cleaning woman, to meet a special police searcher in Eric Belden's apartment. And I shall be there, disguised as that special police searcher, a very quiet but very thorough cop named Christopher Madden.
And so, that night, we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Christopher Madden, a police searcher, in the Belden apartment with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. And with them is the cleaning woman, Letty Stone, a badly frightened Letty Stone, to whom Chameleon is saying in the voice of his disguise,
Mrs. Stone, my name is Madden. I'm a special police searcher. I came to this apartment to look for further fingerprints. The murderers.
But, Mr. Madden, why send for me? I mean, my fingerprints is sure to be all over Mr. Belden's apartment. I used to come here almost every day and clean.
Well, then you can't be much of a cleaner, Mrs. Stone. You leave fingerprints all over the place.
Well, there'd be sure to be some around. I couldn't help it.
What about Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law?
What do you mean? What about her?
Well, you and she were friendly, weren't you? Make a deal? She promised you some of Mr. Belden's insurance money to keep your mouth shut?
I don't know what you mean. I never said 2 words to Mrs. Holt. Now, I got to get home and cook supper for my husband.
At 9 o'clock?
Well, he don't get home from work till 9 o'clock.
All right, Mrs. Stone, you can go. We're leaving immediately, too, right after you. Good night.
Well, good night, sir. And I don't know Mrs. Holt hardly at all.
Mr. Chameleon, for Pete's sake, you've done it again. Every time you get someone cornered in this case, you let him go.
Dave, it won't be long now before you see a very interesting little drama unfold. I'm going to call the police commissioner. As soon as I finish dialing, turn off all the lights, will you?
Oh, I get it. Letty Stone will think we're gone, and she may come back.
Mm-hmm. All right, you can turn off the lights now, Dave.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon.
Yes?
We're at the Belden apartment. What is the report on the key to the front door? The key that we found in Cherry Belden's purse?
Just what you thought, Chameleon. You hit the bullseye.
Good. Send the report to the corner drugstore where Dave will pick it up later.
Right. Good hunting.
I think we've got them, Commissioner. Goodbye.
Mr. Chameleon, I think someone's trying the front door.
Yes, you're right. Can you see in this darkness, Dave?
Well enough. Yes, sir. By gosh, the door is opening. Is it Letty, the cleaning woman?
All I can really make out is that it's a woman.
She's got a flashlight, Mr. Chameleon. She's wiping things off with a damp cloth.
Right, Dave.
Shall I grab her?
No. Not yet. Let's see if she goes to the bedroom door. Bedroom where Belden was murdered.
She's going there, all right. Now she's wiping off the door.
Let her go inside. Now, where's the light switch?
Right here.
Turn it on, Dave. Let's have light. Plenty of light. And see what sort of a bird we've snared in our net.
Oh.
All right, Miss Carrington. Put your hands up and keep them up. I have a gun which I shall use if I have to. The way you used one on Eric Belden.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Only I happen to know what you're doing here, Miss Carrington. I scared you into thinking that you might have left fingerprints. I said I was going to look for those fingerprints tomorrow.
But why should I kill Eric?
Because of Martha Cady. This afternoon, when I mentioned her name, I watched you very closely. A look of complete hatred flashed across your face. Passed very quickly, but I caught it, Miss Carrington. Eric Belden had thrown you over for Martha Cady.
No, Cherry Belden killed Eric. That key was found in Cherry's purse.
You planted it there when Cherry Belden wasn't looking. You must have, Miss Carrington, since it bears your fingerprints.
No.
I just got the report from police headquarters. And besides, I saw a door key in your desk, Miss Carrington. The key to the front door of this apartment, which you used just now. I deliberately didn't mention it, hoping that you'd use it. And you did.
No, you have no evidence.
I have all the evidence that we need. You murdered Eric Belden, Miss Carrington. You murdered him, and your plan was to make it look as if Eric Belden had committed suicide in a locked room. But in the excitement of leaving after the murder, you forgot to lock the door. You left the key in the lock on the outside.
Stop it!
And then when I stated Belden's death wasn't suicide in a locked room, but murder, you tried to plant it on Cherry, a woman that you must have hated as much as you hated the other beautiful model, Martha Cady.
All right. I confess I did it. And all the time you were so friendly. I thought you believed me.
I know, Miss Carrington. It's the way we cops have to fool people. But what is really amazing is the way a criminal like yourself always believes that he or she is fooling the police.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, 20 Fathoms Under.
I was standing out in front of my Cafe Tambourine getting a little of the afternoon sun. A lemonade seller with his jingling urn drifted by. I was enjoying myself till I looked down the street and saw a guy feeling out his sea legs on the narrow sidewalk. His weather-beaten face slit with a grin from ear to ear. I hadn't seen him for 3 years, and I didn't especially want to see him now, so I ducked inside. But he sailed in behind me like a schooner in a high wind.
Ahoy, matey! Rocky! Rocky, lad.
Hello, Sandy.
Well, now, that's better. You wouldn't be forgetting old Sandy McQuill now, would you? 3 long years, now I'm back. Come on to a table. We'll be drinking on it.
On you this time, Sandy?
Ahoy, bartender. Bring us a bottle. Look alive.
What do you want, Sandy?
What do I want, lad? Rocky, I've sailed every port from Shanghai to Cape Town. But I wouldn't be passing up an old friend now, would I?
Oh, not if you had an angle.
I know you to be an honourable man, and I'll give the belay and pin to the man that says different. Here we are.
Oh, Sandy's paying for this, Chris.
Aye, lad. This is a great day for us, Rocky. Now then, lad, to the old days.
It'll cost you 24 piastres.
You'll get it, lad, and plenty more. Scud up alongside, Rock.
Oh, I can take it from here. What are you asking for, Sandy?
Asking, Rock, nothing of the kind. Listen, did you ever hear the Mandara? She was sailing for the Suez 3 months ago, loaded to the gunwales with a cargo worth a king's ransom.
Oh, save the yarn, Sandy.
Wait, lad. The Mandara sailed into bad luck. Rocky, didn't you read of this? A stray mine from the war blasted the Mandara, and it went down off Ras Aben Funderak and all its cargo with it.
Maybe I did read about it. Well, why tell me?
It's ours, Rocky. Free booty of the high seas for them that gets it. It's there, waiting for us.
Salvage? Oh, no.
I can handle it, Rocky. And I'm letting you in. 50-50.
Of course, nobody else thought of bringing the Mandara up.
That's just it, lad. The brig was off its course. It went down in a fog. Nobody knows exactly where it is.
But you do.
Aye, Rocky, that I do. Right to a compass point.
How'd you find out?
A man sailing the 7 seas has ways of learning things, lad. Here, I'll show you the map.
Who gave you that, Captain Kidd?
Cast your binnacles on this now. Look, there's the Suez. The Mandara followed a course through the Red Sea. And there's Ras Ab and Funderak. The Mandara went down there. Yeah, see the mark? There's what Davy Jones got her. 20 fathoms under.
Oh, sorry, Sandy, but my money's all tied up in Abyssinian grasshoppers this year.
You don't follow me. It's not money I'm after.
What else?
You've got a motor launch still tied up at Port Said, I'm thinking. The one you sailed down from Istanbul.
Yeah, only because nobody'd buy the tub. Is that all you want?
Aye, Rocky. It's good enough. I'll rig it for diving and man it with a couple of buckos from the Said wharves. That's all I'm asking for, Rocky. What do you say?
Sure, why not? And I hope it sinks before you get out of the harbor.
Yeah, never you worry. Sandy McWill can sail any brig with a hull. You'll sign the papers to get me out of port?
Yeah, and out of the Tambourine. And there'll be some papers for you to sign.
Wait. This map, Rocky. Look at it well.
Just get it off the table.
Now, only you and I know, lad. We'll keep it that way, eh?
Sure, but... Hey, what are you doing?
There. Just a little precaution, lad. The map's spinning merrily. That calls for a chaser, I'm thinking.
Look, burning a map gets too corny, Sandy. Suppose you move along now, huh?
Yeah, aye, Rocky. The hoist anchor. You'll wait for me here?
Sure. Come back in another 3 years.
You'll hear from Sandy McWill again, lad. And so...
Hey, wait a minute. What about the drinks? Chris made a move from behind the bar to stop him, but I said not to bother. Sandy McQuill had a habit of barging into my life every few years. Whatever the pitch, he never got off with very much. I figured this time he was just around for free drinks. He hadn't told me where he was going, and I didn't care. Well, by the next evening, I hadn't heard from him again, and I was real glad. McQuill was clear out of my mind when the office phone opened up. Cafe Tambourine.
Mr. Rocky Jordan?
Jordan speaking, lady.
Thank you. My name is Ming Lee.
What can I do for you, Miss Lee?
I am calling at the command of my father, Sen Wang Lee.
Do I know him?
No, you have not met. My father instructs me to tell you that he wishes most urgently to talk with you.
Well, all right. He'll find me around the bar most any time of day.
My father is unable to meet you there. It is his wish that you honor him with your presence in his most humble home.
What does he want, Miss Lee?
My father wishes to talk to you about the Mandara.
Wait a minute. What makes your father think I know anything about the Mandara?
He read it in the paper, Mr. Jordan.
Look, Miss Lee, I don't know what this is all about, but tell Mr. Lee I've got nothing to do with the ship.
But, Mr. Jordan, the paper said...
I don't care what the paper said. It's a mistake.
But my father...
Just tell your father to forget about the whole thing. There's nothing to it. That all, Miss Lee?
Yes. I will tell him, Mr. Jordan. Goodbye.
I made it out to the corner in 10 seconds flat. I grabbed the evening edition of the Cairo Mail, flipped a couple of piastres to the newsboy, and started looking. Didn't take long. When I turned to page 3, my picture jumped out at me. And the story below my picture, written in newsy Arabic, didn't miss a thing. Rocky Jordan, noted proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine, reported financing an expedition from Port Said to salvage the ill-fated Mandara. Oh, there were a lot more details, and all a build-up for Rocky Jordan. It wasn't long till all sorts of people came driving around. A fellow wanted to sell me a diving helmet. Another called to sell me a home on the Nile. And a lady came in for a contribution to the home for aged camel drivers. Oh, there were a lot more calls, and I didn't like it. I finally left the receiver off the hook. Just then, I saw a stout, bald-headed man in a new suit looking in from the office doorway.
Mr. Jordan, I am Jacob Matson.
Oh, I see you got a paper, too, Mr. Matson.
Why, as a matter of fact, that is what I came about. I am with the Continental Insurance Company.
Sorry, I'm not in the market for insurance or anything else.
I'm afraid you don't understand. You see, my company issued a policy on the Mandara and its cargo.
Sit down, Mr. Matson.
Thank you.
Oh, what's the trouble?
No trouble, Mr. Jordan, but we are naturally most interested in your plans to salvage the Mandara.
Oh, it's free booty?
Of course. You see, we paid off in full for the loss of the ship and its cargo. That's what puzzles us.
I don't follow.
The cargo of the Mandara consisted only of tea, rice, and other perishables. That's hardly worth salvaging.
Go on.
Naturally, my company is interested to learn if there was something else. Something not mentioned in our policy.
Oh, I wish I could tell you.
I see. After releasing such a complete story to the newspapers, Mr. Jordan, we felt that you might be willing to discuss this matter.
It's a fact, Mr. Matson. I'd tell you if I knew.
You know where the Mandara went down?
More or less.
Would you be willing to reveal the source of your information?
I wouldn't. Oh, by the way, why don't you talk to whoever collected the insurance money?
That's hardly possible. He has disappeared.
Any idea where?
Who knows? Perhaps like others who knew too much about the Mandara, he is dead.
Yeah.
You understand my company's interest now, Mr. Jordan?
Maybe. I'll let you know what I find.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Jordan.
Jacob Matson put on his pinch glasses. They dropped off again, and he went out. Right then, I decided to toss the ball to the Cairo police before they started coming to me. I found Captain Sam Sabaya inspecting a long row of newly fumigated cells. I got the feeling he was laughing at me when I showed up, but his face didn't show it.
Well, how convenient, Jordan. I've been trying to call you.
Oh, my phone's been real busy.
Well, such is the price of fame.
Anything special you called about?
Yes, Jordan. It is about the item in the afternoon paper.
Hey, do you like my picture, Sam?
It should attract a certain type of clientele to your tambourine.
I don't know quite how to take that.
That one is okay. Jordan, how did you come by this information about the Mandara?
Well, in the first place, Sam, I didn't put that item in the paper. I'd like to know who did and why.
Then you have no intention of this salvage operation?
A friend of mine thinks he knows where the Mandara went down. I said he could use my boat, that's all.
What does he think he'll find?
I don't know.
Could you not ask him?
Sure, and I will. After I found out what you've got in the Mandara.
The information in the newspaper article is correct, Jordan. The ship was reported sunk by a mine, obviously still floating from the war. This cell will do.
Anything more, Sam?
Yes, and this will perhaps interest you, Jordan. Only the captain and 4 of the crew escaped from the sinking ship. Since then, 3 of the crew have suffered violent deaths, all in the same manner.
Yeah, I am interested, Sam. What else?
The captain and owner of the Mandara is not to be found now. Perhaps he also has been killed.
Oh, what about the 5th one?
The first mate, a man named Pete Limbo, is still living in Cairo. We have questioned him repeatedly.
Get anything out of him?
No, nothing. Inspection complete. I am sure he knows, but he will not tell. We've been watching him.
Where's he live?
When not frequenting the bars, he can be found at a place on Sharia Naga.
Let's have another talk with him, Sam. Sometimes Sam surprises me, like this time. Without batting an eye, he called for his black limousine. In about 15 minutes, we were driving down Sharia Naga, trying to miss the bumps. An excited cluster of natives were crowded around an open doorway as we pulled up to the curb. When they saw the police car, they scattered like ducks in hunting season. It looks like something's up. Better get in there, Sam.
Perhaps you're right. Come along, Jordan. Here, this is Limbo's room. Open up! Open up in there! Close the door.
That Pete Limbo?
It was.
Didn't watch him any too well, Sam.
We could not watch him every minute, Jordan.
Yeah, I know. Somebody sure took care of him.
Exactly as the other 3, Jordan. Hung by the thumbs and then the knife.
Sam began rounding up the other folks in the building, but there was nothing to be learned from them. Me, I wanted to round up a certain Sandy McQuill and get a few answers. So I went scouting for a taxi. It was dark by now, with no traffic along the narrow Sharia Naga. I spotted a dim light a couple of blocks up and made for it. As I passed an alley, I knew I should have stayed with Sabaya. 2 powerful shadows moved out quick and pinned me to the wall. I tried to make it interesting, but right then I felt a cord wrap around my neck. A silken cord, drawn tight. I stopped fighting real quick.
You're smart, Jordan. You got respect for the cord, huh?
It can get awful tight.
Yeah.
All we gotta do is pull. A little too hard.
Maxie pulls his end, I pull mine.
Look, what's the big idea? Shut up.
All you gotta do is listen.
Yeah, we got information.
So get it, Jordan. Keep away from the ocean.
You might get seasick.
I'm not going anywhere.
That's right, Jordan. You know something about the Mandara?
If you do, forget it.
Forget real fast. Nobody's diving for the Mandara, Jordan.
Especially not you.
Know why? Because there's nothing there you want.
Nothing.
Go back to the tambourine, Jordan. Stay there, you'll live longer.
Do you know what if you don't?
Next time, we'll twist the cord. Tighter!
And tighter!
And tighter!
They both gave a last twist. My breath was gone, and I went spinning off to the moon. The curtains were closing in when the cord loosened. Then they slammed me back into the alley and were gone.
You are listening to 20 Fathoms Under, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. You'll find the chills colder, the excitement sharper, and the stories better on CBS Mystery. At 9 tomorrow night, enjoy thrilling mystery on Inner Sanctum when the creaking door opens and exposes a man returned from the dead. Then on Tuesday night, remember Mr. and Mrs. North at 8:30, followed by Mystery Theater at 9. Yes, you'll find colder chills, sharper excitement, and better stories on CBS Mystery. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, 20 Fathoms Under.
It was all started by a sea dog named Sandy McQuill who wanted to salvage the sunken freighter Mandara. The cargo of the Mandara was supposed to be nothing but tea and rice. And after the sinking, members of the crew had been killed one by one, all in the same manner. I didn't want any part of it, but the story got spread all over the newspapers with my picture. Then a couple of guys gave me the silk cord treatment with threats to lay off and dump me in an alley. I finally got my breath and was working on the idea of trying to get up, and I noticed a round, soft face looking down at me. Her eyes were curious, but not afraid.
What is it that has happened here?
Don't you know?
Your neck. The silken cord. And you live.
Say, haven't I heard your voice before?
I do not know. I am Ming Li.
Ming Li. You called me on the phone this afternoon.
Then you are Rocky Jordan.
Just where did you come from?
I was searching for you.
I'll bet you were.
Mr. Jordan, I am but obeying the command of my father, Sen Wang Li. He wishes to speak with you.
He doesn't give up easy, does he?
My father feels that it is most important. Will you come with me now?
Maybe I've been pushed around enough for the night.
But my father does not wish you harm.
Just questions, huh?
Perhaps more. Come, let me help you.
All right, Ming. Let's go see what Sen Wang Li has on his mind.
This way, Mr. Jordan.
Ming Li tripped ahead, and I followed her down a twisting lane. She took me into the Chinese sector, where the houses overhanging the street almost touched overhead. At one of the doors, we turned and went in. Ming led me down a dimly lit hall, off another corridor, and finally into a room rich with tapestries. A little heavy on the incense for me, but furnished in the dignity of the upper-class Chinese. Standing in front of a teakwood desk was an old Chinese in Mandarin dress. But something else caught my eye as he took a couple of steps toward me. He was the first Chinese I'd ever seen with a peg leg.
I have obeyed your command, my father.
You honor my house, Mr. Jordan. That is all, Ming. I am Sen Wang Li.
Look, Mr. Li, I'll clear up a couple of points real quick. I don't know what's on the Mandara worth salvaging. In fact, I don't know where it went down.
And yet we have read that you plan to find the Mandara.
Mr. Li, what I want to know is why you and a couple of dozen other people in Cairo care whether I salvage the Mandara or not.
The interest of other people is not my affair, Mr. Jordan, but for me it is most imperative.
Enough to set two muscle men on me with a silken cord?
Mr. Jordan, let me explain. captain and owner of the Mandara insured the ship far beyond its worth. It was his plan to sail to Shanghai and take on a cargo of tea and rice.
Go on.
Sailing back into the Red Sea, the captain then conspired to sink his own ship, report the disaster from a floating mine, and collect the insurance.
But I still
Wait,
don't...
Mr. Jordan. While in port at Shanghai, the captain was approached by my brother, a most respected man who had to leave China secretly and quickly. The captain accepted a high fee to bring my brother and his wife to Egypt.
Only they never got here.
Only the captain and 4 of his crew came off the Mandara when it went down. Now you understand my interest in your venture?
Yeah. And maybe why the escaping crew of the Mandara have been wiped out. Chinese retribution?
Mr. Jordan, my only interest is to recover the body of my brother and his wife, so that someday I might bury them with their ancestors.
Mr. Lee, I think I should talk this over with Sandy McQuill.
A man by that name was seen 2 days ago talking with the first mate of the Mandara. The first mate was quite drunk.
Yeah, he gave McQuill the map, and now he's dead, too.
I can also tell you where Sandy McQuill is living.
Sandy McQuill's address turned out to be a third-rate hotel, past the Frank Quarter and near the Hassan Bazaar. I took the steps up 2 flights and slammed at McQuill's door.
Oh, Rocky, lad.
That's right. We got a salvage deal, remember?
Why, sure, Rocky.
Well, bags all packed and ready to go, I see.
Well, sure, I'm shoving off right away.
For Port Said? Let's go. On the way, you can clear up plenty.
No, Rocky. As a matter of fact, I've changed my mind. The Mandara's no good for us.
Wait a minute. We made a deal to salvage that hulk. You said there's valuable cargo aboard.
Forget it, my boy. Forget it. I'm setting my sails for Marseille. There's a little girl that's waiting, you know.
Cut it, Sandy. Cut it. Just why did you change your mind?
It was like I told you, Rocky, lad.
Answer me something, will you? Did a guy named Pete Limbo give you that map to the Mandara?
You seen Limbo?
Yeah, I saw him. Hanging by his thumbs. A knife did the rest.
Yeah, you see, Rocky, lad. We're getting out of this. It was that story you put in the newspaper. You queered everything.
Yeah, it's another thing. Just how did that story get in the paper?
I don't know. Rocky, don't you see? It's best
I'll tell you what I think. I think you put it there to set me up as a kingpin. I don't know just why, but...
Oh, no, Rocky, lad. Would I do that to me old drinking mate from Frisco days?
Come to think of it, maybe you never planned to take my boat out after all. The whole deal was a cover-up for something else.
Oh, it ain't so, Rocky.
Suppose I get it in the papers just who does know where the Mandara went down. You, Sandy.
No, Rocky, for what good reason?
Think about it. Pete Limbo might not be the last to hang by his thumbs.
Oh, you wouldn't do that, lad. You wouldn't do that to Sandy McQuill.
All right, then. Grab your bags and come on.
Where are we going?
We're catching the night train to Port Said. You're going to go diving for the Mandara if I have to let you down by the heels.
You are listening to 20 Fathoms Under, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Unafraid, an emotion-filled screenplay, is presented by Lux Radio Theater tomorrow Monday night at 6. Burt Lancaster and Joan Fontaine star in their original roles. So don't miss the radio adaptation of The Unafraid with Burt Lancaster and Joan Fontaine on Radio Theater Monday night at 6 on CBS. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, 20 Fathoms Under.
Well, when McQuill and I got to Port Said, we found we couldn't have sailed my motor launch in a bathtub. So I rented a salvage rig at the docks, dug up a couple of bumps to help man it, and we headed down the canal. McQuill steered and seemed to know where he was going. It was early the following morning, far down the Red Sea. The sun was just beginning to cut through a fog that had followed us all the way from Shadwan Island. Hey, what's that to the starboard, Sandy?
The best I can make out through the fog. That's the point there, Rocky. That's Ras Haben Funderak. Now listen, Rocky, lad, I'm telling you again, this ain't for us.
You'd better find it, Sandy.
Cut the motors!
Oh, is this the spot?
Hey, matey. The Mandara's below.
Look, Sandy, if you've steered wrong, you'll find that ship if you have to dig up the Red Sea.
It's here. I'll lay me word to it.
Okay, let's not lose any time. It'll be light enough before long. Get into your diving suit.
Well, Rocky, there's no rush about it. Just listen to me.
We didn't come all the way down here to talk, Sandy. Let's go.
Rocky, I can't do it.
Why?
I promised somebody. That's all I can tell you. If we cut it off now, there'll be no harm to any of us.
Here's the diving suit. Take off your jacket and get it on.
No, Rocky, let go. Let go. I warn you, matey.
Diving now, Sandy, if I have to break your neck.
No, Rocky, I'll get it. That's mine.
Oh, something you're hiding in your jacket, huh, Sandy? Neat little bundle.
It's nothing, lad. Give it me now.
As soon as I've had a look. Neat stack of 20-pound Egyptian notes. Enough to take you a long way. Where'd you get it, Sandy?
Why, it's mine, Rocky. Just me life savings.
Oh, it's real clear now. This money's a payoff, right?
Well, I tell you...
Who are you
Rocky,
blackmailing? A missing captain of the Mandara, maybe, huh?
He's a dangerous man, Rocky.
Sure. You had a great way of bringing the captain to terms. You threatened to salvage the Mandara, then splash my picture all over the papers. When I was a sitting duck, all you had to do was sit back and wait for the payoff.
I was going to split with you, Rocky, lad.
With me hanging by my thumbs, like Pete Limbo and the rest of the crew?
Now, matey, you wouldn't suggest that I did that.
Why not? What do you know of a Chinese named Sen Wong Lee?
Nothing at all. The captain did it, Rocky. He wanted rid of them that knew the Mandara's secret.
Who is the captain? Where do we find him?
Rocky, you know I can't tell you that. I made a promise. I'm a man of my word. Look, Rocky, coming out of the fog.
There's a big ship. Suppose they see us?
Aye. She's drawing in close, but she don't turn alongside. Now, Rocky,
wait a minute.
Rocky, do you know who it is?
Easy, Sandy. Maybe I do. Yeah, it's Matson, the insurance man who came to my office asking about the Mandara's cargo.
He had a beard before that, Rocky. It's the captain himself.
I see. Better answer him, Sandy. Talk fast.
Ahoy, Captain! It's a mistake. I wasn't meaning to cross you.
You won't be crossing me, McQuill. Or Jordan either. Full speed ahead.
Matson, turn about!
He's coming at us. He's going to ram us.
Get off this tub, Sandy. Jump! Get it! Well, after that, there was a lot of splashing around. I saw the captain swing about to get a look at the results and maybe try for us again. Just then, we heard another sound. And the sun's rays cutting the fog pointed out a speedy Egyptian Coast Guard cutter bearing down. The captain changed his course, but he was way too late. Their warning shots were enough. The captain cut his motors, and it was all over. A few minutes later, the crew of the cutter pulled us out of the water. It seems Sam Sabaya had been way ahead of me again, and had tipped off the Coast Guard to watch for trouble. Well, there was nothing left for Captain Matson, or whatever his real name was, except to make a full confession, including the murder of his crew. Not long after that, a government salvage boat brought up the bodies of Sen Wong Lee's brother and his wife. But so far as I know, McQuill's money is still floating around the Red Sea. Well, back at my tambourine in Cairo, I had no more than settled down in my office when I heard a tap on the door. Real gentle. Come in.
Mr. Jordan?
Well, Ming Lee.
Yes, Mr. Jordan. I come at the command of my father, Sen Wong Lee.
Oh?
My father sends me with a gift from his house for your kindness. This ancient wind bell.
Oh, but this must be of great value to your family. I didn't ask for anything.
You will honor my father by accepting it.
Why, of course. Give your father my regards.
Also, Mr. Jordan, my father wishes you to know that he feels deep gratitude and devotion to you.
Wait, Ming.
Yes,
How do you feel?
I feel that my father is most wise.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with story by Gomer Cole and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Uh-oh, a hitchhiker. And is she pretty? Come on in, young lady. I'm bound for Little Bend, but I'll drop you anywhere you like.
Thank you. You're very kind.
My name is Blackie, Boston Blackie.
I'm Florence Newton.
Want to give me an idea of where you'd like to be dropped off?
I want to go to the farm.
Anyone in particular?
My own farm. The one my father owns.
Uh-huh.
I've been wading in the creek, and I hope he won't mind.
Well, there isn't much to do out here in the country except go wading, is there?
No, there isn't.
What do you kids do for excitement? Saturday night dances, movies, that sort of thing?
Yes, that sort of thing.
You're, not particularly talkative, are you?
I guess I'm not.
Good guessing.
This is the farm right here. Would you please stop?
Why, sure.
Thank you very much.
No trouble at all. You may have a little trouble with that door on your side. It sticks. Oh, wait right where you are, and I'll go around and open it for you.
Thank you.
Be there in a jiffy. Well, here we are, young lady. Now, where did she go? Florence? Florence Newton. That's funny. Maybe she went into the house. Guess I'd better find out.
Yes?
I imagine you must be Mr. Newton, that right?
Yes.
I just drove your daughter to the door, and when I went to help her out of the car, she'd disappeared. I thought maybe she came in the house here.
My daughter? What did she look like?
Young, about 21, I'd say. Attractive, brown hair, blue eyes, about so high. She'd been waiting in the creek, and I gave her a lift. Well, what's the matter? Isn't she here?
No, she isn't. You described my daughter all right, but she was drowned in that creek you were talking about 3 years ago.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Thompson, I guess you close your case against Butch Heathers tomorrow morning, don't you?
We're going to close it, Inspector Faraday, and get a conviction of murder, too. I've never been as sure of a case since I've been district attorney.
No reason for you to doubt you'll get a conviction in this case. Boston Blackie's going to send Heathers to the chair for you.
I've never known you to be so sure of Blackie before, Inspector. I thought you two didn't even get along.
Oh, we rib each other a lot, but we don't mean it. At least I don't. I know I can depend on Blackie when I really need him.
Well, I need him this time, Inspector. Blackie says he saw Heathers kill that man. If he repeats that statement in court, that's all I want.
Sure it is. It's all you need. Blackie's word is reliable. When he says he sees something, he really sees it.
Howdy, Blackie. Welcome to Little Bend. This is Harry Oldfield.
Pleasure, Blackie.
How are you, Oldfield? Well, Sheriff, do you have those records on Butch Heathers ready for me?
Sure do. So Butch went to the big city and got himself into real trouble, did he?
He sure did. I want his local record to turn over to the DA.
I knew that boy was no good when I arrested him for stealing Clyde Ranson's shotgun 5 years ago. Well, here's all the dope on him as a local bad boy, Blackie. I made copies so you can have these.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Those records going to send Heathers to the chair, Blackie?
These records plus what I saw, Oldfield. And speaking of seeing things, Sheriff, I saw Florence Newton this morning.
Flo Newton? Well, she's been dead 3 years.
So her father told me.
Blackie, now don't you try to pull that old one on me. I've been hearing for years about people picking up ghosts in every town in this country.
But I did pick up this girl, Sheriff. She said she was Florence Newton, and her father admitted the girl was his daughter when I described it to him.
Blackie, I'm afraid the country air's gone to your head. Better stay in the city where you don't see things.
Look, I don't believe in ghosts any more than you do. But that girl got in my car down by the creek, rode up to the Newton farm with me, and then just disappeared.
Well, Blackie, she acted like a ghost anyhow.
Believe me, Blackie, Flo Newton's been dead for over 3 years.
All right, Sheriff, I believe you. But believe me, I picked up a girl in my car this morning, and she was Florence Newton.
Well, it's possible, Blackie, but where did you get wings for your car?
Okay, laugh if you want to. When I see things, I see things, and I see I'm not getting anywhere with you. Thanks for the records on Butch Heathers, and so long.
Goodbye, Blackie, and say hello to Miss Newton on the way home. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now, how do you like that, Mr. Oldfield? Boston Blackie suddenly seen ghosts.
Well, that's some story, Sheriff. You think I could make anybody believe it?
Well, you're a writing man, Mr. Oldfield. Your paper sent you up here to get a story on Butch Heathers, but I think you got a better one on Blackie and the ghost of Florence Newton.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
I certainly will. Blackie, have you seen the morning paper?
No, I haven't. I was out of the city yesterday, and I didn't get back to town till early this morning.
I'll say you were out of the city, and out of your mind, too. Look at this newspaper. The whole town's laughing at you.
What for? What if I... Uh-oh.
Blackie, since when do you not only see a ghost, but tell the newspapers about it?
I didn't tell the papers about it, Mary. Hey, wait a minute. That fellow Oldfield in the sheriff's office must have been a reporter.
Oh, fine. Well, you phone that paper right away and get a retraction. Wait till Inspector Faraday reads this. He'll haunt you with it for years.
I can't help that, Mary. I did see that girl. I talked to her. I had her in my car. I took her home.
You fell asleep. You had a dream and talked out of turn to a reporter.
Now, Mary, stop that. If the girl was a ghost, she was a ghost. But she was in my car, and now let's skip it. I have Butch Heathers to worry about today. I'm going to help make a ghost out of him.
Oh, so you can keep seeing him for the rest of your life, too?
Look, let's forget about the ghost of Florence Newton and worry about the trial of Butch Heathers.
I thought no one was worried about it except Heathers. Well, you saw him kill that man, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. And I have some reports on him from Little Bend that should help cinch the case against him. You going to be in court?
I wouldn't miss being there. You're the star witness for the state.
Yes, and when I get in the witness chair, it's going to be another kind of a chair for Butch Heathers.
Order. Order in the court. Will Boston Blackie take the stand? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take the witness chair.
Thank you.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney. Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name?
Boston Blackie.
Do you know Butch Heathers?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out in this courtroom?
Of course, there he is, in that end seat at the first table there, the man wearing the green shirt.
Will you tell this courtroom where you saw Butch Heathers and what he was doing on the night of June 6th last?
Well, Well, I was walking through the alley behind the garage where I keep my car, and I saw Heathers approach a man known as Ellie Spry, pull out a gun, and pump 3 bullets into him.
Yes?
Then he ran. I chased him, but he got away.
You say you definitely saw Butch Heathers kill Ellie Spry.
That's right. It was definitely Butch Heathers.
Thank you, Blackie. Your witness, Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. Blackie, you say you saw Butch Heathers kill Ellie Spry.
Yes, I did.
You saw the murder committed with your own eyes?
With my own eyes.
Those same eyes that yesterday morning saw the ghost of a girl who'd been dead and buried for over 3 years?
Well...
Order in the court. You did see a ghost on the road to Little Bend yesterday morning, didn't you?
I saw a girl.
You claim you saw Florence Newton, Blackie. The description was perfect. But Florence Newton is dead, isn't she?
Well, yes, so I understand.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have just heard this man frankly and openly admit that he saw a ghost. Now, we all know there are no such things as ghosts, except in fairy stories and in the minds of people with overdeveloped imaginations. Order in the court. There will be no outburst. Blackie, Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Department is one of your best friends, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And you'd like to see him send Butch Heathers to the chair, wouldn't you?
I'd like to see the guilty punished.
And you like to see your friends come up in the world, too, don't you? And the conviction of Butch Heathers might get a promotion for Faraday, mightn't it?
He's a good police officer. He's deserved a promotion for a long time.
And you'd like to help him get it, wouldn't you?
I've always helped Faraday whenever I could.
Thank you, Blackie. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by this witness' own testimony, the facts are clear. There's no proof here that Butch Heathers killed Ellie Spry. This man sees ghosts, so he can see things that don't exist. This man who claims he saw my client commit the murder claims so in an effort to aid and improve the status of the police department friend of his. How can you convict a man on the testimony of a witness such as this? How can you send a man to... Will the defendant please rise? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Butch Heathers, not guilty.
Court is adjourned.
Hey, Blackie. Blackie.
Oh, hello, Faraday. Well, looks as if he got away from us.
Yeah, he got away, all right. A great guy you are. I counted on you to help me send this guy where he belongs. But you have to go out and see a ghost.
You don't believe me either, do you?
I'll say I don't. Do you realize what that ghost has done?
Sure, he got into this trial and got Butch Heathers out of a jam. And we can't touch him now. He can't be tried again for the same crime. I know all about that. And I know something about that ghost, too.
Will you stop talking about that ghost?
I'm going to find that ghost and let it do the talking, Faraday. I'm going to find it if I have to follow it to the Happy Horning Grounds.
And now back to Boston Blackie. On his way to the country village of Little Bend to get the criminal records of Butch Heathers on trial for murder, Boston Blackie gives a lift to a girl who says she is Florence Newton. Later, it turns out Florence Newton has been dead for over 3 years. Blackie is star witness in the trial against Butch Heathers because he saw Butch commit the crime. But the defense attorney wins an acquittal for Butch on the grounds that a man who sees a ghost can see a lot of things that don't exist. As we return to our story, it is the day following the trial, and Mary Wesley is with Blackie in his apartment.
Blackie, I'm sorry I teased you about Florence Newton. Can't you do something to find her again?
I've tried that, Mary. I drove out to Little Bend again last night and asked everywhere for a girl who might look just like the dead Florence Newton. But no luck.
Well, that's because there was no ghost. Now, will you stop trying to convince yourself there was?
Mary, did it ever occur to you that I never said the girl was a ghost? The girl was real, flesh and blood, real. It was the father and the sheriff and everyone else who said if I saw Florence Newton, I saw a ghost.
Well, you described the girl to Mr. Newton, and he said it was his daughter.
He said it answered the description of his daughter, but that it must have been the ghost of his daughter if it was anything. If I could just find her again.
Well, I'll help you, but I certainly never thought I'd help you look for another girl.
I'll get Faraday in with us. Maybe we could...
Oh, speak of the inspector, he rings the doorbell.
Chances are that he'd rather wring my neck. Come in.
Boston Blackie.
Florence Newton.
What?
Florence, am I glad to see you.
Thanks, Blackie, but...
Blackie, if this girl's a ghost,
I'm not a ghost, Miss...
Oh, excuse me, Miss Newton, Miss Wesley.
Hello. So you are real, aren't you? Real pretty, too.
Miss Wesley, I came here to explain all about what happened.
It's about time somebody explained something.
To begin with, my name isn't Florence Newton. I'm Vivian Peters, and I was paid $1,000 to play that trick on you.
Who paid you? Butch Heathers?
Yes. He was out on bail, but I didn't know that. Or him. He said it was just a gag.
Mm-hmm.
When I read in the papers this morning that he was acquitted because you said you saw a ghost, well, I realized why I'd been asked to pose as Florence Newton.
That's the best thing you've realized all day, Miss Peters. But you're going to be one of his worst enemies for telling me this, you know.
Why? What have I done?
You've proved my testimony against Butch was correct.
Well, so what, Blackie? Heathers was tried and acquitted for killing Ellie Spry, and he can't be tried again for the same crime.
No, he can't, Mary, but maybe there's some other way to get at him. I'm going down to see Faraday. Miss Peters, did anyone see you come to my apartment?
No, Blackie.
Good. You and Mary stay here till I get back. Everything's going to be all right, unless I'm all wrong.
Come in.
Hello, Wallace.
Oh, Butch, come in.
Thanks.
Well, how's it feel to be a free man?
Great, Wallace, great. You did a good job for me. You're the best lawyer in town.
You didn't kill Ellie Spry. That's why I got you off, Butch.
Yeah. But Blackie had me nailed for that killing till you pried me loose with that business about the ghost. I knew that ghost story would make Blackie sound silly.
What do you mean you knew it, Butch? I didn't know it myself until I saw the papers just before the trial.
I got news for you, Wallace. I give you a little assist in beating the rap the state had on me. I fixed up that ghost.
What are you talking about?
Cost me 1,000 clams, Wallace. Don't worry. Won't come out of your fee.
Wait a minute, Butch. Did Blackie think he was Florence Newton, or didn't he?
Sure he did. It was the girl I hired to say she was Flo Newton and go through the whole routine. Just as Blackie said.
Butch, I hope you're lying.
Nah, I'm not lying. I'm bragging. That was a pretty smart trick, wasn't it? You see, I knew about Flo dying in that creek a while back, 'cause I was living in Little Bend when it happened.
Get out of here, Butch.
Huh?
You heard me. Get out. I took your case and defended you because I thought you were innocent. Now I know you're not. You did kill Ellie Spry, didn't you?
Is that what the jury said?
No. Because you did something behind my back to ruin Boston Blackie's testimony.
Sure made a mess of it, didn't I?
Laugh if you want to, Butch. Laugh because you know you can't be tried again for killing Ellie Spry. Laugh because you made a fool out of me. But you're a killer, Butch.
Yeah, smart one, though, huh?
Yes, you're smart, all right, but so am I. Legally, you're free, but I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to find some loophole in the law to bring you to justice. Maybe that girl can help me. Maybe she can go to the police and tell them.
Think so, Wallace? She's a ghost, remember? And all the ghost can say is, boo!
Go ahead, Butch. Have a good laugh. Go out and have a good time, too, because you won't be having a good laugh or a good time for very long.
Hey. Who are you calling, Wallace?
The police. I won't be a party to a conspiracy.
I think you better not, Wallace.
You don't frighten me with that gun, Butch.
But you bother me with that phone. Put it down. Or I'll knock it down, you...
I think I'd better take that gun. You think so? No, so.
Now I gotta go get another lawyer.
Blackie, get out of my office before you start seeing things in here.
Look, Faraday, will you start seeing things? Will you start seeing how and why I was made to believe I picked up Florence Newton on the road to Little Bend?
I know why you think you picked up Florence Newton on the road to Little Bend. You're a big dope.
You mean I'm a big dupe?
Dope. What's the difference? No.
Faraday, that girl's real name is Vivian Peters, and she was hired by Butch Heathers to pose as Florence Newton.
How do you know?
Because she's in my apartment. She told me all about it. Butch hired her when he was out on bail.
Now you're not only seeing crazy things, you're saying crazy things. How would Butch know about the death of Florence Newton so he could rig up such a stunt?
Butch lived in Little Bend. He knew what she looked like, and the records show that he was there when the Newton girl drowned in that creek.
So he was there. So he knew the girl was drowned. So what am I supposed to do now? I can't send Butch Heathers where I want to send him. He can't be tried again for killing Ellie Spry.
I know he can't, but I've got to... Listen. There's your phone, Faraday.
I know it, Blackie. I gotta know something. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Madeline Wells, Harold Walters' secretary.
Yes, Miss Wells.
Inspector, Mr. Walters has been killed.
What?
He's in his office, dead. He's been shot.
Wait a minute. Blackie, Butch Heather's lawyer has been killed.
I know. I heard her say it.
Stay where you are, Miss Wells.
Yes.
Don't touch anything. We'll be right up.
All right, Inspector.
Well, Blackie, what do you think of that?
It's not what I think, Faraday. It's what I know. Butch Heathers has made another mistake. Only this time we're going to make it his last.
Oh, no, Blackie. You bungled things the last time I had Butch. Go have yourself some fun in a graveyard. Meet some new ghosts, maybe. You're out of this murder.
I'm out? Oh, no.
You're out? Oh, yes. From here on, I'm handling Butch Heathers all by myself.
You mean mishandling Butch, don't you?
I'm going to surprise you, Blackie. I've got an idea. In fact, I've got two ideas.
You'd better get an idea how you can pin the murder of Harold Walters on Butch before you do anything else. We're just guessing he's our man.
He's not our man. He's my man. And I know how I can pin this on him, providing I get no interference from you. I'm going to have you kept here in this office for an hour, so I can have my way, and you can't get in it.
Inspector Faraday, it's a funny thing how many uses you can get out of a fire escape like this. You can get out of a building on it, hang laundry on it, sunbathe, and sleep on it.
Yeah, and keep quiet on it, too, Muldoon.
All right.
The glass in this window to Butch's room isn't soundproof.
Yeah, but it's sure almost look-proof, Inspector. Why, it's so dirty I can hardly see through it.
I can see enough. I can see Butch in there, and the door to the hall.
Are you sure that Peter's girl will do what you told her to do?
She'd better. You know, I'm sort of proud of myself about this.
Yeah?
This is the kind of idea Blackie would get. He's not the only one who's smart.
Well, what if it doesn't work?
What do you expect from Blackie's ideas? Uh-oh, there must have been a knock on the door in there. Butch just got up and walked over to it.
Well, now we can lift up the window a little, huh?
Yeah. Quick, while he's on the other side of the room.
All right.
That's enough. Butch just opened the door.
Is it the Peters dame?
It sure is.
Well, Miss Peters, you took long enough getting here. Come in.
Thanks.
We can hear pretty good.
You phoned and said you wanted to talk to me, sweetheart. Well, what about?
You ought to know what about. I didn't know I was going to save you from the chair when I said I'd play ghost for Boston Blackie.
Hey,
Well, what you didn't know didn't hurt you too much, did it? You got a breath of country air out of it, too, didn't you?
You got out of a murder rap, Mr. Heathers. And everyone knows you killed Ellie Spry. Blackie's testimony was right, every word of it.
Yeah?
You've made an accomplice out of me, Heathers, and I don't like it.
Inspector,
Oh, you don't?
You...
Well. That's too bad.
It's so bad that I'm going to the police.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I was you.
But you are not me.
Look, I killed Ellie Spry and got away with it. I killed Harold Walters, my lawyer. I'm going to get away with that, too. I'd include you in that list in a minute. And don't forget it.
The police will know you killed Walter.
They won't even suspect me. Then Walters just win a case for me. Anybody in this town ought to know that Walters and I are the best of friends. Now, don't go to the cops, sweetheart. Won't do you any good, and I wouldn't like it. You understand?
Come on, Muldoon, let's
Yes,
go.
I understand.
I've heard all I need to hear.
I understand.
All right, I'll raise the window now.
Who's out there?
No time now. Let's go right through the glass.
All right.
Don't move, Butch.
Cops.
Duck, Miss Peters. There may be shooting.
Yeah, she ain't ducking, but I am behind her. Go ahead, shoot, copper. Hit this dame. See if I can.
No, don't.
Inspector, don't shoot. You'll hit the girl. You mean to kill the girl, don't you? She makes a nice target, doesn't she, Inspector? A nice target, but a better shield.
Don't
Your
shoot.
pals ought to see you now, Butch. If you were as tough as you claim to be, you wouldn't be holding that girl in front of you.
Cut the talk, pal. Go ahead and shoot, why don't you?
You know I'm not going to shoot.
Polite cop, huh? You don't shoot ladies, huh? Well, you don't shoot me neither. And you don't catch me. There's a couple of more steps back, and I can reach the door.
You did this all wrong, Inspector.
Well, I'm at the door, Faraday. Go ahead and shoot if you want. This is your last chance. So long. So long, copper. And here's your girlfriend. Maybe you'll...
Go to sleep, Butch. Get tired.
Blackie.
Yes, Inspector. Blackie with a black jack. Are you all right, Miss Peters?
Yes, thank you. But I think my arm's going to be bruised tomorrow.
I think Butch's head is bruised a bit, too. Or maybe this blackjack got the worst of the deal. Faraday, it's a good thing you told the guard to let me go in an hour.
Yeah?
I knew where you were heading and stayed out there in the hall to wait for you. I imagine you heard Heather's confession?
Sure. You heard him admit he killed Allie Spry and his lawyer.
Yes, and it's a good thing I was outside the door. Faraday, what would you do without me?
I don't know. But I'd sure like to try.
Don't do it, pal. You're a big man on account of me.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. The morning papers are going to say that Butch Heathers is another of the feathers in your cap.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When October dies and the river wind takes over, Broadway is arranged in plots of crowd and coldness. There's a new quality on Broadway, shrill, having to do with top coats and early darkness and frosty sounds. And twilight is brief, a darting ebb of light in the sudden autumn chill, and hurry, hurry, hurry to this place or that, home, or to a hot dog stand, or to the neon that winks a promise. Hurry, kid, make a phone call, find somebody. It's night already. And it seems the night comes sooner in the tenement district, or somehow it never quite leaves, in the barrio, in Spanish Harlem. That's why the people gather together sooner and start their music earlier, in a small nightclub like La Cantina, where I was, and Detective Gomez was, and the man who led us across the floor.
Through here, senores. Down these steps. He's in the cellar.
You were the one who found him?
See, I went down here to my storeroom to replenish the beer for my customers. Well, you will see.
Is there any other entrance to this cellar than those steps we just came down?
You will see, senor.
Look, don't make a drama out of it, Luis. Just tell us...
Take it easy, Gomez.
There, and the beer cases stretched out, muerte, dead.
Now tell us, Luis, how did it get in here?
Perfume, senor. You see a window through which deliveries are made from the alley. Mirror of the window is broken through, so...
Take a look in the alley, Gomez.
Okay.
You know who he is, Luis?
See, he's Ricardo Miguel, a boy who lives near, a boy who works at the pasteleria, Arsenio Loca, the bakery shop, also not far.
Stabbed. 4 places that I can...
It's the floor show, senor. Be gone.
Yeah?
It is sad you cannot take the time to see, senor. It is exciting. It is sad you have not the time.
And beating against the cellar tune containing a boy's death, the rhythmed clack of a woman's high heels, dancing in measured frenzy, to a nimble passion plucked from the guitar, to the percussion of men's applause, to the olays, hoarsely whispered deep in the throat. The light bulb sways to it, the shadows dance, and the huddled boy shrieks his stillness. And into it after a while, Gomez with information. There were bloodstains in the alley outside. The boy had been knifed there, had fallen or was pushed through the cellar window. Leave Gomez to the official gathering of the dead. Walk a barrio street to the bakery of Senor Lorca. Try it. Find it closed. Then walk some more, scavenge the barrio night for scraps about the murdered boy, about Ricardo Miguel. And from an alley wall, moist with autumn's night mist, a form detaches itself, whispers into your ear that Ricardo loved a girl much. Reina Martinez lives alone in a room on 110th. Alone. Try her, senor. Go there to a numbered room in a tenement hall. Try.
Good to me. The night is good to me.
I'm from the police.
You bring yourself to the wrong door, Senor Police. Go skin your knuckles in another place.
You're Reina Martinez?
The barrio woman spit my name at you because her man looked at me?
Boy was stabbed, Ricardo Miguel, murdered.
Because he loved Reina?
Let's talk about it inside, Miss Martinez.
In a little while, a boy comes for me. To buy me wine. To take me dancing. I have not combed my hair. I have not painted my mouth. Another time we will talk inside.
Now, Miss Martinez. Tell me about Ricardo.
I told what there is. He loved me.
He was knifed in an alley. We found him in a cellar. Maybe you can tell me why something like that had to happen to him.
You will not mind if I make myself ready for the boy who comes for me, eh? I fix my hair for the flower he always brings for it.
Ricardo Miguel, let's get back to him.
Ay, pobrecito. Poor boy. Poor dead boy. You like my hair so?
It won't matter at headquarters.
So impatient, Senor Police. All right, I tell you. Reina will tell you of Ricardo.
Tell me.
He worked with me at Lorca's Pasteleria. He baked little cakes, little pastries. And in between, he spoke low talk in my ear. Sometimes I listened.
Often?
When he bought for me little things, I listened. You know, jewelry, silk blouse. This that I wear now, he gave to me. I made a promise when he brought it to me. No, I cannot keep it. Pobrecito. Poor boy.
That's all there is about Ricardo. He worked with you, loved you.
And now he's dead. Sometimes it's the pattern in the barrio, Senor Police. Why should Ricardo be... Donald. Mono, little monkey.
Where is he, Reina?
Of the police, Mona. I have finished with him. You like Reina? How she looks for you?
What does he want here?
A boy was murdered with a knife. A boy who loved me. Ricardo of the pastries.
What do you want with her, mister? What's Reina got to do with it?
She just told you.
When was he killed?
Maybe 3 hours ago, more or less. Who are you?
Donald Jordan. College boy with an alibi for Reina. 3 hours ago and a sack full of hours before that, Reina was with me. It took that long to show her the ducks in Central Park Lake.
That's where you were, Miss Martinez?
Donald told you. My mono told you.
In other words, you're each other's alibi.
Mm-hmm. Each other's.
Come to Reina, Donald. Come on, little monkey. Ven. Ven aquí. Come on.
Then watch him move toward her, stop. And the girl considering him, and the gesture, her hand sleeking her black hair before she went into his arms. And see a thing, her eyes open, looking over his shoulder and out into the night. And turning to the boy, smiling to him, kissing him, her hands smoothing her hair again, and her eyes watching me as I left. The next morning, back to the barrio, back to the front footage devoted to tenements and window watchers, and the people of the doorsteps and the chalk talk. Back to the place that had been closed the night before, the pastry shop of Senor Lorca.
Buenos dias, senor.
Good morning.
I am sorry, senor.
Sorry about what?
This morning, my stock, it is scarce. However...
Because Ricardo didn't show up for...
My baker Ricardo is muerte, dead. So for the next few days...
I know. I'm from the police.
See?
You know that Ricardo was murdered, don't you?
Seguramente. Of course. Of his dying, I know all about.
Oh?
See? It has been told all around the barrio.
I see. I need some information. I want you to help me.
Seguramente. Why not?
I want you to tell me all you can about Ricardo and about Reina.
Of Ricardo. A boy who bakes pasteles, who lived alone and baked between the hours of 9 and 5. Excellently. Who I will miss.
How come Reina isn't here this morning?
I will ask her the identical question when she will come in.
Was she here yesterday?
For a time. Then a young man took her to look at ducks. Such a girl as she to look at ducks. Loco. If you would see her, you would...
I've seen her.
But then you understand. Is there another such one as she, senor? I ask you this because in your profession you must go about the city and see women sometimes of exquisiteness. Yet I do not believe you have seen such a one as Reina. The face of her, the form...
You are married, Lorca?
In truth, senor, and because you are of the police who enjoy to listen to truth, I wait for Reina to grow up to enjoy me. Then I will be married.
Quite a few men seem to be in love with her, Lorca. Ricardo, for instance.
Si, for instance, Ricardo.
Why should anyone want to kill him, Lorca?
Quien sabe? I shrug. Shrug to denote I do not know. I do not know. Why, indeed? Another question, Senor Police?
No, that's all for now.
Gracias, senor. Gracias. Adiós, mi amigo.
Hey, old fellow, and well met. Top of the morning, Danny.
We said good morning to each other a couple of hours ago, Gino. Off the dime. What have you got?
What I've got is what you're going to get. To wit, a report on the college youth, Donald Jordan, even as you requested.
Okay.
Detective Gomez told me that this Jordan youth is a student at McKay College, that the dean of men whom he questioned told the good detective that this Jordan youth is indeed bright, a gold star student, and found out that this Jordan youth was indeed free to watch ducks yesterday afternoon because he had only morning classes.
I see. What have you got on Reina Martinez?
Reina Martinez, to wit. According to our files, it seems this Rena Martinez has been a caller at our pokey on various occasions. Once on the occasion of clawing the eyes of a fellow female. Once for waving a knife under the nose of a brush salesman. And another time for carving her initials with a like knife into the epidermis of a friendly barfly.
Knife, huh?
Yeah, from what you told me of her, Danny, from this Rena Martinez, nobody would mind. What's a knife prick from a girl like
You
that?
gave me a thought, Tino. I'll go ask her.
What does this girl look like, Danny?
You'll see. Come on. To this house.
One side, friend. Take it easy, Buster. What's the hurry?
I said one side.
He's a big one, Danny.
Okay, friend, you asked.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, settle down.
Yeah, it's a lot better, young fella. I ask you something. What's the hurry?
You guys crazy, take your
Why
hands...
were you running?
In a hurry, I run.
Police.
Huh?
Police officers.
Look, I didn't have anything to do with it.
To do with what?
Look.
Bring him along, Gomez.
Come on, kid.
Did you come out of this room? All right, we'll see. Inside.
You heard him in. Danny.
Yeah, I see.
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill Rhea. I didn't kill her.
You were listening to Broadway is My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Say, that was some night the gang gave Jack Benny last week when the spendthrift squire surprised them all by inviting them out to a nightclub on him. And the surprise finish, the gang will be waiting for Jack for sure tomorrow night. Yes, Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, Dennis, Phil, Rochester, Don, and tomorrow night, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Listen for them all on CBS Radio. There's fun every minute.
The winds of October begin their departure from Broadway, and departing leave in their wake the gutters choked with regret, the corridors echoing lament. And Broadway picks through the leaving, searches for lost treasures, for images misplaced, left behind in that movie palace, forgotten in the sudden realization that this was your subway stop. There was the girl with the soft fur held close to her throat, covering her face right up to her eyes. The way she looked at you, that was one you'll remember, kid, right through the fall season. And there was that late time on Broadway when the bar was closing. The guys with convention buttons on their lapels bought you a drink, said, "Whenever you're out my way, look me up." That was October, the image and the farewell. So why look for anything else, kid? That's all there is. Except a girl dead in a room you've been in before. Except a sobbing protest.
I didn't kill her.
Except the scream of a radio. Shut that thing off, Gomez.
Yeah. Nothing I can do about that, Danny. It's down the street somewhere.
Look, I told you I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you told us. What's your name, kid?
Garfield. Bobby Garfield. Rain and me, we were just...
What do you do, Bobby?
I play football. Let me tell you, huh? Rain and me were just...
You're a football player, huh, Bobby? I like football.
I play for McKay College. I'm a sophomore. They brought me
McKay
here.
College, huh? You know a boy named Donald Jordan, Bobby?
Yeah, I know him. Same fraternity. Look, what is it with you guys? You gonna let me tell you how it was?
Sure, Bobby. Go ahead. Tell us how it was.
Rain and me, just kind of good friends. You know what I mean?
Tell us.
You guys twisted it into me for. I didn't kill her. You act like...
What'd you do with a gun, Bobby? Throw it away?
Let me tell you, huh? Rain and me. I met her right after I came to New York to play football. She saw me play once. Came up to me after the game. Said I played so good, why not celebrate?
You're telling us how you didn't kill her. That's why you tried to run away, huh? Because you didn't...
We were dancing, see? Kind of dancing to that music you turned off. You can still hear it. We were dancing to that. All of a sudden, there was a shot. I guess from where that window's open to the alley. All of a sudden,
Raina just dropped out of my arms, and there was blood on my shirt from where she... see it? Look, I gotta call somebody. I gotta call somebody on the telephone.
Sure you do. We got a phone at headquarters. You can make your call from there. Put the cuffs away, Gomez. We won't need them.
You've got a gentleman caller, Danny.
Huh? Who?
A gentleman who comes and answers to Bobby Garcia's phone call.
Oh, show him in, Gino.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Oh, that'll be all, Gino. How do you do, sir?
Very well, thank you.
Sit down. My name's Clover.
Douglas, sir. John Douglas.
Bobby Garfield called you. Bobby's in a lot of trouble.
The trouble, Mr. Clover, is a thing youth is prone to generate for itself. You and I understand that.
The trouble is murder.
Oh, sure.
May I ask, Mr. Douglas, why Bobby called you?
Of course you may. Didn't you know? I'm a football coach.
No, I didn't know.
Bobby comes under my tutelage as an end, an excellent one. McKay College's pride. Offensive end, of course.
Of course. What else about Bobby?
What else about him? I found him in New Mexico, prevailed upon the McKay regents to make his way to New York easy. They certainly agreed with me. He's very fast, is Bobby. Got his speed racing the super chief across the New Mexico deserts, I tell sports reporters, for color.
He was found running out of a room where a girl was shot to death.
This, sir, is confounding. I told my squad, I keep telling them, no dates until after the season. So, surely there must be a mistake. Bobby listens to me.
There's no mistake, Mr. Douglas.
Who was the girl? One of those flirts from Greenberry School across the river, I'll wager.
Reina Martinez, a barrio girl.
Of course, if there's anything... Well, what am I expected to do?
Answer another question. Do you know a McKay student named Donald Jordan?
No, he's not football. I wouldn't know him. I still don't know what I'm expected to do about this altercation that Bobby has gotten himself into.
Just talk to him, Mr. Douglas. He's under suspicion of murder. He asked for you.
Of course. You'll pardon me, sir. Thank you.
And watch the leader of men go talk to one of his boys, not knowing what to say, not knowing how to pep talk a boy out of a grief the coach had never played against before. And imagine it. The pat on the shoulder, the voice modulated to the acoustics of a cell. Then the curiosity taking over finally, gentle, insinuating. Tell me about it, son. Tell me about the girl. Tell me what there was about her that made you... Then wipe the smirk off your mouth because you've asked these questions too. We'll go on asking them. And because you're a policeman, ask them with the official stamp of approval. Of anyone, of an employer of the girl now dead, of Senor Lorca, for instance.
I told you, senor. I told you of the exquisiteness of Reina. That she is dead does not change my philosophy about her. Where there is such as Reina, there is such as death.
You kill her, Lorca?
Listen to me, senor. Listen very closely. How could I lift my hand to Reina except to... How?
This way, with a gun in it. Then shoot her through a window while she was dancing with Bobby Garfield. That's how.
Explain me something. Why should I do this when I don't even know this Garfield?
Bobby Garfield. He knew Reina loved her like Ricardo Miguel did. Someone found an alley where Ricardo was, stabbed him to death. Then saw Reina in the arms of Bobby Garfield. Shot Reina, killed her. Watched Garfield being taken to prison. It all worked out real good for a man like you, a man who says he loved Reina, a man who Reina didn't love.
I tell you something, senor. All this that you said, I could wish it deep inside here. But I could not do it. I'm only a seller of pastries. I have not the what it needs.
Then you didn't know about Garfield.
About dead Ricardo, my pastry boy, I knew. About the college boy who took Reina from me to show her dogs, quack, quack. Only these rivals I knew till now. I regret you told me about this Garfield.
One more thing.
Perdone, I may speak to the phone.
Go ahead.
Lorca's Pasteleria. Huh? A detective. See, there is a detective here. This is what you want of Lorca. Momento. For you, senor.
Thanks. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, I disturbed you only because Dean Crawford of McKay College phoned in. Wants you to come to his office right away.
Did he tell you why?
He said he's got a shocker for you, but an immediate shocker. Those were his very...
Thanks, Gino. Maybe I'll have to get back to you, Larka, so don't go away. Did I say something funny, Dean Crawford?
No, not you, Mr. Clover. I said something funny. I made the remark to myself.
Oh?
This week, Mr. Clover, just this week, I sent in my resignation to the Board of Regents. A thing unheard of. No dean ever quits at McKay. We get fired. I quit, effective the new year.
And that's funny?
Scandalous, to use a McKay term that's hardly ever used. And then, think about it, Mr. Clover. One of the students is involved in a murder, all in the same week. This is a black week for McKay. I wonder about something.
About what?
Statistics. How many McKay boys have gone out into the world and committed murder? As still Dean of McKay, I'll match my boys against anybody.
Look, Dean Crawford, you called me, said it was urgent. Suppose you tell me something urgent.
I got a letter a while ago from a daddy. A daddy who is sending his son through McKay. He's a worried man.
What are you talking about?
The daddy of Donald Jordan. Worried about the bills his son has run up. No wonder. Lingerie, jewelry, baubles. For a sex we only mention in psychology, too. Female. The letter came after your Detective Gomez had left.
How close was Donald Jordan to Bobby Garfield?
I'll tell you how close. We have an arrangement here. Assign a football player to a scholar. Arrangement. Garfield was coached in his studies by Donald Jordan. This is known as intellectual freedom. Donald writes Bobby's themes, does his assignments, which leaves Bobby free to think about nothing. Admirable?
What else can you tell me about them?
Which one of those rascals do you think killed that girl?
I asked you a question.
I've told you everything I can, Mr. Clover. Well, McKay semper fidelio, as we always say. Don't you always say? No? I don't blame you. Bye, Mr. Clover.
Bobby? Come on, Bobby, on your feet.
What? What do you want?
Let's go, Bobby. We're going for a visit.
Visit?
Yeah, we're going back to school.
There's rooms on this floor, Mr. Clover, right across the hall from mine. He never goes to the bonfire rallies. He's probably in. This one. The most studious room in the fraternity house.
Who is it?
You, Bobby.
It's me, Bobby Garfield.
Bobby, I thought...
Oh. Let's go inside, Donald.
Sure. Gee, I'm glad to see you're out, Bobby.
Yeah, I knew you would be. That's why I came right to you, so you could be glad.
That's right, Donald. Bobby told me a lot about you on the way over here.
I don't understand what you're doing here.
We'll get around to it.
I got bad news for you, kid.
Bad news?
Yeah. You remember something? The day we were inducted into this fraternity?
What are you talking about?
The day we put 4 fingers up in the air and gave the secret hand clasp and said the words. The second finger meant loyalty. You haven't been true blue.
What did they do to you in jail, Bobby? You talk crazy.
Yeah. Crazy. Frat boy. Crazy.
Cut it out.
Yeah. I'll cut it out. Pardon I didn't have a paddle, fraternity brother.
Is this how you police act? Bring a crazy man into my room and have him beat me up?
I'm sorry, Donald. I told him a few things on our way here. I didn't know it would upset him this way.
Look, I don't know what this is all about. Why don't we all go down to the bonfire? Sure, let's do that. It'll make a big impression, Bobby. You being out of jail, gonna play tomorrow. Come on, guys.
We're going, all right, but not to a football rally. You're under arrest, Donald.
What? 2 crazy men. The policeman and me.
What do you mean I'm under arrest? For what? Well, what reason?
Murder. Ricardo Miguel, Reina Martinez.
You're kidding. Especially Reina Martinez. Now, there was a dame. Take my word for it, fraternity brother, there really was a dame. You talked about me, didn't you? You and Reina. Oh, we had a few chuckles. Whenever your name came up.
You ready to go, Donald?
What did you say about me?
You know what we said. What you say to yourself.
Leave him alone, Bobby.
I didn't kill anybody, Mr. Clover.
You killed one of Reina's boyfriends, Ricardo Miguel, to prove something to her. That she couldn't have anyone but you. That you wouldn't let her have anyone but you.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Believe me, he knows. 4 fingers in the air.
Ricardo Miguel was killed. You had an alibi for that. You were with Reina.
That's right. She told you I was with her.
She lied for you. She alibied for you. Because for an instant, she admired you.
She did. She did it. What are you laughing at?
Nothing at all.
What are you laughing at?
I laugh because I remember something. A couple of Saturdays ago, right after a football game. When Reina waited until I came out of the stadium. Came up and told me who she was. We celebrated the occasion. You took her to that game, didn't you, Donald?
I'm only sorry I didn't kill you, too.
You almost did, at that.
Who were you aiming at, Donald? Reina or me? While you were peeking at us from the alley. While you were... Who were you aiming at?
Reina. I wanted to kill her, and I did. What she did to me. The things she made me do for her. The things I got for her. And she laughed.
She laughed.
The neon spins and Broadway blares out an 8-beat rhythm, the tempo of hunger in dance time. Grab yourself a dream and get with it. Close your eyes and pretend you're holding something special. Keep them closed. Dreams last longer that way. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway is My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Dick Crenna was heard as Bobby Garfio and Sam Edwards as Donald Jordan. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Marvin Miller, Lillian Baeff, Herb Butterfield, and Edgar Barrier. Looking for a lively date for tomorrow night? She's on the younger side, but her appeal is to all. Interested? Then meet Corliss Archer, CBS Radio's atomic teenager with her fun-making gang on most of these same stations tomorrow night. Bill Anders speaking, and remember, the Frankie Lane Show is your date with slick syncopation every Sunday afternoon on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Rita Hayworth as star of 3 Times Murder, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense. radio's outstanding theater of thrills is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Rita Hayworth as Laura with Hans Conried as Elmer in a remarkable tale of suspense.
One of the most thrilling World Series in recent baseball history. And now, the exclusive that I promised you earlier in the program. A report so sensational that I'm going to devote all of my remaining time to it. I have before me a copy of a document delivered in person today to the district attorney's office by one Fredonia Bell. Fredonia Bell was the trusted personal maid of Laura Starling Morton, whom you will remember from the widely publicized murder trial of just 4 months ago. This document is a statement written by Laura Starling Morton in her own hand, and it begins as follows. Quote, I only regret that it will be impossible for me to be present when this is read aloud. What I shall
relate here concerns 3 men. Of these 3 men, it is not on behalf of my husband Robert that I write, nor on behalf of my husband Charles. This is for Elmer. But I don't think that Elmer will ever see it. For Elmer, too, is going to die.
Laura.
Yes, Robert?
Laura, where's my electric razor?
In the medicine cabinet, where it always is.
Oh, for the love of Moses.
No, Robert, I wish you wouldn't shave while you're in the bathtub that way.
What's the difference, darling, where I shave? I like to shave in the bathtub.
Well, I just don't like to see you meddling with electricity while you're in there. You might get a shock or something.
Yes, sure. Mrs. Thomas Edison.
All right, so go ahead. I don't care.
Listen, darling, listen. I like to shave in the bathtub. I'm relaxed in a bathtub. I read in the bathtub. I think in the bathtub. And I'm not going to change my habits even for you.
I know, dear. I suppose that is a lot to expect.
Oh, boy.
Robert. Robert! It was a good, loud scream. Then I stood in the door of the bathroom and looked. A good, long look. Then I called a doctor. The doctor called the police. The police called the district attorney. And I found myself confronted by a young man with red hair and glasses who gave the immediate impression of being clever, unscrupulous, and objectionable. That was Elmer.
Mrs. Williams, I'm Elmer Garner of the district attorney's office.
How do you do, Mr. Garner?
I thought that you and I'd better have a little private chat.
What about Mr. Garner?
About your husband.
What about my husband?
Miss Williams, I'm going to be very frank with you on a number of counts. I'm what's known as an assistant district attorney.
Mr. Garner, I have just lost my husband. I hardly
I'm
think...
coming to that, Mrs. Williams. The district attorney has put me on this case because he thinks he doesn't have a case. Routine investigation. Now, maybe that's because a DA is essentially a nice man with nice instincts. And I'm not, but I don't agree with it.
About what?
About not having a case. Because I can smell him, Mrs. Williams. I can smell him a mile away.
What can you smell, Mr. Garner?
Murder?
Oh, I see.
Good. Your attitude's very good. No phony hysteria, no fake indignation. Realistic. I like that. I'm that way myself.
Mr. Garner, I'm trying my best to maintain my composure under trying circumstances. And I must say, your extraordinary insinuation does not make it any easier.
Now, look, I know you killed him. You know that I know you killed him.
Mr. Garner.
I said I was going to be very frank with you, Miss Williams. I am. On your side of the story is the fact that although I know you killed him, it may be a little difficult to prove that you killed him. Not too difficult, but a little.
I should think it might, since it's utterly untrue.
Yeah. Now, let's see what cards I hold. You're a laboratory technician. You were before you married, at any rate, right?
Right.
And your technical knowledge would have told you that a man using a faulty electrical appliance while sitting in a tub full of water stood an excellent chance of electrocuting himself.
I also know that a man firing a bullet into his head would stand an excellent chance of killing himself.
Well, the insulation on the cable of that electric razor was frayed. Now, that might have happened through normal wear. It also might have happened because it was tampered with by you.
And then again, as you say, it might not.
Would it surprise you to know that we've got your fingerprints all over that razor?
It would surprise me more if you hadn't. Or on everything else in the house, for that matter, Mr. Garner.
Uh-huh. You're a very intelligent woman, Mrs. Williams. You're right. It would have looked funny. You were smart not to wipe off those prints. Very smart, eh?
Thank you.
However, so much for the means. Now for the motive. We can establish, of course, that you and your husband didn't get along.
Unfortunately, you could establish that about many husbands and wives.
And that your husband was insured for $50,000 in your favor. And that there's about $50,000 more in community property, and that you inherit, right?
Naturally.
Well, $100,000 is quite a nice little motive, Miss Williams.
But it doesn't prove anything, does it, Mr. Garner?
Well, that depends on how it's used by the prosecuting attorney. That's me, you know.
I know.
Do you have a lawyer, Mrs. Williams?
Not yet.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're a very intelligent woman, Mrs. Williams. That would have looked bad, too, if you'd had a lawyer right on tap. But you're going to need a lawyer, you know.
So it would appear.
All right. What about me?
You?
Sure, I'm a lawyer.
You just finished telling me that you would be the prosecuting attorney.
Well, that's just the point. Why spend a lot of money on a lawyer who probably can't get you off anyway when you can spend it on me and have a sure thing? See?
Yes, I see.
All I want is half. $50,000.
No.
What's the matter, too much?
No.
Now, look here, sister. You don't seem to realize that I'm in a position, depending on how I handle this case, either to set you free or to hang you.
That, Mr. Garner, is where we disagree.
You mean you're willing to gamble and I can't do it, huh?
If you wish to put it that way.
All right. But $50,000 is going to look cheap. Cheap when they slip that noose around your neck. And there she sits, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, cold, calm, emotionless. The same Laura Williams who carefully calculated, carefully planned and premeditated the murder of her husband. I ask the death penalty. I must ask it. For ponder well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If you set her free, believe me, this will not be the last accident to mark the bloody trail through life of Laura Williams. And when that accident occurs, when the next victim is struck down, his innocent blood will be on your hands.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
What is your verdict?
On the grounds of insufficient evidence, we find the defendant not guilty.
Well, Mrs. Williams, I guess the sporting thing is to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Garner.
I'll say one thing. You got what it takes. You know, the jury was evenly divided the whole first day. Do you know that?
Yes, I knew it.
So I wasn't too far wrong at that, was I?
Just far enough, Mr. Garner.
Say, listen, again, just a sporting proposition. Tell me, did you?
Did I what?
Oh, come on. We're alone here. Anyway, it doesn't matter because you can't be tried twice for the same thing. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
Well, did you?
Yes! You cheap, contemptible blackmailer. Yes, I killed him. How do you like that? I killed him.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Rita Hayworth with Hans Conried in 3 Times Murder, a radio play by John DeWitt and Robert L. Richards. Roma Wine's presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles reminding you that football season's here again, and along with it, those pleasant Saturday evening get-togethers after the big game. So here's a tip when you play host. A sure way to delight your guests. serve Grand Estate wines. For Grand Estate wines, presented by Roma, America's greatest vintner, give you the ultimate in wine excellence. Yes, the brilliant clarity, full fragrance, and mellow taste of Grand Estate wines please the most discriminating guest. To assure the outstanding quality of these limited bottlings of Grand Estate wines, Roma selects only the choicest grapes. Then at Roma's famed wineries, necessary time and the patient, priceless skill of Roma master vintners guide each precious bottle of Grand Estate wine to rich, mellow taste luxury. Yes, the host who possesses all 5 Grand Estate California wines is sure to please all tastes at all times. For pleasant entertaining, serve Grand Estate Medium Sherry, Ruby Port, or Golden Muscatel. For gracious dining, enjoy Grand Estate Burgundy or Sauternes. Remember the name, Grand Estate Wines, crowning achievement of vintner skill. Presented by Roma, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Rita Hayworth, who, as Laura Starling Morton, continues the reading of a document in 3 Times Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Perhaps I gambled too recklessly with Elmer. I have since had cause to wonder. But there were things that I could not foresee as well as Elmer. Suffice it to say that after my acquittal, with $100,000 from Robert's estate, I moved into another city and took up my life again under another name. That there is Laura Starling. I met and married Charles Morton, a charming and eccentric man of twice my age, whose genius as a research chemist accounted not only for those qualities which endeared him to me, but for a very considerable personal fortune as well. That my conscience bothered me not in the least, and I was quite happy, and that as the years went by, I had seen, I thought, the last of Elmer.
Charles! Oh, Charles!
Yes, my dear.
I have your coffee.
Coffee?
Well, you said you wanted coffee. It's ready now.
No, but I have some coffee.
Well, you took that out there 3 hours ago. Now come in and get your coffee.
Yes, in a moment, my dear, as soon as I finish here.
Charles, you come out of that smelly laboratory and have your coffee. Besides, I have a surprise for you.
Oh, you have? Well, I'll be right in.
And bring that other coffee cup with you.
Yes. There. Oh, what's all this about surprise?
Look.
What? Oh, yes. I seem to have left my glasses in the laboratory.
Charles, you're simply priceless.
Oh, it's a cake.
It's a cake, yes. This is our anniversary, darling. Our 4th anniversary.
It is? Oh, why, so it is. Oh, Laura, this is so thoughtful of you. I'm afraid I'm hopeless, my dear. I know it's the husband who should be thoughtful, but I...
You're just you, darling. Now sit down and relax for a while.
Oh, yes. Oh, here's your cup.
Thank you. Charles, what's in that cup?
The coffee.
Charles, I'm sure that even in the atomic age, coffee does not come in the form of white crystals.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I'd finished my coffee, and I was doing some other things there.
Charles, what is it?
Thiochlorate. You see, at the moment, I'm testing...
Charles.
What?
Why, that's deadly poison.
Oh, so it is. You see, the thylacine radical follows its tendency
Charles,
to...
I wish you wouldn't mix things up in the cups and dishes that way. It's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Well, suppose you got the cups mixed up. Suppose you
Oh,
drank...
good heavens, Laura. Half the stuff we use in chemistry is dangerous if you go to drink it, but who's going to do that? It's like, like eating soap. You wash your hands with it every day, but who'd think of eating it, huh?
Well, now, you take that cup right back out to the laboratory and empty it and wash it out.
Well, all right.
Charles,
Yes?
I was wondering, since it's our anniversary,
Yes?
Let's go out to dinner and celebrate.
Why, yes. I think that's a splendid idea. Oh, my goodness.
What?
I completely forgot. My brother's coming to see us today.
Your brother?
Well, my half-brother.
Charles, I didn't know you had a brother.
Oh, didn't you? Well, you see, he's been in the Army for almost 5 years. He just got back a short time ago. Got wire yesterday saying he's passing through town and he'd like to see me. So I thought
Does
naturally...
he know you're married?
Why, I suppose... Well, I suppose it doesn't. As a matter of fact, we've never been very close, neither of us much letter writing, so on. But he's the only relative I've got.
And all the sympathy I've wasted on you because I thought you were an orphan or something.
Oh, I was, practically.
When's he coming?
Why, this afternoon sometime, I think. Well, I guess there's your answer. I am sorry, my dear.
Why, Charles, that's all right. Maybe your brother would like to go out and celebrate with us.
Well, hello there.
Hello, Charlie.
Come in. And I want you to meet my wife. Laura, this is my brother, Elmer.
There was no doubt that it was Elmer. There was no doubt but what he recognized me. And there was no doubt in my mind as to how he intended to play his hand this time either. For he gave no public sign of recognition, but simply looked straight at me and smiled and smiled and smiled.
So, you've gone into private practice, eh, Elmer? Criminal law, I suppose?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no appreciation in this country of men who hold public office, financially at least.
Elmer, you always did have your eye on the dollar, didn't you?
Well, what about your racket, Charlie? What have you been up to?
Oh, just puttering around here in my laboratory.
You mean right here at home?
Oh, of course. Oh, I guess that's new since you were here last.
Well, there's a lot that's new since I was here last.
Yes, it's right in there. Right through those doors.
Yeah. Isn't that sort of a nuisance for a wife, or isn't it?
Not in the least. Why should it be?
Oh, now, Laura, don't try to cover up my feelings. Just before you came, she was scolding me for carrying thiochlorate around in the family coffee cups.
Well, now, isn't that interesting? Isn't that a coincidence?
Why?
Well, I was just thinking what a fine setup for a murder. Somebody poisons a chemist in his own laboratory. It looks just like an accident. It's neat, huh?
You'll find that Elmer has a morbid mind, my dear. He used to try people for murder back in Illinois.
Oh, I tried some beauties, too. Well, I've got to get along. Sorry I can't accept your invitation for tonight.
Well, but you are staying over for a few days,
Oh,
aren't you?
yes. I'll see you again. Soon.
Well, good.
Oh, don't bother to come to the door with me, Charlie. I know you want to get back to work.
Well, as a matter of
perhaps
fact,
Laura will, huh? Give us a little chance to get acquainted.
Why, yes, of course.
Well, call us, Elmer, don't forget.
Oh, you can depend on it, Charlie. Well. Little Laura Williams.
What do you want?
What do you think old Charlie would say if he knew?
I asked you a question.
I suppose he'd go on loving you in his own peculiar fashion. Never be quite the same now, would it? There'd always be that little gnawing down, huh? I'm afraid things would be kind of under strain around here, Laura.
You do have a price, I suppose.
I might. By the way, why are you so eager to pay it this time?
I'm happy here. I'm at peace with myself and the world. I don't want anything to change.
No other reason?
What other reason would there be?
I suppose all this property would go to you in the event of another little accident, huh?
You don't really believe that.
The motive and the means. Money and poison.
How much, Elmer?
Oh, no. You've got me wrong, Laura. I don't want money.
When did that happen?
Did it ever occur to you that I might simply be interested in my brother's welfare?
No. All that has occurred to me so far is to wonder why I had to pick the one man in the world who was related to you.
You want to hear my proposition?
I'm waiting.
The motive and the means. Well, there's always the means for an intelligent person such as you, Laura, but if we took away the motive...
The motive?
The money. The will. No motive, no temptation, you see?
I see.
And in a way, of course, that's for your own protection, too, because if Charlie ever so much as slipped on a banana peel and you inherited that money, there isn't a jury in the world that wouldn't convict you, Laura, simply on your past record. You realize that, don't you?
Yes.
So, you see, no motive and no case either, you see?
What do you want me to do?
Get him to change his will.
In favor of his only living relative, I presume.
Uh-huh. That's me.
And then?
Well, that's all. You're in the clear, because after that, Charlie couldn't suspect you even if I told him. He probably wouldn't believe it. Throw me out of the house for persecuting his little bride. Maybe even change his will right back again, you see?
All right.
You can do it, can't you?
I suppose so.
Oh, I know you can. I know you'd better.
Seems such a strange
Oh,
request
darling,
to
I
make,
don't
dear.
want your money. I only want you.
I know, but after all, I'm considerably older than you are, my dear, and chances are that someday...
No. The whole idea of losing you and then profiting by it, well, it's just hateful.
But who else would I leave it to?
Leave it to your brother.
Elmer?
Why not? It doesn't matter, but...
Well,
Oh, please, darling. For me.
All right, my dear. If it really makes a difference to you. Now, don't you worry about it anymore. I'll take care of it sometime.
No, I want you to do it now, right away, today.
Well, I'd have to get in touch with my lawyer.
I'll call him for you. I'll get him on the phone right now.
My goodness, Laura. You act as though it were a matter of life or death.
Ambassador Hotel. Mr. Elmer Garner, please.
Thank you.
Yeah?
This is Laura.
Uh-huh.
It's all right. It's all arranged.
Is there?
Yes, the lawyer's coming tomorrow.
You sure?
Well, I was standing by the phone while he talked to him.
Did he tell the lawyer what changes he wanted made?
Yes, he did.
Not that I think you'd ever tell a lie, Laura, but how do I know this is all true?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Well, then perhaps you'd better drop by this evening.
Well, that's more like it.
I'll expect you after dinner.
I'll be there.
Elmer arrived this evening, less than an hour ago. We were having coffee in the living room. Earlier, Charles had been showing him through the laboratory. It was not until after that I had a moment to speak to him alone.
Oh, wonderful fellow, old Charlie. So trusting.
Did he tell you?
Oh, what?
The will.
Oh, that, yes. It seems that I'm to be old Charlie's beloved heir. He still can't understand it.
Are you satisfied, then?
My dear Laura, I was never more satisfied in all my life. Almost evens things up, doesn't it? Almost.
You never forgot that, did you? That you lost.
Lost? Who says I lost? The game isn't over till the whistle blows, sister.
It is for you. Now get out of here.
Okay. Okay, all in good time.
Sorry I had to leave you, but those reactions have to be checked every hour, you
That's
know.
all right, Charlie. Laura and I were just going over old times in Illinois. You didn't know we both came from Illinois, did you?
No, I hadn't realized.
Oh, I'm sure I told you, Charles. You must have forgotten.
Oh, yes, probably. Coffee ready?
Yes. Will you have coffee with us, Elmer?
Oh, you bet I will.
Anything in it?
No, nothing, my.
Charles always takes his black, too.
Laura does make the best coffee.
Well, here's to Laura's coffee.
There was something about his smile when he said it. That smile. And then all of a sudden I saw it. I saw the whole terrible thing. Don't drink it. Charles!
Well, old Charlie seems to have keeled over.
Charles!
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that was thiochlorate poisoning.
Oh, what a fool. What a fool.
Uh-huh. The motive and the means. And the motive is a real beaut this time, Laura, because you had to kill him before he changed his will. Neat, huh?
You killed him.
Sure, but that's not what the jury's gonna think. And, of course, I'll get the money anyway. You couldn't very well collect it. Because they're going to hang you, Laura. They're going to hang you.
Elmer is downstairs in the living room. I am in my study. And once more, I am waiting for the police. There is no escape for me, of course. Elmer knows that. But there's one little thing that he has forgotten. The last play of the game. For I've just drawn up a will of my own, leaving my property and everything that I inherit from Charles to Elmer. It's dated 3 days ago. This statement I shall give into the safekeeping of my personal maid, Fredonia Bell, who, after all is said and done, has been the one true friend I've ever had. I shall give it to her with certain instructions for its eventual disposal, which I know she will follow to the letter. When that is done, I have beside me a glass of water. It contains thiochlorate, the motive and the means. Because, you see, when the police come, it is Elmer who will have to do the explaining, not I. And he will have to explain 2 bodies. Charles and mine.
But the irony of the document, ladies and gentlemen, the terrible irony is that it was delivered to the district attorney's office by Fredonia Bell this evening at 8 o'clock. And why did the good Fredonia wait until now? Because she was thus following explicitly the instructions of her mistress, Laura Starling Morton, whom she adored, and who specified that the envelope be handed to the police exactly 24 hours after the execution of Elmer Garner. Good night.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Ken Niles, and it's my exceedingly pleasant duty, Miss Hayworth, A, to compliment you in the name of some 20 million listeners who must have loved your performance just now, and B, to present to you this gift basket of Grand Estate wines with the compliments of Roma.
Well, thank you, Mr. Niles. Excuse me, I'm a little out of breath. I don't usually kill so many people, at least not in one day.
Well, how does it feel to play a murderer?
I love it. I've been looking forward to appearing on Suspense for a very, very long time. And, of course, Bill Spear, your world champion producer-director, is one of my oldest and dearest friends.
Well, from the way Bill is waving congratulations and blowing kisses from the control room, I'd say he still loves you. Rita, I suppose you'll welcome a restful evening at home after such an exciting broadcast.
Oh, as a matter of fact, we're having a few friends over tonight, Ken.
Well, from your basket here, let me recommend for your guests Grand Estate Ruby Port or Golden Muscatel. You'll find either of these Grand Estate California wines a delightful expression of hospitality when friends drop in. A delicious treat later in the evening with cake, nuts, or cheese.
You've sold me, Ken.
Good. And Rita, Grand Estate Ruby Port and Golden Muscatel, like all Grand Estate wines, are born of choicest grapes, then skillfully guided to taste perfection by Roma's master vintners. Necessary time and patient care endow each precious drop of Grand Estate wines with a brilliant clarity, full fragrance, and mellow taste that bespeak a truly magnificent wine. So, to enjoy the ultimate in wine excellence, the wine to serve is Grand Estate wine, presented by Roma, America's greatest vintner.
I'll remember that.
Fine. Say, Rita, we're looking forward to seeing you in Columbia's Down to Earth. Isn't that the one with Larry Park?
Yes, I enjoyed making it. But the picture I'm really looking forward to is the new one I'm about to start, also a Columbia picture.
Oh? Well, why are you so particularly excited about it?
Well, Ken, because in it will be my favorite actor, and it'll be directed by my favorite director, both the same man, who also happens to be my husband. His name is Orson Welles.
Good night, Rita.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. John Lund as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Suspense is broadcast from coast to coast and to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages, for this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The 2 O'Clock Man.
It was around 5 minutes till 2 o'clock in the morning. I was in bed trying to catch up on some sleep when I heard noises out front. I rolled over, ready to forget the whole thing, when the sound became too loud and too familiar. I slipped on a pair of trousers and headed for the bar. It was dark, but not empty. Somebody was playing Halloween out of season. From somewhere behind the bar, I could hear his breathing as he scratched around on my register. I moved around the end of the bar toward the short, panting breaths. Then he saw me and made a dart. You're going no place, buddy.
Let me go! Let me go!
Sure, buddy, you're going. Out! I hit him, and he crumbled like arches on a fat man. I flipped on the light to see what he looked like. He was small and wiry. He wasn't Egyptian or Arab or European, but he seemed like a mixture of all. He coughed a couple of times and then sat up. His big black eyes stared angrily at me, and I could see that he was very young.
You are pig! Infidel!
All right, Sonny. Sorry I hit you. Come on, up on your feet.
Let me go! I can get up myself.
Come on, kid. What's your name? What are you doing here?
My name is Joseph, and it is obvious what I do here.
Yeah, I guess it is. But you're not very smart about it. People don't leave money in their cash registers at night. That's what they got safes for. Well, what do you think I ought to do with him?
Whatever you wish. I am not afraid.
You're too old to be spanked and too young to be slapped. You know, you ought to give up this second-story work while you're still an amateur. It's got no future.
I will worry about my own future.
You're not very talkative, are you?
I am of the sacred family of El Rakam. I do not talk to infidels.
Great, but you steal from them.
That is my business.
It's mine, too, when you start picking the tambourine.
Talk. Do with me what you will and stop talking.
Look, Sonny, I've seen kids like you all over the world, starting with a little petty snatching and winding up in jail.
You are a pig!
Why, you little...
Amun Ras Nekpa! You will die!
Sure, we all will. Now, come on.
Where do you take me?
Someplace where you'll have a chance to brush up on your manners. The police station. Inside half an hour, we pulled up in front of the Cairo police station and got out. Joseph, member of the sacred family of El Rakam, whoever he was, hadn't spoken. We went inside. Sergeant Greco, underling to Captain Sam Sabai, was sitting behind the desk, dozing. When he heard us come in, he snapped to life real fast and became very official.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, I was not expecting you.
Yeah, I could see that. Did you have a pleasant dream?
I was not sleeping. I was simply resting my eyes.
Sure. Bet she was a brunette.
Will you please show some respect for a servant of the people? Now, what may I do for you, Mr. Jordan?
You can get me Sam.
Captain Sabai has had a very difficult evening. He is very tired. He is preparing to leave for his home this very moment. What may I do for you?
I told you, get me Sam.
Mr. Jordan, I have just
I got
said...
someone I want him to meet.
This boy?
Yes, this boy. Now turn up Sam for me, or do I have to go in and get him myself?
What is going on out here, Sergeant?
It is Mr. Jordan.
Jordan, what are you doing here this time of night?
Business, Sam.
He has brought this boy for some reason. I told him, Captain, that you are too
Yes,
tired
Sergeant. Yes. That is enough. Now, what is it you want, Jordan?
Sam, I caught this boy doing a one-man floor show at the Tambourine about an hour ago.
Jordan, I am not interested in your entertainment problem.
You will be, Sam. This kid dropped in after hours on his own. I found him scratching around my cash register.
I see. What is your name, young man?
You are a pig, too.
Of all the...
I forgot to tell you he had a nasty habit like that.
Never mind. If he does not choose to talk, we can wait. Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
Lock this youth up until morning. We will interview him then.
Yes, Captain. Come along, boy.
You do not have to push.
Come along, boy.
I wanted you, Sam, because I didn't want to leave the kid in Greco's hands. He's overeager.
Yes, Jordan, I know what you mean. You do not like taking children to police stations, do you, Jordan?
What do you think?
I think that I am very tired.
Hey, he said he was a member of the sacred family of El Rakam. That mean anything to you?
El Rakam? No, does not. But suppose we discuss this young man's family tree in the morning.
Oh, but Sam...
Jordan, you are concerned for nothing. This boy is what you Americans refer to as a juvenile delinquent. There is nothing more to it. Now, please go home and get some sleep so that I may do the same.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night, Sam. I walked down to the police station and started up the street. I'd taken just about 6 steps when I heard it. It started from somewhere inside the police station and sounded like a cyclone on a weekend spree. By the time I'd taken a few more steps, the door of the police station flew open and Joseph came running out fast like a super chief on a holiday weekend. He darted toward the corner full blast, and Sam and Sergeant Greco came running 10 paces behind him. I followed. We were halfway to the end of the block when the kid turned the corner. The 3 of us stepped up our pace, turned the corner after him, and Greco pulled his gun. Before I could yell at him, the thunder broke. The kid dropped to the sidewalk and was still. When we got to him, Sam bent over to look. Joseph, member of the sacred family of El Racam, was dead.
Sergeant, there was no need to shoot.
Since when does the Cairo Police Department shoot down kids?
But, Captain, I did not shoot the boy.
What?
I did not shoot him. My gun. All the shells are there. It has not been fired.
Let me see that. That's right, Greco. All the bullets are here.
There you are. Now, might I suggest, Captain, that since I did not shoot him, and since you did not even draw your gun for holster, we examine Mr. Jordan.
You know I don't carry a gun, Sam.
We know no such
Sergeant. You will call the coroner and you will arrange for the photographer to take some pictures of this scene. We will begin an investigation immediately.
Yes, Captain.
And you, Jordan, go home.
Look, I brought the kid here. You don't wish me off that easy.
Jordan, this is no affair of yours. The Cairo police will do everything possible to unearth the killer.
I don't like going to bed with a dirty taste of
Jordan, this is an order. Now leave at once. We do not need your help.
Maybe not. But you may be getting it anyway. I left, headed back to the Cafe Tambourine, and went to bed. But I didn't sleep. The sight of Joseph, a fresh kid, crumbled in the street, stayed with me. It was a long night. I got up around 9 and had breakfast. But the strange death of Joseph was like too much salt on my eggs. Along about 10 o'clock, Chris, my bartender, told me there was a visitor in my office to see me. I went over and opened the door. The smell of Emir caught me. She was blonde and tall and slim, except where she shouldn't be. She was wearing a white linen suit and a white hat. And it was all there. All very nice.
So, you are Mr. Jordan?
I didn't get your name.
The name is Ilya Renault.
Oh, what can I do for you?
It is not what you can do for me, Mr. Jordan. It is what you have already done.
I'm afraid you'll have to start over.
A young boy was murdered last night. In case you don't remember, Mr. Jordan. And it seems pretty clear to me you are responsible.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I will not wait for your lies and your feeble excuses. There is no alibi for murder. A boy was killed needlessly. And their blood is on your hands.
Hey, hold on there. I'll admit I feel at least partially responsible, and the whole thing was pretty unfortunate.
Unfortunate? Oh, yes, unfortunate. That is your only answer.
Where do you fit into this?
Where I fit. Mr. Jordan, that boy, Joseph, was my brother. My half-brother.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Renault.
If you had not taken poor Joseph to jail, if you had
What if he hadn't broken into my cafe? Have you thought of that?
I'll admit the boy was wrong. Joseph was not himself. He was not a bad boy. These past few months, we had grown so far apart. He behaved so strangely. Nevertheless, you are not vindicated in having him murdered.
Joseph was not shot by the police. He was not shot by me. He was killed by a person or persons unknown in the official language of the police.
And I suppose that makes it all very proper and usual.
Look, both the police and I would like very much to know who killed Joseph. Captain Sabaya will do everything he can to find the murderer.
And you, Mr. Jordan, what about you? What are you doing?
Well,
Just as I thought, nothing. Except being sorry.
Miss Renault, perhaps you have an idea who might have wanted to kill Joseph.
No, I have no idea. Joseph and I were never that close. His father divorced my mother many years ago. Joseph's mother was an Egyptian noblewoman. For the past several years, I've been in France. Then I moved back to Cairo to take care of Joseph.
Doesn't it seem strange to you that he'd turn to robbery? That he'd break into my cafe at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Of course it does. I told you it was not like him. I just cannot understand what made him do it.
You're not much help.
Then you are going to do something. You really are interested.
I sort of have to be, don't I?
Oh, thank you, Rocky. Please forgive me for misjudging you, for saying the things I did.
You ought to hear what some other people say about me.
I'm living at 65 Sharia Nefar.
Well, I'll let you know when I get something definite. She left, and later in the day, I had visitor number 2. A man I wanted very much to see. His name was El Rakam. He was tall, lean, and dark. He wore purple robes and a silver chain with a fancy emblem around his neck. And he had a muscle man with him.
Peace be unto you, noble sir. My card.
Oh, thanks. Have a seat.
My assistant is known as the Turk. He will join us.
Yeah, sure. Sit down, gentlemen. Oh, what's on your mind?
My name, as you know, is El Rakam, master of all that is worthy, leader of the new light, bestower of the sacred learning.
Your card doesn't say all that.
Mr. Jordan, a member of my sacred family was slain early this morning. I understand you were present at this deplorable occurrence. You would tell me how you are involved and exactly what you have done. Do I make myself clear?
Joseph was one of your boys?
Joseph was a member of the sacred family of Rakam, a disciple in the way of the advanced learning.
You call breaking into the tambourine advanced learning?
Mr. Jordan, I shall try to be patient. When a member whom I hold in high esteem dies, I must have the complete knowledge of his death.
Okay, the boy was shot trying to escape the police. Only the police didn't kill him. They don't know who did.
And this you call the complete knowledge?
Yeah.
Mr. Jordan, these facts I have learned from the police myself. I would like to know your connection, please. Also, why you found it necessary to take Joseph to jail.
Look, Rakam, I've told you all I know. I'm a busy man. Maybe you better talk to somebody else.
Mr. Jordan, I had hoped I would not have to come to this. However, you obviously refuse to cooperate. It is the desire of El Rakam and his followers that all matters be settled in peace. Violence is barbarian and uncivilized. Yet you force me to act. When El Rakam acts, the world can fear the repercussions.
You're a pretty big man, Rakam, according to you. Far too big to waste your time talking to mere peasants like Rocky Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, I hold you responsible for the death of a member of my family. There is no greater crime, and the punishment is quick and certain. Heed well my words.
Okay, Rakam, take your words and get out. You're disturbing my customers.
As I am Rakam, leader and omnipotent head of the sacred family, as I am this and more, so shall you, Mr. Jordan. So shall you die to avenge the death of Joseph.
You are listening to The 2 O'Clock Man, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. If you like radio mystery, thrilling stories, exciting characters, and the kind of suspense that keeps you absorbed until the final gripping moment, you'll want to spend your radio listening time with CS. Because at the CBS spot on your dial, you'll find that kind of mystery. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the 2 O'Clock Man.
It all began when somebody shot down a kid who I turned over to the police for breaking into my cafe tambourine. Then a couple of people showed saying I was responsible. The kid's sister, and a guy who called himself El Rakam. That joker was thirsting for revenge. Well, El Rakam and his silent sidekick, the Turk, made a grand type exit out of my office. Just outside the door, they were joined by two burly-looking bodyguards who could have passed for the Tarzan twins. Then the four of them marched out of the cafe. As far as I was concerned, El Rakam, spelled backwards, was phony. And it also spelled answers to questions concerning murder. I decided to follow. It was as easy as tailing an elephant in a clothes closet. The purple robes drifted down Sharia El Reyes, turned left 3 blocks up, and entered the lobby of the Hotel Continental. The two bodyguards split off, and El Rakam and the Turk took the elevator to the 5th floor. I waited and caught the next car. The trail ended before a door marked 505. I was debating my next move when suddenly the door opened.
Come in, Mr. Jordan. We have been expecting you.
Standing in the doorway was 6'4" of man, El Rakam's right-hand man, the Turk. I went inside. He was there alone.
You were a fool to be trapped so easily, Jordan. You were led here as one might lead a sheep for slaughter.
Maybe, friend. Time will tell.
No, the time is now. We will teach you to murder.
The big man was on top of me like a tent in a windstorm. His hands grasped at my throat and his fingers dug in. I gave him a kick and another one, but the fingers dug in deeper. I was seeing red and then blue and then purple. I brought my knee up and caught him in the belt. He rolled back from me. Then a shiny object came flying into the room. Turk doubled up, grabbed at his middle, and pitched forward to the carpet. Everything got suddenly quiet, like visitor's day at the morgue. I bent over him. He was dead. Protruding from his stomach was a knife, an ordinary kitchen knife, but one I'd seen before. It was from the Cafe Tambourine. It was too perfect, too well set up to stick around. Everything neat and in place for Rocky Jordan to take the rap. It took me 2 minutes to decide where to go next. A guy named Bill Morley, a reporter at the Cairo Record, might be of some help. Inside of 10 minutes, I was sitting across from him at his desk.
Nothing but trouble when you walk in here, Rocky. What's up?
You know most of the characters in this town, Bill. I need some information about one of them.
Yeah?
Name's El Rakam, the sacred family of Rakam. You know him?
No, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. He's dynamite.
Oh, why?
Look, Rakam arrives in town a couple of months ago. One of the papers gets a front-page interview with him. They play him for all he was worth. And what happened? Rakam slapped $1 million libel suit on him. And he'll probably collect.
He doesn't like publicity?
Wants no interference at all. Not like the rest of these phonies who do anything to get their photos on a big spread. This guy works in the dark, and he does better that way.
That's all you know about him?
Well, what he's got isn't a new religion or even vaguely connected with it. It's pure mystic and pure hope. He just talks to the customers, and they shell out. They never know what hit him.
That good, huh?
The 2 o'clock man is darn near perfect.
What'd you call him?
2 o'clock man. That's what the papers have labeled him. He holds his meetings in an old temple at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Nobody has anything on him?
Well, just once. They got a picture of him and a kid during a riot in Alexandria a few months ago. Cop was killed. El Rakam had a gun.
That sounds almost too good. What happened to it?
Yeah, take a look yourself. You'll see why nothing happened.
I see what you mean. Everything about it points to El Rakam.
Except he happened to have his back turned. Sure, it's Rakam, all right, but you can't see his face. And no court in the world would count that photo as evidence.
What about the kid in the picture?
Well, that's Joseph, the kid who was shot the other night. You knew him.
Yeah. How about letting me borrow this photo, huh? Just for a day. I'll bring it back.
Sure, it's no good to me. Oh, excuse me, Rocky.
Sure.
Hello? Yeah? What's that? The Turk? Yeah? Yeah? Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. One of our reporters calling in a story. El Rakam's right-hand man, a guy named the Turk, has just been knifed in the Continental Hotel.
Really?
Yeah, you want to come down with me and take a look?
No, I'll buy a paper. Thanks for the photo, Bill. Oh, and by the way, if I should happen to run into the murderer, let you know. It was after 11:30 when my taxi pulled up in front of a small sandstone apartment house on Sharia Nafar. Ilya Renault's apartment was 2C, and it took a little while for the door to come open.
Rocky, what you doing
Let
here?
me in, Ilya. I want to talk to you.
Oh, no, Rocky, I can't. I've heard on the radio the police are looking for you. If I let you come in, I would have to phone them.
Ilya, listen. The police are looking for me. It's all tied in with Joseph's murder. Now, there's some things you'll want to know.
About Joseph? You found out about Joseph, Rocky.
I didn't say that. Please, let me in, Ilya.
But, Rocky, I'm not dressed. I've been asleep. Oh, very well. Just a moment. You may come in now. Rocky, did you have to lock it?
Ilya, I think I know why Joseph was killed.
Yes?
He was mixed up in a phony cult racket. Now, the head of this outfit is named El Rakam. He took Joseph on as one of his assistants.
El Rakam? I think I've heard Joseph mention that name.
Now, Rakam has been bilking the local citizens for some time now. He tells them he's giving them a new way of life or some such. In the meantime, they're giving him their dough.
And Joseph was connected with this?
Joseph was on the inside until last night. Maybe he decided to quit. I don't know. That's my guess. Rakam couldn't let him, undoubtedly, because the kid knew too much about Rakam's activities.
Then Rakam murdered my brother.
Either that or he had one of his followers do it, which is more likely. Rakam had an assistant named the Turk. I think he's our man.
The Turk? But this is the man the police say you killed, Rocky.
Right. Rakam or somebody planned it that way. They'd get rid of the Turk and me at the same time. Here, I want you to take a look at this photograph. Here.
Why, yes. Yes, it is Joseph. Rocky, who is this man in the long robes?
El Rakam.
But here, it shows clearly the gun in Rakam's hand.
No, Ilya. It shows a man in a robe firing a gun. Another man is being shot, okay. But Rakam's his back turned.
And there is nothing.
Ilya, I think I've got a way to break Rakam. Anyway, it's worth a try.
Open in the name of the law.
Rocky, it is the police.
Shh.
Jordan, this is Sergeant Greco. I know you're in there. Open or I shall fire through the door.
You'll do it, too.
Rocky, the back door.
If you do not open the door at once, I shall shoot away the lock. Do not be a fool, Jordan. Come peacefully.
Rocky, the back door leads to an alley which will take you to the Sharia Shama.
All right, Ilya. I'll see you later.
Do not say that I have not warned you.
As Greco came through the door, I went out the window and down the alley fast. Greco yelled at me to halt, but I wasn't stopping for anything. I had a date for a showdown with a 2 o'clock man.
You are listening to The 2 O'Clock Man, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The time has come for us to help the Red Cross. Great numbers of our people are suffering from the worst cold wave in 50 years, and the suffering doesn't end with the cold. You can help by contributing to the Red Cross today. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the 2 O'Clock Man.
Well, it was 1 o'clock when I wandered into El Rakam's temple, an hour before the big meeting, and the place was almost deserted. El Rakam's dressing room showed at the end of a dimly lit hall. I went inside and waited for him to put in an appearance. It came sooner than I expected. A few moments later, from outside the door, I heard the voice of Rakam, giving instructions to a couple of his bodyguards. I ducked into the shadows so he wouldn't see me when he first came in.
You can come out from your hiding place, Jordan. I know you are here.
Oh, you must have your own special brand of radar.
You were observed entering the temple. One of my guards has been following you all day.
Don't I bother you at all?
Why should you, Jordan? The police will find you, and then you would no longer be any bother to me. Now say what you have come to say and leave.
All right, I'll say it.
You will not mind my preparing myself for tonight?
Never mind the gun, Rakam.
The gun? I was not reaching for the gun. I was going for my makeup.
Then I'll just hold it if you don't mind.
It is yours, with my compliments. Now say what you have to say and go.
You're through, buddy.
That has been said to me many times before, but it has never been the case.
That's all being changed. Remember the photo of you killing a cop in Alexandria?
Oh, yes, that one again. The police have tried to prove with that once before that I was guilty of murder. But you see, it was a failure. My face was obscured.
That's what's changed. And all because of a kid named Joseph. You see, there was another photo of you killing that cop. A photo Joseph had. But you know that, don't you? You know that Joseph had a clear picture of you killing the cop, and that's why you had to take care of the kid.
If you are finished, Jordan, go.
Well, what you don't know is that Joseph mailed that clear photo to his sister Elia before he was killed. She has it, and I just saw it. If you really had your boys tagging me, as you say, you know I just came from her house.
You think I'm a fool, do you not?
Look, Junior, I don't care whether you believe me or not. Sabaya will, and that's what counts.
You're lying, Jordan. It is nothing but an attempt.
Think so? Okay, I'll show you. This telephone. You think the cops want me for murder, huh? I'll just pitch my murder rap against yours. We'll just see who the police want. Hello, Captain Sabaya, please. Sam? Jordan. No, wait a minute. Quiet, will you, and listen. Ilya Renault is on her way over to the station right now with Joseph's photo of Rakam's killing. Yeah. That'll give you all you want. No, I'm with him now in his dressing room at the temple. Don't worry, Sam. He's looking right into his own gun. So if you want him, come and get him. Relax, buddy. It'll be a few minutes yet.
Jordan, perhaps we could discuss this under more favorable circumstances.
Not interested in talking. I'll read about it in the papers.
Jordan, I am a wealthy man. Something could be arranged.
Your forehead's getting moist.
I did not kill Joseph.
You had the Turk do it, and you killed him.
That does not matter. Come, let us leave here. Let us go out.
Kind of anxious to get me to use that door, aren't you? Could it be that you got your boys out there ready to throw a knife into me when I walk out?
Jordan, this is not the place to talk. Let us step out.
I'm laying 10 to 1. The first guy out that door winds up with a knife in him.
No, you are wrong.
Why don't you go out? There's nothing here for you but me with a gun. And the police are on their way.
I don't believe it. You didn't even call them. It was a fake. You would be too frightened to call the police since they're after...
Sounds like Sam, all right.
The police will never get to El Rakam. No, it is I, El Rakam, your leader, master of the leader in the path of new light.
Well, that was it. El Rakam got it from his own men, and that was the end of his organization. Sabaya showed up in a few moments and rounded up the knife throwers, and everything was cleared up. The Turk killed Joseph on orders. Rakam killed the Turk to set me up, and then his followers took care of him. It was a regular round robin. Sam wanted to know about the photo I told him about on the phone, and when I said it was a gag, he didn't mind. His case was closed. Well, the only unfinished business was Ilya. I went over to her place to tell her how things worked out. I guess it must have been a long story. Took me quite a while to tell it all.
It's CBS, again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue, when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role, with tonight's story by William Frug, edited by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue. In Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Well, tonight you're going to meet some charming people. And you're going to run into a little bit of very fancy murder. The name of the story is Little Drops of Rain. But before we get into our story, here's Jim Doyle, the man from the Fitch Company.
Did you know that there are over 50 million men in the United States who shave? Yes, that's a lot of men. It was in the interest of these 50 million shavers that Fitch Company chemists and technicians went to work in their laboratories and came up with Fitch's No Brush, a shaving cream especially designed to give a solid comfort shave. You see, Fitch's No Brush shaving cream contains not one, but 3 important shaving ingredients that work together to give you a smoother, faster shave. It also contains a special skin conditioner ingredient. Men appreciate this ingredient because it has a soothing effect on the skin the instant it's applied, and it keeps the skin feeling smooth and refreshed long after the shave is finished. Men also like the just right consistency of Fitch's No Brush. It's neither too thick nor too thin. It's not greasy and won't clog the razor.
If you're among those who prefer a lather cream, try Fitch's Brush Cream. It gives a rich, dense lather that wilts whiskers completely soft for clean, fast shaves.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving cream come in big 25 and 50-cent sizes. Try a jar. You'll find it easier on your razor and easier on you.
Thank you, Jim. And now I'd like to tell my story.
Okay, here's Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in another personally conducted tour through Rogue's Gallery.
Well, I'm still confined to my little cranked-up downy couch in the hospital, but not as still as I was last week. I am now allowed to get up and totter around a little, and I use the word totter advisedly. My legs act like strangers who have different political beliefs, and my knees have suddenly developed sideways hinges. But my nurses, my nurses. Yes, they're beautiful and tender and resistant. And speaking of nurses, nurses are girls, and girls are my favorite pastime. And that brings me up to the girl who has done the most to confuse my life. Liza, the girl I was so sincerely in love with a couple of months ago. Liza was in to see me. She just left, and we were talking about the time when I showed up at her apartment for a date. It was raining out, and I was sitting at the piano doodling around a little bit.
I don't want to go to a nightclub tonight, Richard. I'm too tired. Let's just go to a show, shall we?
Anything you say, baby. That's the kind of guy I am.
I want to see Two Girls and a Sailor. It's playing at the Rialto.
June Allison's in that, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. That's for me, then.
You think so?
Definitely.
You think she's prettier than I am?
Well, you're not in pictures, Angel.
Do you think she's prettier than I am?
Well, you're a different type.
Are you going to answer me?
Oh, you're jealous. How can you be jealous of a girl I don't even know? Give me a kiss.
No.
No, but baby, I love you. I love you like anything. All right. Pop then. I don't care. June is busting out all over the meadow and the hill. Busts are busting out of bushes, and the Robin River pushes every little wheel that wheels beside a mill. June is busting out all over. The feeling is getting so intense that the young Virginia creepers have been hugging the bejeepers out of all the morning glories on the fence, because it's June.
You're insufferable, Richard Rogue.
Oh, now quit potting. Come on over here. On the bench by me.
Are we going to a show or not?
Sure. Get your lipstick on again, and we'll see what...
Oh.
I'll get it.
No, I'll answer. It's probably George.
Oh, George. Well, I'll tell him, that homewrecker. Hello.
Is Mr. Rogue there?
Speaking.
This is your call service, Mr. Rogue. We got a call for you.
Oh. Who is it?
Mrs. Harvey Burgess says it's very important.
Okay, put her on.
Right.
Oh, put her on. Who is it?
Hello?
Richard Rogue speaking.
This is Mrs. Harvey Burgess.
Yes?
I must see you at once, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, well, any time tomorrow, Mrs.
I
Burgess.
must see you tonight, immediately. It is most important.
Well, can't you tell me about it over the phone?
Oh, no. Could you come to my house at once?
What's the address?
485 Hillcrest. You'll be well paid for your time. Please hurry.
I'll be right out, Mrs. Burgess. Wait for me. I'll be right back, honey.
Go on. Go on out to see Mrs. Burgess. Don't mind me, Dick Tracy.
Well, what could I do? Mrs. Harvey Burgess was the wife of a tycoon with $1 for every Democrat in Georgia. I tried to explain to Liza, but I was talking to myself, and I left for the Burgess residence. I left Liza burning like Mrs. O'Leary's barn. The Burgess mansion was a huge colonial affair. George Washington could have slept there every night. He was at Valley Forge and never seen the same room twice. A butler who talked like he was choking to death on a knowledge pit conducted me into the library and into the presence of Mrs. Harvey Burgess. Oh, my. What a presence. She was sitting in front of the open fire, filling out a hostess gown that didn't straighten out any of the curves she featured. I pulled my eyes back into my head and tried not to look too interested.
Sit down, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, thank you. I'm in a bit of a hurry tonight, Mrs. Burgess. As a matter of fact,
Mr. Rogue, my husband is making a fool of himself.
Yes?
He's lost his mind completely over a secretary in his office. His secretary. A girl by the name of Helen Stark.
You mean that...
Yes, I mean he prefers her company to mine.
Well, that doesn't sound reasonable, if you'll pardon me for saying so. What do you want me to do?
Somebody has to bring Harvey back to his senses, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I'm afraid you've called on the wrong man. I'm not very good at long fatherly talks.
Oh, Mr. Rogue, please, I'm so alone.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Good grief. You mean to tell me that Harvey is neglecting you? What you need to straighten Harvey out is a psychiatrist, not a detective. Harvey is definitely off his trolley.
Please, help me, Mr. Rogue.
No, Mrs. Burgess.
He's with her right this minute.
How do you know?
When he left the house tonight, I followed him. He went to the home of his best friend, Clarence Roman. I parked across the street. I was going in and face them, but I saw Mr. Roman leave, and I lost my nerve. That's when I called you. Oh, Mr. Rogue, I want you to go out there and talk to Harvey. Tell him I know all about him and that Stark girl, and I'm suing him for divorce.
Well, that's not my kind of work, Mrs. Burgess. I'm
Please.
sorry, but...
I don't want a divorce, Harvey. But I do want him back. And I'm sure that if you will do as I say, he'll come back. You must do it for me, Mr. Rogue. Here... Oh, where is it? I have $500 here in an envelope.
You did? Oh, wait a minute here. Let me see. Oh, is this it?
Yes, that's your fee. For going out there with me, Mr. Rogue, and trying to bring Harvey back to his senses. You'll do it for me, won't you, Mr. Rogue?
Well,
You'll do it for me, won't you, Mr. Rogue?
Okay, come along. All right. Well, it seems there's nobody home.
There's my husband's convertible out in front, right where he left it tonight when I followed him out here.
How did the girl arrive?
In her car. Oh, her car isn't here. It was right behind Harvey's.
Looks like we got here too late, doesn't it?
Try the door. I know Harvey's still here.
All right. You're an old friend of Roman's, I suppose.
Yes. Why?
I just want to know before I try to open the door. You see, there are laws against that sort of thing. Door's unlocked. Do we go in?
Yes.
Okay, after you. You know the house better than I do. Go ahead.
All right. The living room is over here.
Nobody home. Look, Mrs. Burgess, we better get out of here.
No. I know Harvey's in this house someplace, and I'm going to find him. I can't... What are you sniffing for?
Wait a minute. That smell in the air. You get it?
What? Oh. I don't smell anything.
You don't? I smell chloroform.
Chloroform?
Yeah. You take a look upstairs. I'm going to shake down the first floor. That smell of chloroform can mean trouble, you know.
Mr. Rogue, what do you mean? You're frightening me.
Mrs. Burgess was very fetching when she was frightened, but I calmed her down a little bit. Now, this may sound fantastic, but I've got a little bell in my head that rings an alarm every time I really get around serious trouble. And it was playing a tune that sounded too much like a death march right that minute. I had to get her out of the way. She finally went upstairs, and I went to work. I took the living room first and looked behind all the couches and in all the dark corners. I was bending over, looking under a huge Italian carved table when I thought I heard a stealthy footstep behind me.
Don't move.
Oh! Oh, my ears were still full of that ringing scream Mrs. Burgess had let out as I caught that sock behind the ear and drifted gently through space toward cloud number 8 and my alter ego, Hugo. I was hoping he wouldn't be there, but he was. Sitting there with that silly smirk on his face with his little short legs pulled up under his chin and his funny little arms around him and his long white beard waving the cosmic breeze.
Hello, Richard. Welcome home.
No, shut up.
That's a fine attitude. You go prowling around a strange house and get caught at it and knocked out. Then you come up here and take it out on me. Get out of here, you ingrate.
Oh, stop acting like a landlord, Hugo. What happened to me?
Are you kidding?
Tell me, why did Mrs. Burgess scream? Answer me, Hugo. Do you know why she screamed?
Sure.
You going to tell me?
No. Find out for yourself. You're a detective.
Oh, someday I'm going to get rid of you, you little pest.
Why don't you get back to work? You got a date with Liza, you know. She's still waiting.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here goes.
Come on, Rogue. Please, come on.
You didn't have to hit him so hard, Clarence.
Oh, who hit me?
I'm Clarence Roman, Rogue. I came home, I found the front door unlocked, I walked in, I saw a strange man prowling around my parlor. A woman screamed, and I hit you with my cane.
Oh, well, what do you carry for a cane? A ball bat? Why did you scream, Mrs. Burgess?
I found my husband upstairs. He's dead, murdered!
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But now I'd like to say something to the ladies. Do you ever feel like hanging your head in shame because your hair isn't, looking as nice as it should? Perhaps you get discouraged because every time you shampoo your hair, it seems dry and difficult to set. Then for your next shampoo, why not try Fitch's Saponified Coconut Oil Shampoo? This clear golden liquid shampoo is made from mild coconut and vegetable oils. These pure natural oils keep your hair from becoming dry and brittle. When you use Fitch's Saponified shampoo, you can have a shampoo as often as you like, and after each one, your hair will be soft and lustrous, easy to set into your favorite hairstyle. You'll love the glorious quantities of fragrant lather this shampoo makes. It cleanses thoroughly and then rinses out completely without a special after-rinse. You see, Fitch's Saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent. All you do is rinse with plain water, and the rinsing agent contained in the shampoo ensures the removal of all particles from your hair, making it sparkle with cleanliness. Ask for Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo at your drug counter, barber, or beauty shop. Look for the bottle with the bright yellow label. Now back to Rogue's Gallery. Richard Rogue is telling our story.
Well, I had accepted a case for Mrs. Harvey Burgess, a suspicious wife. Yes, that's the Mrs. Harvey Burgess of the Burgess Millions. She suspected her husband of having a rendezvous with Helen Stark, his secretary, at the home of Clarence Roman, Burgess's best friend, and we went out there together. Nobody answered the door, so we went in. My suspicions were aroused when I smelled the unmistakable odor of chloroform. Mrs. Burgess was looking around upstairs while I searched the downstairs. Suddenly I heard Mrs. Burgess scream.
My husband! Upstairs, he's dead! Murdered!
Well, that snapped me out of it. I got to my feet and ran up the stairs. Mrs. Burgess and Roma were right behind me, and she directed me into the library, which was just off the main hall. And there he was, as dead as last summer's romance, with a neat little blue hole right below the part in his hair. He was a nice-looking old guy, about 50, which made him a good 25 years older than his wife. And his widow was really taking his death big, which was natural. A woman doesn't have a husband murdered every day.
Poor Harvey, this is horrible.
Has anything in this room been moved or touched?
Well, I just arrived home.
When I looked in here and saw Harvey, I knew he was dead. I screamed.
Yes, I heard you. Then you ran right downstairs.
Yes,
huh?
I saw Mr. Roman hit you, and I ran down to tell him who you were.
That's a little late. Okay. Just don't touch anything. Stay right there in the door, both of you.
Just who are you to be giving us orders?
You'll find out. You ever see this gun before?
Yes.
Where?
It was Harvey's. He kept it in his desk at the office.
Oh, you recognized it mighty quickly. How?
It has his initials on it. I can see them from here, inset in the butt of the gun.
Oh, his gun, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't suicide. Not with the gun clear over here on the opposite side of the room. This is murder. Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, this ought to do it.
What is it?
It's a handkerchief. A very nice linen handkerchief with initials in the corner. And blood on it.
What initials?
H.S.
Helen Stark! That's her handkerchief! She killed Harvey! She killed my Harvey!
Is there a phone upstairs here?
Yes. You'll find an extension in the hall.
Thanks. Come on out of this room. I don't want anything touched or moved.
No. Dear, please.
You two wait for me downstairs. I'll be down just a minute. As soon as I call the police.
Homicide, Urban speaking.
Hello, Urban. Richard Rogue.
Yeah, who's dead?
Harvey Burgess, wise guy.
You mean it? You mixed up in another murder, Rogie?
Sure. You'd never find a body if it wasn't for me.
Where are you?
At the residence of Clarence Roman on Cypress Avenue, 2120. Better get the boys and get out here.
Be right there. Got any leads on the killer?
A couple of vague ideas.
Stay there until I get there, Rogue.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Liza, darling. This is Rogie.
Oh, you know what time it is.
Oh, sure, honey,
I'll
but...
give you 10 minutes to get back here and take me to that show.
What? Oh. Look, Roman. Roman, the cops will be here in a minute. Tell Urban, that's Lieutenant Urban. He'll be in charge for the police, that I'll be right back, will you? Tell him I went out to get a murderess for him.
Of course. And I hope you managed to catch her, Rogue.
Yes?
Good evening. Is Helen Stark at home?
I beg your pardon. I'm a bit deaf. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said, is Helen Stark at home?
Oh, Helen? No, she isn't home this evening.
Has she been home? I say, has she been home in the last hour?
No, she hasn't. I don't know what time to expect her either. But I imagine she'll be home soon, though.
You know where she is?
Well, she didn't come home from the office tonight. She's working late.
Oh. She called you and told you she wouldn't be home?
Yes. She said she was going to work with Mr. Burgess. That's her boss, you know, the millionaire.
Yes. Well, thank you.
Could I tell her who called?
No. That won't be necessary, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Stark. You and Helen live here all alone?
Yes, since her mother died several years ago. Are you an old friend of Helen's?
No, a very recent acquaintance.
Oh.
I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. Stark. Good night.
Good evening. Nice out after the rain, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, that nice little old guy. It was going to be tough for him to realize that his daughter was a killer. I hated the world as I walked down the steps from that porch and started for my car. I don't like murder. It upsets so many people who aren't involved in the act, or the reasons for it. Yeah, I guess I'm a chicken-hearted patsy. But if I am, I'm glad. Anyway, I was walking down the walk when that little bell rang in my massive intellect again. I noticed something peculiar. There were tire tracks running into the Stark garage. It had only stopped raining about 45 minutes before, and if that car had been driven into the garage while it was still raining, there would be no tracks. They would have been washed away. Now, very peculiar. I ran up the driveway and opened the overhead garage door. Then I jumped back. The garage was full of carbon monoxide. I wet my handkerchief in a puddle of rainwater, held it over my nose, and ran into the garage. I wrestled the door of the small coupe open and saw a young girl, unconscious, slumped over the steering wheel. I pulled her out of there. She was dead weight, and carried her into the house.
Oh, Helen. Helen.
I'm afraid it's a little late for that, Mr. Stark. Where's your telephone?
In the hall. Right in the hall.
Thanks. I'll get a pull motor squad out here right away.
Fire department.
Get a pull motor squad to 640 Inglewood Drive. Attempted suicide. Bad shape. Rush it.
Right.
Raymond, Ramsey, Redding, Roman, Clarence.
Hello?
Hello, Lieutenant Urban, please. This is Richard Rogan. It's important.
This is Urban speaking, Rogue. I thought I told you to stay here.
Look, never mind the argument. Get out here to 640 Inglewood Drive. I've got Helen Stark for you.
You have? Nice work. I want to talk to that young lady.
Well, you missed the boat. I think she's dead. Suicide. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Step on it.
Okay, Rogie, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't go away.
I gave Helen Stark my own interpretation of artificial respiration until the pull motor squad got there. Urban arrived on the heels of the fire department, and we went out and looked around in the garage, made some fascinating discoveries, too. The car had run out of gas and stopped turning over, for one thing, and one thing led to another, to coin a phrase. Anyway, Urban and I made a little deal. I went back to the Roman residence, and while he and his boys were being scientific, I sat in the parlor and talked with Mrs. Burgess and Clarence Roman. Mrs. Burgess had recovered her poise to some extent. They were both very anxious to know all about my daring capture of the Stark girl.
I'm glad she's dead. I couldn't stand a trial. I'm glad she committed suicide.
Yes, I guess it seemed like the only way out. She wasn't very smart about murder, leaving clues all over the place the way she did. Even the cops would have had her in 24 hours. How well did you know the Stark girl, Roman?
Rather well. I'd see her around the office a great deal. Harvey was, well, not very discreet about the fact that he was fond of her.
Please, Clarence. Harvey's dead. We should forget those things. He was a good husband. I don't know what life is going to be like without him.
I just have an idea that it's going to be pretty simple, Mrs. Burgess, and possibly rather short.
What do you mean?
I mean that the police suspected you and Mr. Roman murdered your husband and Miss Stark.
That's a serious accusation, Rogue.
Your husband was suing you for divorce, wasn't he, Mrs. Burgess? He knew you were going to be there with Mr. Roman, his best friend, tonight. So he came and surprised you with Helen Stark for a witness, didn't he? And you, Mr. Roman, you killed him, and then you had to kill Helen Stark to shut her up.
This is preposterous.
Sit down, Roman.
You were right, Rogie. We found Roman's fingerprints on the steering wheel of Helen Stark's car. One of the boys just got back with a report that Roman's shoe is a perfect fit in that shoe print outside Stark's garage.
I had nothing to do with it. Clarence killed Harvey, and then he chloroformed that Stark girl, and then...
You're in this as far as I am. Shut up!
I've got more news for you, Roman. Helen Stark isn't dead. The car ran out of gas just in time. She'll be there to appear against you when you're tried for murder. Hello, Liza, honey.
I don't want to talk to you, Richard Rogue. I'm busy.
Oh, now, honey.
The lady says she's busy.
Yeah? Who are you?
His name is George. Good night, chump.
Little drops of rain. The stuff we're getting so much of out here in California right now saved Helen Stark's life. Because if I hadn't noticed those tire tracks, she would have stayed in the garage until it was too late for the Pull Motor Squad to save her. Yes, sir. Little drops of rain put the curse on what was almost a perfect double murder. With the help of my massive intellect. There's only one thing I can't understand. How come a guy as smart as I am gets hit on the head so often? Answer me that, will you? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. How did you like our little story tonight? Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Oh, don't forget to tune in next Thursday night. We're going to present a strange story of a house where everybody was scared. We call it the House of Fear. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Folks, when we see a wounded veteran, we can thank him with our eyes and with a smile. We can also thank him in more material ways, like helping make sure he gets all the benefits of the GI Bill of Rights. That takes money. The money we lend when we buy victory bonds. Buy victory bonds.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
My name's Steele, Mr. Dollar. Claims Division, Eastern Trust Insurance Company.
Steele?
You don't know me, Mr. Dollar. People at Universal Adjustment suggested I contact you. Thought you might be interested in helping me pay off a claim.
Okay, tell me about it, Mr. Steele.
One of our policyholders passed away last month, and we can't seem to locate his beneficiary. She just doesn't seem to be around.
Maybe she doesn't want the money.
Everybody wants money, Mr. Dollar, especially insurance money.
Be there in an hour.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Trust Insurance Company Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. Expense account item 1, 25 cents bus fare. My apartment to the Eastern Trust Insurance Building in the office of Robert Steele. He was a big sandy-haired man in a tweed suit. We shook hands, looked each other over, and then got down to business.
Now, Mr. Dollar, the deceased policyholder was named John Smith. John Adams Smith, age 67. Died in City Hospital, Charity Ward, 22nd of last month. Death certificate.
Mm-hmm. Pneumonia.
And other things.
What other things?
The intern who signed that certificate said Smith was pretty run down. Evidences of malnutrition, possible TB history.
Not noted here, Mr. Steele.
Doesn't make any difference. Smith was able to stand the exam for the policies when they were issued in 1943.
Uh-huh. You got him there?
Yes. 1,500 total. Beneficiary, Lorraine Broderick.
She the one you can't locate?
She's the one.
Any other possible heirs, family or anyone?
No, Smith was all alone. No problems there.
Any other material that might help to find Lorraine Broderick?
Well, this stuff here, it might help you. I don't know. I just don't know.
You sound discouraged, Mr. Steele.
$1,500 isn't a lot of money, and the chances are Lorraine Broderick won't even remember John Adams Smith when you do find her. But I hope you do. I'm explaining this badly. Look here. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And here. And here. It's the same all through the book. Smith was absolutely religious about his payments. Never missed a one. Never let it slide one day. Now, I bet I've got the record of 20,000 policy buyers. But none of them reads like that.
I'm impressed, Mr. Steele. Can you tell me why Smith died in a charity ward if he was this conscientious?
He didn't have any money or friends or home. He made his living selling papers.
Oh.
We wouldn't have known about his death except for the fact that the coroner's office called us.
What can you tell me about his beneficiary?
Lorraine Broderick was just someone who stopped and talked to him one day while he was selling papers. She was 11 years old at the time.
What?
Yes. The agent who sold the policies used to buy his papers from the old boy. One day, Smith stopped him and said he wanted to do something nice for a nice little girl named Lorraine Broderick. So he began taking out the policies.
The agent have any more background on that part of it?
No. Lorraine Broderick met Smith that one afternoon and helped him sell his newspapers. Smith never saw her again after that.
1943. She must be 23 or so now.
Well, I hope she grew up to be the kind of person he thought she was then.
Oh, hardly any of us fill out the promise we have at 11 years, Mr. Steele.
Then that isn't what I mean. I mean, if he met her that one day when she was a little girl and he made this gesture toward her, and it was tough for him to make those payments all those years. I hope she deserves it. The money doesn't mean anything, but that kind of endorsement from somebody, even an old bird who sells papers on a corner, is worth more than all the money in the world. Does that sound foolish, Mr. Dollar?
Not a bit, Mr. Steele. Not a bit. Expense account item 2, $2. Cab fare to Lorraine Broderick's last known address. 1485 Cushing Street, a broken-down apartment house that had probably never seen better days or better neighbors. The owner and manager of the building recalled that Paul and Mary Broderick, parents of Lorraine, had been killed in an automobile accident in 1948. The manager did not know what had become of Lorraine. She had moved out of the apartment 2 days after the funeral. No forwarding address. Expense account item 3, 4 bits, more cab fare. This time 7 blocks away to Pulaski Street, and a dingy cluster of red brick buildings that were yielding slowly to time and wear. I arrived at 3 on the dot. I don't think high schools ever change much. At least this one was no different than the one I'd been in way back when. The persistent smell of pencil sharpeners, ink, discarded lunch wrappers.
Yes?
Sister Mary Regina?
Yes, may I help you?
Good afternoon, sister. My name's Johnny Dollar. I wonder if I could talk to you a moment.
Dollar.
Yes.
Are you sure you shouldn't be speaking to Sister Amadea in the grade school? I don't believe we have any students named Dollar.
Oh, no,
this...
sister. I don't have any children in school here. I've been hired by Eastern Trust Insurance Company to locate a beneficiary on one of their insurance policies. I thought perhaps you might help me.
Well, I'll try, Mr. Dollar.
I took a chance and came here because it was the nearest high school to the girl's address. Her name is Lorraine Broderick.
Lorraine Broderick?
Yes. The last trace I have of her was in 1948. She was about 17 then, possibly still in school, possibly this school.
Lorraine Broderick.
Mm-hmm. Sound familiar, sister?
In a way, yes. Oh, there are so many, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I just met about 3,000 of them out in the hall.
Yes, I know. 1948. Benson, Brady, Broderick, Lorraine Mary Broderick.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, your guess was very good. She was here in St. Charles from 1945 to 48, yes.
I wonder if there's an address listed there, home address.
1120 Seaton Place. Oh, my, that's quite far from here. Parents, deceased, guardian. Oh.
Anything wrong, sister?
Why, I remember Lorraine now, Mr. Dollar. Her parents were killed in an automobile accident in her senior year. Yes, and she went to live with her uncle, James Broderick, at this Seaton address. Oh, yes, I remember that lovely girl. She was in Sister Hildegard's class.
That ties up with what I know about her so far, sister.
Oh, I remember her so clearly. I can even see her face. Perhaps that was it, her face. Like an angel's, gentle and fresh and wonderful.
The man who left her the insurance money must have thought the same as you do, sister. He saw her one day when she was 11.
Oh, I have an annual from that year, Mr. Dollar. Would you like to see Lorraine?
Yes.
Right here. Yes, here we are. That's Lorraine Broderick. Beautiful, isn't she?
Sister Mary Regina pointed to a group picture on one of the pages. It was labeled Girls Fidelity. Lorraine Broderick was in the first row, one of 30 or 40 self-conscious little girls wearing identical self-conscious expressions. Her hair appeared to be deep brown or black, her features soft and slightly cherubic. Undeniably, Lorraine Broderick had been a beautiful young girl. In all probability, she was a beautiful young woman, wherever she was. By 5 o'clock, I'd been to her uncle's address on Seaton Place. There I learned that Uncle James Broderick had died of a heart attack in 1950. The people at the address reported that Lorraine had lived with him up until the time of his death. She had worked in a dentist's office, they told me. As far as they knew, she still worked there. I mean a phone call.
Yes, sir?
Johnny Dollar, Mr. Steele.
Oh, how are you going on Lorraine Broderick?
Well, I might need some help. Have you got a man?
Sure.
I've got her traced up to 1950, Steele. She worked for a dentist here in town.
Uh-huh.
Probably got her job in his office right out of high school. That meant she pretty well had to get it through a professional agency.
That sounds reasonable. I got a man to check the agencies in town that specialize in that.
Let me know. The next day, I was back in St. Charles High School making up a list of names and addresses belonging to students who had been in Lorraine Broderick's graduation class. Out of the 10 names I chose at random, I was able to locate only 2. Both girls, both married. Both remembered Lorraine Broderick. Neither of them had seen her since graduation. Neither of them was able to furnish any helpful information. Expense account item 5, 10 cents, 1 phone call. Steele again.
You want to take this down, Dollar?
Yeah, okay.
David Pollard. That's Dr. David Pollard. 2950 Tremel Lane. Lorraine Broderick went to work for him as a receptionist in 1949. Got it?
Got it. What's his office address?
Suite 210, Majestic Building.
I got there about 5:45. There was no receptionist on duty. As a matter of fact, no reception desk. A stern-looking nurse in a rumpled white uniform knew nothing of a Lorraine Broderick who might have worked for Doctor. Doctor was working with a patient. If I cared to wait for Doctor...
Yes, what is it?
My name's Dollar. I'm with the Eastern Trust Insurance Company.
I don't need any today, Mr. Dollar.
I'm not looking for a sale, Doctor.
What?
That's right. I'm trying to find a friend of yours.
Who are you talking about?
Lorraine Broderick.
Oh. How is Lorraine these days?
I don't know, Doctor. I'd like to meet her and find out.
Well, you're looking in the wrong place. I can't help you. She hasn't been around here for a couple of years. Goodbye.
Oh, wait.
Well, what now?
Well, you've got an awful big chip on your shoulder, Doctor. You won't even let me explain my business.
I'm not interested in your business. I can tell you mine's been going on since 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm pretty tired.
You finished now?
Well, yes.
Can I take you downstairs and buy you a drink?
Sorry. What is it you want to know?
Where I can get in touch with her.
I don't know. She quit without notice a couple of years ago. Just didn't come back. Too bad, too.
Do you have any idea where she might have gone?
Just what is this for?
To pay her some money we owe her. We can't locate her anywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry, but neither can I.
Are you still trying?
Not anymore. All I know is she just left one day about 2 years ago. She had a little apartment over on the west side. The manager told me she'd pulled out bag and baggage, and I haven't heard from her since.
Were you on good terms with her, Doctor? Doctor?
I'll take the drink. Don't misunderstand me, Dollar. She was a real sweet girl. But there was something about her. I don't know. I hope you find her. Or maybe I don't.
What are you talking about?
She had plans of her own, plans she never told me about. Look, I was in practice 3 years when she came to work for me, fresh out of high school. With all of it, she still made me feel like a little boy in knee pants. That smile of hers you could take two ways. And the look that went with it. I'm sure she's met a lot of men since she walked out on me, and I'll bet all of them have found out the same thing.
What's that?
That they've been taken.
You mean money?
Oh, it wasn't the watch or the necklace or the loans every now and then. It was being taken worse. You know, being used and knowing you're being used.
I don't quite get it.
And I'll make it clear. That sweet, fresh, beautiful little girl was out to do everything and everybody for all she could get. She's rotten, you know, just plain rotten.
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the expense goes way up. Yeah, it costs money to prove how wrong one man can be. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Carl Walden. There's a message here for me to call you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Walden. I'm with Eastern Trust Insurance Company. We're trying to locate an insurance beneficiary named Lorraine Broderick. Understand she lived in your apartment building up until 1953.
Well, who told you that?
A doctor she worked for here, Dr. Pollard.
I don't know where she is, Mr. Dollar. I haven't seen her for 2 years.
We're trying to pay off a claim, Mr. Walden. Didn't she leave a forwarding address or give you any idea of where she...
No, not a thing. You've got a job in your hands, pal.
Huh?
I don't think that baby wants to be found.
Got a couple of minutes?
Yes.
I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Trust Insurance Company Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Broderick matter. Lorraine Broderick, that is, missing. Expense account continued. Item 6, $14 even, photographs. The photographer who had taken the pictures of the 1948 graduating class at St. Charles High School still carried the proofs in his files. Among them, 4 poses of Lorraine Broderick. I'd stopped by to get them on my way out to see Carl Walden, apartment house manager. He hadn't changed his mind about anything since our phone conversation.
No, sir, she doesn't seem to want anybody to know where she is. She'd have left a forwarding address or something like that. Instead, she pulled out in the middle of the night bagging baggage, and that's the last we ever saw of her.
Just when was this, Mr. Walden?
About the middle of December or so, 1953. Yes, it was a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want one of these?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
Can you think of any place she might have gone, Mr. Walden?
New York City.
Oh, why New York?
Well, it's the closest place to go, isn't it, for somebody like her?
I'm not so sure I know what she was like. I've had several different versions, Mr. Walden.
Say, you talked to that doctor she worked for?
Yeah.
Boy, I'll bet his version was a pip.
How do you mean?
Well, she walked out on him. That poor guy was around here several times asking if we'd heard from her, if she'd written us a change of address. He didn't say it, but I think he had it real bad for her.
Oh?
Oh, yeah. And I didn't tell him about the other guy either.
Well, suppose you tell me about the other guy, Mr. Walden.
Well, why not?
Well?
Well, about a week before she left, I saw her in the hall a couple of times with this other guy. Big, gray-haired man, wore Homburgs and things like that.
An older man, is that what you mean?
Oh, no, not old. 45-ish, maybe. You know, expensive-looking character. Drove a caddy the size of a freight train, New York plates. He'd buy and sell this place with his pocket money.
Happen to know his name?
No. He never came around again after she moved out. But they were sure chummy while he was here. At least a couple of times I saw them together. Can't blame him. She was okay.
Did she owe you any rent when she left?
Nope.
Did she give you notice she was vacating?
Nope, just left.
A note or anything?
A $50 bill on the desk in an envelope addressed to me. That's all. That's it.
Well, was she friendly with anybody else in the building?
Well, not that I know of. People here keep pretty much themselves. You know, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
That old boy with the Homburg. I wonder why he never came around looking for her.
Good question. Expense account item 7, $22, advertisements. I placed ads in the personal columns of every New York paper. Anyone knowing the present whereabouts of Lorraine Broderick, please contact. I spent the rest of the day interviewing the Cadillac dealers in town on the off chance that one of them might have serviced the Cadillac with a New York plate sometime in December of 1953. No one remembered the man Walden had described. I even tried the service records. Impossible to check. The case was stalemated that way for 5 days. Last Tuesday, things picked up. Johnny Dollar.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Johnny Dollar?
Yeah.
Can you hear me very well? Johnny, I'm calling from New York.
Hey, who is this?
Why, it's Lorraine.
Lorraine.
Yes, I saw your advertisement in the papers, Johnny. I wondered what you wanted.
Johnny.
Why, yes, that's what I always called you, isn't it?
You never met me before in your life. Hey, what is this?
Why, just a moment. Go ahead, Mr. Dameron.
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah.
Just what is your business with Lorraine Broderick?
I want to find her to pay off an insurance claim. Now, who are you?
I see. I'm sorry. I asked my secretary to say she was Lorraine. I've been listening on the extension.
I'd like a little more explanation than that, Mr.
Dameron, William Dameron, 424 East 47th Street. I know how all this must sound to you, Mr. Dollar, but I'm not trying to confuse you.
Well, I am confused. Do you know Lorraine Broderick?
Yes.
Then let's take it from there, Mr. Dameron. Expense account item 8, $15. Transportation and incidentals, Hartford to New York, for the purpose of seeing Mr. William Dameron, whoever he might be, and trying to gather further information concerning Lorraine Broderick, wherever she might be. 424 East 47th was a 30-story job that housed, among other things, the Union Brokerage Company. This happened to be located on a ground-level suite. It also happened that Mr. William Dameron was president of same. He looked about the way I expected.
Of course I knew Lorraine Broderick, Mr. Dollar. I apologize again for that awkward subterfuge on the telephone. You say you represent an insurance company?
That's right.
May I see your credentials?
Well, sure. Here you are.
Investigator. Thank you.
We're trying to pay off on a policy, Mr. Dameron. A man named John Smith left Lorraine Broderick a small estate of $1,500.
I see.
Can you tell me where she is right now?
I'm afraid I can't. Oh, sit down, Mr. Dollar. Sit down, please.
Oh, thanks. I take it you knew her in Hartford.
That's right, I did. She came here to New York with me.
Oh?
Let me assure you there was nothing improper about it. I met Lorraine when she was working for a dentist there, a doctor... oh, whatever it was. I happened to have had a little dental trouble on a trip there. I found the dentist and I met her. When I suggested she drive to New York with me, I did it with the understanding that we were to be married here.
Uh-huh. You couldn't have known her very long, Mr. Dameron.
A week. No one could have been more surprised than myself at my own conduct. And still more surprised when once we arrived here, Lorraine disappeared.
Yeah, that seems to be a habit of hers. Tell me about it, Mr. Dameron. Look, you're talking to me, not the insurance company.
Very well. It was Christmas Eve of 1952. Lorraine was staying with my sister Pauline up in Westchester County. I picked her up about 6 o'clock that evening to go to a party out on Long Island. Between here and Long Island, we stopped for gasoline. I left the car for a moment, and when I came back, Lorraine was gone. And, well, that's it.
Did you see her or hear from her after that?
No, I didn't.
Did she leave a note in the car, a message of some kind?
No.
I don't quite get this, Mr. Dameron. You were going to be married after you knew her only a week. You brought her here to New York, and a few days later she just stepped out of your car in a filling station and disappeared.
It's quite reasonable from her point of view, I suppose.
But not from mine. It doesn't make sense. Did you have a fight, an argument or something?
Oh, no.
Well, what was it?
Nothing. I don't think I would ever have argued with Lorraine. Lovely, gentle, sweet.
Yeah, I know. What about her things?
What things?
Well, her clothes out at your sister's. Didn't she send for them, or what?
No, she only had 2 small bags. They're still there as far as I know.
Well, what did you do? Did you call the police?
No, why?
Well, I would if a girl I was going to marry disappeared like that.
No, I'm afraid a call to the police would have been, well, rather awkward, a man in my position.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any idea why she walked away?
Yes. Perhaps it's of no practical value to you, though.
Any information I can get will be helpful, Mr.
Well, all right, then. I think Lorraine was frightened.
Of what?
Of life, Mr. Dollar. Not people or circumstances, but life. Yes.
You say that with a lot of conviction.
Yes. Lorraine had always been, well, a poor girl. She lived with a rather decrepit uncle for a time after her parents were killed in an accident, an automobile accident, she said. And I think that I offered her the happiness and security she had always longed for. But I also think she was not mature enough or adjusted well enough to accept it. This is of no value, is it?
Well, it might be. Can you tell me if she ever spoke of any ambitions? Maybe she wanted to go on the stage or become a nurse, something.
Lorraine simply wanted to be my wife and live here. I can see you find that difficult to believe when I'm almost old enough to have been her father. But that is not the reason Lorraine walked away from the car that night. Believe me, Mr. Dollar, unless I'm terribly mistaken, she was very much in love with me and wanted to marry me.
Have you tried to find her, Mr. Dameron?
No, I have not. I waited around the filling station that night hoping she'd return, but I didn't report the matter to the police, as I said before. I intended to hire private detectives to locate her, but then I gave that up, too.
I'm afraid I don't understand this. If you loved her...
Would this make it more understandable? Lorraine was a rational, normal human being when I left her in that car. No one forced her away from it, or me. The man at the filling station said she merely stepped out and disappeared down the street. She left of her own free will, for her own reasons.
I think I see your point.
Thank you. I've hoped that one day she would appear at my door, contact me, come to me. But she hasn't. The most matchless woman I've ever known. Is there any way I can help you more concretely?
If you could tell me the exact location of that filling station.
Yes, I believe I can do that, but why?
Last place she was seen alive.
Oh, that word alive.
Just a word, Mr. Dameron.
Have you spoken to many people who knew her?
A few. The dentist she worked for, an apartment house manager, principal in her high school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they all told me the truth.
The what?
The truth. You know, how it actually was. What really happened.
Oh,
Mr. Dameron, she would have run out on you in Westchester, taken a cab from your sister's place with her luggage, or she could have come to you and called off the marriage.
Mr. Dollar,
now, looking at you and talking to you, anyone would be impressed by the fact that you're a reasonable and understanding man. I am. She could have left you a dozen easier ways, Mr. Dameron, but it doesn't stand to reason that she'd step out of a car on Christmas Eve on the way to a party and disappear. With no luggage, with the clothes on her back, and no more. Women don't do things like that. They want an overnight bag, a change of clothes, somewhere to go to. It doesn't make sense.
But that's exactly what she did.
They don't do it that way unless there's a mighty good reason. A real gilt-edged reason, Mr. Dameron. Something that says what's ahead is better than what's being left. How much did she swipe?
What?
What did she take? How much?
Close to $6,500.
$6,500. Lovely, sweet, gentle.
She took it from the wallet in my overcoat while I was talking to the filling station attendant. I would have given it to her gladly. All of this, everything. But she had to steal it from me. She had to steal it from me like some common little thief. There's truly no fool like an old fool. Is there, Mr. Dollar?
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick Matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, when the trail really gets hot and goes right down on a police blotter. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Bob Steele, Eastern Trust. How's New York?
Fine, but I haven't found Lorraine Broderick yet.
How about your lead? What was his name?
Dameron? He hasn't seen her since Christmas Eve, a couple of years ago. She walked out on him with $6,500.
What now?
You, want to keep on with it, Mr. Steele?
Sure, we have to pay her off, even if it is only $1,500. But you sound like this was all the farther you want to go.
It might be at that.
Oh, what did you say?
Look, a sweet old man left a nice little girl $1,500. Apparently, I'm looking for a grown woman who isn't very nice anymore.
Beside the point, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, Steele, I'm still on the case.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, New York City, New York. To the Eastern Trust Insurance Company, Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. Subject, Lorraine Broderick. Object, to locate her and pay off claim. Results, disillusioning. More expenses. Item 9, $3 cab fare. From the plush offices of William Dameron to a filling station out on Long Island. To check his story of Lorraine's disappearance. A major oil company owned and operated the filling station where Lorraine Broderick had last been seen. Their payroll records named 3 attendants on duty, Christmas Eve, that is, in 1953. Item 10, $28, more cab fare, and don't squawk about it. I located and interviewed all 3. Enclosed fine statement of Edward Quinlan.
Sure, I remember that chick. Better looking than this picture, I'll tell you that. She drove in with this old guy, Dameron, you said, yeah. Well, he hadn't been away from the car 20 seconds before she was out walking down the street as fast as she could, long dress and all. When he come back and asked what had happened to her, I told him. So he went and sat in his car for maybe a couple hours waiting for her to come back. I knew she was gone for good. He knew it too, must have. But he waited. I felt sorry for him. Poor old geezer, even if he did drive a cad. She shouldn't have run out on him like that, Christmas Eve and all.
Pauline Dameron Whitfield, sister of William Dameron, living up in Westchester County, verified her brother's story. Lorraine Broderick had left all of her clothes and bags at her house. Mrs. Whitfield had not heard from her or seen her since Christmas Eve, 1953. A check of the luggage revealed no information that would be helpful in locating Lorraine Broderick. The following morning at the New York Police Department downtown, I requested a missing persons investigation on Lorraine Broderick.
She was booked in under an alias, Jane Brown. When I got to court, she gave her right name, Lorraine Broderick.
What was the charge, Sergeant?
Misdemeanor, drunk, disturbing a peace. $25 in night court, April 25th, 1953.
That the only time she made the blotter?
Yep.
What's the address, Sergeant?
1346 Yardley.
1346
That's 2
Yardley.
years.
Thanks. At the address on Yardley, I learned that Lorraine Broderick had moved 18 months before. Again, there was no forwarding address, but the landlady turned out to be quite talkative.
I'm glad she moved away from here, Mr. Dollar. I'd like to help you find her, but I'm awful glad she moved away.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Gaines?
Noisy. Parties all the time. I run a quiet place, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
When she first come here to rent the apartment, I thought she was the quiet type. Nice. She looked like she was just out of finishing school or something like that. Oh, she couldn't have been more than 20 years old. Well, maybe a little more, 22. She told me she was a secretary and she worked in Manhattan. Well, I let her have the apartment, of course. She paid her rent in advance, in cash. But once she was in, it was a different story.
Yeah. Did she tell you where she worked in Manhattan?
No, she never quite got around to mentioning that. Anyway, she couldn't have worked very hard. All the dates she had, night after night, honestly.
Do you happen to know any of them, Mrs. Gaines?
I do not. Big, noisy parties.
Well, did she go with any particular man?
A smart little girl like that sticking to just one man?
I don't know whether she was very smart at all. Was she friendly with anybody in the building?
Nope.
Any idea where she might have gone from here?
Nope. All I can say is I'm glad she don't live here no more.
I went back to police headquarters. It had occurred to me that hardly anyone is ever arrested for being drunk and disturbing the peace alone. I was right. The night court files revealed that Lorraine Broderick had been arrested with 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. I took down their names and began to check them out. Number 3 down the line was a man named Tyler in the hosiery business. Yes, he remembered Lorraine Broderick very well. No, he hadn't seen her for 6 months, but he could tell me where she lived. He'd seen her going in and out of an apartment on 61st Street several times. He gave me the address.
The boy will take your bags. Will he? Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'm looking for a Miss Lorraine Broderick.
Broderick?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. We have no one by that name registered here.
That's funny.
I thought at first you were going to say Lorraine Bradley. We had a Mrs. Bradley here at one time.
Oh. Did Mrs. Bradley look anything like this picture?
Yes, that's Mrs. Bradley.
Bradley, huh? How long ago did she move out?
4 months ago, anyhow.
Do you have her forwarding address?
No, sir, I don't. I wish I did.
Huh?
Mrs. Bradley wrote us a bad check for her rent. We've been trying to locate her.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes, sir. I understand she's been quite active along those lines. They're looking for her, too.
For the third time in one day, I was back at police headquarters, this time inquiring about a Lorraine Bradley. There were 5 wants on her for passing bad checks.
Gave it up about 4 months ago here in New York, looks like. Then we got a buzzer from Chicago. She was there for a couple of weeks. Wrote about $600 in wallpaper. San Francisco people are looking for her, too. Here's something came in yesterday. Last job in Santa Barbara 3 days ago.
Expense account item 11, $4.05. One long-distance phone call to Mr. Steele at Eastern Trust in Hartford.
Using the name Bradley, huh?
Yeah, it's probably just a phony. No record of a marriage in New York City to anyone that name. I looked.
What's wrong with her, anyhow?
I don't know.
Well, you better get out to the coast and find out.
Item 12, $38, hotel, board, and miscellaneous while in New York City. Item 13, $258.60, New York to Santa Barbara. A little town by the Pacific that impressed me as not caring one thing about the rest of the world. Sun, sea, a pleasantly crowded harbor, some sprawling hotels, 2 lush green golf courses, and acres of smug, expensive homes. At the police station, a Sergeant Martin was out, so I went over to the harbor inn to meet the latest victim of Lorraine Broderick's talents, a hotel operator named Harrington. Tall, gray-haired, slack sport shirt, suntan, and sandals.
I suppose I'm avoiding this business and your questions because I still feel quite chagrined about this whole thing.
Pretty understandable, Mr. Harrington.
On the face of it, you'd think I'd been in the hotel business 30 seconds instead of 30 years, the way she took me.
Well, if it's any comfort, she's done the same thing in several cities and as many hotels.
No comfort, thank you.
She was that good, huh?
Brother, she was the best. She pranced in here as big as life, probably didn't have a nickel in the purse. What's more, for the whole 4 days she was here, she didn't break stride once. Only the best of everything.
Uh-huh. Let's see, she gave you a check for $813, is that right?
Painfully right. And I took it. No questions. Every night in the dining room, she'd order champagne, special dishes. I'd give you some idea of how she carried on.
Yeah, I get the idea.
I've seen my share of grifters and bad check artists, but she tops them all. Perfume, clothes, luggage, conversation.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm humiliated already. Go ahead.
She checked in here alone, registered as Mrs. Lorraine Bradley, Beverly Hills, right?
That's right.
Well, now, didn't it strike you as odd that a woman would check in a place like this, a resort hotel, alone, stay 4 days, and meet no one, see no one?
You're wrong. She didn't keep to herself. Became friends with at least half a dozen guests in the place. And the way she was throwing my money around, why not? She picked up all the tabs. She threw me off right from the start.
Let's talk about that. Start at the top, please.
Well, she showed up last Wednesday night in a cab loaded down with luggage. Probably wrote a bad check for that someplace.
Probably.
She came swinging into the lobby with the cabbie following her. Told the night clerk she wanted to see me. When I came down the stairs, she yelled, "Harry," ran up, kissed me, asked me how my wife was. You beat that.
No.
One of those tricks that your mind plays on you, I suppose. I actually thought I did remember her from somewhere.
Pretty good. What was her story?
She said she was on her way back from Lake Tahoe, wanted to rest up. Something about just getting a divorce, being awarded $3,000 a month alimony. That impressed me.
It would impress anyone, Mr. Harrington. Did she make up any kind of a story about where she'd met you before?
No story. But I got the impression, and of course she saw to it, that she had stopped here before. I wasn't altogether a boob. I did check her home address in Beverly Hills. There was a Robert Bradley listed there, same address she gave. Later on, I found out that he's in Europe with his wife and children.
But his name was in the book.
Oh, yes.
Say, getting back to that part about her being familiar.
That's just a good trick on her part, Dollar. I did think I'd known her from somewhere, and, well, she also arranged it so that I was too embarrassed to ask her specifically. In all honesty, I suppose I wanted to have known her.
Can you explain that?
She was about the most beautiful thing I ever saw. She walked through that door right now and told me none of this was true. I'd probably believe her.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a copy of her hotel account? I'd like to look it over.
Why?
Well, the phone calls mostly. Maybe she contacted someone we can trace.
No phone calls. Here. This check was drawn on a bank in Beverly Hills.
Was it personalized?
No. Maybe I should have thought something of that.
No, not particularly.
Well, here's this much. I can't stand to look it over. It makes me kind of sick. $813.
I spent another hour with Mr. Harrington as he distastefully covered the items on the bill she'd paid for with that bad check. Later that afternoon, I met with Sergeant Martin, Santa Barbara Police, who reported that a woman answering Lorraine's description had passed bad checks in Burlingame, Santa Maria, and Ojai, California. Expense account item 14, $102.85. Transportation to Monterey and Santa Cruz, where I interviewed 2 other hotel managers who would file complaints. Their stories were pretty much the same as Harrington's, down to the pretended familiarity, the divorce, and alimony details. Item 15, $4.15. Long-distance phone call, Steele again in Hartford.
That you, Johnny?
Yeah, Mr. Steele. I've been hopping around all over the state.
Policeman in Santa Barbara called here trying to find you, Sergeant Martin. He says he's got a line on her.
Huh?
He's done it again. Hop down to Malibu Beach. The man who runs the Seaside Inn there found out her check was bad 15 minutes after she left. Now get started. You shouldn't be more than an hour behind her.
Mr. Steele, I'm on my way.
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a long look at what 7 years can do to a woman's life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, my name's King, Malibu Sheriff Station. Did you leave a message here?
Oh, yes, sir. I understand you're looking for Lorraine Broderick.
Broderick or Bradley, whatever name she's using. We want her.
I'm looking for her, too.
Well, what's your connection?
I'm an insurance investigator. We've been trying to find her all the way from Hartford. We have to pay off a claim that's due her.
Claim?
Yeah, that's right. An old man left her $1,500.
She doesn't deserve it, not that one.
I can't tell him that. He's dead.
I'm expecting a little action on it pretty quick.
Like to be in on it.
Come on
over. Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Malibu Beach, California. To the Eastern Trust Insurance Company, Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. More expenses, item 15, $38 even. More transportation. My trip here to Malibu Beach, where I didn't even bother listening to another disgruntled hotel proprietor repeat a bad check story I knew only too well. I went directly to the sheriff's station and Deputy King.
Well, that's about the picture, Mr. Dollar. Lorraine Bradley was at the inn 4 days and checked out this morning. Used the name Bradley. Lorraine Bradley. She can't be too far ahead of you now.
I hope not. This has been a long, rough chase.
While she was at the inn, she took up with one of our local residents, a man named Joe Tappan, who lives over in the beach colony. We know this much. He drove her into town this morning when she checked out of the inn.
Have you talked to this man Tappan yet?
He hasn't come back yet.
When did she leave the inn?
Oh, about 10 this morning.
Uh-huh. After 2 now.
It gives him just about time. He has a house over in the colony. We've got a man there.
Colony?
Down the road a piece. They call it that because a lot of movie stars built beach homes there 25 or 30 years ago. Movie colony, right in the beach.
Oh, this Tappan, is he an actor?
Yeah, when he gets work, which isn't very often. Mainly, he keeps suntan. Excuse me.
Sure.
Yeah, this King. Oh. Good, right away. Tappan just drove up to his house. Let's go.
I went with Deputy King to talk with Joe Tappan. He turned out to be a healthy, muscular man in his mid-30s. By the time we got there, he was in trunks and sunglasses, sitting on a porch at the front of his house. He was a little stunned by the news we brought him.
What? Lorraine Phony? Are you sure about this, Sheriff?
That's the man at the Seaside Inn.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it.
Is this Lorraine? Go ahead, look at it.
Well, that looks like Lorraine. Yes, but I can't be sure. She's older. Well, I mean, the girl in this picture's pretty young.
It's her, all right.
Mr. Dollar's been looking all over the country for her. Hartford, New York City, up and down this coast.
Well, come on. Let's go up to the house. I thought I knew her pretty well.
How long did you know her, Mr. Tappan?
Well, not long, but I knew her. I really did.
When did you meet her?
The first night she checked into the Seaside Inn.
4 days, then?
Yeah. Want something to drink?
No.
No, thanks.
Well, I think I'll have... No. I don't want to talk about her.
We have to talk about her, Mr. Tappan.
But I'm sure there's some explanation about the check.
She'd have to explain quite a few checks. Right, Dollar?
Yeah, that's about it. Mr. Tappan, I understand you drove her into Los Angeles this morning.
That's right. I took her to the Beverly Glen Hotel.
Did she check in there?
No, she just dumped her luggage. She told me she didn't know whether or not she'd have to go to Chicago tonight. Something about a house she owned there that had to be rented or sold.
Uh-huh. Did you leave her there at the Beverly Glen?
No. She made a phone call and said that she had to meet her lawyer.
Did she say where?
A bar in Hollywood. The Topper, I think it was, on Cahuenga Boulevard. I drove her over there and left her.
When was this?
A couple of hours ago, I guess. About noon.
How was she dressed?
Black, strapless, wore a fur stole.
Did she mention any names, tell you anything about herself?
Oh, yes. She told me that 6 months ago a little boy was killed in an automobile accident. He was only 2 years old. She said that was the thing that broke up her marriage to this Bradley.
Uh-huh.
And she told me that she needed to believe in something again. Someone. And that she needed someone to believe in her.
Well, there wasn't any little boy or any husband, Mr. Tappan. There have been a couple of men I've talked to, a dentist in Hartford, a businessman in New York, who felt the same way as you do about her.
Well, even with what you told me, I believe what she said. Why, she cried a little when she was telling me. Oh, I don't care how you look at me. I don't think that anyone could invent a story that tragic without some sort of basis.
A good liar can see a story in a newspaper like that one and adapt it for his own needs.
But I am an actor, sir, and I can tell when other people are acting. She wasn't. She...
Well, go on, Mr. Tappan.
Look, I've got a suggestion for you. What's your name? Dollar. I've got a suggestion for you. Try believing what people tell you sometime. It'll do something with that habit you have of bearing down with your eyes.
Okay, the next time I have 2 weeks off.
What?
See you, Mr. Tappan. I drove into Hollywood with Deputy King. At the Beverly Glen Hotel, a worried clerk was still wondering what to do with the 14 pieces of luggage Lorraine Broderick had deposited there earlier. No, she was not registered at the hotel. No, she hadn't phoned in and given him any instructions. Deputy King made arrangements for a man to cover the lobby in case she showed up to claim her things, and we went into the topper.
What'll it be, gentlemen? Police. I'd like to talk to the man who was on duty here at noon today.
Oh, that's me, sir. Is there anything wrong?
Now, this is Mr. Dollar. We're trying to locate a woman who's been using the name Lorraine Bradley. We were told she was in here around noon today.
No, I don't recognize that name, sir.
About 5'5", dark brown hair, brown eyes, 24 years old, wore a black strapless summer dress and stole.
Yeah, it's 24. No. Nobody like that in all day. No, so noon is a pretty slow time, sir. I'd have noticed if anybody like that came in, I think.
Have you been on duty all that time?
I came on at 10. That's when we opened. Are you sure this is the right place, the topper?
Now, this is the place.
Well, I wish I could help you, sir, but I'm sorry. Excuse me, will you?
Well, we struck out.
One thing.
What's that?
That luggage is the Beverly Glen.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it.
Lorraine Broderick did not return to the Beverly Glen Hotel that day to claim her luggage. The lobby was watched around the clock. Her description was on the Daily Bulletin. Every policeman in Los Angeles was on the lookout for her. I spent my time thinking about the little girl who had helped an old man sell newspapers one afternoon years ago. A little girl with a face like an angel. I didn't feel good about this case. But Joe Tappan felt worse when I went to see him again.
Well.
Hi. Mind if I come in?
What now, Mr. Dollar?
Your girlfriend.
What about her?
I've been thinking about what you told us.
So?
So maybe you didn't understand what I told you.
Now, look
I'm
here.
not pushing my weight around, Tappan. But it seems to me you're a little stubborn in what you want to believe about her. How old did she tell you her baby was that she lost in a car accident?
2 years old.
All right. 2 years ago, she was working for a dentist in Hartford, Connecticut. He was pretty much in love with her. She left him flat to take up with a man in the brokerage business in New York. She left him flat. Took $6,500 when she did it. There wasn't any baby in her life then. Her name was Lorraine Broderick. It still is. Now, would you like to see my file on her? I brought it along.
No, thanks.
I thought I'd better prove that part was a lie.
So you proved it.
Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
Do you have anything else to tell me?
I suppose I do, Mr. Tappan, since you don't seem to want to tell me anything.
Now, just
sit down, please. I've heard every man who knew her describe her, and I think I can understand why they feel the way they do. All I've got is a picture from a high school annual taken when she was 17. That was pretty good. She's 24 now. She must be 7 years better. Anyhow, you're my only hope now.
What?
Lorraine Broderick can get away from the police for a while. Oh, yeah, she's smart and clever, and she can go right on doing these same things she's been doing all along, stealing, writing bad checks. But that's police business. My part is to find her and give her something one man left her, an insurance bequest. But it's become more than that now, to find her and stop her, maybe. Look, they'll get her eventually, Tappan. Do you know what 5 years in prison can do to a woman like her? Do you?
Well, because I know her and she passed a few bad checks doesn't mean that I'm responsible in any way.
You're right, it doesn't. But you're involved just the same. Oh, you're different from just some hotel man who's been tilted. You're a boyfriend. True, just a 4-day boyfriend. But a woman like Lorraine Broderick can do a lot of damage in 4 days' time.
Why are you here? What do you want?
I'm here to disillusion you, Tappan, because I don't think you're disillusioned enough.
Now, just
You're a perfect stranger to me. I don't know you from a Grand Rapids chair, but I'm doing you a favor talking to you about Lorraine Broderick. I'm doing you a favor telling you she's a crook and a thief and a forger, and everything she ever told you was a lie. Now and then a woman walks into a man's life that he'd sell his soul for. But all she'll do in return is write you a bad check for it. She's trouble in a great big way, Tappan. You know it as well as I do.
Well, what do you want me to do? Apologize for meeting her?
I'll be satisfied if you tell me where she is.
What?
And stop lying.
Now, look here. I've listened to all I want to
Lorraine
listen to.
Broderick never went to that bar in Hollywood you were talking about yesterday. You didn't drop her off there. No one there has ever seen her. And she's the kind who could walk around the polo grounds with 50,000 other people and still be seen. Now, where did you take her? Where is she now?
Could it be fixed so she wouldn't know I told you?
I suppose so.
She's at the Wentmore downtown. Registered under the name of Evelyn Brady. Oh, this This beats me, Dollar. I just don't understand it.
What do you mean?
What you told me is true. I know that. But an hour ago, she called me up here and she said, Joe, I love you. Now, that sounded true, too. And I told her that I loved her. Now I'm turning her in. What kind of crazy world do we live in?
Expense account item 16, $14. Cab fare from Malibu to downtown Los Angeles in the Wentworth Hotel. A second-rate old-timer on Figueroa Street. A little different from the swank spots where Lorraine Broderick had lived so gaily. The clerk told me she was in 1302. I walked down the hall to Lorraine Broderick's room. The door was standing partially open. All of the lights seemed to be on. Hello? Hello? Hello, anybody?
Move it!
Huh?
Get out of this room!
What?
Get away! You're out, Joe!
I'd found Lorraine Broderick at last. Only she was standing on a ledge outside the window, all ready for a leap into eternity.
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the end of the trail. For me and for Lorraine Broderick. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Room 1302. This is the desk clerk. I have a call here.
Never mind the call. You call the police.
Call the what?
Call the police and tell them to hurry. There's an attempted suicide up here.
Who is this?
Shut up and do as I tell you.
Now, just a minute.
It won't do you any good. It won't do you any good at all.
Wait a minute.
Police, you, who cares? I'm going to jump anyhow.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Los Angeles, California. To the Eastern Trust Insurance Company Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. An old man in Hartford died and left $1,500 insurance money to a little girl who had been nice to him one afternoon back in 1943. My job, get the money to her. Even if she might take it and jump off the 13th floor ledge of a building.
Don't come any closer. I'll jump.
Lorraine.
Don't come any closer.
It's cold out there. Don't you think you should come inside?
I'm going to jump. Stay away now. Don't try to grab me.
All right. All right, I'll do anything you say, Lorraine. Okay.
What are you doing?
Taking off my coat. Standing out there, it must be cold. Here. You take my coat.
Don't come close.
I'm not.
I don't want your coat.
All right, Lorraine.
I never saw you before in my life. How do you know my name?
I've seen you.
No, you haven't. I remember people. And watch out.
Just going to light a cigarette. I can light a cigarette, can I? Do you want one?
No.
Can I have one?
Suit yourself. Are you a policeman?
No.
Where did you see me?
In a picture. In your high school annual at St. Charles.
St. Charles? What do you know about St. Charles? What's your name?
Johnny Dollar?
Are you from Hartford?
Yes.
Let me see your face in the light. Over there. Don't come near this window. Don't come near or I'll jump right down there. That's right there. No, you aren't from Hartford. I never knew you. You're lying to me.
No, I'm not.
As room clerk of this hotel, I'm entitled to know. Oh.
Go away! Get out of here! Get out of here or I'll jump!
What?
Get out. Go on, get out.
Yes.
Did you call the police?
No, but I will.
I heard you tell him about the police. I don't care. They can't stop me. Nobody can stop me.
No, I suppose not, Lorraine. You can jump any time you want to. I can't stop you.
I wanted somebody to call the police. I want them all down there. When the crowd's big enough, I'll jump. And I'm not afraid to do it. I'm not afraid.
I know that. Lorraine, why don't you come away from the edge? I won't hurt you.
Everybody hurts me. You would, too.
Why do you want to jump, Lorraine?
I have my reasons. Look. There's a couple of people down there who see me. They're looking up here. They'd like to see me jump. Look. They're stopping other people. They'd all like to see me jump.
I don't think they'd like to see that at all, Lorraine.
Oh, yes, they would. Those people down there would love to see it happen. You'd like it, too.
No, I wouldn't. I want you to live, Lorraine.
You're afraid, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Dying is something all of us face. If you die here tonight, it makes me a little afraid of dying. I don't like to be afraid of anything.
Neither do I.
You must be afraid of something.
I'm not afraid of anything. I've never been afraid of anything. I'm going to jump down there, and that proves I'm not afraid.
I don't believe you, Lorraine. I think you were afraid to love Dr. Pollard in Hartford. I think you were afraid to marry William Dameron in New York City. I think you've been afraid of everything and everybody that was good for you for a long, long time.
Don't come closer.
Would you like to talk to a priest, Lorraine?
No.
Look, sometimes a priest can help you when you're all
You're
mixed.
so worried I'm going to jump off here any minute you'd say anything. Or try anything. I don't even know what you're doing here. Why you came here.
I told you, Lorraine, I've been looking for you.
Tell him to go back. Tell him all to go back or I'll jump.
Go back. Go on back, you crazy fools. Get back. It's all right. They aren't coming.
I don't want anybody here. A lot more people down there in the street now. Oh, they're getting the big lights up here. Golly.
Lorraine, look at me. Look toward me.
What?
I want to help you, Lorraine.
Nobody wants to help me. Nobody's ever wanted to help me.
You're wrong.
Then why did Mama and Daddy die? Why did they have to die? Why did Uncle Jim die? Why was I left alone? Why didn't I have anybody?
You did have somebody. You had Dr. Pollard if you wanted him. You had William Dameron.
Did you meet William?
Yes, sure, last week. He's still very much in love with you, Lorraine.
After I stole money from him and walked out on him?
Oh, the money meant nothing to him. He still loves you, Lorraine. He told me so.
I don't love him. I never loved him.
He thought so.
He was just nice.
Why did you leave him that way?
I'm no good. I never have been. You know. I've never been any good to anybody. You're lying to me about him.
Would you like to talk to Dameron? I can get him on the phone.
No, I don't want to talk to him or to anybody I know. But after I jump, you can tell him something for me.
Sure.
Tell him I meant to send the money back to him. I didn't. You can tell him I loved him. He'd feel good if you told him that, I think.
All right.
Go back! I don't care who you are! Go back or I'll jump right now! Wait! Close that hall door. If you want to see me jump, you'll have to watch from the street, down there with the others. Close it! Was he a policeman?
I suppose so. I don't know.
He looked foolish. Oh, Lord, he looked foolish.
Yeah, well, we all look foolish at one time or another. It passes.
Do I look foolish?
Yes. Yeah, you look foolish. You're not going through with this.
You know that for the first time in my life, I know exactly what I want to do, how I want to do it. I'm going to jump. Somebody's on the roof out here. They have a net. A big net.
From what I know about you, I thought you always knew pretty much what you wanted to do in life.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's very funny. I knew what I wanted in life. I never knew anything. And it's all botched up. Mama and Daddy died. I should have died, too. I should have been with Mama and Daddy when they were killed in the car. Well, it won't be long. I'll be with them. I won't be tired anymore pretty soon. Those men with a net up there.
Lorraine, wait.
Wait for what? You said you talked to people who've known me, who know what I was and what I am. Well, I didn't turn out the way they wanted me to, did I? I didn't even turn out the way I wanted to be. Look at me. Why should I wait?
One man had more faith in you than anybody else.
They're trying to lower that
He was an
net.
old man named John Smith. He sold papers back in Hartford. Old John Smith. Lorraine,
I think I'd better...
you met him one day when you were a little girl. You helped him sell his papers one afternoon. It meant a lot in his life, an awful lot. Do you remember him?
No.
You were 11 years old. You lived on Cushing Street.
Yes. I went downtown after school one day to look in the windows. I had a nickel and I bought a paper from that old man. He had tobacco juice on his lips. I talked to him. He told me all about selling papers. He said I was a very nice little girl. He asked me my name and where I lived. He talked about school and about growing up. He told me I'd grow up someday and be a lovely woman. He said, lovely woman. He was very nice. He was the nicest man I ever knew. And I only knew him that one afternoon. Where is he?
He's dead, Lorraine.
Dead?
He left you all his money. Insurance money. It comes to $1,500.
You're lying.
No, Lorraine. He wanted you to have it. He worked very hard and sacrificed a great deal to make sure you'd have it.
You're making all this up. It's all a lie. Only that afternoon.
It was an important afternoon. Here, look.
What? Don't come closer.
These prove I'm from the insurance company. Here's the check.
Throw them over.
All right. Go ahead. Pick them up. I won't make a move. What do you think now?
That old man. That poor old man. Oh, that poor old man.
Easy. Easy. Expense account item 17, $5.50, martinis. I needed them. It was my first and I hope my last half hour with an intended suicide. Attach find insurance check payable to Lorraine Broderick for $1,500. The psychiatrist who examined her believed that she will make a complete recovery in time. Until such time, she's not classified as a responsible person. I notified 2 parties of the events at the Wentmore Hotel. One, Mr. William Dameron in New York City, who arrived in Los Angeles yesterday morning. 2, Joseph Tappan, who has already secured legal counsel for Lorraine Broderick when she answers the bad check charges against her. As you know, in matters like this, restitution is usually preferred to prosecution. Expense account item 18, $185. Transportation back to Hartford. Total, $1,132.14. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, please, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Cronin matter. A matter of keeping a sweet old lady from carefully and deliberately losing her life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Eleanor Audley, Barbara Eiler, Virginia Gregg, Carlton Young, Harry Bartell, Herbert Ellis, John Daner, Marvin Miller, Tony Barrett, Frank Gerstle, Chester Stratton, and Lawrence Dobkin. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The November night has a good hold on Broadway now, and Broadway purrs in its embrace, rubs its cheek against the cool touch, then stops fighting it. And the glitter explodes, the neon rockets its scarlet into darkness, bursts into wishing stars, cascades down on the happy event. The laughter, hoarded during the week, is spent freely now. And the budget of dreams, have one, kid. It's on me. It's the long night before Monday. Give into it. And walk a hotel corridor past a room where Gaiety is registered for the night, hung the Please Do Not Disturb sign on its door. And the room next to it, the one you're looking for.
Hi, Danny.
And it's all there waiting for you. Detective Muggavan and the boy in worn denims, a faded wool shirt, sprawled in final exhaustion across the silk sheet of the hotel bed. The boy, dead of a knife wound.
Quite a party next door. You think in a hotel this class, they thicken the walls.
All right, Muggavan, but what else have you got?
The kid there, stabbed under the heart. Couldn't find the knife, Danny. Couldn't even pry a visitor out of the hotel management. They're discreet, they tell me. Don't notice unannounced visitors, like this kid must have had. That's why...
Well, just tell me what...
I was going to say, Danny, they're so discreet in this hotel, that's why the party keeps going next door. Nobody knows there's someone dead, except the manager and a couple of bellhops.
What made them sit up and take notice?
Kid's phone was off the hook. Kept lighting a light on the switchboard. But nobody said they wanted anything. A bellhop came up to find out why.
Well, who is he?
Registered Joe Blair. Identification card in his wallet says Joe Blair. That's about all there was in it. The card, some loose change, and these dime a dance tickets. That's his luggage on the chair. A knapsack with a tin of sardines.
This is an expensive hotel. How come?
I asked the same question of the discreet management. They say the kid came in, told him he hitched here from St. Louis, laid a $10 bill on the desk, says, "Give me what that buys." Just goes to show you what I... Oh. Really fun time next door, huh, Danny?
The moment gathered together and held, an instant composed of drifting laughter that seeped through a wall and added itself to the nice things furnished by the management. Then silence. The moment of requiem for a dead boy. And later, when the room has been emptied, consider the few things neatly stacked on a chair. The paraphernalia for living of a hitchhiker named Joe Blair. Knapsack, wallet, dime a dance tickets. 7th Avenue Paradise, the tickets read. Dance hall, no refunds. So walk down 2 blocks, turn left, go up a flight of steps into a place that sells its paradise for $10 a minute. And heaven is 20 Girls 20, the 4-piece band and pink lights. Walk over to the very large guardian angel in a dinner jacket. Talk to him. Watch him as he moves away from you and whispers to the lesser angels in evening gowns. And finally, as he walks back with one of them in tow, leaves her with you.
Hi.
Hello, I'm Danny Clover.
Well, the boss told me it was something special. He wasn't kidding. Mostly I tell everybody I don't get off till 3.
Police.
Hey, you snapping... No, you're not, are you? Look, the boss just said you were a friend of Joe Blair. You got to understand, when I said I was off at 3 to most parties, what I meant
All
was...
I want you to do is tell me about Joe Blair.
Oh, he's in trouble, huh? Well, if his bail goes over $50, I'm not going to be any help at all.
Joe Blair's dead. Stabbed to death.
Dead? Joe? Oh.
He was here tonight, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was early, almost opening time. Bought 5 tickets. Well, he was standing where you were, and I was standing over there. We looked at each other and both started running till we met.
Did you know him before?
No, just Dango, like in Strange Romances magazines. I didn't take a ticket from him either. As a matter of fact, I threw $10 in the pot so he could have a downy place to put his curly head to sleep tonight. That's how hard the boy struck me.
Did he tell you anything about himself?
Just that he hitchhiked across the country, he was broke, and he had a guy to see in the morning. A guy named John Logan, a bitch Park Avenue type Logan. Other than that, we just looked flame and fire at each other.
And that's all you can tell me, huh?
Except my name's Vicky, and he didn't ask. Joe's dead. What do you know? My name's Vicky, mister. Hi.
Excuse it, Danny. But, you know,
I get the message. You know it's late, you're tired. Give me what you got, then you can go home.
Those words, like a goodnight kiss. What I've got. To wit, having checked the Logans who breathe Park Avenue's air, I have come up with a Logan who fits our bill. A John Logan, to whose household over the phone the name of Joe Blair, deceased of a knife, is not unknown.
You talked to him?
Well, how could I, Danny? Said John Logan is now in Europe, where he has been for 6 weeks, where he is partaking...
Who did you talk to?
To a wife, I think. She said she was a wife. She said, "Yeah, I know a Joey Blair, but don't bother me no more with it," she said, "as I am on my way to a ball. In the morning, bother me, honey," she said. Honey, she said, to a stranger.
You did good, Gino. Go home.
You honest think I did good, Danny? So's I can relate to Mrs. T. Did you honestly?
Hey, kid, you Danny Clover.
Look, you. Danny Clover's closed for the night.
Sorry to keep you, Danny boy, but tonight you loaded me with a big sorrow. This big, maybe bigger.
Who are you?
You walk by me maybe 8, 12 times a day, and I don't register with you, huh, kid?
No, you don't.
Warm your hand in Tommy Cap's, Danny boy. Tommy Cap. Address, Broadway. Profession, Broadway.
You said I made you sad. Why?
You come to my girl, and you don't dance with her.
Vicky Harper?
You don't dance with her, and all it costs is dimes. You talk to her about a hitchhiker what stabbed in a class hotel. This kind of schmooze upsets an innocent thing like Vicky. Gives her migraines. Up here. I come to protect her from...
Can't she take care of herself, Tommy?
Take care of herself? She's so stupid she gives a vag $10 to sleep on silk. That's my Vicky. Innocent, good-hearted, generous with her cuts from dimes. For this, she has to suffer from policemen who come bearing only murdered hitchhikers. Why?
Stick around, Tommy. We can make you suffer, too. Because maybe you reached Joe Blair. Because maybe...
Sarge, your man's a comic. He's a comic because I got an alibi 10 blocks long. I'll give you addresses, kid. I'll treat you like a baby while you check.
I'll check. Good night, Gino.
Hey, Danny, kid, how's about I give you a lift home? My car's outside. We can go any...
No, thanks.
How about you, Sarge? I'll ride you home to wherever you live. Brooklyn, the Bronx, Canarsie, wherever you want to go.
Well, if you're sure it's not out of your way.
What's out of my way? It's late, and I ain't had man talk for days. Come on, let's go, Sarge.
Danny?
Yeah, Gino?
Just so you won't forget, I left a memo on your calendar to go see the Park Avenue Logan next AM. Now, is it okay if I...
Go ahead, Gino. It's all right.
Your man said it was all right, Gino. Throw him a kiss goodnight. Where do you live, Gino? Where do you want...
And go home. Back to the room and wonder idly at the fact that there were no unfinished chess problems to solve or stamps to paste in albums, things that a man in the profession was supposed to be good at before going to bed. Just go to bed and try again for the dream you had so long ago you've forgotten what it is and not find it again. Just sleep. Sleep and wake up to morning and dress again and coffee again and to work again. To the Park Avenue address of Mrs. John Logan. Stop at the desk of the apartment hotel and be given a floor number. 3 flights up and down a hall. And stop because a man and woman are standing in front of the door and start to turn away because they're embracing.
Hey, you.
And not quite make it.
You, come here. See what you were looking for?
I'm looking for
Don't
Mrs.
believe him, Al. I never saw him before in my life.
Sure, baby. You, say something real fine to me, Buster, like why you run up and down this hallway at practically dawn. Else, poor you, big and all, you'll bleed a lot.
Oh, yes, you will.
Police.
Oh? Show me. That's right, Mrs. Logan. The badge says police.
Oh, yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Cut it out, Ruth.
We got company, Albert. You call me Mrs. Logan, the way we said. Because I'm your employer, and I can hire you and fire you and hire you and fire you and hire
You mind her? I don't mind it. You know, you're lucky, mister, being a cop at a time like this. I really would have. Right through that wall there, I'd have knocked you, and I could have. Barbell muscles. I lift them.
Yeah, it's a fine form of exercise. I approve of it very much. Who are you?
Hers? Mrs. Logan's bodyguard. Like she said. Hired to guard the body and the home and the welfare while Mr. Logan's in Europe.
And I miss him, too. Don't you forget that, Albert. I don't want anybody to forget that. You or any of you. Or say, yes, ma'am, to me, Albert.
Yes, ma'am.
A boy named Joe Blair mentioned your husband's name, Mrs. Logan.
How is old Joe? How's old Josie today, I ask you?
Dead. Murdered.
Old Josie's dead and murdered, Albert.
You'd better get some sleep, Mrs. Logan. Look, mister, I was bringing her from a party. It's my job.
Mrs. Logan, how do you know Joe Blair?
Picked the lad up in St. Louis and dumped him in Indianapolis. Hitchhiked with me. Hitchhiked. I told you, Albert.
Yes, ma'am.
On my way back from sunny California, driving along, there was he. In St. Louis, Mo. Knapsack on shoulder, thumb in the air, wind on his cheek. In Indianapolis, he moved over an inch toward me. I pulled up near a cop, smiled at Joe, and told him goodbye. My life with Joe Blair.
You want anything else with her, mister?
Yeah, I do. When she's sober, see that she gets that way.
That's my job.
Do it. I'll get around to you later, both of you.
What do you think, Danny?
Oh, what do you mean, Muggavan?
I mean, what do you think? Well, I only asked because I gave you the reports. Watch you spend 15 minutes looking at them, and now all I want is a reaction.
You want me to stand on my head?
Okay. I just thought all this data I gave you might...
You know what's in it as well as I do. Joe Blair has a record of vagrancy in a half-dozen towns. That just doesn't happen to solve a murder for me. I'm sorry, but it doesn't.
Okay. I just thought there was something you might know that I don't know, and whatever was in these reports... You going to bite my head off if I answer?
Answer it.
Lieutenant Clover's office, Detective Muggavan speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Wait till I write it down. West 68th, huh? Okay, I got it. Thanks. Danny?
Yeah?
Kid named Tommy Cap, the boy that took Tartaglia home. The call was about him.
What about him?
He's in an alley. We better go get him. Oh, now, come on. Police officers, now let us through. Break it. Why don't you go home, lady? It's supper time. There he is, Danny. We got him, all right. Yeah, we got him.
It wasn't that way at all. We didn't have him. The thing that had Tommy Cap, the thing that had fixed his hands in half-open fist, was something else. The heavy nail driven through a fence a long time ago, its point bared through a rotting 2x4. That was it. Tommy Cap had been pushed against it, and it held him, killed him.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. The Sunday afternoon edition of CBS Radio World News Roundup, broadcast on most of these same stations, keeps you up to date at all times. There's hard-hitting news and analysis by noted CBS radio reporters Bill Shadell, Howard K. Smith from London, Charles Collingwood covering the nation's capital, and UN correspondent Larry Lasser. Every Sunday, CBS Radio's great team of correspondents and reporters give you their weekend of observations, as well as the news that will shape history in the days and weeks to come.
The sounds you hear on Broadway are fragments, words broken off and wind-blown that drift your way, the swift dart of subway noises, and a horn, and a whistle, and footsteps. The brief, wild sob of the faraway river. You've got to listen close so you'll know if that sound began with laughter or despair. The difference it makes, not much. Broadway reacts to clowns and death in nearly the same way. The blonde who had a little accident on a street corner, or the dead man you saw propped against a fence in an alley. Something to tell your family about. How the policeman pushed you back so you couldn't see how it all ended. But I saw. I had to stay to the end. Until Tommy Cap was lifted down and shrouded and taken away. Until Tommy Cap was made a matter of official concern. Then I left. Go to a place, back to headquarters, write it down, to be transcribed later by a stenographer, to be dated by a dater, stamped by a stamper, to be put in a file by a clerk.
I just came from records, Danny. I just about through running Tommy Cap's card through the IBM.
Anything?
Just about what we'd figured.
Petty stuff.
Yeah. He was a steerer, Danny. You know, a kid latched on to convention people, showed them bars, took them to the village, Harlem.
How come he had a record?
Little trouble conning the ladies a couple of times.
Oh? How?
He'd promote them for neckties, maybe a sport jacket, meals. The couple times we know about, he tried to put the bite on them for dough. $200-300. Twice the lady squawked.
Uh-huh. Well, did you get his address?
Sure. Rooming house off of West 49th. Might be something interesting there. I don't know.
You mean it's an interesting rooming house, Muggavan? A landmark or something?
Why don't you ever let me finish anything, Danny?
I'm sorry. What about it?
Not the rooming house, the roommate. A musician, a piano player named Norm Persack. What's interesting is he plays piano at the 7th Avenue Paradise, that Diamond Dance joint. You think that's interesting, Danny?
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Thanks, Muggavan. Thanks a lot.
Man, I thought you'd never come.
You Norm Persack?
The one, the only Norm Persack. Come in, man. Don't stand in that open doorway. That way lies madness. First, you listen to this, man. You close your eyes and listen to this.
All right.
I just found it. I reached out, and there it was waiting for me. You hear that? You hear the melody? You hear the song?
It's different.
Yeah. You got a real taste for a policeman, man.
How did you know I was...
Oh, you kidding, man. You made a stir at the 7th Avenue Paradise last night. Norm Persack never forgets.
And why I'm here, you know that, too?
Sure, man, because I feel it. You're going to ask me why my roomie is dead, why Tommy Cap died like that on a nail.
That's right.
I don't know. If I could figure those things, man...
You see Tommy last night?
Twice. Once in the night, the next time around dawn. That's the crazy time.
Tell me about it.
Night, Tommy walks in here, dons a Brooks Brothers suit, you know, with the vents in the back, you know.
Yeah.
Flips the vents at me, walks out.
The other time?
Dawn. Tommy walks in on me, gathers up his silk shirts, the ties that glow in the dark, throws a kiss, says, "See you around, kid. This is farewell to nothing." His parting words.
He tell you where he'd been, where he was going?
He said where he was going. Stands because he hit me for $50 before he left. $50 for wires.
Wires?
Telegrams. They sell them down the corner hotel. You know.
Yeah, I know.
You're lucky, man. Here. I give you a song to exit on.
And go to the corner hotel, show a badge, ask a question. Let the whispers make the rounds of the palm-decked lobby. And finally let them come back to you in the shape of a man who pokes his pince-nez at your lapel.
Now, look here, you.
Well, anything you say.
You could have come in the back door. This is a family hotel. Some of our people even have children.
I'll try to set a good example, Mr.
Rocket, Francis Rocket. Now, just what is it you want of us?
Man came here last night, Mr. Rocket, late, to send some telegrams.
Sometimes wanderers come in off the street and do that in here.
This man was different. He sent them, walked out of here, then was found in an alley, murdered.
Well, that'd be Tommy Cap. The Times mentioned it today. I often told that boy it'd end that way. In an alley if he persisted in
Could you
playing...
tell me, Mr. Rocket, who he sent them to? You could keep a record or something that would...
To hotels. To every major hotel between here and...
He sent them to... To what?
Pay attention, please. To hotels. The exclusive ones between here and St. Louis. The Mayberry in Indianapolis, the Region in Columbus, etc., etc., etc. I called the list for him from our owner's hotel guide.
You remember what he said in them?
I only counted the words, sir. I didn't stoop to explore their meaning. I could tell you this, however, if
Tell me.
He requested an answer to his query in each. A care of this hotel, collect. None have come in as yet. However, when they do, I'm afraid... Collect, I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid anymore, Mr. Rocket. When they come, just phone them into us. We've got a fund for collect telegrams.
Good for you. You're finished with me, I presume? Of course you are.
Yes, Mr. Rocket. Yeah, I have that, Yeah, Indianapolis. Columbus. Yeah. Springfield, too. Thanks for calling again, Mr. Rocket. You heard, Danny?
Nothing from any of those places either, huh?
Same answers as from Wheeling and Pittsburgh and Harrisburg. No one registered by the name of Ruth Logan in any of the big cities on the route. It's not positive, Danny, but... Oh, hi, Gino.
Detective, you summoned me to your presence, Danny?
Yeah, I did, Gino. Last night, Tommy Cap drove you home, didn't he?
Oh, no, he did not, Danny. He remembered after we drove for a little while a most pressing engagement, to phrase him. So he dropped me at a subway station and waved me a cheery farewell.
While you were driving, Gino, did you talk about anything?
A most refreshing conversation, Danny. About his work, about my work, man to man, straight from the shoulder.
You didn't mention anything about the Logans, did you, Gino?
You know I know better than that, Muggerman. I've been in this business 20 years. You should behave outside of the shop as good as me.
Gino. Gino, did he try to talk to you about the Logans?
Indeed, he made mention of same, but I deftly sidestepped the issue. That's when he dropped me. What else is on your gentleman's mind?
Nothing, Gino. Nothing at all.
Hello. Hey, hello.
I'm Danny Clover, Mrs. Logan.
I met you in a haze once, didn't I?
Right here, Mrs. Logan, this morning.
Come in. There's nobody here but Albert. Hey, Albert. We know him, don't we?
You back again, Buster?
I'm interrupting something.
I'm teaching the ape a waltz. Watch us. Come on, Albert.
Now, look, baby.
Say yes, ma'am, Albert.
Yes, ma'am, but I ain't waltzing.
We didn't before anyhow, did we? Did we? Turn off the record, Albert.
Yes, ma'am. We ran it down this morning, mister.
Did I have fun, mister? Hi, mister.
This morning we talked about Joe Blair. You remember that?
Every word of it.
I'm glad you do, Mrs. Logan, because now it's got another murder in it.
Look, mister, I'm paid...
I know you're employed. You get hired and fired.
Then hired again. You waltz? Come on, waltz. Don't stand there, mister. Waltz with me.
Leave him alone. Stop making a jerk out of yourself.
Say please, Al.
A man walks in here and talks about 2 murders, and I'm going to say, please, you're a jerk, Ruth. J-E-R-K, jerk.
The ape spells. Give him a penny, mister.
You people want to perform, go right ahead. I'm still going to talk about murder.
All right. We'll listen. Won't we listen, Albert?
A question, Mrs. Logan.
All right.
You left Joe Blair off in Indianapolis, and you kept right on going, that right?
Right.
From Indianapolis, where did you go?
Columbus. I stayed there overnight.
Where'd you stay? What hotel?
The Regent, where I always stay. I think it was a Regent. Maybe it wasn't.
It wasn't. It wasn't at any other first-rate hotel in Columbus.
I always stay at first-rate hotels. I was at the Regent.
We've checked every good hotel between St. Louis and New York and most of the motels. You didn't stay at any of them.
Isn't he clever, Albert? You should be like him.
Buster's getting interesting. Let's listen, huh?
You drove right through, didn't you, Mrs. Logan?
I'm a frail little girl. That's a long, long ride for a frail little girl.
Not if Joe Blair helped you drive. He must have been pretty good company.
Curly-headed company. All the way from St. Louis.
He must have been interesting.
Curly-headed.
And you must have interested him. He got to New York and he didn't want to let you go.
He gets cleverer all the time, doesn't he, Albert?
Yeah.
On the trip cross-country, he found out you were wealthy. You were married. He figured he had a good thing. Called you. Made you meet him at his hotel.
When this is over, Albert will waltz and waltz.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You met him, Mrs. Logan. Decided you were a fool to have ever picked him up in the first place. A knife got mixed up in it, and when you walked out of his room, Joe was dead.
If what you say is true, then I'm a murderess. Did you hear that, Albert?
Someone else figured all this before the police did. Tommy Cap, he found out about a hitchhiker mixed up with a wealthy married woman, so he checked all the hotels between here and St. Louis for blackmail purposes.
You're right, baby. The mister is clever.
We're going to waltz, Albert. Don't forget.
So Ruth sent you, Albert, to have a little talk with him.
In an alley. Where you're going.
You killed him.
An accident. He backed into a nail. Maybe I'll find one for you.
There's a lot about this dancing I haven't taught you, Albert. Our song, ape. Chill you? Second.
Okay, if you want it this way, Albert. You ready, Mrs. Logan?
Or you'll make me go?
Or I'll make you go.
I wouldn't give you the pleasure. Anytime you say, mister.
The wheel spins on Broadway, and you bet against the dealers of the night. On the blood red of neon, on the black of the searching wind. Pick a color and make a prayer, and the wheel stops. The red pays off with heartbreak, and the black with dust in your mouth. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Ruth Logan, Ed Max as Al Mundo, Hy Averback as Norm Persack, Paula Victor as Vicky, and Billy Happett as Tommy Cap. Lovers of fine music are already familiar with the strong, melodious voices of the Choraleers on CBS Radio. This is to remind our many Sunday night Choraleers listeners that this excellent choral group will be heard at a new, earlier time on most of these stations starting tomorrow. Bill Anders speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Now, a full hour of mystery adventure, the Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. 30 minutes from now, it's The Man Called X. Right now... Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, the whole trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve a worthless scrap of paper, which almost turns out to be my own death warrant. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, matter of fact, it was all very innocent this time, Commissioner. I was out getting some new furniture for my apartment.
You were what?
Sure. I just bought a coffee table with a lazy Susan.
Really?
Well, on second thought, Susan wasn't so lazy after all.
That's what I thought.
Well, Commissioner, I've finally gotten the jump on you.
How's that?
You're always calling me in here and sending me off into the wild blue yonder, so this time I'm ready for you. I'm all packed up and I've got my passport in my pocket. Now, what wild and woolly spot are you sending me to this time?
Richmond, Virginia.
What?
You heard me, sir. Richmond, Virginia.
Great. That's what I get for trying to be a mastermind. Okay, so I unpack.
I wouldn't do that just yet, Steve. You start in Richmond. Where you end up is anybody's guess.
What's the deal?
Ekman's in this country.
Ekman? Hasn't anybody done the world a favor by knocking him off yet?
Steve, you know as much about Ekman as I do. He's part-time foreign agent, part-time international information peddler. He's smooth and tough, and he's been in our hair for longer than I care to remember.
What's he doing in the United States?
Can you think of any reason why Ekman would steal an old Civil War map?
Civil War map? Are you kidding?
We know Ekman went to Virginia. We also know he managed to crash a fancy dress ball given by a Colonel Carruthers there. After the ball, this map was missing from the wall of the Colonel's study.
But I still don't see how a Civil War map could be important enough.
Neither do I. That's why you're going to Richmond. Now, Steve, get down there. Talk to Colonel Carruthers. Then go anywhere and do anything you have to get to the bottom of this whole deal. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, I've had a lot of screwball assignments in my time, but this one takes the cake. A Civil War map yet. I suppose the next thing I'll find out is that I'm up against a plot to blow up Chesapeake Bay. It's Wednesday when I get to Richmond. I head for Colonel Carruthers' mansion.
We're delighted in order to make your acquaintance, Mr. Mitchell, sir. Although I must confess I'm a little puzzled as to why they should send a man from Washington to investigate such a minor theft. But then the things they do in Washington have puzzled me for quite a spell now.
We're interested in the case primarily because of the man who apparently stole the map, Colonel Carruthers. As for the map itself...
The document is of historical value only, sir. As you see, my study here is filled with relics of the Great War. War between the states, that is.
Yeah. And the map had no value other than as a relic, huh?
None whatsoever, no, sir. No, it had to do with the Battle of Fredericksburg, December 1862.
Uh-huh.
A decisive victory for the South, I might add. As a matter of fact, it was merely a rough sketch, but it was actually used by the Confederate Army. That gives it value to a collector.
Do you know this man, Ekman, Colonel?
Ekman?
Yeah, the one who swiped the map.
The scoundrel passed himself off to me as a Claiborne. Fine old Southern name.
Oh?
He claimed to be writing a book on the Battle of Fredericksburg. Matter of fact, I remember thinking at the time it was rather strange.
What was?
Well, that he should be writing a book on the Battle of Fredericksburg, when one was just published last month. One in which my relics and my research appear quite prominently. But to get back to this Claiborne or Ekman, yeah. Well, he wanted to browse through my books and my relics. I was quite preoccupied at the time. I was making preparation for a fancy dress ball. So I gave him permission. And it was after the ball was over that I discovered that the map was missing.
Mm-hmm.
And the man with it.
I see.
However, now, if you would care to see what that map looked like, there's a picture of it in this book I spoke of, the one that was published last month. That's the one in which my relics and my research appear. I happen to have a copy of that right here. The picture of the map is on page 263, approximately. Let's see. Oh, say, sir, just in passing. Here's a picture of the very sword used by Jeb Stuart himself in the charge of the Battle of First...
Very interesting, but the map, Colonel, please.
I'm coming to the map. Now, here's a picture of a genuine mini ball here.
Mini? See, mini?
Kind of used to shoot out a cannon.
Colonel, the map.
Now, here's a... Somebody else's relic. Yeah, now, here we are. Yeah, here we are. The map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You were right when you said it was just a rough sketch. I don't get it. Why would a foreign agent like Ekman steal a map like this?
That's the mystery of it, sir.
Of course, we're not completely sure it was Ekman who stole it. Colonel, these guests you were entertaining at the time...
Sir, If you were trying to imply that the people I invite into my home are of the caliber that would stoop to common theft...
I'm not trying to imply anything, Colonel. I'm just... what's this scrawl in the lower right-hand corner here?
I see it, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Well, that is the signature of the man who made the map, a Frenchman named Cartier. He fought for the South during the Great War. A great friend of my daddy's. As a matter of fact, it was Cartier's great-grandson, Bill Carter, who gave me this map. Bill Carter. Comes from a fine old Richmond family.
Cartier?
Yeah, well, family. Changed the name around a little. I suspect Bill was sugaring me up a little with the gift of that map so the young blade could ask for my granddaughter Juliana's hand in marriage.
I see. Well, thanks for the information, Colonel. I'll see you later. I leave Colonel Carruthers' house still as much in the dark as when I came. Why Ekman would steal a map 90 years old is a way beyond me, but there must be a reason. I've got to find out what it is, which means that first I've got to find Ekman. So I start checking. 3 hours and $25 later, I find a cab driver who remembers taking a man answering Ekman's description to the Colonel's house last night, waiting for him a few minutes, and then taking him to a hotel in Richmond. I try the hotel, but Ekman's just checked out. The clerk remembers, however, hearing him inquire about the sailing time of a ship named the Southern Empress from Norfolk. I get there just as the ship is hauling in her gangplank, but I make it aboard at the last second and head for the bridge and the captain.
No, Mitchell, there's no Claiborne on my passenger list, and no Ekman either.
That doesn't surprise me, Captain. Ekman used the name of Claiborne in Richmond, and he could be using another name now.
You sure he's on this ship?
Pretty sure.
Well, you've written down his description for me. I'll pass it along to the rest of my officers.
Okay, I'll nose around the ship and spread the word among the stewards.
I think that will be your best chance.
Incidentally, where are we heading?
Lisbon, Portugal.
Lisbon?
Does that make sense to you? This man Ekman, I mean. Is that where you figured he'd be heading?
Lisbon, Coney Island, what's the difference does it make? Right now, nothing about this deal makes sense. Well, I'll check with you later. I nose around the ship all day, but I don't spot Ekman. None of the stewards I talk to remember noticing him either. By now, I'm beginning to wonder if he's even on the ship. This is going to look just great in an official report. Steve Mitchell, government agent on a wild goose chase across the Atlantic after a Civil War map. Well, towards evening, I head for the bar. Then I spot the girl. When I first notice her, she's 3 stools away. The next time I look, she's 2 stools away. Then, all of a sudden, she's right beside me.
Howdy.
Hello.
I always feel a girl shouldn't sit in a bar alone. Doesn't look right.
Oh, well, now you're not alone.
You probably think it's real brazen of me to talk to a man I don't know.
Well, they tell me life on board ship is pretty informal, Miss...
Besides, my first name's Zoe.
Steve Mitchell.
Now, isn't that one?
That one?
I just knew your name would be Steve. Oh, don't ask me how. I just knew.
Well, you're one up on me there. I didn't just know your name would be Zoe.
You enjoying the boat ride, Steve?
Oh, not particularly. How about you? Sounds like this is the farthest you've ever been away from the Mason-Dixon line.
Oh, now you're just poking fun at me, Stevie. So I think I have myself a mighty fine boat ride. Sure enough, I can manage to make me some friends. Poor little helpless girl like me, she needs friends wherever she is. I tell you for sure.
You don't look very helpless to me, the way you've been downing those straight shots.
Oh, those are just to give me some courage, Stevie. I'm naturally such a shy little old person.
Yeah, I can see that. You on a vacation, Zoe?
Uh-huh.
How'd you happen to pick Lisbon?
Now, isn't that one? I couldn't in all the world tell you why, Stevie. I just stuck a pen in a map, and it said Lisbon.
I see.
You know, this life aboard the boat, it's all so new to me. Sometimes I wish I'd stayed right at home. Body gets to feeling so helpless.
So now we're back on that helpless routine?
Oh, but I really am, Stevie. Why, you wouldn't believe it, but I can't even get that little old door on my stateroom lock. 35B, that is. That lock just won't seem to work right. Isn't that awful?
Well...
As a matter of fact, I think I ought to go try it again. I just know I won't be able to make it work right. Maybe sooner or later I'll find me some nice person who can help me.
I don't doubt it.
I'll see you later.
You never can tell.
That's quite a number, friend.
Huh?
I say, the little lady, she's quite a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's looking, all right.
Cully's the name, friend. John J. Cully.
Mitchell's mine. How are you?
Oh, well, I've had a little bout with my stomach right after we put to sea, but I'm feeling much better now. See, this is my first boat trip. I've ridden every railroad in the United States in my time, but never out on the Bridie. Yes, it's quite an experience, yes, sir.
You travel a lot?
Oh, yes, sure do. Here's my card, Fred.
John J. Cully, Acme Button Company. Well, you sell buttons?
Well, I don't give them away.
Oh.
Yes, I figure I've sold an average of 2/3 a button to every man, woman, and child of the United States.
Quite a record. But what good's 2/3 a button?
Oh, say, you're mighty quick on the uptake there.
Yeah, I'm a card.
You ought to be shuffled and cut.
Oh, fine.
You know, you and I speak the same language, Fred.
Thanks.
Yes, I've sold buttons in every state there is. Now I'm going over to do the same thing in Europe.
The zipper doesn't have you scared, huh?
Well, sir, that used to be a dirty word to me. But the way I've got it figured out now is this is a big world, friend. There's room in it for the zipper and the button.
Well, that's reassuring.
You know, our president said to me not a week ago, he called me into his office, he did, plunked me down in a chair, and then old S.H. says, S.H., that's our president, says to me, J.J., that's
me. You.
Right, yes. He says to me, go out, J.J., go out and button up the world. It's a great thought, isn't it?
Oh, inspiring.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, Captain. Excuse me, Mr. Cully.
Oh, yeah, sure thing, Fred.
Keep 'em flying.
You mean keep 'em buttoned?
What is it, Captain?
You know that particular passenger you're looking for?
Ekman?
Well, there's a man in 31B who answers the general description, but his name is Pettibone.
Thanks, Captain. I'll pay him a little visit. "31B.
Why, Stevie.
Well, Miss Magnolia Blossom. I thought your stateroom was 35B.
Oh, it is, but I always feel that a person belongs to get acquainted with their neighbors. And when Mr. Pettibone was kind enough to ask me to step in for a teeny little old drink...
Where is Mr. Pettibone?
He just stepped out for a minute. I'll be right back.
You said you were just on a vacation, didn't you, Zoe?
I sure enough did.
You're sure that's all there is to it? You don't happen to be interested in any Civil War relics, do you?
You mean the war between states? Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Stevie. I don't... Oh, here's Mr. Pettibone now.
Hold it. Let go of me.
You're not Ekman.
Of course, Ekman. Of course I'm not Ekman. I'm Mr. Pettibone, if you please. And if you're a private detective, you can tell my wife.
Private detective?
No.
Wife? Oh, great. Thank you and good evening, Mr. Pettibone. I go back on deck and I realize I'm getting nowhere fast. The old feeling that this whole thing is some kind of a gag starts gnawing away at me again. Then the captain sends word to me that the mate has spotted another passenger who answers Ekman's description, a man in 42B. So I head below again, probably another wild goose chase, but I've got to follow it up. I knock. No answer. Door's unlocked. I go inside. Stateroom's dark, and I catch a whiff of a heavy Swedish smell. I flick on the lights. The room is all torn up. Then I hear a sound behind me. I start to whirl around, but too late. Something hard connects over my right ear, and I hit the deck. When I come out of it, I know I've finally found Ekman, but I still don't know why he swiped the Civil War map. He's very, very dead.
Have you ever wondered what Hope says to Crosby? Let's listen and find out.
Say, Bob, incidentally, now that you're with Chesterfield, suggestion, please.
Yeah.
Why don't you try and conduct yourself with a little savoir-faire, a little je ne sais quoi, joie de vivre.
Look, Vienne Rose. Don't try to dazzle me with that stale French of yours.
I could dazzle you with English, Bob.
Dazzle be enough out of you.
Seriously, friends, Skinflint and I, we do agree 100% on this. Chesterfields are milder.
And they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. So always buy our cigarette, Chesterfield.
The best cigarette for you to smoke.
Chesterfield always wins first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Any idea who killed Ekman, Mitchell?
None at all, Captain. It was probably the same person who hit me over the head when I walked into Ekman's stateroom.
Well, whoever it was couldn't have gotten very far from Ekman's room.
What do you mean?
Well, I came down the passageway just about a minute after you went into the stateroom. There was no one in sight.
Let's see. Who are some of the passengers whose staterooms are near Ekman's on B deck?
Well, Ekman's stateroom was 42B. There's a Miss Forsythe in 35B.
Yeah, the Southern Fried Chicken.
And a Mr. Pettibone in 31B.
Yeah, I've already met Mr. Pettibone, too.
I believe that most of the rest of the passengers from that area were up on deck when it happened.
Well, so now I'm worse off than ever before. Now I don't know who's got the map.
I wouldn't say that.
What do you mean, Captain?
You have the map.
I have the... Now, look.
Take a look in this envelope.
Hey, the map. Where did you get it, Captain?
The mate told me this Ekman had asked him to lock up the envelope in the ship's safe, so I thought I'd better see what was in it.
Yeah, it looks like the picture of it that I saw in that book that Colonel Carather's placed back in the States.
What's so important about it, Mitchell?
That's the point. It's just a rough sketch drawn by a guy named Cartier almost 90 years ago, so now I've got it. But I still don't know what the deal is all about. Wait, did you lock up Ekman's stateroom after we left?
Yes, I also posted a guard there.
Good. I'd like to examine his papers. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. First, I want to have a talk with the Belle of the South.
Well, I say.
Hello, Zoe.
Now, I just bet you finally came to see if you could help me fix that little old lock on my door.
Well, not exactly.
Oh?
Zoe, the last time I saw you, you were in Mr. Pettibone's stateroom. How long did you stay there after I left?
Only a minute, Steve. And Mr. Pettibone, he was quite disturbed about your visit. He seemed to think you were a nasty old private detective or something like that. I told him I wouldn't pay you no never mind. Why do you ask?
Because not long ago, a man was killed just a few staterooms away.
Oh, me. The things that can happen on a boat.
Yeah, the things that can happen on a boat. I suppose you wouldn't be knowing anything about it.
Well, Stevie, whatever do you mean? What's the matter?
Nothing. You got a cigarette, Zoe?
What? No, shucks, I'm all out.
I see.
Where are you going?
I'll see you later, Zoe.
Well, I do declare if you aren't the strangest man I ever did.
I leave Zoe's stateroom, go up on deck for a smoke. Now I know the trail is heating up. I caught a whiff of the same aroma in Zoe's room that I'd noticed in Ekman's room, and now I've got the smell pegged. It's Turkish tobacco. So, at this point, it looks like Zoe's tied up in the deal. But before I do anything about her, I've got to find out what the deal is. I head for Ekman's stateroom to meet the captain. On the way, I pass the bar. Cully, the button king, flashes me a big grin and waves me to come over, but I've got no desire to talk buttons at this moment, so I keep walking. The captain and I go over all of Ekman's papers carefully, and finally, I find something.
What is it, Mitchell?
A letter, Captain. Written by a guy named Corelli in Lisbon, and addressed to Ekman. It refers to certain interests who are willing to pay for proof.
Proof of what?
It doesn't say. It also mentions an Ortigue family in Lisbon and says they're willing to add a big bundle of money, too.
You think that the Civil War map is somehow connected with all of this?
I think it is. It could be the proof this Corelli talks about in that letter, but proof of what? I don't even have a glimmer right now. When do we dock in Lisbon?
Tomorrow morning.
You know, I got a hunch that shortly after we dock, this Corelli's going to receive a visit from Ekman's partner.
But Ekman's dead.
I know. That's why his partner has to carry on with the deal.
But do you know who this partner is?
Yeah.
Who?
Me.
Yes?
Corelli?
Who are you?
A friend of Ekman's.
Oh, come in. When did your boat dock?
20 minutes ago.
Where is Ekman?
Somebody caught up with him. He's dead.
Dead? But the map?
Don't worry about the map. It's a good thing Ekman and I both were working together on this deal.
You have the map?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Not so fast, Corelli. I've been thinking. I'm not sure the dough is enough.
What? But it was all agreed. The interests who wish the map are willing to pay $10,000 American, and the Ortigue family is willing to add another $10,000.
Maybe the map is worth more than that.
I would strongly advise you not to try and bargain with them. They are getting restless as it is. Any further delay might ruin the entire transaction.
Okay, I'll call you in a couple of hours, Corelli.
Very well. And if you do not have the map for me by then, I would not be surprised if the parties I represent had something for you.
Something for me? What do you mean?
A bullet.
So, now I've made the contact, but I still don't know why the map's so valuable. But I do know I can't stall Corelli very long. I've got to get a line on the Ortig family and how they figure in the deal, so I head for the American Embassy.
The Ortig family? Well, sure, they've been a thorn in our side for quite a while, Mitchell. At least Mrs. Ortig has.
That's just what I'd like to know, Woods. What about them?
Well, Mrs. Ortig owns some land in the Middle East with a chromite mine on it. You know, the stuff that's used in steel manufacture.
Yeah.
She's leased the mine to the interests on the other side of the fence. We like the lease because we need all the chromite we can get. Her husband's willing to go along with us, but she says no soap. And it's her land, so there we are.
How'd this Mrs. Ortig get the land in the first place?
Well, we've got a pretty big file on it. She inherited the land from her grandfather. He was the only living relative of his uncle. There'd been a son, but he was lost at sea on the way to America. So the upshot is, old man Cartier leaves the land to his nephew, who in turn leaves it to his granddaughter, Mrs. Ortig. And...
Wait a minute. Did you say Cartier?
Yeah, Mrs. Ortig's maiden name. Why, does the name ring a bell?
A fire alarm. Let me check those files. I think this whole deal just fell into place. I go through the files, and 10 minutes later, I've got the answer. I go out and get into my car. And as I'm pulling away from the curb, I smell a very familiar aroma. The same Turkish tobacco I'd noticed in Ekman's room at the time of his murder and later in Zoe's room. But before I can turn my head around, there's a gun barrel pressing against the back of my neck. Well, hello, Zoe. I can't say I'm too surprised to find you in my back seat.
I'm afraid you've got the wrong party, friend.
Cully.
Yes, just call me J.J. Now keep your eyes straight ahead, friend.
So the world's leading button salesman turns out to be the big boy in this deal.
Right you are, friend. Now there's only one thing more I have to button up.
What's that?
You. And I can do that very nicely with just one slug.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Only 6 shopping days before Christmas. But that still gives you time to adopt the RCA Victor plan for 365 Christmases every year. Just hie yourself to your RCA Victor dealers on Monday and acquire that perpetual Santa Claus, the gift that keeps on giving every day, every year to everybody. An RCA Victor million-proof television set. You'll have your choice of 18 different members of the RCA Victor Royal family of television. Every one is a superb value. But if you're a real wizard at investment, you'll choose a magnificent combination, which gives you RCA Victor console radio and console phonograph right along with your RCA Victor television, all in one beautiful cabinet, and for far, far less than you'd pay for separate instruments of comparable quality. Whichever RCA Victor set you choose, it'll make every day feel like Christmas for everybody in your family. See RCA Victor million-proof television.
Keep driving straight ahead, friend. And remember, I'm sitting right behind you with a gun.
Okay, Cully.
Now reach in your pocket real gentle-like and pull out that map and hand it over.
You know, it took me quite a while to find out why that map was so valuable to Mrs. Ortig and the outfit she's leasing that Middle East mining land to. The map proves that she doesn't own the land.
Quite an important little piece of paper, isn't it, friend?
It sure is. Old man Carter owned the land years ago, and he thought his son was lost at sea on the way to America, so he left the land to his nephew, who in turn passed it on to Mrs. Ortig. But actually, that son wasn't lost at sea. He got to America, and among other things, he drew a map with his signature on it. He's got some direct descendants in Richmond, Virginia, who are the rightful owners of the mining land.
Sure. That's why certain people who are anxious to keep the lease don't want the map floating around. Now, come on, hand it over.
It was you who knocked off Ekman on the boat, huh?
Merely increasing the profits, friend. Originally, it was going to be a 3-way split, Corelli, Ekman, and myself, but I figured J.J.
That's you.
Right, J.J. I said to myself, why a 3-way split?
So you knocked off Ekman to make it a 2-way split.
I'm a jump ahead of you, friend. I just took care of Corelli, too. Now it's a 1-way split.
You're a real go-getter, aren't you?
That I am.
Well, that explains the smell of Turkish tobacco. You'd just killed Ekman and knocked me on the head when you heard the captain coming down the passageway. You had to duck into another stateroom, and you picked Zoe's. She was with Pettibone at the time, and That's why I smelled the smoke in her room later.
Look, friend, stalling isn't going to do you any good. Now just trot out the map and give it to me.
Okay, I guess I haven't got any choice. I got it here in my pocket.
Hey, why did you speed up?
I'm sorry, my foot slipped.
Well, unslip it. Mitchell, that parked car ahead of us.
I see it.
You're heading right for it.
JJ. You can't shoot when you're draped over the front seat, JJ.
Let go of me.
Let go of the gun. No. That's better.
Mitchell, maybe we can make a deal. Huh?
Sorry. The deck just got stacked against you, Cully, and a little matter of murder charge staring you in the face, and I'm sure when the Carters back in the States find that they own the mining land, they'll be happy to turn the lease over to our government. You had it all figured out, Cully, but I guess you forgot that fine old Southern proverb.
What are you talking about?
A man who poses as a button salesman sometime ends up getting clipped right on the article of the same name.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo. The music by Robert Armbruster and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Radio City in Hollywood. Now, more mystery on NBC's All-Star Festival. Stay tuned for Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.